Chapter 1. A month before the apocalypse. Pain, 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 pain. Chen Qing looked down at the blade protruding from his chest, gazing at the familiar yet grotesque faces before him, unable to comprehend, unwilling to believe. These were the neighbors and friends he had vowed to protect. How could they turn their blades upon him? Why? Chen Qing staggered, leaning against the wall as he slowly sank to the ground. Why? Chen Qing sneered. You hoarded a room full of food, all the while proclaiming equal distribution. Yet most of it has found its way into your own mouth. He was adorned in Chen Qing's paper armor, wielding Chen Qing's paper knife. In this world of monstrous horrors, the paper armor had been Chen Qing's greatest reliance. How could it be on him? It was Chen Qi. She had entangled herself with Chen Qing tonight, personally removing the paper armor he had never dared to take off. Chen Qing turned his head with great difficulty, spotting her amidst the crowd. Upon meeting his gaze, she appeared flustered, but resolutely declared, I've told you countless times to give the armor to my brother. He is my only brother. Why must you force me? As tears streamed down her face, she continued, I begged you so many times to allocate more food for us, and each time you said there was none. It's you. You have driven me to this point. Stop wasting time with him. Search him. Let's divide it among ourselves. Familiar faces rushed into the room, eager and frantic. Nothing here. Not in this place either. Only 2 boxes of instant noodles and half a bag of potatoes remain. Damn it, where did you hide it? Chen Qing, where are you concealing the supplies? Chen Qing chuckled. Food. It had long been consumed. Were it not for his stringent allocation, they would not have lasted this long. Speak quickly, or well fry your brother alive. Lu Yanhong seized the small, chubby boy by the hair, threatening him menacingly. This was Chen Man, Chen Qing's brother, his only kin. Chen Qing, does it hurt? Chen Man gazed impassively at the knife lodged in Chen Qing's chest. The chubby boy, born with a missing soul, had never understood tears, nor the essence of laughter. Let him go, I will speak. Lu Yanhong, overjoyed, released the chubby boy. Chen Qing gently embraced him, whispering, Xiao Man, they will not spare you, do not blame your brother. As he spoke, he pressed the boy against the blade protruding from his chest. Chen Man glanced down at the blade piercing his heart, yet merely tightened his embrace around Chen Qing. Child, the blind man stumbled in, his voice laced with sorrow. After colliding several times, he finally found Chen Qing's position, his hands soaked in warm blood. Damn you all! Damn you all! The blind man wept bitterly. Do you not possess a shred of conscience? Over half the residents in other complexes have perished. Not a single soul from ours has died, and you treat him this way. Get away. Someone kicked the blind man aside, that he stumbled away, wailing, his cries merging with the terrifying wails of the outside world. Chen Qing felt his strength swiftly waning. He summoned the last of his energy, scrutinizing each face before him, each visage etched into his memory. The silhouette of the good brother monkey was absent, yet his blade was clutched by Yang Peak, suggesting he had likely met with misfortune. Everything. Chen Qing spoke in a faltering manner. Chen Qing hastily leaned closer, only to hear Chen Qing's voice, laced with cold laughter, whisper into his ear, You remain as foolish as ever. Chen Qing was taken aback. Chen Qing's voice rose slightly. Those things can last for another month, do not squander them. With that, he fell silent entirely. Chen Qing stood there, bewildered. What did he mean? What could last a month? But beside him a scarred face shouted, Where are those things? I heard it too, they can last a month. We can survive. At last, Chen Qing understood. In this apocalyptic world, Chen Qing had already condemned him to death. His face twisted in rage, he delivered a heavy punch to Chen Qing's face. Chen Qing seemed to be unresponsive in that final moment. Chen Qing witnessed the blood energy igniting within Chen Man. He was awakening, transform into a vengeful spirit. Please, let me become a vengeful spirit. Xiao Man. I am sorry, brother. Chen Qing, what are you saying? The 6-year-old chubby boy stood by the bedside, expressionless, offering a cup of hot water and a pill. Chen Qing was burning with fever. He stared blankly at the familiar surroundings and asked, What date is it today? I don't know. Bring me the phone. Chen Man handed over the worn-out phone, glancing at the time. July 16th, 2055. 29 days until the blood moon descends. Reborn. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Qing gritted his teeth. Good, good, good. Heaven has eyes. With a month remaining until the blood moon arrives, if he could not seize this opportunity, all his survival in the apocalypse would have been in vain. There were two waves of spirits. The first occurred 30 years ago in the south, leaving homes desolate. This event marked the dawn of humanity's era of spirit taming and the beginning of the cultivation path. In contrast, the north remained relatively stable. While spirits existed, their impact was minimal. Of course, sporadic reports of hauntings emerged, such as a family found hanging in the eastern part of the city, or the tragic demise of a candy factory owner. Yet, this tranquility would soon be shattered. For the second wave of spirits was imminent. That it would be a calamity far more terrifying than the southern wave of 30 years prior. On the night of August 15th, the blood moon would rise, heralding the onset of the apocalyptic era of spirits. In the very first night, at least half of the population would perish. The blood-red moon would linger for half a month, followed by an equal duration of daylight, in an endless cycle. Most terrifying of all, each time after the blood moon, the spirit tide would be twice as powerful as the last. Without the awakening ancient artifacts, humanity would have long since faced extinction. These ancient artifacts encompassed relics and antiques. As the blood moon rose, the spirit energy awakened, causing many ancient artifacts to come to life. A coin from a previous dynasty, a scholar's share, a family genealogy, any of these could possess great power. At it was observed that the older the item, the stronger it tended to be, especially those that had been revered by many. Chen Qing's targets were the 7 treasures Demon Suppression Tower and the Zhong Kui spirit subduing painting. The former possesses the mightiest offense in Shiming City, capable of subduing 12 spirits within its tower. In contrast, the most elite of spirit tamers can only command 5. The latter boasts the strongest defense in Shiming City. With the Wu family, the keepers of this artifact, renowned as an indomitable house, attracting numerous followers willing to serve them. With these 2 treasures in hand, one would possess the means to traverse the apocalyptic realm of spirits with impunity. He meticulously inscribed the names of renowned ancient artifacts from memory, striving to recall their current locations. The 7 treasures Demon Suppression Tower resides within the Ghostless Temple's Ghostless Tower, an almost universally acknowledged fact. The ghost-suppressing map of Zhong Kui should still be with the Wu family. In the midst of the spirit tide, the half-visible statue of Zhong Kui left an indelible impression upon the entire city of Shiming. Chen Qing yearned to set off immediately, though he felt dazed and struggled to sit up. "Do not move," Chen Man stated impassively. "Take your medicine first." Chen Qing gazed at the chubby boy, who was born with a missing soul, his eyes slightly stinging. He could even feel the warmth of Chen Man's blood on his chest. "I apologize for not taking better care of you in the last life. It's all right," Chen Man replied expressionlessly, putting away the cup and returning to his studies. Chen Man may not comprehend why Chen Qing apologized, but Chen Qing had taught him that when someone says sorry, he should respond with "it's all right." Chen Qing watched his figure for a long while before regaining his focus. He desired both ancient artifacts. Moreover, he needed to stockpile sufficient supplies. Without experiencing the apocalypse, one cannot fathom the sheer satisfaction derived from a morsel of food slipping down one's throat when ravenous. Yet, he found himself lacking in funds. Where to procure money? The first thought that crossed his mind was to sell his property at any time. A significant portion of a Tang person's wealth is tied up in real estate. But how could he maximize the returns? After a moment's contemplation, the answer crystallized Zedjashiri. He could acquire several property certificates and engage in multiple rounds of high-interest loans. "Xiaoman, go jot down the number for the usury loan in the hallway, or never mind, just take a picture with your phone." This was a 6-story old complex, and on the walls of such buildings, one could almost always find contact details for various illicit services. "Golden?" That was the mildest of them all. Chun Man quickly returned. Chen Qing opened the album, but before he could even glance, a bizarre voice erupted. "Vin Buhuan, Vin Buhuan, Vin Buhuan, Vin Buhuan." Suddenly, a ghost appeared in the room, half a meter tall, slender and ragged, carrying an enormous sack nearly a meter in diameter. The massive sack brimmed with gold ingots, and given the density of gold, its weight must have been measured in tons. "Jinbu Huan, Jinbu Huan, Jinbu Huan, Jinbu Huan." The ghost continued to bounce around, jingling as 2 gold ingots fell from the enormous sack. "Jinbu Huan, Jinbu Huan." The ghost leapt onto the dining table, landing squarely on a whole roasted duck, and abruptly vanished, as if it had plunged into the duck itself. Chen Qing stared at the duck, his eyes widening in disbelief. The roasted duck had transformed into a golden duck. Chen Qing, the duck can no longer be consumed, Chen Man stated calmly, expressionless as he tapped the golden duck. Yet, Chen Qing remained frozen in astonishment. This is Jinbu Huan, not a malevolent ghost. Wandering souls, evil spirits, malevolent entities. The evil spirit is a noun, denoting a rank above that of a wandering soul, rather than implying that Jinbu Huan is evil. Chen Qing's thoughts were tumultuous, leaving him somewhat shaken. Ghosts are categorized by their moral standing, and Jinbu Huan embodies the most enigmatic of benevolent spirits. According to legend, should one depart this world with a profound sense of unfulfilled gratitude, an overwhelming obsession may transform them into a wandering soul known as a debtor ghost, also referred to as a gratitude ghost. Jinbu Huan represents the ascension of a debtor ghost, appearing in the vicinity of those who have bestowed kindness upon him, transmuting random objects around him into gold, like the golden duck before him. However, who could possibly owe him such a great debt? If it were in his previous life, it would be more understandable after all. Chen Qing believed he had saved nearly an entire neighborhood. Yet in this life, he was merely an ordinary high school student. If this were to suggest that the debts of his past life were being repaid in this one, that notion becomes rather terrifying, for it implies that Jinbu Huan possesses the ability to traverse time and space. He supported himself against the past, weighing the object, which was a hefty 40 to 50 pounds. Chen Qing's mouth fell agape. Did this mean it could be sold for around 10 million? Chapter 2. When a legendary ghost appears before us. Under the blood moon, countless eerie tales of spirits abound, such as those of painted skins, corners' work, and butchers. Legends speak of 100 types of ghosts, yet humanity has truly encountered less than 30% of them. Jinbu Huan stands as an exceptionally mysterious entity among these bizarre legends. Initially dismissed as mere folklore, he turned out to be real. However, this roasted duck was originally meant to celebrate Chen Qing's comingafage ceremony, valued at 18 yuan, yet it had unexpectedly appreciated 50,000 times. With anticipation mounting, yet feeling feverish, he could only wait until the morrow, the following day. As Chen Qing's health improved, he packed the golden duck into his mountaineering bag and stepped outside. The largest gold shop in the city is named Baifu Jewelry. I wish to sell 10 gold bars. The counter attendant was momentarily taken aback. Such a substantial client was a rarity. Assessing Chen Qing, who appeared youthful and clad in attire that could not exceed 50 yuan, her skepticism naturally arose. Nonetheless, in the service industry, one would not be so foolish as to display disdain. Chen Qing was ushered into the VIP room. Struggling to extract the golden duck, the lobby manager was momentarily dumbfounded. His initial reaction was disbelief. The second reaction was still disbelief. A golden duck? A roasted duck, no less? It was astonishingly lifelike. Every bump on the duck's skin was vividly discernible. Even the half-plucked wing and the unclean down were rendered with startling realism. My family once owned a chain of roasted duck restaurants. This is our prized treasure. Upon hearing Chen Qing's explanation, the lobby manager began to harbor a sliver of belief. He summoned someone to fetch a spectrometer. Those present had spent their lives dealing with gold, yet they had never encountered such a specimen, particularly one of this size. Curious onlookers crowded into the VIP room to witness the marvel, with even a few counter attendants taking turns to peek. As the spectrometer was employed, it revealed 100. This confirmed that the gold content was at least 99.9. Extravagantly remarkable. Sir, should you wish to sell this, it must be cut. Go ahead. Several security personnel produced a hydraulic cutter nearly half a person's height. They had long forgotten the last time they had employed such a treasure tool. With great effort, I severed a piece of duck wing and brought it to a more precise desktop. Spectrometer for analysis. IT still revealed a composition of 100. This indicates a purity of at least 99.999. Truly astonishing. Upon measuring the density, it registered at 19.32 GCM, adhering to textbook standards. I then employed a blowtorch to melt it into gold liquid, and it remained the epitome of pure gold. Somewhat unbelievable. Absolutely astounding. It's outrageous beyond belief. Such a substantial golden duck was equivalent to the total amount a jewelry store would recover in half a year soon. An even higher-ranking official from the jewelry store arrived. Out of caution, they meticulously divided the golden duck into over 20 portions. That it was then that they discovered intricate rib carvings hidden from view on the inner side of the duck. Was it truly necessary? Was this the work of a master artisan showcasing their skills? The jewelry store manager accompanied Chen Qing, conversing cordially. At last, the verification of the golden duck was complete. The total weight was 21,259.33 grams. At the current recovery price of 440, the total amounted to 9,354,105.2 yuan. 9 million. The jewelry store manager's grin was almost crooked with delight. Naturally, the process involved purchasing low and selling high. This single duck would yield at least 1 million in profit. If labor costs were included, the amount would be even greater. Transfer 9 million, the rest must be in cash. Not a problem. Before long, the 9 million was deposited, and the cash was placed in an exquisite wooden box, which was then presented to Chen Qing. Upon returning home, Chen Qing tore away the golden silk lining of the box and wrapped it around the outside. Inside, he placed some ropes and a hammer, anticipating their potential use while scaling the ghostless tower. Chen Man observed intently. Chen Qing, are you planning to sell the house? Chen Qing paused, momentarily taken aback at his request for Chen Man to photograph the loan sharks led him to such a conclusion. Weren't you the one who said you would never sell this house, no matter how impoverished we became? As he spoke, Chen Man's expression remained stoic. Do you trust me? Chen Qing crouched down. I do. Chen Man nodded, then shook his head. But if the house is sold, Chen Shan and Chen Quan won't be able to find us when they return. Chen Shan is our father. Chen Quan is our elder brother. Both mysteriously vanished. Yet in a previous life, before the blood moon, Chen Quan had returned. He left behind the paper armor and paper sword that allowed Chen Qing and Chen Man to survive until the third blood moon. However, on that day, Chen Qing and Chen Man were not home and missed the chance to meet. Don't worry, they will call. Chen Qing offered some reassurances, and having not prepared a meal, ordered takeout instead. After ensuring Chen Man was set to close the door and sleep, he ventured into the ghostless temple under the fading rays of the sunset. The ghostless temple, while not large in scale, its history is quite profound. At the entrance stood a simple pavilion, inscribed with adults 15 yuan, children 10 yuan, and free entry for children under 110 centimeters. Though typical tourist attractions would have closed by this hour, the ghostless temple was an exception, still receiving a sparse number of visitors. Chen Qing purchased a ticket and made his way inside, heading directly to the abbot. When he located the abbot, he was wearing reading glasses and engrossed in short videos. What brings you here, benefactor? Here to express my gratitude. Chen Qing spoke earnestly, gesturing towards a box wrapped in yellow brocade beside her. My grandfather once faced the brink of bankruptcy during his lifetime, and he came to this temple. Is it called the Ghost Repelling Tower? The No-Ghost Tower. Oh right, the No-Ghost Tower. He prayed there, and subsequently, his business flourished, and he lived a long life. Thus, today, I have come specifically to the No-Ghost Tower to repay my vows. Chen Qing rambled on. Recently, my family has been experiencing a streak of misfortune, so in addition to repaying my vows, I also wish to spend a night here to cleanse myself of the negativity. Benefactor, the abbot replied awkwardly. The No-Ghost Tower has long been in disrepair and is now locked. Chen Qing slid 2 thick envelopes across the table. Master, I implore you to make an exception. Though these offerings may seem mundane, they are a humble gesture from a devout follower. Perhaps you could use them to repair the temple door. The abbot's eyes brightened. It had been years since he encountered such a benevolent benefactor. With a broad smile, he said, such filial piety must be honored. Well, never mind, benefactor, I shall take you there. As he spoke, he naturally accepted the envelopes and led Chen Qing around to the back of the temple. The front of the temple was well developed, while the rear remained quite primitive. The entire path was overgrown with dense weeds. The abbot turned on the flashlight on his phone. Finally, Chen Qing laid eyes on the No-Ghost Tower. 7 stories high, it was indeed in a state of disrepair, with each level nearly cloaked in cobwebs. After a raucous moment, he finally unlocked the door. A wave of musty air and dust rushed forth. There were also scurrying sounds, likely startled mice. Benefactor, it has truly been ages since anyone has attended to this place. The abbot admitted awkwardly. Chen Qing shook her head dismissively. It's all right. She was not choosy and knelt directly on the dust-laden mat. Her devotion was palpable. Goodness, goodness, the abbot said, joining his hands in prayer as he gradually stepped back. Abbot, please lock the door securely. The abbot hesitated slightly, but complied, securing the door. Chen Qing was concerned they might not feel at ease if they came to check late at night. It would be disastrous. Surveying her surroundings, the air was thick with mildew. Dust covered everything, and grotesque, ghostly statues loomed, with the occasional mouse darting by. Having traversed through a tide of ghosts, this place was far from terrifying. The no-ghost temple fell silent around 9 o'clock at night. By midnight, not a sound could be heard. Chen Qing, feeling stiff from sitting, slowly rose to stretch her limbs. Nearly half of West Ming City was aware that the seven-treasure Demon Tower originated from the no-ghost temple, specifically the 7th floor. Chen Qing tread lightly, illuminating her path with a flashlight, ascending step by step. Creak, creak. The floorboards were unstable, each step echoing. She gradually reached the 2nd floor. Inside was a statue, a ghost nailed to the ground, howling in agony. The 3rd floor also bore a statue, another ghost tightly bound with ropes. The 4th, 5th, and 6th floors contained similar sculptures. Then, Chen Qing furrowed her brow. The staircase to the 7th floor was broken. Chen Qing had prepared a rope, but lacked the necessary grappling tools. Gently lifting a half-loose brick from the window, he secured it with a rope and tossed it towards the hallway. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. Immediately, a cascade of dust fell from the seams of the floorboards, drifting down like a waterfall. With a tug, the brick was smoothly retrieved. Chen Qing received the fallen brick, a frown creasing his brow. This temple, neither overly large nor particularly small, likely wouldn't carry the noise to the front temple. But what if? With that thought in mind, he wrapped a thick coil of rope around the brick and threw it once more. Thud! Another muffled sound resonated. Chen Qing shook the rope vigorously, hoping to catch it on something. Yet, once again, he met with failure. Then came the 3rd, the 4th, approximately 20 attempts later to last. As Chen Qing swung once more, the soft rope suddenly tightened. It had caught on something. Elated, he tested the tautness with a few tugs. Confirming its stability, he promptly fashioned a loop with the rope and secured it around his foot, using it to ascend to the 7th floor. Shining his flashlight ahead, Chen Qing was abruptly startled. At the end of the rope, a ghastly figure with a green face and sharp fangs was clutching it, winking at him. Chapter 3. The first artifact in hand. Chen Qing was taken aback, nearly losing his balance and rolling aside to grasp the hammer at his waist. However, the apparition before him was merely a ghostly sculpture, with a rope conveniently dangling from its hand. Gazing at this effigy, a shiver ran down his spine. Having endured the onslaught of phantoms, he could not dismiss this as mere figment of imagination. Tentatively, he struck it with a heavy blow of his hammer. Thud! A dull sound resonated, not that of stone, but akin to hardened leather, or perhaps jerky. A sense of unease washed over him. Yet regardless of its authenticity, retreat was not an option. Even if the tower harbored spirits, he would press onward. The 7th floor was adorned with numerous ghostly figures, all suppressed beneath the weight of the tower, their forms grotesquely contorted. Protective talismans and copper gourds were typically placed upon the beams. The ceiling of the 7th level was low. Chen Qing could reach it even on tiptoe. Yet, he touched the first beam, nothing. The 2nd, still nothing. The 3rd, soon, he was covered in dust, yet his search yielded nothing. How could this be? Chen Qing found himself momentarily lost in thought, and once more he meticulously felt along the 8 main beams. Still nothing. Subsequently, he searched every wall and inch of the floor, but again, to no avail. Could this be a jest from the tower's master? Chen Qing clenched his teeth in frustration. His gaze fell upon the sculpture of the 7th level, a tower suppressing a throng of spirits, their bellies ruptured and intestines spilling forth. Was there something within this sculpture? Chen Qing would not allow himself to leave empty-handed. Even if it meant dismantling the entire 7th level, he would find it. If not on the 7th, then the 6th, the 5th, the 4th. With the hammer in hand, he struck decisively at the tip of the tower within the sculpture. Crack! Chunks of stone flew, sparks scattering. Chen Qing's heart sank. This was chiseled from a solid block of stone. The tower could not possibly be hidden within. If it were made of clay, there might be a chance, but a solid stone structure? How could that be? Yet at that moment, Chen Qing seemed possessed, relentlessly smashing away. The sound of cracking echoed around him. Ding! Suddenly, a clear metallic ring resonated. Momentarily stunned, Chen Qing's gaze shifted back to the center of the stone sculpture, where the tip of a small tower began to reveal itself. He had found it. Joy surged through him. A quarter of an hour later, the entire small tower was unveiled. Grasping its body, he tugged with all his might, only to lose his grip suddenly. Bang! Chen Qing fell on the ground, clutching the Demon Suppressing Tower against his chest. Concurrently, a chilling aura erupted from the hollow where the tower had been hidden. Hiss! Whoosh! Whispers fluttered through the air, as if a breath was being blown into his ear. The malevolent energy was thick with phantoms, most appearing ethereal and indistinct. Yet among them, one spirit stood out, solid and resolute, rhythmically striking a bamboo tube as it passed through walls. Each echo resonated deep within Chen Qing's very soul. His hair stood on end, clutching the demon-suppressing tower tightly against his chest. He murmured, "Retreat, all evils. Retreat, all evils. Retreat, all evils. The malevolent spirits retreat." "Thank you, young master, for your rescue." A sweet voice encircled Chen Qing, belonging to a woman from antiquity, holding a flower umbrella. Her visage appeared somewhat ethereal and indistinct, yet Chen Qing's intuition whispered that she was an unparalleled beauty. Was she a ghost holding an umbrella? Chen Qing's heart raced, but there seemed to be no recollection of such a being in his memory. After a considerable time, the commotion finally subsided into silence. However, it appeared that some spirits on the 7th floor of the ghostless tower were caught off guard, appearing dazed and bewildered. These were merely the most rudimentary wandering souls, also referred to as nascent spirits, fragile enough to shatter upon contact, posing little threat to humans. Naturally, Chen Qing would not provoke them and promptly retreated. He descended to the 1st floor, finally exhaling in relief. Before him stood a small iron tower, roughly the size of a water bottle, exquisitely crafted with clearly visible tiny window panes. This was the Ghost Suppressing Tower. The 7 Treasures Ghost Suppressing Tower, one of the 2 extraordinary relics of Shiming City. With this artifact in hand, Chen Qing and his companion were essentially safe. Yet, observing the multitude of footprints within the tower, Chen Qing furrowed his brow. Time flew by. Soon, dawn broke gently. A young monk hurried into the abbot's chamber. "Master, the ghostless tower stirred last night." Stirred? The abbot frowned, well aware that it indicated the presence of someone inside. He casually remarked, "Oh, a benefactor devoted to Buddhism requested to stay for the night." "Oh." Just as the young monk was about to leave, he turned back and said, "But the sounds I heard came from the 4th or 5th floor." "Oh." The abbot could no longer remain seated. Without donning his robe, he took the keys and, accompanied by the young monk, hurried toward the ghostless tower. They swiftly opened the door, and a thick cloud of dust enveloped them, as though it were smoke. The entire tower was shrouded in dust, causing the abbot to cough several times. "Benefactor, benefactor." After calling out several times, Chen Qing's voice echoed from upstairs. "Coming." In the next moment, a dust-covered Chen Qing, his true appearance obscured, appeared on the 1st floor. "You, benefactor, what is this?" The abbot was taken aback. "Oh, I noticed the dust was quite thick, so I tidied up a bit," Chen Qing replied, blowing the dust off his clothes. "Master, do you have a basin of water? Many statues have gathered dust and need a thorough cleaning. Oh, by the way, I accidentally stepped through a hole. I'm unsure how to compensate for it." Everywhere in the tower were Chen Qing's footprints, which he could not conceal. Thus, he feigned a cleaning effort, attempting to obscure the traces of his ascent to the tower's pinnacle. No, no, no. The abbot was profoundly moved, but continued to wave his hands. "Benefactor, safety is paramount. This tower has been neglected for far too long. please do not venture there again. He added, having Buddha in your heart suffices. There is no need to be fixated on appearances. Chen Qing offered a few more half-hearted reassurances, but the abbot dismissed them. After a while, the young monk emerged. Master, this benefactor has already cleaned up to the 4th floor. The abbot, filled with shame, exclaimed, alas. We who chant here daily are outshone by you, a worldly person. Not at all. Benefactor, please step into the temple for a meal, the young monk said politely, yet with an underlying implication. I beseech you to cease your actions. Please, stop. Chen Qing turned to retrieve the urn, and the young monk promptly locked the door, adding an extra bolt for good measure. Cradling the urn containing the magical suppression tower, Chen Qing felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In this day and age, temples have inevitably adopted a hint of commercialism. Yet their dining practices remain rather austere. Steamed buns, congee, and stir-fried greens, devoid of any meat. As Chen Qing ate, a thought struck him, and he inquired, Master, do you happen to have the Vajra Demon Suppression technique? He might not have recalled the exact name, but it was something akin to that. Do you require it? The monk replied, my grandfather mentioned it once, stating that this technique could strengthen the body, particularly for those who are devout in their faith. We do have it. Chen Qing hastily pushed a thick envelope forward. Master, please grant it to me. Consider it in light of my efforts in clearing the 4 levels of the tower. I am truly earnest in my devotion. The abbot, taking a bite of steamed bun along with the greens, eventually nodded in agreement. Chen Qing's heart soared with joy. He had not anticipated such an unexpected boon. This body refinement technique was among the finest. For practitioners, during the blood moon, they possessed numerous advantages, the most significant being their robust vitality, capable of incinerating malevolent spirits. A practitioner's fist would be akin to a glowing iron brand for these entities. Among the renowned body cultivation techniques, Chen Qing recognized this one, merely asking out of curiosity, unaware that its origin lay right here. Chen Man's technique now seemed within reach. In his previous life, Chen Man had unleashed a blinding radiance of blood at the final moment, an innate vitality realm. After their meal, the two entered a study filled with towering shelves brimming with books, the majority of which were modern publications, with a few older volumes dating back 4 to 5 decades. The abbot selected one titled Vajra Demon Suppression Technique and handed it to Chen Qing, who was momentarily speechless. It was a printed copy, complete with a price tag of 22.8 yuan. Is it reasonable to sell this to me for 50,000? Chen Qing chuckled and shook his head, declining to take it. I already possess this edition at home. The abbot, somewhat embarrassed, remarked, it was already quite tattered, I fear. Chen Qing pushed another envelope forward. Master, even in its current state, the market price is likely under 5,000. However, my grandfather is deeply devoted to the Buddha. I kindly ask you to make an exception. Since he was aware of its existence, it would be illogical to let it slip away. After all, money would soon be nothing more than a pile of waste paper. Even if he had to part with 100,000, it would be inconsequential. The abbot's expression brightened as he clutched the 2 envelopes and approached a safe. To Chen Qing's surprise, there was indeed a safe. He tactfully turned away, and with a series of clicks, the abbot presented him with a very worn, ancient tome inscribed in traditional characters, Vajra Demon Suppression Technique. Chen Qing was elated. Though it appeared on the verge of after the blood moon, it would likely withstand even bullets. Chapter 4. The most potent defensive artifact acquired. A surge of joy filled my heart. 200,000. I had obtained the Demon Suppressing Tower and unexpectedly acquired the Vajra Demon Subduing Technique. The abbot was equally delighted, for it had been ages since he encountered such a generous benefactor. The second objective was the Zhong Kui capturing ghost painting. Unlike the tower, the Wu family recognized the value of the ghost-suppressing painting. In these times, restless spirits roamed outside the city at all hours. Even if its peculiarities were not immediately apparent, merely hanging an ancient painting in the home brought a sense of security. Thus, Chen Qing was uncertain of its price. Would it be 100,000, 1 million, or perhaps even more? Upon returning home, Chen Man had already left for school. An idea struck Chen Qing. He searched for loan applications in the app market. To his surprise, there were indeed options. Palm lending, Below, it lay a plethora of similar lending platforms. Money was on its way. Chen Qing was elated, downloading each one in succession until his phone was filled with loan applications across 5 pages. The first app allowed a mere loan of 3,000. Chen Qing's heart sank in disappointment. He rummaged through the applications and discovered an asset verification option. After photographing the property deed and completing various details, he returned to the home page to find his limit had risen to 120,000. What a relief. He agreed to all terms and conditions without hesitation, including the stipulations against using the funds for real estate or stock trading. Following a series of identity verifications, the full amount of 120,000 was successfully transferred. Chen Shan had left only this house to Chen Qing and Chen Man. The two had always been frugal, often wishing to stretch a single coin into two. Yet, gazing at the long string of numbers in his account, he felt no sense of attachment. This accumulation was destined to become useless. With a sigh, he clicked on the second application. After a round of operations, he secured another 50,000. Then on to the next, and the next, after toiling through the night. What was meant to be a restful slumber extended into the afternoon. By this time, his account had swelled to a staggering 8 million, totaling 10. 8 million. That should suffice, right? The largest expense, naturally, was the Zhong Kui capturing ghost painting. Its price was indeterminate, hinging entirely on the owner's valuation, potentially ranging from 2 to 300,000 or even several million. Chen Qing needed to be thoroughly prepared. In addition, Chen Qing planned to renovate his home. 2 superlative artifacts would ward off ghosts, but he also required defenses against humans. Before the ghost tide, the concept of an apocalypse safe house was exceedingly niche. Yet now, it had evolved into a business rivaling real estate in profitability. Most renovations were tailored to counter spirits, such as filling the home with silver inscriptions, constructing with peach wood, or incorporating elements like black dog blood and glutinous rice within wall layers. Beyond that, essentials such as food and clothing represented substantial expenses. It felt unsettling not to have at least 1,000 tons of provisions on hand. The Demon Suppression Tower possessed storage capabilities, but it had yet to awaken. For now, it remained merely an artifact of some significance, awaiting the blood moon for its true potential to be realized. After the blood moon, acquiring additional items would be impossible. In an endless loop, Chen Qing pondered and recalled an ancient tomb outside the city, which had become a significant source of the ghost tide. He thought that borrowing some ghostly energy from within might activate the Demon Suppressing Tower. "Chen Qing, I'm back," came the voice of Chen Man. Living on the 6th floor, the only one who could call him from the 1st floor was Chen Man. "I'm hungry." Upon entering the room, Chen Man noticed that Chen Qing hadn't prepared any food, but said nothing. She made her way to the kitchen, stood on a small stool, and diligently washed and prepared rice in the rice cooker. Afterward, she sat at a rather dilapidated little table, opened her books, and began her homework. As expected, the first question prompted her to call out, "Chen Qing, I can't do the first one." The second question elicited the same response. "Chen Qing, I can't do the second one." And for the third, "Chen Qing, I can't do this either." Chen Qing, having grown accustomed to this routine, patiently guided her. Chen Man was understanding, yet somewhat slow-witted. The following day, Chen Qing treated himself to a new mobile phone and a fresh outfit, followed by a visit to the hair salon for a neat grooming. Looking at his reflection, with slick-back hair, a suit, and a briefcase, he appeared to have aged 5 or 6 years. After researching the Wu family, he finally felt a sense of assurance. The Wu family had once been affluent, boasting a glorious ancestry, though the subsequent generations had seen better days. In recent years, they had invested heavily in the safety house sector, suffering significant losses and still entangled in several lawsuits. Eventually, he arrived at the Wu family villa. While it wasn't the pinnacle of luxury, it was certainly impressive. He knocked on the door, and a young man appeared, looking at Chen Qing with curiosity. "Who are you?" "I'm Li Qing, here on behalf of an elderly overseas Chinese gentleman to discuss a business matter." As he spoke, Chen Qing handed over a bag of fresh, vibrant fruits. This circle was neither vast nor small. A few questions from a local could easily expose one's true identity. "A business?" The young man seemed puzzled, but welcomed Chen Qing inside nonetheless. Soon, a middle-aged man descended from the second floor, prompting Chen Qing to rise. "I am Wu Xiaoman. Pleased to meet you." They took their seats. "Forgive my intrusion, but an elderly gentleman has taken a liking to your family's Zhong Kui painting, which is said to ward off evil spirits." Chen Qing smiled. "This gentleman has relocated abroad for business, but has a profound appreciation for all things related to Zhong Kui. He has entrusted me to inquire if you might be willing to part with it." "An overseas Chinese?" Wu Xiaoman furrowed his brow, but shook his head. "This painting is a family heirloom and is not for sale." His immediate refusal, without discussing a price, made matters complicated. "Indeed, I completely understand. The Wu family is quite esteemed in Ximing City and certainly does not lack for money." Chen Qing sought to find the right words. "However, this gentleman truly cherishes Tang culture, especially the figure of Zhong Kui and the ghostly lore it represents. He holds you and your family's illustrious history in high regard and is willing to exchange anything of value he possesses." Wu Xiaoman chuckled. Perhaps everyone has their points of pride, and Wu Xiaoman's was undoubtedly the glory of his forebears. "I would very much like to meet this friend. I wonder if you could introduce us, young brother?" Wu Xiaoman smiled. In a moment of hesitation, Chen Qing shook his head and redirected the conversation back to the painting. "My dear sir, given the illustrious legacy of your family, I am certain that your ancestral treasures extend beyond this singular piece. This gentleman appears to be genuinely enamored with it. You should part with it." Wu Xiaoman peeled an orange that Chen Qing had brought, offering him 2 segments without uttering a word. It was time to make an offer. Chen Qing pondered. This painting must be acquired. He could even liquidate his account if necessary. Would he be willing to part with 1 million? A middle-aged woman's voice interjected, "Of course." He would. Chen Qing's heart leapt with joy. Glancing up, he saw a prosperous-looking middle-aged woman. "This is my wife," Wu Xiaoman introduced. "Good day, Mrs. Wu." Chen Qing responded with a slight bow. "I need to make a phone call." Stepping into the courtyard, he casually dialed his brother Chen Quan's number, which, of course, had long since been disconnected. After feigning a lengthy consultation, he returned, smiling. The gentleman conveyed that this price is acceptable. He also extended a warm invitation for Mr. Wu to visit. Both Wu Xiaoman and Mrs. Wu were momentarily taken aback, given the relatively recent provenance of the painting. Its market value might actually warrant a reduction by 0. Suddenly, Mrs. Wu sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "Oh wait, it's not 1 million. 200. No, 3. 5 million. 5 million. She raised an eyebrow at Chen Qing, saying, "Young man, as an intermediary, a higher transaction price means a higher commission for you. If you could, do elaborate. If we secure 5 million, I shall reward you generously. Am I to cut my own price?" Chen Qing was at a loss for words, shaking his head. "Mrs. Wu, based on my understanding of that gentleman, I fear that price is quite unlikely. I suspect he could be persuaded to increase it slightly, but only to a limit. No worries, just speak freely. For any amount exceeding 1 million, you shall receive a 20 commission." Chen Qing acquiesced verbally, yet inwardly he was elated. To acquire the painting for just over 1 million? It felt like a bonanza. He pretended to make another call, this time lingering longer. Upon his return, he reported, "The gentleman has offered 1.6 million. Wu Xiaoman furrowed his brow. He had no intention of selling. The haunting presence of the ghost tide in the north was rather limited. Yet even in peaceful times, people sought divine intervention. In a world where spirits roamed, possessing a vintage painting of Zhong Kui would undoubtedly bring a sense of reassurance. Mrs. Wu seemed to discern his thoughts, nudging him with her elbow, and whispered, "They've been demanding payment these past few days." The mere sound of a knock sends shivers down my spine. "You have several ghost paintings, don't you? The last appraisal pegged them at merely around 100,000. What are you hesitating for?" Wu Xiaoman finally nodded in agreement. Mrs. Wu then turned to Chen Qing, joyfully inquiring, "How shall we transfer the funds?" "Draft a contract. We could transfer the funds immediately." Accordingly, Mrs. Wu and Chen Qing engaged in lively banter while drafting the contract. Soon, Chen Qing transferred the 1.6 million to Mrs. Wu's account. With great delight, Mrs. Wu produced a painting. She also handed him an envelope. Chen Qing had just sent 200 the previous day and could easily discern that the thickness of the envelope contained no more than 50 to 60,000. It fell far short of Mrs. Wu's promised 20, amounting to merely 120,000. The expression on Chen Qing's face was somewhat grim. Of course, it was all an act. When engaging in haggling, one must feign immense suffering. Only then would the buyer feel they had secured a favorable deal. "Oh dear, young man, that's enough. Do not be greedy." Mrs. Wu gently patted Chen Qing's knee. "Earning 50,000 in an hour is quite commendable, and surely that overseas Chinese client will pay you a commission as well." Chen Qing exhaled through his nostrils in response. He unfurled the painting. The grotesque figure of Zhong Kui captured two little demons, with a pile of their corpses beneath his feet. It was vividly lifelike. There was no need for further verification. This was indeed the one. The fierce visage that could be seen from half the city was etched clearly in Chen Qing's memory. The painting of Zhong Kui was now in his possession. Chapter 5. Your name is Huang Qian, isn't it? Upon leaving the Wu residence, Chen Qing was nearly elated enough to leap with joy. Mrs. Wu, what a remarkable ally. It was evident that Wu Xiaoman was reluctant to sell. Should he propose a price, it would likely be exorbitantly high, making negotiations arduous. Yet Mrs. Wu's attempts to gain an advantage ironically resulted in an immense benefit for herself, returning to the community with a joyful heart. Chen Qing stumbled upon a group of children encircling Chun Man, chanting, wild child, born without love. Wild child, rummaging through the trash for buns." "I do not rummage for buns. I only collect bottles to exchange for money to buy buns," Chen Man replied, blood trickling from his nose, presumably after enduring a few blows. The other children burst into laughter. The eldest among them, a boy of about 10 named Huang Qian, seized Chen Man's cheek and twisted it, exclaiming, "Look, this little trash can. He won't dodge the punches nor retort when scolded. A born punching bag." "Ah!" Chen Qing, gritting her teeth, rushed forward and firmly grasped Huang Qian's hand, causing it to crack audibly. "It hurts! It hurts!" Huang Qian's expression changed, tears immediately welling up in his eyes. "Chen Qing, have you lost your mind? You're striking a child." A woman burst forth from a nearby shop, forcefully shoving Chen Qing. Chen Qing staggered but did not loosen her grip, coldly regarding the woman. Lu Yanhong, the owner of the snack shop in Jiangpan community, was complicit in the aggression against her brother. "When he was beating my brother, you turned a blind eye in your shop. And now you dare to call him a child? Let go. I will tear you apart." Lu Yanhong shouted fiercely. Her dry, jagged nails dug into the back of Chen Qing's hand, slicing open a wound, blood trickling down. Yet, Chen Qing held on tighter, her grip intensifying. Huang Qian wailed in distress. Lu Yanhong grew frantic. "Let go. I swear I will tear you apart." Suddenly, she released Chen Qing's hand, her fingers aiming at Chen Qing's eyes. Chen Qing sidestepped, evading her claws, then smiled and turned to leave with Chen Man. Chen Man dragged a large bag that clanked with numerous empty bottles. Chen Qing knelt down, gently stroking his head, filled with concern. "Little man, you no longer need to collect bottles. But the money Chen Shan left is nearly gone." "Well, I have earned quite a lot," Chen Qing replied, opening the envelope Mrs. Wu had given her, revealing a stack of vibrant red bills. "Look, I sent it a lot." Chen Man peered in closely and shook his head. "I can't count this much. Regardless, you won't need to collect bottles anymore. Do you understand?" Chen Man remained expressionless yet earnest. "All right." The two, enduring hardship, meticulously counted every penny while striving to earn every cent with their limited means. As long as it could be exchanged for a bun or an eraser, it was worth the effort. Dignity? Only children cradled in comfort possessed the audacity to argue. For as long as they could remember, they had only been sensible. From now on, should anyone strike you, you must tell me, understand? "I understand. You may return home first." "Okay." Shaman headed back. Chen Qing approached the trash bin, where 3 homeless children were rummaging through the refuse. The northern ghost tide, though mild, had still claimed numerous lives and birthed many destitute children who scurried like rats in search of sustenance. The children, their faces smeared with filth and their bodies emanating a foul odor, eyed Chen Qing with suspicion. He extracted a large red bill and handed it to one of the homeless children, gesturing towards Lu Yanhong's eatery. Go create some chaos at that snack shop. The child gleamed with joy. Chen Qing then presented 2 additional red bills to the other 2 children, indicating a boy named Huang Can, who was engaged in some performance. Go teach him a lesson, and this is your reward. The trio erupted in delight. One of them picked up a brick and cautiously approached the entrance of Yanhong's snack shop. The oil in the fryer was bubbling, occasionally spitting hot droplets that could cause pain. The homeless child hurled the brick into the pot. He then turned and fled. Crash! Splash! Scalding oil sprayed everywhere. Lu Yanhong, who was frying potatoes, let out a piercing scream. She trembled in agony, spewing a torrent of profanities involving parents and reproductive organs, as she chased after them. But how could a greasy middle-aged woman catch up with children as slippery as rats? Huang Can, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, glanced at his mother, who was screaming and dashing into the street, filled with confusion. Slap! A heavy slap rendered him dazed. Stumbling, he found himself confronted by a filthy, homeless child of similar age. You! Huang Can instinctively covered his face and took a few steps back, having always feared these plague-like children. Slap! Another resounding blow. Simultaneously, another homeless child landed a punch on his face. So you're Huang Can. Stars danced in his vision as blood gushed forth. Dazed, he flailed his arms in an attempt to push the 2 away, only to trip and fall to the ground. The 2 homeless children pounced on him, unleashing a flurry of blows. Huang Can curled up and cried. The 2 children, noticing the gaze of several adults, tightly gripped his face and yanked it hard. They then struck him a few vicious punches in the gaps exposed by his raised arms, before frantically fleeing. Huang Can, with his nose and mouth smeared with blood, wailed, What relief. Chen Qing remained indifferent, observing the entire scene. In comparison to the lives of himself and Xiaoman, this was nothing. It wasn't even worth discussing. He needed to protect this group of people, gradually wearing them down amidst the ghost tide. With this thought, Chen Qing turned into a bank and retrieved an envelope. Deposit money. He deposited 75 million. However, the bank clerk asked him to wait, then hurried out. Hello, sir. She solemnly presented him with a card. Sir, your deposit has reached the standard for our silver card. She extolled the benefits, which included discounts on fuel, half-price movie tickets, free car washes, and complimentary services at designated barbershops, among others. Chen Qing was at a loss for words. Logically, such perks should be extended to those impoverished individuals with deposits of merely 1,000 or so. Shouldn't they? Since he already possessed a silver card. What was the point of this? Why were all the good things reserved for the wealthy? He understood now. As Chen Qing casually took the silver card and was about to leave, the bank clerk obstructed his path once more. This time, she was promoting insurance and funds, claiming guaranteed returns of 8, with the possibility of reaching as high as 12. Chen Qing, however, dismissed even the notion of 12, let alone 1,200. Growing somewhat impatient, he noted the clerk's awareness of his irritation as she mechanically opened a booklet, stating there is also the construction of safe houses. At this point, her interest seemed to wane, and she closed the booklet, offering a polite smile. I apologize for disturbing you, sir. Did you say safe houses? Chen Qing inquired, suddenly intrigued. Did the bank offer such services? The clerk, visibly delighted, gestured invitingly. Please, sir, let us proceed to the VIP room upstairs. As they ascended to the 2nd floor, in the grand hall below, 3 tall and strikingly beautiful young women were engaged in various transactions. One of them, the most stunning of the trio, gazed at Chen Qing's retreating figure with astonishment. Had he turned around, he would have instantly recognized her as the foremost name on his hit list, Chen Shi. Contemplating something, Chen Shi approached the counter where Chen Qing had just deposited his funds, picking up the forgotten empty envelope for a closer inspection. The back bore the embossed letters Shi Ming Securities in gold. Her eyes widened in surprise, always aspiring to associate with the affluent. She was well aware that such securities operated on a tiered system. A red-lettered envelope signified regular status. Silver indicated total assets of 5 million, while gold denoted an astonishing 50 million. Could it be that Chen Qing possessed such wealth? Little did she know The envelope had originated from the Wu family, and Chen Qing was entirely oblivious to the location of Xi Ming securities. Gold. Chen Xi's companion, Fu Yiya, glanced towards the second floor, exclaiming, "Did I just see correctly? Wasn't that the Chen Qing who pursued you?" Chen Xi smiled, her expression sweet, and emphasized, "He didn't just pursue me. He is still pursuing me." Chapter 6. The most cost-effective food in the apocalypse turns out to be this. Before the outbreak of the ghost tide, safe houses were a niche topic. Those who were concerned about safe houses were primarily individuals obsessed with apocalyptic novels, brainwashed by cults, or exceedingly cautious about their lives. Following the eruption of the ghost tide, accompanied by a surge in crime rates, safe houses transformed from a mere theoretical concept into a pressing necessity. From a single alloy door to comprehensive stockpiling of apocalypse supplies and extensive customizations for entire homes, safe houses gained immense popularity at the onset of the ghost tide, causing prices to skyrocket. Decades ago, during the outbreak in the southern regions, 9 out of 10 houses were abandoned. This phenomenon spurred a fervor for safe houses even in the northern regions, which had remained untouched by the ghost tide. Over the past few years, however, people have come to realize that the ghost tide was not as terrifying as initially perceived, especially in the north, where encounters with ghosts were exceedingly rare. Additionally, the proliferation of new safe house companies has led to a decline in prices. Mr. Chen was greeted by Manager Jean from the Dongfang Bupo Safe House Company, which specializes in ghost prevention. Their walls are fortified with layers of black dog blood, glutinous rice, and black donkey hooves, all enhanced with the blessings of master-crafted talismans. On the other hand, the Sanbai Weisher Company focuses on human defense, utilizing materials such as aluminum alloy, titanium alloy, chromium molybdenum steel, and tungsten steel, with hardness ratings ranging from HRC 35 to 70. Their facilities include surveillance cameras, generators, diesel storage, weaponry, and medical supplies. In times of chaos, weaponry proliferates like seedlings after a long drought. In the current climate, firearms are semi-legal, and specialized ammunition is effective against ordinary ghosts. Mr. Chen inquired thoroughly. With the presence of the Zhong Kui diagram, he deemed humans to be the most formidable threat. Therefore, while ghost deterrence could be minimal, robust alloy walls and firearms were imperative. Additionally, items such as pepper spray, electric batons, and tear gas were necessary. More is better. The hardness of tungsten steel reaches HRC 70, but a preference for chromium molybdenum steel at HRC 65 is recommended. Would it be necessary to summon representatives from the Sanbai Weisher Company for discussions? Indeed, Mr. Chen nodded in agreement. Before long, representatives from the Sanbai Weisher Company arrived, displaying a higher level of professionalism than Manager Jean. "Good day, Mr. Chen. My name is Yang, and here's my business card. Have you considered establishing a small farm?" He inquired. "If your space permits, we can construct a vertical farm, utilizing our recommended crops. Each square meter can yield approximately 3 kilograms of vegetables per week. We recommend potatoes, such as the Qing Shu 9E variety, which, under optimal temperature and humidity control, can produce up to 90 kilograms in 80 days. The fertilizer used is specially formulated and, when combined with organic fertilizer, specifically human waste, can be recycled around 300 times, sustaining high-intensity cultivation for up to 50 years. Moreover, there is a water collection system that only requires a small hole to extend the collection rod, capable of gathering about a liter of water daily, with even greater amounts during rainy or overcast days. The medical room will be stocked with common medications to address minor ailments, and it will include a user-friendly intravenous set for self-administration, ensuring that antibiotics and anti-inflammatory drugs are readily available to cure most ailments. The entertainment room boasts an impressive collection of 200 terabytes of novels and comics, encompassing approximately 900 billion characters of literature, including around 100,000 web novels, each averaging 5 million words, and 60,000 anime series, covering nearly every genre imaginable, from action and combat to romance and adult themes. The total size of the games is approximately 1.9 petabytes, featuring around 5,000 large-scale games and approximately 200,000 mini-games. The gaming console utilizes highly mature components such as chips, graphics cards, and memory, all of which deliver formidable performance, generally lasting over a decade, with spare parts readily available. The storage capacity for video content is around 3.1 petabytes, allowing for the preservation of approximately 6 million hours of 1080p video. This collection includes films, television series, and variety shows, all customizable to suit your preferences. Additionally, a gym is available, equipped with silicone dolls with interchangeable key parts. The safe house has evolved significantly over the years, now offering a complete array of food, drink, and entertainment. Whatever Chen Qing envisioned or failed to consider, others have already devised highly professional solutions. Presently, the most pressing issue is the inadequacy of space to accommodate such extensive facilities. Moving? High-rise buildings are immediately ruled out due to the prevalence of mischievous spirits. A 6-story community appears to offer limited options. The riverside community is advantageous, as most spirits, aside from those who have drowned, tend to fear water. The community is encircled by streets, resembling a protective wall, with Chen Qing's residence strategically located in the center, with an area of several hundred square meters. It is essential that the property receives ample sunlight. What will be the cost of a house meeting such criteria? Either a villa or a manor. In the Western Villa District, a 3-story villa typically costs around $7 million, with a usable area of approximately 300 square meters and a garden of about 70 square meters. This is certainly within reach. Chen Qing is intrigued. How much would it cost to transform a villa into a safe house? It could be somewhat pricey, as 300 square meters is quite substantial. Moreover, incorporating a family farm on the ground floor necessitates a fully enclosed protective structure, with a price tag around $46 million. Customization is required for villas, with a construction period of approximately 3 months. Chen Qing is left speechless, finally understanding why it is said that while villas are easy to purchase, renovations are a daunting task. Most critically, 3 months is ample time for unforeseen circumstances to arise. A quick mental calculation reveals that, given the villa's area, it would be impossible to keep expenses low. The family farm is indispensable. Although typically uninterested in tending to cabbages and tomatoes, the thought of fresh vegetables in a post-apocalyptic world could drive one to madness. For the audience's patience, building on the rooftop is driven by 3 considerations. First, budget constraints. Second, time limitations. And third, the necessity of a family farm, which requires ample space and sunlight. While I dislike spoilers, many readers have indicated that this is a concern, so I will subtly hint that there will be an exceptionally remarkable safe house in the later chapters. My home is on the top floor. Can it sustain the expansion of these features? Mr. Chen, you may be unaware that the buildings in the Tang Dynasty are designed with a strength that exceeds mandatory standards by at least 30, often ranging from 40 to 60. In our older residential complexes, the materials used are even more robust, ensuring that load-bearing capacity is not a concern. Moreover, we will reinforce the structure during construction, further ensuring its integrity. Chen Qing, filled with excitement, interjected, "What if the first floor were to be bombed?" Manager Yang was taken aback and replied, "The regulation of explosives is exceedingly stringent, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to acquire them. If someone were able to obtain explosives, the location of the safe room, be it on the 1st or 6th floor, would be irrelevant, for when the yield is sufficient. Even if the safe room withstands a blast, the shockwave could still fatally impact those within. Thus, one should opt for the 6th floor, at the very least. One could cultivate vegetables on the rooftop." However, after a prolonged moment of hesitation, Manager Yang voiced his concern. "The top floor is indeed an excellent choice, but it constitutes an illegal structure. Although oversight has loosened significantly, should someone report it, authorities would order its demolition. No worries. If someone were to report it, with the efficiency of the Tang government, various departments would pass the buck, and by the time any action is taken, the blood moon would have risen." Yet, Manager Yang considered an additional layer. This young man evidently has connections within the government. He could navigate various hurdles with ease. With this thought, his regard for Chen Qing naturally deepened. The next order of business was to discuss pricing. Chen Qing invited both Manager Yang and Manager Jean from the bank to his residence. Manager Yang was quite transparent, even displaying the market price of chromium molybdenum steel, and quickly estimating costs based on the blueprints. The pricing was fair. According to their own statements, they were only making a profit of about 5. However, as each item was tallied, Chen Qing found himself somewhat overwhelmed. A medical room was essential, but what about the supplies? That too would incur costs. One needed to stock up on cold and pain relief medications. Additionally, glucose, anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics, and painkillers had to be adequately supplied. When he counted the expenses, it totaled a staggering 850,000. The entertainment room was an even larger expense. Skipping over TB, the storage capacity measured in PB sounded enticing. Yet, once it became a NAS, the price approached 100,000 per PB. Coupled with various gaming consoles and spare parts, the entertainment room's expenses soared to 3 million. As for food, he decided against running to the supermarket, opting instead to order 125 cubic meters of assorted canned goods. There was so much that it could only be stored on the rooftop. The power generation equipment included not only diesel generators, but also solar panels covering the building, wind turbines, and hand crank generators, each equipped with spare parts. Moreover, there was a family super farm. This was essentially just soil, but astonishingly, it was sold by the kilogram. When all was said and done, the total cost reached 14 million. That exceeded the budget. Manager Jean timely remarked, "Mr. Chen, may I inquire how you wish to proceed with the payment? What is your preferred down payment?" "Down payment? Yes. How could I have forgotten?" His eyes lit up as he asked, "What is the minimum down payment possible?" "Typically, it is 40, but as a silver cardholder, you qualify for a mere 20. "Splendid." Chen Qing was overjoyed. To his ears, this sounded akin to a clearance sale at a fraction of the price. A true fire sale. It is now entirely sufficient. I have acquired additional firearms and ammunition, totaling around 3 million. The three of us are quite pleased. Chen Qing acquired a safe house at a bargain price. Manager Yang successfully secured a deal worth 14 million, and Manager Jean arranged a loan amounting to tens of millions. If it weren't for the lack of preparation at home, it would certainly warrant a toast. Chen Qing pondered for a moment and inquired, "Manager Yang, as an expert, what would you deem the most cost-effective option under the principle of survival is sufficient? In an apocalyptic world, each morsel of food is an invaluable treasure. Food is the true currency in such times. With provisions in hand, anything imaginable can be obtained." Both he and Chen Man certainly desire to indulge in exquisite delicacies. However, for the purposes of trade, it suffices for the food to be edible, with greater quantities being preferable. Manager Yang chuckled and provided an unexpected answer. "Pig feed." "What?" Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback. Pig feed is typically crafted from the byproducts of oil extraction from soybeans, peanuts, sesame, and corn, essentially the remnants post-oil extraction. It is high in carbohydrates, high in protein, low in fat, entirely natural, and fortified with vitamins. Frankly speaking, even in the current world, it surpasses the health standards of most individuals. 6. Chen Qing had contemplated this issue before. He had considered purchasing raw materials such as wheat and corn, hoping to see if he could process them later. To his astonishment, a shift in perspective illuminated a new path. How is pig feed generally sold? If the quantity is small, it typically costs around 2 yuan per pound. If purchased in bulk, well, it could be acquired for just over yuan per pound. Perfect. This is it. Stockpiling pig feed will serve as currency in the apocalypse. Chapter 7 is the top contender truly that formidable? There were no oversights. Both parties had finalized the contract. Regarding the completion date, Chen Qing was adamant, within 20 days. This was due to the additional layer added atop the building. Otherwise, with modular customized housing, assembly could be completed in just 2 or 3 days. Accompanied by Chen Man, he checked into a hotel, residing in a presidential suite costing 4,999 per day. There is indeed a certain pleasure in wealth. This suite spans over 200 square meters, with furnishings exuding an air of opulence. What Chen Qing cherished the most was a large safe. He secured the Zhong Kui painting within it, only to hear Chen Man exclaim, "Chen Qing, this is larger than our home." Inside, there was a children's room filled with toys. Yet Chen Man showed little interest in them, choosing instead to engross himself in a nature documentary. Returning to his thoughts, Chen Qing's foremost priority was to activate the Demon Suppression Tower. He needed to store a vast quantity of food. The tower possessed storage capabilities, but had yet to experience the essence of spirits. It remained merely an ancient artifact. With the arrival of the blood moon, it would be too late. Fortunately, Chen Qing was aware of an ancient tomb in the eastern part of the city, reputed to be the burial site of a princess. After the blood moon, it had become a significant source of malevolent spirits. There should be enough essence to activate the Demon Suppression Tower, he pondered. Just then, Chen Man finished washing up and settled beside Chen Qing. Good night, Chen Qing. Good night. The following day, early in the morning, Chen Qing received a phone call. It was his homeroom teacher, Lu Shi, nicknamed the Happy One. Chen Qing, how long do you intend to linger with this cold? It dawned on Chen Qing that he had taken leave a few days prior and had not attended class for nearly a week. The illness had indeed worsened. Hurry. Tomorrow is the talent assessment day. If you pass, there will be plenty of individuals eager to cover your university fees. Understood. Thank you, Brother Shi. After hanging up, Chen Qing recalled that tomorrow was July 24th, the designated day for the Demon Suppression team to conduct talent assessments. However, in his previous life, for reasons unknown, he had abstained from attending. Following the descent of the Blood Moon, in a desperate bid to survive, he had joined the Demon Suppression Army Reserves and discovered his latent talent for spirit control. Alas, by then, it was already too late. Talent must be tested and deemed adequate to join the Demon Suppression team, the Extermination team, or gain entry into university to learn the art of Hell's contract with spirits. This skill was crucial for his ability to control the Demon King within the Demon Suppression Tower. The tower could suppress 12 demons, and once filled to capacity, it would summon a Demon King. During the first blood moon, Shiming City suffered significant casualties. However, the elite forces remained largely unscathed. Though it was an apocalypse for ordinary people, overall order had not collapsed. In contrast, during the second blood moon, the Demon King within the tower went berserk, leading to a coordinated fall of Shiming City. Chen Qing survived to witness the third blood moon, yet upon observing its magnitude, despair enveloped everyone. If anyone were to survive, it would likely be the Wu family, who possessed the Zhong Kui painting. His thoughts were tumultuous. Chen Qing pressed the service bell. Being in the presidential suite, it wasn't long before two attendants arrived, ceremoniously wheeling in breakfast. Once laid out, the feast included fried ham, eggs, bacon, cured meat, youtiao, bread, sandwiches, congee, soy milk, and orange juice, complemented by several side dishes, totaling 15 varieties. The luxury of wealth is indeed delightful. After swiftly finishing his breakfast, Chen Qing said, "Xiao Man, refrain from wandering today. If you desire anything, simply ring this service bell, and someone will attend to you. It's Saturday, so there's no school." Chen Man nodded and spread out her homework. Chen Qing, who should I ask if I encounter questions I don't understand? Ring the service bell as well. Those older brothers and sisters can explain it to you. Today, he had a moonlight as a tomb raider. Just as he contemplated where to procure a shovel, he spotted a familiar face etched into his memory in the lobby. Chen Qing. What an unfortunate stroke of luck. Chen Qing had pressing matters to attend to and chose to ignore her, heading straight out of the lobby. Chen Qing had, after seeing him at the bank yesterday, employed various means of tracking him down to this location. She had indeed proven resourceful, managing to uncover Chen Qing's room number, the presidential suite. At last, she had confirmed his identity, a low-key, affluent heir, a top-tier client of Shiming Securities, constructing a safe house valued at no less than 10 million. She silently chided herself for her previous lack of discernment, having regarded Chen Qing as merely a backup option. When it came to dealing with men, she had her own arsenal of tactics. Thus, she waited here today, intending to feign a chance encounter. As Chen Qing drew near, she planned to pretend to twist her ankle and fall into his arms, thereby allowing him to invite her to sit. However, she thought it prudent to delay any overt advances. Too hasty a home run would belittle her in his eyes. Instead, she aimed for a slow approach, perhaps a second or third base. Yet, to her utter disbelief, Chen Qing simply walked away, He walked away. Did he not notice me? Having always held absolute confidence in her appearance and figure, this was a crushing blow, just as Chen Qing was about to head to the hardware store for tools. He spotted an outdoor camping shop and felt a sudden impulse to enter. Inside, military camouflage gear dominated the space. Climbing boots, backpacks, windproof lamps, thermal blankets, and more filled the aisles. Chen Qing had a clear objective, a military shovel. He picked one up. The shop owner immediately approached enthusiastically, pointing to a shovel displayed on the wall. This one is made of tungsten steel. It can be used as a hoe, a shovel, or even a hatchet for chopping and cutting. Once cleaned, it can serve as a small pot. By the way, the handle contains a needle and thread, matches a compass. I'll take the most expensive one. The priciest was marked at $34.99, with no room for negotiation. He swiped his card. The shop owner was momentarily taken aback. Realizing he had a significant client, he quickly began to upsell. Handsome, do you need a phone? Chen Qing was about to shake his head when he noticed an exceptionally thick mobile phone. The shop owner, displaying remarkable flair, unceremoniously slammed the phone onto the ground. With a lively flourish, he picked it up again, utterly unfazed. It boasts 4 protective features: dust resistance, shock absorption, waterproofing, and drop resistance. Under normal usage, the energy-saving mode can sustain for an entire month. Furthermore, it includes a distress signal module and satellite communication. Truly, this device is an ideal companion for apocalyptic scenarios. Chen Qing nodded promptly, requesting 4 units, with 3 to be delivered to the presidential suite of the Arya Hotel shortly. Additionally, he asked for 2 more military shovels. The shopkeeper, brimming with delight, began to promote other items as well. Among them, Chen Qing found something he genuinely needed: a compact flashlight that encompassed a compass, a small knife, a windproof lighter, and more. A thought struck him, and he inquired, "Do you have anything effective against ghosts?" Indeed, this particular spray can render ghosts visible. The peachwood knife is crafted from aged peach wood, steeped in black dog blood for 100 days. This radio wave device emits frequencies that are highly discomforting to spirits. Possessing one ensures protection against malevolent entities. Is such a thing real? Chen Qing, having spent 3 months amidst ghostly hordes, had never heard of such a contraption. Moreover, with the addition of a simple wire, it could transform into a radio station. He purchased it. Thus, he spent nearly $300,000 in this shop, with $7,700,000 remaining. He felt quite at liberty to indulge. The shopkeeper was elated, practically bouncing with joy. He promptly upgraded Chen Qing to a lifetime Supreme membership. Perhaps he had not anticipated that the top-tier member would be so formidable, as even the highest-level diamond card could not adequately reflect his stature. After a thorough search, he unearthed a diamond card numbered 888, which at least highlighted Chen Qing's uniqueness. Initially meant for hotel delivery, Chen Qing, preferring to avoid the hassle of transporting it home later, instructed, "My house is still under renovation. Please deliver it to this address in 20 days. The shopkeeper, overjoyed, repeatedly affirmed the request. Chapter 8. I was merely playfully teasing my boyfriend, and yet you betrayed me for 3 years? With a military shovel in hand, Chen Qing boarded the subway. There exists but a single subway line in Shiming City. It was crowded, and Chen Qing busily transferred data from his old phone to his new one. A girl in front of him stomped her foot, unsure whether she was pouting or angry, but Chen Qing paid her no mind. Yet this girl was indeed furious. Wasn't she the one who used to wish to lick the soles of her own shoes? How is it that now, when he was presented before her, he chose to ignore her? She was none other than Chen Qi. She was not one to easily concede, especially after deeming Chen Qing as a remarkably outstanding catch. Chen Qing, I have you all figured out. Even Jesus couldn't keep him, I assure you. Chen Qing did not lift his head, intent on transferring data. The next stop arrived. Chen Qing still did not look up. After all, he was at the final station. Suddenly, Chen Qi snatched the phone from his hands and dashed outside the subway. Just as Chen Qing was about to pursue, the timing was perfect. The subway doors closed, separating them. Chen Qi stood outside, feet together, slightly leaning forward, one hand behind her back, the other waving the phone. a radiant smile gracing her face. She chuckled lightly. "Tomorrow. I'll be right here to return your phone." Several boys inside the subway gasped in awe. With such beauty and figure, who could resist her allure? They cast envious glances at Chen Qing, filled with questions. What kind of person could win the favor of such a girl? Chen Qing smirked. He directly dialed the police. "At Changhu Station, a thief has stolen my new phone. Value? A satellite phone worth 14,999 yuan. Yes, contact this number." After speaking, Chen Qing paid her no further heed. Teasing? Huh. Perhaps in his past life, he had been blinded by folly to have any interest in such a character. Now, let her go and charm the police instead. The crowd inside the subway was utterly bewildered. Wasn't this beyond mere cluelessness? This was nothing short of a transformation. Clearly, this stunning beauty had an interest in him. What was he thinking by calling the police? The surveillance in the Tang dynasty is renowned far and wide. Soon, the police identified the suspect. The evidence could not have been clearer. In mere moments, they located Chen Qing, who was waiting for the bus. She was utterly confused. "Please come with us." "Officers, you must have the wrong person." "We do not have the wrong person. You stole his phone. The surveillance shows it clearly. This one in your hand, is it not?" This. Chen Qing was at a loss for words. Utterly speechless. How dare he? How could he do such a thing? The scene she had just enacted was not a mere whim. It was a meticulously rehearsed, optimal scenario crafted in her mind countless times. Full of youthful exuberance, she did not believe she could not win over Chen Qing. Even if Chen Qing was angry, wasn't it just a matter of teasing him? Grasping his arm, she feigned an accidental brush against his chest. Once was insufficient, so she did it twice. Among the myriad of potential outcomes, she never anticipated this scenario. "Let us go." Chen Qing was genuinely bewildered as the police seized her arm. She forcefully broke free from their grip, her eyes reddening with tears. I, we were just joking. Chen Qing is my friend." "No, he's my boyfriend." "Don't believe me? I have his number right here. WeChat, I have that too." "Please come with us," the officer replied sternly. Accustomed to the antics of nightlife establishments, such tactics were all too familiar. There were those who touched themselves suggestively while pleading for release, and others who offered to do anything for freedom. This level of desperation was trivial. They had grown numb to it all. If she wished to explain, it would have to wait until they reached the station. Chen Qing was truly panicking as she was ushered into the police vehicle, her eyes brimming with tears of injustice. It was indeed a feeling of profound grievance. Upon arrival at the station, she retrieved Chen Qing's number and dialed it, desperate to inquire about the absurdity of the situation. "Is this really necessary?" But the line was dead. "He truly is my boyfriend. We were merely playing around." As she provided her statement, tears streamed down her face. "Setting aside whether or not he is your boyfriend, even if he were, this constitutes a crime." Another officer cast her a glance. "This phone is worth 15,000. Robbery carries a penalty of 3 to 10 years. A chilling realization struck Chen Qing, freezing her in place. 3 years? Tears cascaded down her cheeks, her hands trembling slightly. Meanwhile, Chen Qing had arrived in the eastern part of the city. A heavy aura loomed, reminiscent of a chilly autumn morning clad in a thin garment or the sudden exposure to cold air in winter. Having experienced a ghostly tide, he was acutely aware that, despite it being day, encounters with spirits were still possible, albeit with minimal probability. At the onset of the blood moon ghost tide, the city's elite had plotted a counterattack, which included this very princess's tomb. So Chen Qing was well versed in the route. Though many had relocated to the city, numerous villages remained outside its borders, inhabited by those who could not afford urban housing. After all, one could not simply sleep on the streets, could they? After walking straight for half an hour, Chen Qing arrived at an abandoned village. Not far from it lay a mound, crowned with a massive, dead locust tree. Beneath this mound was the princess's tomb. "Please, just let me borrow a bit of ghostly energy," Chen Qing thought to himself, folding his tool into a hoe shape and beginning to excavate. The top layer of soil was easily removed, but as he delved deeper, the earth became increasingly compact. Each thrust of the tool echoed like a hammer striking stone. The tombs of the elite were generally quite deep, and Chen Qing had prepared himself for several days of labor. As he continued, midday approached. With another thrust, his grip suddenly slackened. Had he struck an empty void? Swiftly clearing the soil, he discovered a slanted passage, just wide enough for a person to enter. A chilling breeze emanated from within, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. This was the essence of his supernatural. A thief's tunnel. The tomb had clearly been visited by someone skilled. If he were a legitimate tomb raider, he might have cried out in despair, but instead, Chen Qing was filled with exhilaration. The workload that originally spanned at least 3 or 4 days was accomplished in an instant. There have been 2 instances of ghost tides, the Southern Ghost Tide and the Blood Moon Ghost Tide. The awakening of ancient relics occurred during the Blood Moon Ghost Tide. When the Southern Ghost Tide erupted, the ancient relics remained dormant. Only with the arrival of the Blood Moon did they awaken. Currently, the Blood Moon monitors the ghostly energy at various ghost tide points, which can also awaken the ancient relics. This was later confirmed by people. Observing the ghostly energy emanating from this ancient tomb, it should be sufficient to awaken the Demon Suppression Tower. At that moment, he casually placed the Demon Suppression Tower at the entrance of the tomb and began to leisurely eat a compressed biscuit. Go down? He dare not. At present, he was merely an ordinary person, and judging by the ghostly energy, it was certain that there were numerous wandering souls within, and possibly even malevolent spirits. Wandering souls, malevolent spirits, evil entities. Wandering souls, particularly those in their initial stage, can be viewed as the newborns of ghosts, innocent and bewildered, acting on instinct, rarely causing harm. Malevolent spirits, in contrast to wandering souls, possess significantly enhanced strength and a higher degree of intelligence. Beginning to hunt humans with purpose, this is their path to ascension. For instance, a child that dies transforms into a wandering soul known as a little ghost, and upon meeting certain conditions, evolves into a malevolent spirit referred to as a night wailing child, which particularly preys on children. This tomb undoubtedly harbors numerous wandering souls, and it is highly probable that the tomb's master is a malevolent spirit. Lost in thought, Chen Qing suddenly noticed a middle-aged woman nearby, scrutinizing him intently. With a basket on her back and a hoe in hand, she had likely just returned from foraging for wild vegetables. After observing Chen Qing for a while, she eventually walked away. Chen Qing sighed in relief. With no signal on his phone and feeling bored, he dozed off, only to be stirred by the noise of commotion. Upon turning to look, he saw the middle-aged woman leading a group of people, approaching with an intimidating demeanor. Yes, this is the place. I can see it clearly. Is this the tomb raider? Daring to steal our belongings, they must be tired of living. Over a dozen individuals, most wielding hoes, advanced menacingly. Chen Qing sensed trouble, but calmly stood up, unperturbed. Having experienced the apocalypse, he understood one essential truth. If you show even a modicum of weakness, your adversary will seize upon it tenfold. Silently concealing the Demon Suppression Tower, he maintained an expressionless visage and addressed them. Is there something you need? Chapter 9. Words of kindness cannot persuade the damned, Ghost the leading man, with a face full of bulk, bellowed angrily. Dare to come to our village to rob graves? Are you tired of living? Don't waste words with him. Kill him. Damn it, kill him. The crowd was incensed. More eyes were fixated on the tomb behind Chen Qing, their gazes ablaze with fervor. Presently, Chen Qing was merely an ordinary individual, and he doubted he could withstand the strength of even one of these brawny men. In a flurry of thoughts, he made a decisive move to clear the way, revealing the entrance to the tomb. A chilling aura of malevolence spread forth, causing goosebumps to rise even in the midday sun. I am from the city's Ghost Suppression Army. We have discovered numerous malevolent spirits here. If you wish to survive, leave at once. A flicker of fear crossed the faces of a few. Spirits? In the past, such tales were mere fabrications to frighten children. But now, these entities were all too real. Who are you trying to scare in broad daylight? Ghost Suppression Army? What a joke. One among them scoffed. I was outside the city when the ghost tide began. I've lived for decades and have seen plenty of spirits, yet none have ever touched a hair on my body. Exactly. You haven't even grown a full set of hair, and yet you pretend to be a member of the Ghost Suppression Army. Even if there were ghosts in broad daylight, what havoc could they wreak? You are merely a grave robber. Step aside. The treasures within belong to our village. Chen Qing furrowed his brow. The treasures inside have already been cleared out. Moreover, entering will lead to death. Enough of your nonsense. A girl who appeared to be a high school student had been filming Chen Qing with her phone and now sneered. You were just pretending to be part of the ghost suppression army. Now you feign concern? This is truly amusing. What are you even doing here? Guarding the ghosts? An elderly woman who had been foraging for wild vegetables exclaimed angrily, Young man, we have shown you enough courtesy by not attacking you. Step aside. We shall pretend this grave robbery never happened. If you do not move, do you believe we won't drag you to the police station? Words of kindness cannot persuade the damned ghost. Chen Qing shook his head, discreetly gathering the Demon Suppression Tower, the weapon shovel, biscuits, and bottled water, stepping aside. The Demon Suppression Tower had likely not yet awakened. He could not leave just yet. What are you still doing here? Are you still coveting the treasures inside? I have been digging all morning and am exhausted. I will leave shortly. Brother Nyo, I think this guy isn't honest. He might be trying to sneak something away. Keep an eye on him. Don't worry. If he manages to take even one item today, I'll share his surname. The burly man approached Chen Qing, deliberately jostling him, and sneered, How amusing. If it weren't for you, we would still be unaware of the treasure beneath our feet. Another chimed in, You've helped us dig for so long. How about we give you a few bucks as a token of gratitude? At that moment, one audacious individual turned on the flashlight of his phone and boldly crawled inside. Chen Qing's heart sank. These fools would awaken whatever was inside ahead of time. The girl filming immediately directed her camera at him. What are you trying to do? Be honest with me. Article 328, paragraph 1 pertains to the crime of excavating ancient cultural sites and tombs, which refers to the act of unlawfully unearthing ancient sites and tombs possessing historical, artistic, or scientific value, depending on the severity of the circumstances. Penalties may range from less than 3 years to over 10 years, or even life imprisonment. I am determined to become a lawyer. Chen Qing thought to himself. Isn't this merely a label for the actions you are currently engaged in? Yet, he remained silent, secretly praying for the awakening of the Demon Suppression Tower. Alas, so many treasures. The first entrants suddenly erupted in cheers. Their voices echoed eerily within the tomb and the excavation site, creating a bizarre ambience. The villagers were instantly overjoyed, collectively exclaiming in delight. Several of them jostled to squeeze into the narrow excavation hole. We've struck gold. Damn it, moving to the city brings hope. Soon, the second person to enter voiced his excitement as well. Gold. Jade. Jade. Wow. So much gold. We've hit the jackpot. Hurry, grab some sacks. We've struck gold. The girl filming scoffed. Didn't you just claim it had been emptied long ago? What about now? Have you not considered why there are excavation holes, yet so many items remain? Chen Qing inquired calmly. The girl paused, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, the presence of excavation holes indicates that tomb raiders had entered. Why then is there still such an abundance of items left behind? She found it perplexing, yet her pride held firm. What business is it of yours? Are you envious because you couldn't claim any for yourself? Hey kid, have you rested enough? Scram. A burly man chimed in. The clamor within the cave intensified. Don't push. Take it easy. Regardless of the quantity, we'll split it evenly. Don't shove. I can't believe it. This ring is worth a fortune. This bracelet, didn't it just seem to be flying? Only about a dozen people had squeezed into the cave, yet their noise was equivalent to a crowd of dozens. Their excitement was palpable. Their S.A. coffin. Come on, everyone push together. With this proclamation, a wave of ominous energy surged forth, far more potent than before, causing everyone to tremble. The Demon Suppression Tower quivered slightly, as dark energy began to envelop it. It was awakening. In his previous life, Chen Qing had awakened the paper armor and paper knife. So Chen Qing was no stranger to this. To be cautious, he refrained from disturbing the Demon Suppression Tower, yet he was prepared to flee at any moment. A sudden shriek pierced the air. Damn it, you startled me. What is happening? She just seemed to move? Move my foot. It truly moved. I can't believe it. A ghost. A ghost. Several screams erupted, and the expressions of everyone shifted dramatically. The Demon Suppression Tower finally began to change. The girl who had been filming Chen Qing was abruptly yanked into the hole by some unseen force. Her hands desperately gripping the edge as she looked at Chen Qing with pleading eyes. "Save me! Save me!" Chen Qing smiled faintly, abandoning the assorted tools he had and fled in a frenzy. The ground trembled violently. It felt as if a colossal monster was about to break through from beneath the earth. Chen Qing was jolted upward half a foot, nearly losing his balance as he stumbled and fled in a frenzy. The anguished screams persisted. Outside, several individuals were equally paralyzed with terror, a burly man fleeing in a panic. Meanwhile, the girl filming the video nonchalantly emerged from the hole, her expression eerie and her eyes bloodshot, calling out to Chen Qing's retreating figure with a stiff wave. "Come back, young man. Come back." Voices emerged from both inside and outside the hole, coalescing into a faint feminine chorus. Chen Qing dare not look back, sprinting wildly. At a certain moment, all cries ceased abruptly. The scorching sun hung still in the sky. The earth was devoid of wind. Only Chen Qing remained, gasping for breath, clutching the demon-suppressing tower desperately, running as if possessed. He ran until his lungs felt as though they were being torn apart, his throat nearly smoking, before finally collapsing to the ground, panting heavily. It was undoubtedly a malevolent spirit. The souls of those it had slain would likely become ghosts themselves. After a while, Chen Qing regained his composure. Having traveled a considerable distance, nearing the city, he finally turned his gaze to the demon-suppressing tower. He produced the newly purchased flashlight, unsheathed a small knife, and made a small incision on his fingertip, smearing the blood upon it. Instantly, he felt a peculiar sensation. He weighed the demon-suppressing tower in his hand, small. At the utterance of this word, the size of the water bottle-sized tower shrank by half. Chen Qing rejoiced. Small. The tower transformed into the size of a number 5 battery. Observing a large rock by the roadside, he concentrated, commanding, "Collect." The rock vanished instantly, absorbed into the tower. Truly, these were two extraordinary relics. A thought crossed Chen Qing's mind, and he gently tossed the tower while simultaneously envisioning. Large. In the next instant, an iron tower, towering a full person's height, crashed to the ground with tremendous force. Like a hammer striking down, sparks flew, and the concrete surface was marred with spiderweb-like cracks. Chapter 10. I apologize, but I am indeed a scoundrel. It is futile to reason with the damned. The lives of these individuals are of no concern to Chen Qing. On his way back to the hotel, he once again found himself at the outdoor camping store. The proprietor welcomed him as if he were a deity. "Do you have a necklace or any other item that could discreetly carry half a cigarette?" Chen Qing revealed the half cigarette for comparison. He refrained from producing the shrunken Demon Suppression Tower. Although no one recognized it, it was better to be cautious in these tumultuous times. The human psyche in the apocalypse is terrifying. One must be resilient, impervious to blades, water, and fire. Indeed, the shopkeeper promptly retrieved a braided cord. This is called dyneema, an exceptionally strong polyethylene fiber, with a tensile strength 15 times that of steel, even surpassing aramid fibers. Despite its slender appearance, it can easily tow a 5-ton vehicle. He then presented a finger-sized artifact resembling a mummy. With a twist of the base in a counterclockwise motion, it opened to reveal a groove spacious enough to accommodate half a cigarette. This was known as the Death Necklace, reportedly worn by spies of yore, designed to contain lethal poison for both assassination and self-destruction. Nowadays, it is said that extreme sports enthusiasts fill it with adrenaline, which can be life-saving in critical moments. Chen Qing examined it and found it perfectly suitable for the shrunken Demon Suppression Tower. He instructed the owner to secure it around his neck, welding it in place. "Sir, are you certain?" Once affixed, removing it without professional tools could take days. "Very well. Let be done. What is the cost?" "As our esteemed customer, the price is of no consequence." Chen Qing declined to press further and exited the store. Upon reaching the hotel lobby, Chen Qing received a phone call from Chen Qi. The moment he answered, her distraught voice poured through the receiver. "Chen Qing, what do you mean by this? Woe is me. You scoundrel. Still daring to insult? Chen Qing scoffed internally, promptly disconnecting the call. The phone rang again. Chen Qing. Chen Qing. Do not hang up. I beg you. Chen Qing's voice was now tinged with desperation. Please. I was wrong. Come quickly and explain. Feigning ignorance, Chen Qing responded. What do you mean? Another voice interjected from the other end. Today, you reported a theft of your mobile phone, but this young lady claims you are merely playing a game as a couple. Kindly come to the station. Otherwise, this young lady faces a minimum sentence of 3 years. After hanging up, Chen Qing was taken aback. He had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. He had assumed a mere 15-day detention, not a potential 3-year sentence. Would that not be tantamount to a death sentence for her? That would be granting her an undeserved reprieve. Among the menacing faces of his past life, it was Chen Qi and Chen Qing whom he could not allow to perish so easily. Moreover, this woman still held great value for Chen Qing, immense value. He absolutely could not permit her to languish in the police station. Cursed be this misfortune. Upon arriving at the station, Chen Qing encountered Chen Qi, whose eyes were swollen from tears and whose makeup was a disarray of dirt and despair. The moment she spotted Chen Qing, she lunged at him. Chen Qing swiftly dodged to the side, forcefully pushing her against a nearby table, exclaiming, "What on earth?" Chen Qi collided with the table corner, the pain causing her face to contort. Chen Qing, it's me. Chen Qi struggled to muster a smile, but appeared more sorrowful than cheerful. Huh? Chen Qi, are you in dire straits? Why resort to thievery? Chen Qing's expression was filled with disdain. Robbery too? It's a misunderstanding. Chen Qi winced in pain. At that moment, a middle-aged woman emerged from the restroom and, upon spotting Chen Qing, erupted in fury. Ah, you wretched murderer! The woman shrieked, lunging to claw at Chen Qing. You're the one who got Xiao Shi locked up. You fiend! She was promptly restrained. Chen Qing said nothing, turning to leave. Chen Qi grew anxious. The middle-aged woman was equally frantic. Stop! Stop! The police also intervened, halting Chen Qing. What's going on? Chen Qing frowned. The report you made states that this young lady claims you are friends and merely joking around. Robbery carries a 3-year sentence. Let us proceed with that. Chen Qing pointed at the hysterical middle-aged woman, disinterested in further entanglements, and took a step away. You just want to extort money. We'll give it. Chen Qi quickly intervened. Mom, please don't complicate things. They aren't in need of money. I initially intended to clarify the situation, but now I've changed my mind. Chen Qing sneered. The facts are clear, and the evidence is irrefutable. Let be 3 years. The middle-aged woman was beside herself with rage, her finger trembling as she pointed at Chen Qing. You, say another word, and I'll walk away, Chen Qing replied, her demeanor unsettlingly cheerful as she addressed the middle-aged woman. Please apologize for your previous behavior. Apologize? Not a chance. You wretched creature who brought ruin to your parents. Chen Qing turned to leave once more. Come back. Give me back. Chen Qing was unyielding, switching off her phone and returning to the hotel. Chen Qing, you're back, Chen Man stated expressionlessly. He munched on a chicken leg while doing homework, a tutor seated beside him. One of the attendants, with a weary smile, found assisting Chen Man to be more exhausting than 2 night shifts combined. Thank you for your hard work. You may leave, Chen Qing said, casually producing 200 yuan bills. The attendant accepted the money, beaming as he departed. Before Chen Qing could exchange more than a few words with Chen Man, a knock resounded at the door. Upon opening, she found 2 police officers, one elderly and the other young. Young man, don't act so impulsively, the older officer said amiably. If we can mediate, let us do so. Would you truly find comfort in sending a young girl to prison for years? Chen Qing pondered seriously. I would find it quite comfortable. Indeed, the older officer faltered, his train of thought derailed by her response. The atmosphere grew awkward. The younger officer took over. How would you like to resolve this? Chen Qing caught sight of someone lurking in the hallway not far away. An apology is essential. A daughter engages in robbery. A mother resorts to violence and insults. What kind of household breeds such uncouth behavior? In the distance, a figure trembles, visibly enraged. Chen Qing feels a sense of satisfaction within. Did you witness the demeanor of that menopausal woman today? She was so ferocious, it nearly terrified me. I thought a ghost had arrived. Even my female cat in heat is not as fierce. The figure trembles even more violently. Ahem, ahem. The police officer awkwardly clears his throat, waving his hands. Enough, enough. Let us refrain from discussing such nonsense. He gestures towards the back. Eugenio, come forth and apologize. Indeed, it is the middle-aged woman. Her face is flushed, hands trembling. She states emphatically, I am sorry. Chen Qing promptly shuts the door. Hey, 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 hey. The young officer wedges his foot against the door. Frowning, what is the meaning of this? Did you not witness her apology? Chen Qing sneers. Who is she trying to impress? The older officer, visibly displeased, glances at Chen Qing and then at the middle-aged woman. If this mediation fails, I will no longer intervene. The daughter will truly face consequences. The woman's expression changes at his words, and with deep breaths, she grits her teeth. I am sorry. Chen Qing, clearing the dirt lodged under her nails, does not even glance at her. That is insufficiently sincere. The woman, now trembling with fury, takes several deep breaths. I made a mistake today. I apologize to you. I am sorry. What about the insults toward my parents? Chen Qing flicks off some black dirt. Are you suggesting I am the wretched creature who caused my parents' demise? The woman momentarily freezes, takes a deep breath, her voice quivering with tears. I am the wretched creature. I am the one who caused my parents' demise. Is that sufficient? She struggles to maintain her composure as she gazes at Chen Qing, her eyes reddening. Chen chuckles. No. I was merely inquiring if your family always appears so murderous when offering an apology. The woman clenches her fists tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. She forcefully wipes her face. I apologize for my harsh words. I spoke inappropriately today. Please, show me your magnanimity. Slap. As she speaks, she unexpectedly delivers a heavy slap to her own face. Slap. Slap. Chen Qing observes calmly, unmoved. Is that enough? The older officer furrows his brow. Let us settle for this. Chen Qing smiles and states, I find this much more satisfactory. Let us disperse. Chapter 11. We are friends of the lips. The case has been withdrawn. Chen Qing signed a mediation agreement. Chen Shihu's eyes were swollen and red, her makeup resembling a muddied visage. Eugenio's eyes also bore a crimson hue, her cheeks puffed. Yet, Chen Qing felt no shred of compassion. Compared to his own life, that of Chen Man was trivial, merely a pittance. But that did not deter him from relishing the day. He hummed a tune as he returned to the hotel. Tomorrow, July 24th, he would undergo a talent assessment. Thus, he resolved to rest early. The date lingered in his mind. July 24th. July 24th. Chen Qing sensed he had overlooked something, but it eluded him. He let it be. After dining, he took Chen Man out for a stroll. The streets were bustling, the air thick with warmth and the aroma of street food. The shops glimmered with dazzling lights, and the cries of vendors filled the atmosphere. How ordinary this scene appeared. Yet within a month, such vibrancy would vanish from this land. Presently, a discarded orange, rotting in a trash bin, could still inspire some to fight for it. Would there still be those who would desire the crisp currency or the opulent garments displayed in the windows? Gazing at the plump boy beside him, Chen Qing realized he had never truly experienced a day of joy. Clumsy yet conscientious, Chen Man toiled with great effort, though his intellect faltered, rendering many tasks insurmountable. In moments when life grew too arduous, Chen Qing would often chastise Chen Shan and Chen Quan for abandoning them. Yet, Chen Man had never cast blame upon anyone. He did not reproach Chen Shan while scavenging for bottles. When no one prepared the meals, he dutifully took to the kitchen. During times of scarcity, he devised ways to collect items to sell, so they could afford steam buns to eat, if funds permitted, one for him and one for Chen Qing. If not, they would split the morsel equally. Even in their previous life, when Chen Qing pressed him against the blade to perish together, he uttered not a single word of complaint, merely clinging tightly to Chen Qing. Now, with two extraordinary artifacts in hand, a weight lifted from his heart, Chen Qing resolved to savor the final days of prosperity with Chen Man. He knelt down and embraced him. Little man, what do you desire? What do you wish to eat or play with? Speak freely. Savory pancakes with an extra egg came to reply. We can indulge in even more delectable treats. Do you fancy KFC? How about ice cream? Too expensive. Have you forgotten that I now possess an abundance of wealth? Very well then. Chen Qing refrained from mentioning steak, knowing it would not appeal to Chen Man. That evening, he felt at ease, selecting several exquisite outfits for Chen Man in the most luxurious mall. The fabrics were soft, devoid of any unpleasant odors. He purchased the finest children's watch, capable of making calls and playing games. A small bicycle, though requiring training wheels for balance, was also among his gifts. He acquired the softest, purest socks and the brightest shoes, alongside the largest balloon. Observing the clean, radiant visage of the little boy, Chen Qing felt a smile emerge. He ought to have experienced such days long ago. How should children of this age live? Chen Man had never had a reference point, and thus never corrected the trajectory of his life. In his petite world, there existed only empty bottles, the constant sound of cooking, and, occasionally, a glimpse of animated cartoons or the wonders of the animal kingdom. He remained voiceless in the face of scorn, never retaliating, simply focusing on his studies. Chen Qing, burdened with packages overflowing with Chen Man's belongings, felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction in that moment. As he passed by the lottery shop, a sudden realization struck him. He recalled what he had overlooked, the lottery ticket. The ticket for the 24th. The numbers 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 33. Except for the last number, the first 6 were consecutive. He had even scoffed at such neatly arranged digits, convinced they were contrived. This made the memory vivid. Without hesitation, Chen Qing purchased 5 tickets, exercising restraint. Could it be that a fortune of 25 million was within reach? How peculiar this world is. With a sigh, he returned to the hotel with Chen Man. Chen Man's little belly was round and full. For the first time ever, he had indulged in such a feast, consuming an abundance of food. I'm so full. Chen Qing, I'm sleepy. Good night, Chen Qing. Good night, Xiao Man. Taking out the Demon Suppression Tower, Chen Qing commenced his experiment. The tower had a storage function. That much was certain. What he needed to verify was the flow of time within. He retrieved a mechanical timer, set the dial to 0, and placed it alongside a cup of hot water into the tower. After a wait of 10 minutes, he extracted the items. There was no noticeable change. Or was there? It seemed the needle had moved ever so slightly. After some contemplation, he reset the timer and placed it back within the space. He would check again tomorrow. If time within the tower was truly stagnant, that would be ideal. He could book extravagant feasts at grand hotels, ensuring that Chen Man could savor gourmet meals crafted by master chefs for decades to come. If time was not frozen, considerations for canned goods and seeds would need to be made. All would be revealed by tomorrow. The following day, upon awakening, Chen Qing opened the necklace and retrieved the timer from the Demon Suppression Tower. The needle pointed to approximately 4 seconds. After accounting for the time taken to place and retrieve the timer, the actual passage of time was likely less than 2 seconds. He had slept for over 8 hours, and if calculated as 2 seconds, that indicated a staggering time dilation of nearly 15,000 times. This implied that hot dishes placed inside could remain warm for 300 days. Considering the freshness, they would still be edible after 30 years. According to the rate of time flow, merely a day had passed in the tower for every 40 years. What a delightful prospect. He must procure more of Chen Man's favorite delicacies, such as jianbing guozi and Western fast food. Having confirmed the functions of the Demon Suppression Tower, the next step was to stock up. Currently, he had 7 million in hand and needed to exchange as much of it as possible for goods, perhaps even pig feed. However, he still needed to undergo the talent assessment in the morning. Mastering the spirit contract art was imperative. Today was Sunday, yet the school was bustling with energy. With the potential for spiritual talent, one could join the Ghost Control Army, the Demon Extermination Team, or even martial arts academies. Regardless of the path chosen, it was a leap towards greatness. In his previous life, Chen Qing had forsaken the assessment, thinking of Chen Man left unattended if he were to depart. Moreover, it is due to a sense of inferiority, a child bereft of both parents. Beneath even the most resilient exterior conceals a shattered heart. In truth, Chen Qing's confidence was forged in the crucible of the apocalypse. It was through countless harrowing battles for survival that he gradually found his footing and cultivated self-assurance. Chen Qing, I thought something had happened to you. A robust young man approached him. Ho Qianni, affectionately known as Monkey, his steadfast comrade. Monkey? Chen Qing was taken aback. They had been inseparable since childhood, and on that fateful day, when those individuals invaded, they were already stained with blood, wielding Monkey's knife. It was likely that Monkey had perished at their hands. Chen Qing embraced Monkey tightly. Good brother. Damn, how disgusting. Let go. My sexual orientation is normal. We share a platonic friendship. Release me. After a considerable pause, Monkey finally remarked, why not truly test it? A chill ran down Chen Qing's spine, prompting him to relinquish his hold. At that moment, the speaker on the flag-raising platform addressed the crowd. Today, the one testing your talents is Han Yuan, the captain of the 5th Ghost Command. A burly man with prominent brows and striking eyes stood upon the platform. Chen Qing was taken aback. It was the captain. In his previous life, he had followed Han Yuan. Chen Qing survived the 3rd Blood Moon Ghost Tide, while Han Yuan met his demise during the 2nd Tide. Betrayed by his own spirit, a terrifying existence of malevolent nature. This spirit originated from the Demon Suppression Tower, of which Han Yuan was the master in his previous life. Chapter 12. Energy Level S on the flag-raising platform. Han Yuan spoke with great eloquence. In terms of equal weight, it is nearly impossible to find a species more fragile than humanity, let alone the terrifying specters. The reason humanity has been able to withstand these apparitions for so long is due to the strength of the soul's movement, the essence, the ethereal spring. However, the prerequisite for cultivation is the presence of innate talent. As long as one's talent reaches level C, one can become a reserve member of the Ghost Suppression Army or the Ghost Extermination Team, earning an additional 50 points in college entrance examinations. If the talent reaches level B, one can become a full member of these esteemed forces, garnering an extra 100 points. As for those who achieve level A, trust me, it will undoubtedly surpass your imagination. Han Yuan smiled mysteriously, ceasing to speak further. The crowd began to stir, although many had heard snippets of what he said. Hearing it directly from a commanding officer of the Ghost Suppression Army felt entirely different. Let's begin. The test is simple. Place your hand upon the enormous ghost orb on the platform. The orb was semi-transparent, with grayish-black mist swirling slowly within. One student approached for the test, but no change occurred. Then came the 2nd, the 3rd. By the 4th, the mist seemed to disperse slightly as if stirred by an unseen breath. Wait, the staff waved their hands. Try again. The student, filled with excitement, reached out again. No matter where he touched, the grayish-black mist was pushed away as if it were evading his hand. This was a manifestation of spiritual energy leakage. Han Yuan proclaimed loudly, only in this way can one cultivate. His energy level was only C, but this did not imply a bleak future. Much like intelligence, individuals with high IQs might find learning easier, yet it does not guarantee they will achieve the top score. Energy levels can be improved, and there is no need for despondency over a low score. Next, one by one, individuals stepped forward. Approximately 20 exhibited talent, yet most were at level C. Occasionally, someone reached level B, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. At that moment, another individual stepped up. As soon as he placed his hand upon the orb, the mist within swirled rapidly as if caught in a tempest. Energy level A. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Wow, a powerhouse has arrived. This is incredible. While others seemed to merely blow gently upon the orb, he appeared to have activated a fan. Yet another approached, and Chen Qing's brow furrowed. Dian Guwen, the younger brother of Chen Shi, the 2nd name on the death list. He is the one who plunged a knife into my chest. Chen Qing remembered well. His energy level was S. Yet, temperament and circumstances dictate the heights of one's future. In the previous life, Chen Qing began with an air of invincibility. But after losing a single ghost pet, he lacked the courage to confront specters, instead seeking protection behind others. How much less so in this life? Regardless of how many S levels you possess, I shall ensure your demise. In the truest literal sense, Chen Qing felt a twinge of anxiety, took a deep breath, and placed his hand upon the orb. The ghost pearl trembled slightly, and the mist within it churned wildly. Goodness, have we encountered a bug? No way, no way. Yet another A grade. Everyone gasped in astonishment, and Chen Qing was taken aback, but his surprise quickly morphed into delight. Han Yuan, too, was somewhat astonished, exclaiming in disbelief, "An S grade has emerged." Upon hearing this, everyone was utterly astounded. "Teacher, is the S grade the highest level? What are the odds of this? Is it truly a rare talent?" "Do not dwell on it." Han Yuan waved his hand dismissively. While high talent undoubtedly accelerates the cultivation speed, it is not the sole criterion. Nor can it be concluded that this individual's future achievements will surpass others. Nevertheless, the crowd erupted in cheers. They had witnessed such scenarios numerous times. Did novels not often claim that individuals of such caliber could cultivate in a single day what others might take several days to achieve? Damn, what bad luck. The monkey spat disdainfully. He and Chen Qing had a contentious relationship. After muttering a few curses, it was his turn. The monkey nonchalantly placed his hand on the ghost pearl, which gently stirred. Level C. Next. The monkey was momentarily stunned, then elated. I'm destined to bring glory to my family. The next was Chen Qing, aware of his own talents. Chen Qing recalled that in a previous life, when Han Yuan led the ghost army to the riverside community, he had bestowed upon him an introductory cultivation method and promised more advanced techniques once mastered. However, it was already too late then, and in the midst of overwhelming tension, Chen Qing could only carve out a sliver of time to train. Han Yuan observed Chen Qing and nodded. Chen Qing placed his hand upon the pearl. Whoosh! It was as if a hairdryer had been turned on, and the mist within the ghost pearl spiraled upward. Goodness! Here it comes again. Another S grade has emerged. A formidable presence is upon us. Han Yuan and several staff members were somewhat taken aback. Level S. Well done, Xiao Qingzi. The monkey rushed over to offer his congratulations. Will the big shot take on a little brother? Chen Qing, you've done well. The homeroom teacher, Shi Zhilang, also came to congratulate him, giving Chen Qing a hearty pat on the shoulder. See, this is why I urged you to take the test. Su-Lu, Tiangun Eptroev. His gaze, icy as flame, seemed to erupt from his eyes. You're the one who hurt my mother and sister, aren't you? I did not harm them. Chen Qing replied earnestly, shaking his head. Your mother slapped herself while apologizing to me. One slap after another. Oh, right. She didn't just slap. She also exclaimed, I am the wretched one, smack. You ought to be magnanimous, smack. Chen Qing vividly recounted the incident, gazing calmly at him. Chen Qing was already furious, his fists clenched tightly. He charged forward. How dare you? Chen Qing responded with a swift kick, striking him hard at the thigh. Chen Qing staggered back, clutching his thigh in pain. His face contorted. Is it true that no one in your family has ever taught you any manners? Chen Qing furrowed his brows and remarked, Your sister steals at the slightest disagreement. Your mother makes a scene at the police station, and you often resort to cursing others' mothers. Can you not exhibit a modicum of decorum? I shall educate your mother. Chen Qing, infuriated and somewhat bewildered, hobbled towards him. With a resounding slap, Chen Qing struck him on the nose. The nose, being fragile and connected to the tear ducts, caused Chen Qing's tears to flow profusely. Fearing exposure, he hastily covered his face and crouched down. Chen Qing grasped his hands and slowly pried them apart, revealing the disheveled visage of tears and snot before the onlookers. Do not cry. This is utterly pointless. Chen Qing consoled him. All right, I shall refrain from striking you. Is that acceptable? He spoke as if soothing a child. You. Chen Qing wiped his face vigorously with his sleeve, pointing at Chen Qing and gritting his teeth in frustration. Chen Qing raised his hand, feigning another strike, causing Chen Qing to instinctively retreat. Look, you cannot even fight back and you cower like a dog. Yet here you are crying for your mother. Chen Qing berated him, dismissively waving his hand and turning away, ignoring him thereafter. Zizalong and the monkey watched in astonishment. Chen Qing, how has he changed? The once silent and docile boy, who would swallow his grievances, had transformed so dramatically, audacious and unrestrained, as if cloaked in a gust of wind, rustling with vigor. Are you all right? The monkey asked, astonished, his voice laced with concern. Chen Qing remained silent. All right, how could that be? Behind every drastic change in temperament lies a multitude of hidden struggles. Yet, he was not one to bare his soul easily. He merely shook his head. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Chen Qing, Chen Qing, Yang Xingxue Huangsha. The staff called out a long list of names. Please come to the stage. Chen Qing, Zizalong exclaimed. They probably want to recruit you into the ghost army. Do not be hasty in your agreement. Delay for a few days and see if the martial school can offer better terms. Martial school? Chen Qing had no intentions of considering it. By the time they entered the martial school, the blood moon would have arrived. The few of them ascended the stage, while Chen Qing deliberately lagged behind, not wishing to remain near Chen Qing, maintaining a distance as Zizalong had suggested. Han Yuan intended to recruit them into the ghost army, and all the students shook their heads, perceiving themselves as commodities, waiting for the right price. However, Chen Qing was resolute. I have but one condition. Oh, Han Yuan turned to him. I want the freedom to choose any technique from the ghost army. That is a given. Technique? Are they not meant for others to learn? Greetings, leader. Chen Qing delivered a fist to his chest in salute. Han Yuan was taken aback that Chen Qing knew the ghost team's formal greeting, but promptly reciprocated. Welcome to the team. The others behind him also stood and saluted in unison. Welcome to the team. They exchanged smiles, laughter resonating among them. A delightful feeling akin to traversing countless mountains and rivers only to encounter an old friend. Chapter 13, The Blind Man. Shi Zhilong gazed into the distance, somewhat lost in thought. Chen Qing was not an easy student to manage. As an orphan, no one had taught him how to use chopsticks. No one had informed him that spicy snacks were junk food, and no one had shown him how to mend torn trousers. While others were learning to call adults uncle and aunt during their early speech development, Chen Qing spent an extensive period absorbing these fundamental lessons from the disdainful glances he received. Thus, Chen Qing was indeed a challenging student, sensitive, insecure, and plagued by various issues. Yet, it is often the most troubled and seemingly hopeless child that earns the deepest affection from their parents. Therefore, Shi Zhilong's protection of Chen Qing was almost overt. As long as he was present, no one could bully Chen Qing. However, as he looked at the audacious youth on stage, a slight smile crept across his face. This boy, who had lost both parents and now had to care for his younger brother, seemed destined to no longer bear such burdens alone. On the way back, Chen Qing stopped the monkey. Monkey, do you trust me? The monkey paused, grinning widely. First, tell me what's on your mind, and then I'll decide whether to believe you. Stock up on food, instant noodles, canned goods, anything that can be preserved for a long time. Absolutely. The monkey nodded. This minor matter is approved. If there are conditions, we might consider building a safe house at home. A safe house? The monkey frowned. This was no trivial undertaking. Do you have some insider information? Not exactly insider, but it may prove quite challenging this time. Chen Qing refrained from elaborating too much, as the situation was rather bizarre. The monkey nodded. I'll have a word with them. Chen Qing then sent a message to Shi Zhilong, urging him to stock up on food as well. Without detailing the reasons, Shi Zhilong replied succinctly, Okay. The monkey's home was also in the riverside community, but since Chen Qing was currently staying at a hotel, they parted ways at the intersection. While still en route, Chen Qing called Manager Yang. Manager Yang, do you have any reliable suppliers of pig feed? Are you really looking to purchase? Not exactly. I'm merely curious and want to prepare a little. I have a bit of paranoia. Yes, I do. Shortly, Manager Yang sent a PDF document. It was inconvenient to scrutinize while on the road, but a cursory glance revealed more than 10 pig feed manufacturers listed. Upon returning to the hotel, Chen Qing found a lavish lunch laid out before him, with Chen Man already indulging, grease smudged across his lips. Chen Qing took a seat, casually grabbing a tomahawk steak to gnaw on while perusing the PDF. Among the manufacturers, two stood out as suitable. They were local, offered reasonable prices, and had adequate scale. He called one of them to inquire about prices. How much do you need? 1,000 tons. 3 million then. What if we add meat? The person on the other end paused, their tone growing impatient. Are you adding meat to your pig feed? Are you bored? I'm not joking. I was referred by Manager Yang from the 300 guards. Oh, The narrative unfolds in a world where one encounters the peculiar and unsettling. Instead of adding quality meat, there are whispers of adding zombie flesh or aged frozen fish and meat. Should you have connections, even scraps from processing plants could suffice. It is indeed astonishing that in these times, some resort to mixing meat into pig feed. The customer service representative exhibits a rather audacious demeanor. Very well. Let us deliberate and respond by tomorrow. Once the call ended, Chen Qing exhaled with relief. A prolonged absence of meat diminishes one's vitality. If one were to ration carefully, 10 adults could consume a ton in a year. 1,000 tons could sustain an entire community. The essence of life is supported by one's vigor. Without it, even the most formidable formations will crumble. Typically, places where vitality flourishes, such as military camps or schools, ward off malevolent forces. However, financial constraints loom, compelling him to seek out a loan shark to procure additional funds. Just as Chen Qing was about to make a second call, a gentle vibration emanated from the necklace around his neck. A jolt of realization struck him. There are spirits here. A peculiar voice, cheerful yet eerie, echoed. Chantin, Vin Buwan, Vin Buwan. Suddenly, a diminutive, ragged ghost, scarcely half a meter tall and burdened with a colossal bag nearly a meter in diameter, materialized within the room. Is it Jin Buhuan? Chen Qing paused momentarily. Jin Buhuan, he called out, but received no response. The refrain continued, Jin Buhuan. Jin Buhuan. In a sudden leap, the spirit sprang into a flip-flop, vanishing from sight. The flip-flop transformed into one of pure gold, weighing about 10 pounds. It was hefty due to the density of gold and its thick sole. Seizing the opportunity to sell, it could provide some much-needed supplies, and he casually stowed it away in the Demon Suppression Tower. Chen Qing arrived at the Jiangpan community, where the construction of his safe house was progressing splendidly. After a moment's reflection, he diverted to the northeast corner of the community, where the electric bicycle shed was located. Behind the shed, he encountered a familiar figure, Uncle Xia, blind yet unwavering. In this apocalyptic era, only a couple remained loyal to Chen Qing, the monkey and Uncle Xia. Within Jiangpan community, Chen Qing also had a relative, his aunt. When he was 13, he faced genuine starvation. With a heavy heart, he had sought refuge at his aunt's home, pleading for a meager loan of 200 yuan, clinging to the remnants of his dignity. The response was nothing but humiliation. Particularly poignant was the laughter he overheard while waiting in the corridor. Echoing in his mind, that wretched child has always been a target for me. Always inferior. Ha ha ha. Look, now her wretched offspring is at my doorstep. That winter, Chen Qing feared he and Chen Man might perish. It was during this dire time that Uncle Xia provided him with a handful of filthy, odorous small bills, totaling 48. 5 yuan, which even included 2 toy notes. Thus, when the blood moon arose, it was Uncle Xia's generosity that ensured Chen Qing had enough to eat. Had it not been for Uncle Xia's steadfast refusal, he would have long since taken Chen Qing into his home. At this moment, Uncle Xia is preparing a meal. A blind man living alone undoubtedly faces considerable challenges regarding hygiene. The water in the pot is murky as he fumbles to place a small pot atop a makeshift stove constructed from 3 bricks. After much effort, he finally manages to ignite the wood beneath it with a lighter, wood that appears to be scraps from construction materials. During this endeavor, the lighter burns his hand, but perhaps accustomed to such discomfort, he merely shakes it off and continues. Once the water begins to bubble, Uncle Xia tears open a crumpled packet of instant noodles, feeling his way as he places the noodle cake inside, followed by the seasoning packets one by one. He shakes out the remnants of the noodles into his palm and consumes them, licking the seasoning packets clean. After a brief wait, he retrieves a wooden board, sweeps the ashes aside to extinguish the fire, and then takes a pair of disposable chopsticks from a nearby large bag. Just as he is about to eat, he suddenly furrows his brow. Who is it? Chen Qing takes a deep breath, a smile spreading across his face as he replies, Uncle Xia, it's me. Chen Qing. Uncle Xia immediately beckons. Come, do you want some noodles? Chen Qing approaches and sits on a worn-out brown sofa that has seen better days, smiling as he inquires. How have you been lately? The place is cluttered, but Chen Qing knows better than to move anything. Uncle Xia has memorized the locations of all his belongings, and even the slightest disturbance would cause him confusion. Chen Qing ponders how to offer him money. Unlike others in dire straits, Uncle Xia is a strong-willed and stubborn man. Even Chen Qing feels a sense of inferiority in his presence. Yet Uncle Xia, despite his blindness, possesses a remarkable presence, like a banner standing tall amidst a heap of refuse. It's been a while since you last visited. Chen Man came by a few days ago and gave me a pancake. Oh, Chen Qing replies, somewhat surprised. Don't underestimate that kid. He may seem a bit slow, but he will surely achieve great things. Uncle Xiao laughs. What about you? You must have taken the talent test by now. How did it go? I passed. My talent is rated S level, quite impressive, right? Really? Uncle Xia exclaims with joy. See, after hardship comes fortune. After hardship comes fortune. At that moment, an idea strikes Chen Qing. Uncle Xia, here's the thing. When you pass the talent test, they give you shopping vouchers, but mine are about to expire. I bought a lot of things, some of which I can't finish. Give me what you can't finish. He responds with a teasing grin. You rascal. Give me some milk and such. All right, I'll bring it right away. Without delay, Chen Qing heads to the supermarket, opting for affordable items like biscuits, instant noodles, bread, sausages, and self-heating rice. When he returns with 2 large bags, Uncle Xia's face lights up with delight. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Qing takes his leave. Uncle Xia, facing the direction in which Chen Qing departed, quietly touches the 2 large bags of food, lost in thought. After a long pause, he sighs. Where else can you find a ghost army that gives out shopping vouchers, let alone ones that are about to expire? I may be blind, but my heart sees clearly. He then bows to a battered statue of Buddha in the corner, murmuring a prayer. The world is turbulent. May the 2 children remain safe and healthy. Chapter 14. Do not overthink, do not inquire, do not be curious ultimately. One remains blind, unable to afford excessive funds for fear of attracting unwanted attention. For now, let it be as it is before the blood moon. When the time approaches, one must ensure to bring him home. With this thought, the feed factory's call came just in time. We can accommodate your request, achieving a meat content of approximately 8. Each ton will only incur an additional 320 yuan. Such a meager increase? Chen Qing was taken aback, as the original price per ton was 3,000 yuan, and the addition of meat surprisingly yielded only a 10 increment. However, upon reflection, it was not entirely unexpected. First, the meat content was minimal, and second, the quality of the meat was not particularly high. Let us proceed with 3,300 yuan per ton. I'll order 1,000 tons. Please send me your account details. The other party paused slightly, evidently surprised by such a straightforward business discussion. Nonetheless, they promptly sent over the account information. A transfer of 3 million yuan was swiftly executed. Soon after, the phone rang again, this time with a markedly more courteous tone. Sir, may I inquire how to address you? At this point, he found it absurd. They did not even know his surname, yet they had received 3 million yuan without hesitation, unconcerned about the risk of being deceived. My surname is Chen. Time is of the essence, so please expedite the production. Notify me once it is ready. Certainly, I will provide you with a 24-hour contact number. Feel free to reach out with any instructions. After hanging up, Chen Qing called Manager Yang. Do you have any vacant warehouses I could borrow for a week at most? Yes, there are 3 empty warehouses in the northern high-tech zone. You can access them anytime, and I'll give you a heads up. Thank you. Not all. Wasting no time, he hailed a taxi directly to the high-tech zone. Before the impending ghost tide, this area operated almost around the clock. Although the northern ghost tide had minimal impact, the current vacancy rates of the warehouses indicated that its effect had indeed permeated various aspects of life. The 3 warehouses were quite spacious, each exceeding 10,000 square meters. What particularly appealed to Chen Qing was the conveyor belt that connected the back entrance directly to the front. Remarkably, the conveyor belt passed through 2 security checkpoints, effectively dividing the entire warehouse into 3 distinct zones, each concealed from the others. In short, he needed only to have them package the vegetables and place them on the conveyor belt. Chen Qing retrieved a phone number. I am a VIP cardholder number 527. Do you offer any discounts for reservations at your hotel? Indeed, sir. as long as the location is within the city. We can arrange for a full table to be packed and delivered, with compensation for any delays. If you exceed 50 tables, we also provide mobile catering that can prepare meals on site. Chen Qing was already aware of this and inquired further. How much for each table? There are 5 tiers of menu options, ranging from 688 to 4,888 yuan. The standard 688 yuan table includes. Let us discuss the 4,888 yuan option. For 4,888 yuan, each table includes a total of 18 dishes. Exquisite cold appetizers, garlic Australian lobster, poached prawns, wine-infused fresh fish, treasure crab and huadiao wine. Secret sauce beef head, scallion oiled Dalian abalone, and lotus leaf stewed turtle. Truly a feast of land and sea. However, it all sounded rather extravagant. Inquiries were made regarding other tiers of dishes. The 688 yuan selections comprise commonplace fare, such as sweet and sour ribs, twice-cooked pork, and meatball soup. Strangely enough, these were the very dishes that suited my palate. Is this indeed the fate of the impoverished? The 4,888 yuan package catered for 100 tables, the 1,288 yuan for 500, and the 688 yuan for 1,000 tables. Are you certain, sir? The person on the other end paused, momentarily taken aback. 100 tables already constituted a substantial banquet. The scale of 1,600 tables was unprecedented. Moreover, it is a cardinal sin in banquets to have varying tiers among tables. If funds are limited, it is preferable to have the dishes per table and downgrade by 2 tiers, rather than allow disparities among the tables. At that moment, the individual assumed Chen Qing was merely making a prank call, or perhaps a scam. Naturally, in the service industry, he could only respond with a smile. Please proceed to the warehouse area in the high-tech zone, District C, Warehouse 2 to 11. I apologize, sir, but due to the exaggerated quantity of your order, we must collect a deposit before we can proceed. Oh, how much? The total amount is 182 million yuan, requiring a 20 deposit, which amounts to 364,000 yuan. What's your account number? The operator relayed the account details, suppressing a smirk. Such a scam was exceedingly cliché. Soon, they would likely claim the bank card was frozen, followed by a litany of well-worn tricks, such as clicking links in a text message. Suddenly, a voice shouted, "Is there a 1,600 table order in the warehouse area? Are they inviting the entire city to a feast?" The operator was taken aback. What? ISNT, this clearly a scam? How can it be real? Quickly, everyone move. The first team of chefs swiftly transported the ingredients for 100 tables of home-style dishes, while others hurried to procure supplies. Call all suppliers. We must secure this order. The operator hesitated. ISNT, this a scam? The deposit has already been transferred. Do you think this is a joke? The entire hotel buzzed with activity. Everyone was astonished. 1,600 tables. Was this truly an invitation for the entire city? The hotel operated with remarkable speed, and the mobile food trucks soon arrived at the warehouse area. However, several chefs appeared somewhat bewildered. Where is everyone? Just one person? Where are the guests? Mr. Chun, where are the attendees? This is an urgent task. Do not concern yourselves with that. Just package each order and place them on the conveyor belt. Someone will transport them from the back. You are to remain in the front loading area. No one is allowed to venture to the back. Do not ponder. Do not inquire, do not be curious. A sense of foreboding gripped the chefs, leading to a flurry of speculation. Their gazes toward Chen Qing shifted significantly. Could it be the ghost army? This young man, despite his age, must surely be a prominent figure within the ghost army. Curiosity bubbled within, yet they restrained themselves from prying, merely directing their companions to begin preparations. This was a semi-trailer truck. Upon activating the switch, the dual side doors swung open, gradually revealing a space of approximately 7 by 7 meters amidst a resonant hum. The chefs moved with remarkable agility, swiftly engaging in their tasks. The rhythmic sounds of food preparation soon filled the air. The conveyor belts within the warehouse were draped with plastic covers, and upon lifting them, they appeared remarkably pristine. Furthermore, the meals were all neatly packaged, rendering any dust inconsequential. With a whoosh boom, the flames ignited. The intensity of the heat accelerated the pace of culinary output, and before long, the first dish traversed a significant portion of the warehouse. Arriving before Chen Qing. Upon inspection, it was a steaming, aromatic stir-fried pork dish, which brought great satisfaction to Chen Qing, who promptly stored it within the Demon Suppression Tower. With a time flow discrepancy of 15,000 times, this meant that even after 10 or 20 years, the meal would still be warm upon retrieval. Chen Man could comfortably enjoy the remainder of his life. Soon followed the second, third, and subsequently the 100th, 200th dish. 2 hours later, the speed of service suddenly doubled, likely due to the arrival of a second wave of staff. In the midst of this bustling activity, evening approached swiftly. A call was made to Chen Man, advising him to dine and rest at his leisure, while Chen Qing casually sampled a couple of boxes before immersing himself back into work. This was a process of using mental energy to collect the dishes. At this moment, Chen Qing felt utterly exhausted, yet it seemed that his mental prowess was subtly growing stronger. Could this be considered a form of cultivation? Chapter 15. Inquiries of the Jianghu, like Chen Qing, the chefs in the food truck were drenched in sweat, having changed layers of clothing multiple times. Exhaustion enveloped everyone. Clap, clap, clap. The manager appeared, a broad smile illuminating his face. Everyone, perk up your ears and listen closely. Keep those hands moving while you listen. The chairman is aware of this order. He has declared that if we execute it well, each of you will receive a bonus of 10,000. Wow. What? 10,000? Incredible. Long live the chairman. Damn it, I'd rather die on this food truck today. The crowd erupted with fervor. The head chef seemed to ponder something, leaning in to ask softly, "Is that young man of significant stature?" "Most likely from the Ghost Army," the manager replied in a hushed tone. "The Ghost Army has been quite active lately. They must be planning something significant. I suspect this food is intended for them. Then why not go directly to the military? Wouldn't it be better to prepare it there?" The manager shot him a disapproving glance. In the Jianghu, it is best to refrain from such inquiries. Just then, his phone rang. It was the chairman calling. Although he could not be seen, the manager instinctively hunched his back slightly as he answered. "Xiao Jin, this matter must be handled flawlessly. Do you understand?" Yes, Chairman, rest assured. I would run over myself, if I could. But since they didn't come through official channels, I cannot intervene. Just remember, if we execute this order well, we may just secure a connection. Understood? Absolutely. It will be done. The chairman, evidently anxious, added, "There are many members of the Ghost Army in the city lately." From the words of several prominent figures, it seems the Ghost Army is poised to take control of Shiming City. In any case, whatever that young man requests, comply unconditionally. Do not inquire. Do not be curious. It is far better to diligently attend to your tasks than to flatter excessively. Understood. Understood. The manager hung up the phone and dove back into the food truck, emphasizing, "Make sure your hats are on tightly. I know it's hot, but we must maintain hygiene. Not a single strand of hair should fall. Go and fetch 10 more cans of soda. Also, 20 pounds of green onions and 200 pounds of potatoes. You must personally select the best. Xiao Qin, chop the meat into finer pieces." Just as Chen Qing was about to yawn, he suddenly smacked his forehead. While gathering the ingredients, he opened his phone. Chen Man adored KFC, and he had forgotten to place an order. Thus, he ordered 100 family buckets from each of the 21 locations throughout the city. He made a call to the manager to assist in placing them on the conveyor belt. The manager's enthusiasm was palpable, his eagerness nearly audible through the phone. Chen Qing couldn't help but wonder, has the service industry become this competitive? However, soon after, he received a call. "We apologize, sir, but we do not have enough family buckets available. Could you please cancel your order or reduce it to 50? He received several similar calls. Yet in the end, he still managed to secure over 1,600 orders. Chen Qing pondered for a moment and decided to order an eclectic mix of items from the takeaway menu. Skewers, marinated delicacies, fried chicken, ice cream, milk tea, fried rice, pastries. A veritable feast. At the entrance of KFC in the northern square of the city, 8 delivery workers exchanged curious glances. "Are you from Warehouse C2? You are as well? Remarkable. Is it now fashionable to feast on KFC?" They all decided to see for themselves. The more they walked, the more astonished they became. An increasing number of delivery workers joined their ranks, swiftly forming an army of electric bicycles. Warehouse C, U2? As they approached the high-tech district, their astonishment only grew. Eventually, there was no need for further inquiries. In elementary school, I once wrote a story featuring a wealthy tycoon who, to emphasize his affluence, consumed 100 buckets of fried chicken daily. I never thought I would witness such a scene in real life. Upon reaching Warehouse C, the throng of electric bicycles had become a chaotic mass. The manager was compelled to direct traffic and instruct the crowd to place their orders on the conveyor belt. Almost everyone was inquiring about the identity of the mysterious Mr. Chen. However, the manager merely replied with a stern expression, "Do not pry into the affairs of the world." At 9 o'clock that evening, a group of helpers was summoned from other hotels, significantly hastening the process. Finally, at 2 in the morning, everything came to a close. Everyone was utterly exhausted, including Chen Qing. After such an intense day of mental exertion, his mind felt itchy, as if something was about to sprout. The manager's voice had gone hoarse. Yet he still dialed Chen Qing's number. "Mr. Chen, your order has been completed. Could you please sign for it?" Chen Qing promptly arrived at the warehouse, only to be taken aback by the sight of dozens of chefs in mismatched uniforms, clearly from different hotels. He was momentarily stunned. Goodness, who would have thought the hospitality industry could be so united? When one faces adversity, 8 come to assist. Without hesitation, he signed a receipt. I'll transfer the payment now." No, there's no rush. Any time is fine. Is the hotel industry so competitive that they aren't even eager to collect payment? At that moment, Chen Qing felt a twinge of confusion. Though he did not fully comprehend the situation, he was pleased. If only payment could be made in installments. The manager and the head chef began directing the crew to clean up the chaotic scene. They worked swiftly, soon carting away a mountain of refuse. Once everything settled, a delivery bike slowly approached, the rider continuously checking the address, perplexed as he inquired, "Who is Mr. Chen?" Your delivery. I'll know your takeaway. Enjoy your meal." Chen Qing accepted the milk tea and handed it to the delivery man. "Could you give me a ride back? Here is some milk tea for you. And the skewers, they're for you too. The spicy ones are yours as well." The delivery man, somewhat bewildered, found himself experiencing the most astonishing night of his career. After escorting Chen Qing to the hotel entrance, he took a couple of sips from his milk tea and murmured, "Arigato, Chen." Upon returning to the hotel, Chen Man awoke in a daze. "Good night, Chen Qing." "Good night." Chen Man promptly fell back asleep, his snoring soon filling the room. Suddenly, Chen Qing had a thought and pulled out the lottery ticket. 25 million. I've struck it rich. The numbers 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 33. This was the draw from the 24th, starting with 24. There was no need to check. He was certain he had won. The uniqueness of these numbers was unforgettable. He seemed to recall that taxes were involved, perhaps 20. Should he wear a helmet when claiming the prize? Chen Qing mumbled to himself as he casually searched for the winning numbers. Then, he froze. 4, 6, 9, 18, 24, 27, 32. Had he misread it? He meticulously checked the numbers again, confirming the date, July 24th. That was correct. So where had the mistake occurred? 6. The number 6. He tore the lottery ticket to shreds and curled up next to Chen Man to sleep. Chapter 16. The dark prison contract ghost technique, perhaps due to the need for contemplation. Chen Qing slumbered until noon. Chen Man had already departed for school. After enjoying a meal, he proceeded to report to the 5th Brigade of the Ghost Control Army. "Chen Qing, welcome." Han Yuan greeted him with a salute, his right fist striking his left chest. Chen Qing reciprocated the gesture. "You may already be acquainted, but allow me to introduce our brigade. The Ghost Control Army, the Demon Extermination Team, and the Martial Arts Academy constitute the 3 principal cultivation systems of our time. Among these, the Ghost Control Army is primarily responsible for defense, boasting the largest numbers and serving as the foundation of the entire Tang dynasty. The Demon Extermination Team, on the other hand, is far more perilous. They function as a mobile unit tasked with decapitation and exploration, akin to special forces, representing the pinnacle of combat prowess. The Martial Arts Academy, meanwhile, gathers most individuals with talent who prefer not to engage in violence, focusing on refining techniques and developing weaponry. For instance, the standard military weapon, the Kunwa blade, was developed by the Martial Arts Academy. Chen Qing was well aware of this. The demon extermination team offered the most favorable conditions. Yet his obligation to care for Chun Man precluded him from embarking on campaigns. You seem quite knowledgeable about the Ghost Control Army. Do you know which 3 weapons we possess? The Kunwa blade, the Kunlun crossbow, and firearms, Chen Qing replied without hesitation. I choose the Kunwa blade. Selecting a weapon also determined one's subsequent position allocation. I understand. The Kunwa blade is suited for close combat. The Kunlun crossbow serves as a support weapon for mid to short-range sniping, while firearms are for long-range sniping. Han Yuan nodded approvingly. Let's officially assess your aptitude and then issue your equipment. Generally, those who attain an A-level aptitude are afforded their own opportunities. Thus, they are not compelled to remain in the brigade. And you? I would like to stay in the brigade for a few days to learn. The contract ghost technique must be mastered, especially the Dar prison contract ghost technique. Chong, take Chen Qing to assess his aptitude. Shortly thereafter, a robust man approached, brimming with conversation. I am Chong, an avid fisherman. My family used to slaughter pigs. Have you ever done so? He continued, I heard from the captain that you possess S-level aptitude. It would be a pity if such talent didn't join the demon extermination team. What does it feel like to have S-level aptitude? As they conversed, they arrived at a location reminiscent of a hospital radiology department. A large glass wall separated them from 2 individuals in lab coats observing alongside Han Yuan. In the center stood a contraption resembling an electric chair, with handrests featuring palm-shaped depressions. One would sit down, placing their hands within, while numerous wired clips were affixed to their limbs, culminating in a helmet connected by a myriad of wires. It has been ages since the brigade welcomed a newcomer with S-level aptitude. Those who exist have typically been snatched away by the demon extermination team. I hope this S-level talent remains here. Chong confirmed that everything was in order and signaled an okay gesture towards those behind the glass, grinning mischievously. Are you ready for your soul to leave your body? Chen Qing nodded. With a gentle hum, a tremor coursed through his entire being, particularly in his head. It felt as though something were pulling at him from a distance. It truly felt akin to the sensation of the soul departing the body. The numerical values on the computer display fluctuated erratically before abruptly halting. At the end of a series of figures, a small line read, Energy level, assess. The doctor gaped in astonishment. Double S level. SS level. That's the same rank as the captain. Han Yuan also widened his mouth, suddenly whispering, an error has occurred. Change it back to S level. What? You want to change it just like that? I still need a deputy captain. Ah, do you believe I will give you a beating? Fine. They were well aware of the implications. If the ghost extermination team discovered this, they would certainly demand the individual be taken away. However, Captain, there will be records within the machine. By the time they find out, with my charisma, Chen Qing wouldn't be driven away. Chong and Chen Qing soon saw the results. Indeed, it was a genuine S. Congratulations, Chen Qing. You have made a slight improvement compared to last time. Han Yuan remarked with a smile. The 2 doctors exchanged glances, remaining silent. Chen Qing thought to himself that he had indeed grown a little. While using the Demon Suppression Tower to order takeout, he had felt it. After pondering, he asked Han Yuan, Captain, my head has been quite itchy these past few days. How should I describe it? It feels like I'm about to develop a brain. Is this a normal phenomenon? Upon hearing this, Han Yuan, the 2 doctors, and Chong were all taken aback. Congratulations. Chong's words were cut short as Han Yuan abruptly kicked him away. Chong was sent flying, closing his mouth. Han Yuan spoke gravely. The new brother might have a cerebral anomaly. Are you trying to be clever? Chong. Chen Qing, you wait here for a moment. As Han Yuan spoke, he pulled the 3 into a glass chamber. Is he about to awaken? Boss, is he about to awaken? Silence. Han Yuan rubbed his hair, his face resembling one wearing a mask of anguish. After all this time, a promising talent had appeared, and now he was about to awaken. It would be impossible to keep him. After a moment of struggle, he seethed. Change it. Change it to A for me. What? Boss, that seems a bit unfair. That's unkind. His treatment will be reduced by more than half. You're talking nonsense. Will I allow him to suffer? I will compensate him double. No, quadruple. Eightfold. Change it. Do you believe I'll beat you? TSK from now on. I'll call you the Black Captain. This is lawless. You're disregarding authority. Chong attempted to make a few more sarcastic remarks, but was kicked away again. None of you are of any use. If I achieve glory, it would be a slap in my face to parachute in a captain. Han Yuan fumed. We need a substitute captain. Do you understand? When he returned to face Chen Qing, Han Yuan's expression was somewhat grave. You have a telekinetic tumor in your brain that is absorbing your mental energy. Therefore, your correct energy level is A. A telekinetic tumor? This thing will gradually be digested as you cultivate. Do not worry. Chen Qing was left in a daze. The atmosphere was imbued with an eerie sensation. Yet the necessity for careful contemplation was undeniably palpable. It might indeed have a significant impact. Let us proceed to select our techniques. What skills do you desire? Upon the mention of this, Chen Qing's thoughts were immediately diverted. The Black Prison Contracting Ghost Technique. This is imperative, yet I cannot utter it aloud. For its existence is a closely guarded secret, and I cannot elucidate how I came to know of it. Originally, Chong was supposed to guide them on their journey, but Han Yuan appeared quite enthusiastic and took the lead himself. They arrived at what could be referred to as the Library Pavilion, though that name hardly did it justice. In truth, it was a room with stringent security, housing numerous locked black boxes. Some were exceptionally long, others quite hefty, and some were diminutive. Within these boxes lay various techniques. You are at grade A, permitted to select 2 A-grade items. Choose freely. Each black box bore a metal plaque detailing the contents within. Item name. Contracting Ghost Technique category. Technique grade. B danger level. None note. Enables the contracting of ghosts. Essential for ghost masters. Item name. High precision tactical rifle. Silver bullets category. Weapon grade. B danger level. None note. Capable of loading special ammunition. Effective for long-range elimination of ghostly leaders. Item name. Blood red garment category. Antiquity grade. S danger level. None note. Left behind after vanquishing a female ghost. Provides formidable defense against spectral entities. As Chen Qing examined one item after another, he noted that the antiquities were of exceptionally high rank, predominantly graded S or above. Of course, his own Demon Suppression Tower and Zhong Kui's painting were undoubtedly classified as SSS grade, the pinnacle of power. If capped at 10 S grades, then there were indeed 10. If capped at 100 S grades, then that too was achievable. Such was the extent of their supremacy. Alas, had it been S grade, he could have selected the blood-red garment. Chong and the 2 doctors cast disdainful glances at Han Yuan, their contempt unabashed. Ahem! Han Yuan cleared his throat. In the spirit of nurturing newcomers, you may select an additional SSS grade item. Deduct the contribution points from my account. Contribution points? Chen Qing inquired. They are earned upon task completion, convertible into currency or rewards. Should you seek something unavailable here, you may request it from the higher-level repository. Oh, Chen Qing nodded, turning his gaze further. Item name, Black Prison Contracting Ghost Technique category. Technique grade, SS danger level. Note, an advanced perilous form of the contracting ghost technique upon use. It confines the ghost to the realm of souls, only to be released when a singular soul wave remains. Note, if one party perishes, only the other persists, where the ghost submits to the human, aligning their soul waves. Note 2. This technique is exceedingly domineering. It is a matter of life and death. So choose with caution. Captain, I wish to acquire this. Hen Yuan's complexion seemed diplomatically. Chapter 17. His talent cannot merely be rated a this won't do. Han Yuan shook his head. Choose something else. Jichi also advised, brother, you should really select a different option. Chen Qing turned to the 2 of them, assessing the danger level. Han Yuan's expression grew serious. As long as those 4 words are present, even if it's just 1 star, it is exceedingly perilous. Generally speaking, items rated 2 stars for danger do not appear here. They are managed by a mysterious organization at headquarters known as the Tianji Pavilion. The presence of danger level signifies that whether it's an ancient artifact or a cultivation technique, is extremely hazardous. The only reason it remains here is that it has yet to be submitted. He further persuaded, "Brother, look at the note above. It implies that confining a ghostly entity within this abyss yields only 3 outcomes: your death, its demise, or a successful contract. The success rate for contracting a ghost is remarkably low, possibly even below 10%. It is virtually akin to courting one's own doom. As long as you survive, you can always attempt to contract another. Why take such a risk?" Chen Qing was naturally aware of this. This was precisely why he had chosen this technique. "I'll take this one." Han Yuan gazed at Chen Qing, his brow furrowing, and gritted his teeth. "Select another. Choose an SS-rated one on my behalf." However, Chen Qing remained resolute. "Thank you, Captain. You mentioned that talents reaching a rank possess their own fortuitous encounters, and my opportunity precisely calls for this." Han Yuan sighed, then retrieved a rather peculiar key to unlock a box. Inside lay a slender, ancient tome, marked with numerous acupoint symbols, alongside instructions on how to manipulate spiritual energy to traverse the vacant spaces. After selecting this item, he also chose a ghost energy detection device, resembling a wristwatch, which also served the purpose of telling time. It integrated common functionalities like a compass, but most importantly, it could detect the energy levels of ghostly entities, wandering souls, malevolent spirits, and evil beings. For instance, it could identify first-level wandering souls, ninth-level wandering souls, and third-level malevolent spirits, among others. With 1 slot remaining, Chen Qing found himself at a loss for what to select. If nothing appealed to him, he could always choose next time. All right. Next, he received a standard kunwa blade, reminiscent of a tang knife, adorned with blood-red patterns and impressively weighty. Following that were the team uniform, identification, and other essentials. His assigned room number was 5 to 27, accessible without a key through facial recognition. Both the Ghost Elimination Team and the Spirit Control Army would undergo intensive training, and you were no exception. However, as long as you completed the daily training quota, you could return home. Reporting was scheduled for tomorrow, with formal training commencing the day after. Arriving 2 days early allowed you to return home for now. "Boss, will there be a teacher for training? I wish to start learning immediately. We have invited martial arts experts to serve as your theoretical instructors. They should arrive in a couple of days." "They arrived this morning," He added from the side. "Oh, then you can go find him." Chen Qing soon located the instructor's dormitory. The teacher's surname was Wu Wukong. He appeared to have just finished arranging the space, diligently typing on a laptop to prepare a PowerPoint presentation titled "The Essence of Soul Motion Lies in Thought Movement and Spiritual Motion." Chen Qing expressed his intentions, and Wukong was somewhat taken aback. Nevertheless, he nodded in approval, saying, "I admire those eager to learn. What is your talent level?" "A level." "Oh, quite rare." Wukong was further surprised. Given the limited conditions of the dormitory, he welcomed Chen Qing inside. He placed a glass of water on a stool, surrounding it with his hands, separated by about an inch. "Imagine a current flowing between your palms, and try to move them, just like this." As he spoke, the water in the glass began to tremble gently, despite no physical contact. This is the soul motion realm. To put it simply, soul motion is akin to thought movement, spiritual movement, and intention movement. Just as some individuals can naturally wiggle their nostrils or ears, others cannot. The soul motion realm is just that. Either one can do it or one cannot. Although it is the simplest and most fundamental level without talent, even a century of effort would be in vain. Generally speaking, it requires a day to a month. Is your talent truly just A level? Indeed, confirmed personally by the captain. Wukong felt a flicker of doubt within, but nodded nonetheless. "Congratulations, you have reached the soul motion realm." "Really?" Chen Qing exclaimed joyfully. However, Wukong also remarked that this was the simplest and most fundamental level, so it was not overly surprising that he had attained it. Wukong then produced a large card, a folded hard card that, when unfolded, revealed a full-sized acupoint diagram. "Now, remove your clothing." Chen Qing complied immediately. Wukong retrieved an object resembling a handgun, with a thumb-sized jade at the barrel's tip and a ghost bead embedded in the butt. An A-level talent means that you already possess a considerable amount of spiritual energy within you. Wukong positioned the barrel beneath Chen Qing's throat, indicating the Tian 2 acupoint. I will mark it with this guiding gun. You should attempt to control your spiritual power to this location." As he spoke, the barrel emitted a slight chill, accompanied by a tingling sensation. Chen Qing had never felt the spiritual energy within his body before, but with this guidance, he truly sensed the presence of spiritual energy coursing throughout him. He made an effort to control it, albeit with considerable difficulty. It felt reminiscent of the initial struggle of using a mouse. Movement was possible, but controlling it required significant exertion. After some time, Chen Qing gradually grasped the technique, laboriously directing the spiritual energy toward the location indicated by the guiding gun. The ghost bead on the butt of the guiding gun began to glow. Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment. "You succeeded on your first attempt? What kind of prodigy is this? Master, is this correct?" Chen Qing wished to control more spiritual energy, but the waves of new energy could only remain at the Tian-2 acupoint for a brief moment. "Very well," Wukong remarked, still in a daze. He pointed to a red line on the acupoint diagram, explaining, "This circle of acupoints constitutes what is known as the Zhou Tian. Controlling the spiritual energy to traverse this circle is referred to as one Zhou Tian. If you have no other matters to attend to, remember to guide your spiritual energy along the Zhou Tian. This will create a force field-like effect, attracting more spiritual energy into your body. You may return now. Take this with you." Chen Qing accepted a large, thin book. There are no shortcuts to mastery. Diligent practice is essential. "Understood. Thank you, teacher." With that, Chen Qing departed, leaving Wukong in a state of bewilderment. After a moment of contemplation, he dialed Han Yuan's number. "Captain Han, there seems to be an error in Chen Qing's talent assessment. It cannot possibly be just an A." Han Yuan fell silent, but steeled himself to respond. "Indeed. I conducted the assessment personally." He then inquired, "What is the matter?" "He has awakened his soul. Moreover, he has already learned to control his spiritual energy slowly." A sputtering sound of someone choking on their drink came from the other end of the line. Chapter 18, I offer you 10,000. What? Han Yuan was genuinely astonished. The process of soul movement typically spans from a week to a month, yet he achieved success in an instant. Then, channeling spiritual energy, Chen Qing managed to accomplish this on his very first attempt with the guiding gun, which was only set to the first gear. Generally, the guiding gun must be elevated to the fourth or fifth gear to be effective. Some individuals even require hospitalization in a guiding apparatus, enduring several days of operation before they can barely learn to channel spiritual energy. Such talent is utterly terrifying. It is absolutely inconceivable that he possesses only an A rank. It is likely he is at an S, double S, or even triple S level. Thus he is no longer your student, Han Yuan lamented. In an instant, Wukong understood everything. Typically mild-mannered, he exclaimed, "What the hell? This is outrageous. Outrageous." Han Yuan rietoteed angrily. "What abilities can I not teach? Or is there any equipment I lack? Regardless of what it is, I will provide him with quadruple the resources. Moreover, he himself has no desire to join the Demon Slayer team, which is perfect. I shall cultivate the next team leader." Wukong stood there in a daze. After all, he is A. Do you understand? A. A. Opening the necklace, he placed the Kunwa knife and gear into the Demon Suppression Tower. Chen Qing began to concentrate on running the celestial cycle. With the guiding gun, it felt as though a lighthouse illuminated the darkness. As long as the energy surged towards it, all would be well. Now, however, it had devolved into chaos, and everything required gradual exploration. Referring to the acupoint map, Chen Qing controlled the spiritual energy to flow gently. "Chen Qing, I'm back," Chen Man shouted as he entered. Seeing Chen Qing practicing, he did not inquire about his activities, but rather busied himself with a snack before diving into his homework. "Chen Qing, I can't solve the first question." Chen Qing waved his hand and rang the bell, then sank back into meditation. Chen Man pressed the service bell, and the attendant commenced another round of torturous tutoring. By the time dinner arrived, Chen Qing had remained motionless. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Chen Man yawned. Suddenly, Chen Qing opened his eyes. "Ha! I've succeeded. The first celestial cycle is complete. Chen Qing, good night." Chen Man brushed his teeth and quickly fell asleep. Chen Qing hastily consumed his meal and resumed running the celestial cycle. This time, it was evidently quicker. Upon completing the second round, it was pitch dark, and the hour was unknown. Chen Qing attempted to embark on the second celestial cycle. The acupoints of the second cycle were more elusive, and the path was considerably more intricate. Chen Qing's pace slowed significantly. He remained engrossed in his cultivation until Chun Man finished breakfast and departed. Perhaps due to the restorative effects, he felt no fatigue after an entire night of practice. Upon opening his eyes once more, it was already the time when Chun Man returned from school. No wonder seclusion could stretch over several years. Time truly passed swiftly. Just as he was enjoying dinner with Chun Man, the hotel doorbell rang. Chun Man opened the door, and a voice, somewhat familiar yet strange, resonated. "Ah, Chen Man, you've grown so much, truly becoming more endearing." 3 individuals stepped inside. A middle-aged woman, with one hand grasping a carton of milk and the other a bag of fruit, appeared somewhat gaunt, her elongated eyes accentuated by bold red lipstick. Alongside her stood a middle-aged man, clad in formal attire, his belly large and heavy, his leather shoes gleaming. A girl of similar age to Chen Qing, chewing gum, inherited the woman's sharp features, her eyes equally slender. Chen Qing furrowed his brow. The middle-aged woman was his aunt, Huang Shui, her husband, Hong Jian, and her daughter, Hongya, Akongpinser. They also resided in the Riverside community and were Chen Qing's only remaining relatives, yet they had not been in touch for 6 or 7 years. During Chen Qing's most trying times, when he faced hunger, he had sought their assistance. He would never forget that frigid winter day when, at the tender age of 13, he knocked on their door, merely requesting 200 yuan, an insignificant sum for a dual-income household. Yet that 200 yuan could have salvaged both him and Chen Man. He endeavored to please them, adopting the most humble tone and demeanor. But what did he receive in return? His aunt sighed heavily, and to his dismay, she unearthed a few rotten apples as a token of her supposed poverty, despite the silver plate beneath them. As Chen Qing left their home, dejected, he lingered at the entrance for quite some time, haunted by the unforgettable laughter he heard. That wretched girl has always targeted me. Every aspect surpassing mine. Ha ha ha. Look, now her illegitimate offspring seeks refuge at my doorstep. How piercing that was. Chen Qing had never fathomed that relatives, who should have been close, would derive amusement from his struggles in the mire, while a lonely, blind old man extended a helping hand. From his tattered pocket, he extracted a handful of dirty coins that revived both Chen Qing and Chen Man during that chilling winter. Since then, despite living in the same community, Chen Qing had severed all ties with them. They had not exchanged greetings even when their paths crossed. "Ah, Chen Qing, you've grown into such a handsome young man," his aunt remarked, her gaze sweeping the surroundings. Huang Shui settled down, sighing, "Your parents left us too soon, leaving you both to fend for yourselves. It pains my heart to think of it." As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Chen Qing remained silent, yet at that moment, his eyelids twitched violently. A surge of unnamable anger coursed through him. Not a good feeling. We live in the same community. 7 years. Have you even visited us once? Huang Shui, her tone laced with reproach, continued, "You two should vacate this room today. Young as you are, you have no sense of frugality. 200 yuan used to be like a star in the sky for me. Now, 5,000 a night seems like pocket change." Chen Qing stared intently into Huang Shui's eyes. "Aunt, does the milk and fruit you brought today amount to 200 yuan? Huang Shui's expression shifted, her forced smile faltering. "What are you saying, child?" "Ha!" Clinging to old grievances, Hongya, still chewing her gum, shot Chen Qing a disdainful glance. "It's just 200. Are you going to remember it for a lifetime? Must you be so petty?" Chen Qing's eyelids flickered slightly, his hand instinctively resting on his necklace. Noticing Chen Qing's unsettled demeanor, Hong Jian gestured to Hongya, urging her to speak less. "It's not that we do not wish to see you. These past years have been overwhelmingly busy for all of us, including your aunt." After a moment of contemplation, he pushed the milk and fruit bags forward. "I have come to visit, haven't I? These are fine quality milk and fresh fruit." At that moment, Chen Man brought over a large platter of fruit, munching away while watching cartoons. Whenever she encountered durian, She scrunched her face in distaste and tossed it into the nearby trash bin. Hong Jian's expression grew somewhat awkward. Chen Qing did not spare a glance at the fruit. Over the years, she had developed a discerning palate, typically refusing anything below grade 200. Let's get straight to the point. What brings you here? Well, Xiaoqing, Huang Shui began. Let us stick with Chen Qing, she interjected, frowning. Not everyone can call me Xiaoqing. How can you speak like that? This is my mother. She is also your elder. Hong Yu retorted, her gaze fixed sharply on Chen Qing. You should be more respectful. All right. Hong Jian interrupted with a furrowed brow, continuing slowly. Yesterday, I heard from Chen Qing that your aptitude test reached an S level. While Xiaoya did not perform well and received a C. I have connections. Perhaps you too could consider switching. Aren't you looking to join the Ghost Army? The Ghost Army does not require exceptionally high aptitude. I assure you, you will not be assisting me in vain. Hong Jian solemnly produced a stack of red bills. This amounts to 10,000. Once the aptitude is exchanged, I will provide you with an additional 5,000. Chapter 19. Is 20,000 a lot? Gazing at the crisp 10,000 yuan note, Chen Qing found himself momentarily stunned. Ha! Islawutar arupta unkuntriyavi. Yeah. The three were taken aback. After a considerable pause, Chen Qing finally composed himself, adopting a serious tone. 1,000? A full 1,000. Huang Shui was momentarily taken aback, but eventually grasped the underlying meaning. I understand that you are somewhat more affluent now. 1,000 isnt, a trivial amount, after all. Moreover, Chen Qing, we are bound by blood. Once your sister achieves something substantial, you shall reap the benefits as well. Benefits? Chen Qing scoffed. An S-class talent entering a martial arts academy merits at least 100,000 yuan in scholarships, and you offer me a mere 1,000? This is an insult. Huang Shui and Hong Jian fell silent. They had deliberated extensively on the amount to offer Chen Qing, ultimately settling on 10,000. The additional 5,000 was a last-minute decision from Hong Jian, as they believed Chen Qing, being an orphan, had little awareness of scholarship matters. Much like many Navi University students whose paths are paved by their parents, graduating as selected candidates without even understanding what that entails. The plan was to profit significantly from the scholarship while also securing a good school for Hongya, a win-win situation. They never anticipated that Chen Qing possessed such knowledge of martial arts academies. Regardless, you won't be attending, so it's of no use to you. With Xiao Ya's intelligence, once she enrolls in the martial arts academy, she will undoubtedly become a significant figure. Securing a position for you will be effortless. Huang Shui endeavored to persuade Chen Qing. Xiaoqing, we are forever bound by blood. This connection cannot be severed. Huang Shui added, how about an extra 10,000? That makes 20,000, a considerable sum. Chen Qing regarded the three of them with a cold stare. Noticing Chen Qing's wavering resolve, Huang Shui's face lit up with hope. Chen Qing approached the bedside and pressed the service bell. Bring me 10 bottles of mineral water and send 10 people to deliver them. The operator was momentarily taken aback. The presidential suite is equipped with a refrigerator. It has everything from mineral water to beverages, even red wine. Can you manage that? Yes. The operator, begrudgingly compliant, agreed. The staff grumbled amongst themselves. But they had no choice, each carrying a bottle of mineral water upstairs. They thought it absurd, perhaps believing this would recoup some of the room fees. Fine. Let us keep the complaints to a minimum. All requests for the presidential suite must be met to the best of our ability. 10 staff members lined up, each cradling a bottle of mineral water. Upon noticing the door ajar and 3 additional individuals inside, they exchanged puzzled glances but still smiled as they knocked. Mr. Chen, your mineral water has arrived. Chen Qing waved them over, and the first server handed over the bottle with both hands. Chen Qing casually accepted it, offering 2 yuan for the water. The server was taken aback, about to say it was complimentary. Chen Qing then presented 2 stacks of red bills. This is the tip. The server was left speechless. Huang Shui was stunned. Hong Jian was astonished. Hong Yu was bewildered. Chen, this sir, the waiter's voice trembled slightly, his hands quivering as he finally regained his composure. Accepting 2 stacks of red bills, his face flushed with excitement. Thank you, sir. The other waiters were taken aback. The once orderly line now in disarray. Chen Qing cast a cold glance at Huang Shui, asking, "Is 20,000 a lot?" The second waiter, suppressing his excitement, approached Chen Qing with a bottle of mineral water in both hands. Chen Qing produced 2 yuan for the water. He then approached the safe, retrieving 20,000. "This is a token of your gratuity." Chen Qing looked at Huang Shui once more. "When I had nothing to eat, borrowing 200 from you was a lifeline for both me and Xiaoman." Chen Qing scoffed. "Now is 20,000 a lot?" The third waiter approached, trembling as well. Chen Qing handed over another 202 yuan. "So, you wish to purchase my S-grade talent for 20,000? Surely, your money must be made of gold. Have you lost your mind?" Huang Shui's expression shifted dramatically as she abruptly stood. "Chen Qing, what do you mean? Oh, and you, cousin? You truly are shameless. What I mean is, even if I were to give away my S-grade talent, I would not bestow it upon you." At this moment, all the waiters understood the gravity of the situation. This was a real-life depiction of do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Unjust, Chen Qing, do not speak so decisively. He fixed his gaze on Chen Qing. "Do not make this irreparable." Irreparable? You think you can make it irreparable? Always calling me family? Ha! Do not disgust me. I will remember your words. A worthless wretch has come to my doorstep for a lifetime. 2 old wretches and 1 young wretch. Today, you dare show your faces to me, bringing only this meager sum for milk. Chen Qing kicked the milk away with force, and with a resounding crash, it exploded, splattering everywhere, especially on the Hong family, who were drenched. Huang Shui, now furious, exclaimed, You are defiant. You are unfilial. I will show you unfilial." Chen Qing retorted with even greater rage. "Have you ever raised me or given birth to me? Even if you had given Xiaoman and me a single corn cob, I would acknowledge you as my elder. Filial piety? I wouldn't even show it to a dog. I will tear you apart." Hanya could no longer contain herself and rushed forward, but a few waiters restrained her. "Let go of me. This is an assault. Rape. Unjust." Yet she remained firmly held down. A female waiter struck her face with a swift slap. "Shut your mouth. You hit me?" Hanya was momentarily stunned. Chen Qing was equally taken aback by the slap, then chuckled, tossing 2 stacks of money her way. "A job well done. Here, SA tip." Hong Jian and Huang Shui pushed through several waiters, breathing heavily. "Chen Qing, we shall see how this unfolds." They attempted to leave, but the waiters had already blocked the exit. Panic ensued among the 3. What do you intend to do? Don't just watch. Sit and observe." Chen Qing coldly replied, gazing at the trio. Chen Qing, you are still young. Do not act impulsively." Huang Shui was already flustered. We're the ones at fault. Please, just pretend we never came here and let us go." Chen Qing's hand brushed over the necklace. Yet he ultimately set it down. Instead, he erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha ha! Look at those once soaring scions, begging at my doorstep today." Chen Qing laughed maniacally once more. With a sardonic smirk, he declared, "The term scion now officially returns to you." He then shouted, "Let the 3 scions depart." The 3 wore ashen expressions, yet they dared not utter another word. They stormed out in a huff. A server suddenly dashed out, exclaiming, "I apologize. The elevator is out of service today. Please take the stairs." You are being excessively cruel. Please take the stairs. This is the 30th floor. Please take the stairs." Chen Qing listened to the commotion outside and tossed another 20,000, laughing heartily. A technical feat, indeed. Chapter 20. Fortuitous Encounter. A remarkable girl. In a mere 10 minutes, Chen Qinghua amassed nearly 300,000. However, the exhilaration was unparalleled. Aside from the individuals who had wronged him, Chen Qing harbored the deepest resentment toward Huang Shui. The other 2 were Chen Shan and Chen Quan, who mysteriously vanished 6 years ago. Yet, in his previous life, just 3 days prior to the blood moon, Chen Quan had indeed returned home, leaving behind 2 paper knives and a pair of paper armor. It was this very equipment that enabled Chen Qing and Chen Man to survive until the 3rd blood moon. Alas, on that fateful day, neither Chen Qing nor Chen Man was at home, and they missed the opportunity to see him, not even once. They might have had their reasons, but abandoning the 2 for 6 years, At the time of their departure, Chen Qing was merely an elementary school student. Raising Chen Man alone, the hardships endured are unimaginable. Chen Qing's resentment is profound. He despises Chen Quan for not even granting him a fleeting glance, for offering no explanations. Even a simple acknowledgement of his struggles would suffice. Yet there was nothing, not even a single meeting. As his thoughts wandered, Chen Qing turned his gaze towards the Demon Suppression Tower. He had not retrieved the items from a safe. Rather, they were directly taken from the tower. Having reached the soul movement realm, he could now extend his spiritual energy to retrieve objects from a distance. Dismissing these thoughts, Chen Qing immersed himself once more in his training. He was determined to master the Black Abyss contract spirit technique swiftly. Meanwhile, Chen Shi, filled with hope, approached the Arya Hotel. She carried a basket of fruits, artfully arranged, with 9 peculiar little flowers nestled within. These were Soma flowers, the sacred blooms of the E-people, symbolizing restrained love that eternally belongs to one. After contemplating over 100 varieties, she had settled on these. They were sufficiently niche, avoiding the commonplace, and the floral language was aptly fitting. Initially, after the incident at the police station, she had considered giving up. However, upon hearing 2 pieces of news, Chen Qing's home renovation cost was suspected to approach 10 million, and he had achieved an S rank in his talent test. She could no longer remain idle. A potential gem, an exceptionally promising prospect. It was imperative to secure him. Upon reflection, she recalled that her interactions with Chen Qing had been exceedingly harmonious, save for the misunderstanding regarding the subway. Yet, as the saying goes, good things come to those who endure trials. This only served to highlight the uniqueness of their relationship. Much like a romantic drama, they needed to navigate numerous misunderstandings and obstacles for their bond to solidify. For instance, now she could naturally extend an apology and employ a few subtle tactics. Tonight, she could stay over, pondering what demeanor she should adopt when relinquishing her innocence. Pain? Fear? Although she had undergone such experiences numerous times, the prospect of a renewed rupture, even after mending, still stung. Men, after all, harbor a beast within. The most liberating sensation for him would likely stem from this threshold. She donned a loosely draped shawl, modest yet precarious, and beneath her ultra-short skirt, her long, slender legs were revealed. As the elevator ascended slowly, she made a final adjustment before the mirrored walls that reflected her luminous presence. As the elevator doors opened, Chensi donned a new expression, tinged with a hint of trepidation and a touch of delight. She had meticulously applied 2 layers of lipstick, the hue perfectly striking, with a hint of translucence. She pressed the doorbell. Moments later, Chen Man peeked out. Upon seeing Chensi, he turned back and called, "Chen Qing, someone is looking for you." "Tell them I'm not here," came the response. Chen Man, with utmost seriousness, closed the door, stating, "Chen Qing is not at home." Bang! The door slammed shut. Chensi stood frozen, her mind racing through countless scenarios she had rehearsed, yet none matched the reality before her. Is this toxic? Drawing in a deep breath, Chensi sent a voice message to Chen Qing. "Chen Qing, open the door. It's me." There was no reply. He was preoccupied with his own thoughts. Chensi adjusted her stance at the doorway, toes together, head bowed, projecting a blend of anxiety and anticipation. When Chen Qing finally opened the door, she slowly raised her gaze, her mind racing with imagined scenes, complete with background music and special effects. However, 5 minutes passed without a sound. Is he not seeing me? Chensi's patience began to wane, prompting her to send another message. "Chen Qing, please open the door. I am here to apologize." Another 5 minutes elapsed, her heels beginning to ache. Yet still there was silence. Frustrated, Chensi gritted her teeth and pressed the doorbell again. Chen Man peeked through the gap once more, leaving the security chain intact. "Chen Qing." She asked back, "No matter who it is, don't let her in." Chen Qing's tone was laced with impatience. These days, there are far too many flamboyant individuals, many of whom are nothing but trouble. Just ignore her. Chensi's cheeks flushed crimson. How harsh. She had indeed been a bit reckless for a while. Could he have found out? As Chen Man prepared to close the door again, Chensi wedged her foot in, calling out, "Chen Qing, it's me, Xiaoxi." Please open the door. What do you want? Chen Qing inquired. Chenxi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I want to apologize. She began to sob softly, staring down at her toes. About the subway incident, I realize I upset you. Here, I brought you some fruit. Damn it, more fruit. Chen Qing cursed. Chenxi was momentarily taken aback. What did that mean? At this moment, Chen Qing was deep in concentration, still agitated by the remnants of his earlier frustrations, leaving no room for her concerns. Chen Qing, could you please let me in? I've been standing here for ages. Mean? For what purpose? Chen Qing frowned. Chenxi hesitated, pondering his question. Was it obvious why she was dressed this way? Yet, she couldn't just act as if she were delivering takeout. At a loss for words, she stamped her foot in frustration, crying out, You are bullying me. With that, she turned and fled down the corridor, her face hidden in her hands. Once inside the elevator, Chenxi's brows knitted together in distress. She felt so wronged. Truly, she felt utterly aggrieved. She was confident that she had made no mistakes, yet every development seemed to exceed her control. Taking a few deep breaths, she recalled her recent actions and tone, convinced that she still held the reins of the situation. Without a doubt, news from Chen Qing would arrive shortly. The phone rang. Indeed, a surge of joy filled Chen Xi's heart, but the caller ID displayed Zhong Kui. How could it be him? Sister, where are you? I'm at Arya. As soon as Chen Qi spoke, she smacked her forehead in realization. Just as she conjectured, Zhong Kui exclaimed, You want to find that scoundrel Chen Qing? Have you no shame? Feeling aggrieved, tears nearly brimmed in Chen Xi's eyes. Do you have any conscience? Who do you think I'm doing this for? Isn't it all for you? And you still dare to speak to me like this? After a brief silence, Chen Kui replied, All right. I shouldn't have said that. But sister, you absolutely must meet someone. Who? A man whose lineage, looks, and potential surpass Chen Qing by 100-fold. Chen Kui's voice brimmed with excitement. His name is Ji Luo. Both of his parents are prominent figures. Let me tell you, he possesses SS-level talent and has already reached the soul movement realm. I've heard that various districts are about to be organized into battle zones, and his family has insider information. He has specifically come to Shiming City. If you get in touch with him, Chen Qing will be inconsequential. Instantly, Chen Qi understood. This was a wealthy young master seeking to enhance his status. Perhaps he even harbored ambitions of accumulating achievements. Chen Qi was greatly intrigued. Where is he? We're together now. I'll come and pick you up shortly. Don't come to the hotel. Meet me at the entrance of Dawa bookstore. Before long, a luxury G-class vehicle halted in front of the bookstore. Chen Qi, clutching a copy of Jane Eyre, stood with her feet together, a smile gracing her face as she seemingly gazed in another direction, full of youthful spirit. Is she your sister? Ji Luo's voice carried a note of astonishment. Coming from a prestigious background, he had mostly been in a semi-isolated environment, either training in martial arts or studying, and had indeed encountered very few girls of his age. Ji Luo hurriedly stepped out of the car, excitement evident as he extended his hand. You must be Chen Qi? Yi Luo. Chen Qi reached out, only to find her hand firmly grasped, causing her face to flush. Could you please let go? Ji Luo quickly released her hand, noticing the book she held. His interest piqued further. You like Jane Eyre too? I particularly admire Mr. Rochester. He embodies the masculine qualities I appreciate. Ji Luo's heart raced. What incredible fortune! On his first outing, he had encountered such an exceptional girl. With her striking beauty, superb figure, extensive knowledge, and serene demeanor, she was indeed the perfect candidate for a wife. Chapter 21. The Wandering Soul and the Excrement Demon. Chen Qing once again settled onto the carpet to cultivate, a wave of nausea washing over him at the thought of Cheng Shi. What manner of folly had led him in his past life to be enamored with such a character? However, the urgency of his cultivation took precedence. He collected his thoughts and assumed a meditative posture. Cultivation cannot be rushed, yet with the blood moon drawing ever nearer, and a plethora of tasks awaiting him after mastering the black prison contracting technique, he knew he must hasten his progress. Chen Qing, will you accompany me outside today? Cheman inkvilet driving closer. Chen Qing pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Why not let those elder brothers play with you instead? With that, He activated the service bell. Chen Qing longed to savor the fleeting comfort of the moment, but he knew he could not indulge. "And I shall not go," Cheng Man replied, her expression blank, shaking her head, leaving one to wonder if there was any disappointment lurking beneath. Time slipped away, and soon it was midnight. Chen Qing rose slowly, his finger pointing toward the teapot. Black prison. A surge of dark energy enveloped both him and the teapot. In the next instant, they found themselves in a shadowy realm. The space was circular, devoid of walls, shrouded in what resembled mist or tendrils, creating an ethereal and surreal atmosphere. The teapot lay quietly at his feet. He gave it a gentle kick, and it rolled away. Once ensnared in the black prison with a ghostly entity, there were only two outcomes. One would either perish or the ghost would submit, uniting their souls to dissolve the black prison. Most terrifyingly, it seemed that the black prison contracting technique was not limited to mere specters. This was Chen Qing's ultimate tactic against the Ghost King of the Demon Suppression Tower. He would force a choice. Either the Ghost King would take its own life, thereby endangering Chen Qing as the master of the tower, leading to mutual destruction, or would yield itself to him. In his previous life, during the second blood moon, the Ghost King had betrayed him, resulting in the collapse of order within the entire city at that moment. Chen Qing was resolute in preventing such a calamity from occurring again. Thus, he was willing to gamble. He would wager that this Ghost King would submit to him. As it stood, Chen Qing was the only living being within the black prison and could dissolve it at will. With a mere thought, he lifted the confines of the black prison. Suddenly, the necklace stirred. Xin Buhuan, Vin Buhuan, Vin Buhuan. The voice of Jin Buhuan echoed unexpectedly. Xin Buhuan, Vin Buhuan, Vin Buhuan. A diminutive, emaciated figure, tattered and carrying an enormous bag, materialized in the room. Chen Qing's ghostly energy level detector vibrated violently, the readings fluctuating wildly. Wandering Soul Level 1, Wandering Soul Level 2, Wandering Soul Level 4. In an instant, the data surged to Wandering Soul Level 5, Wandering Soul Level 7, Wandering Soul Level 10, Malevolent Ghost Level 1, Malevolent Ghost Level 3. Xin Buhuan, Vin Buhuan, Vin Buhuan. Jin Buhuan leaped suddenly onto the teapot that had just tumbled to the floor. It vanished as if plunging into water, and the teapot transformed into a golden vessel. Chen Qing was left speechless. Why choose a teapot of all things? What could he possibly sell such a trivial item for? Jin Buhuan was a gratitude ghost. In his previous life, Chen Qing had indeed done many favors for others. Yet in this life, he could not fathom for whom he had rendered such kindness. After a moment of contemplation yielding no answers, he chose to disregard it. With the Kunwo blade in hand, he descended the stairs. At last, he was ready to hunt the spirits. The hour was 2 in the morning, and taxis were scarce. After hailing one, Chen Qing arrived at the outskirts of the northern city an hour later. He could faintly hear the wailing of ghosts, and the air was thick with a chilling aura, causing the hairs on his arms to stand on end despite the summer heat. Taking a deep breath, he grasped his blade and proceeded cautiously forward. 10 minutes turned into half an hour, and soon Chen Qing furrowed his brow. There were too few spirits. Unlike the multitude of apparitions that roamed freely after the blood moon, the current density and strength of the ghosts were alarmingly low after wandering for quite some time. He had yet to encounter a single one. He glanced at the ghost detection device, essentially a spectral energy meter. The surrounding concentrations varied, deciding against the main road. Chen Qing used the device as a compass, slowly making his way toward areas of heightened ghostly energy. He leaped over ditches, traversed fields of wild grass, and navigated around fish ponds. In the distance, he spotted a small house. His necklace vibrated slightly. It was here. Gripping his blade tighter, Chen Qing focused on the diminutive structure. The house was modest, measuring merely 4 meters in length and width, with a flat roof. It likely served as a storage space for farming equipment, adorned with rusted hoes and shovels that stained the walls a deep iron red. As Chen Qing cautiously approached the front, he noticed a figure squatting inside, wielding a sickle to cut, a single slipper. The ghost detector trembled slightly, revealing a number, 6, a low-level wandering spirit. It posed negligible harm to humans. Typically, a first-tier wandering spirit acted purely on instinct, lost in a haze of confusion. While such a spirit held no value for a ghost master, it was precisely what Chen Qing needed. The strength of a ghost king directly correlated with the 12 spirits he could subdue. The weaker the 12, the weaker the king, thus enhancing the likelihood of a successful contract. Once he had bound the ghost king, he could exchange these feeble spirits for stronger ones. Uncertain of how to capture the ghost, Chen Qing could only attempt capture. A cacophony of metallic clinks echoed as a collection of hoes and shovels was drawn into the Demon Suppression Tower. Yet, the ghost remained unmoved. Sensing the disturbance, it stood up. Its skin was pale and gaunt, clad in a striped shirt labeled Shiming Mental Hospital and red undergarments. Indeed, it wore no outer pants. One foot sported 2 socks, while the other was bare, and it wore only one slipper, the other having met its demise at the ghost's hands. I stood guard while the other surveyed a different direction. This was a mad ghost. Chen Qing stared, momentarily taken aback. Without hesitation, he tried again, capture. Still, it failed. The mad spirit tilted its head. One eye scrutinizing Chen Qing, while the other observed the ground. After a moment's thought, Chen Qing concentrated and hurled the Demon Suppressing Tower. It swelled to a towering height of 5 meters, crashing down with a thunderous roar, annihilating both the small house and the ghost within. Dust billowed into the air. Chen Qing stepped back a few paces, smiling. He could sense that the mad ghost had been drawn into the Demon Suppressing Tower. Comme fort. The mad ghost materialized before Chen Qing, without any distinction from before. One eye gazed at the heavens, while the other remained fixed on Chen Qing. Kneel. The madman complied, sinking to his knees. Jump. The madman leaped. Run. The madman commenced his sprint. He tested his strength, which proved to be exceedingly feeble. His physique was akin to that of an ordinary person, yet his power seemed only comparable to that of Chun Man. One down. At that moment, Chen Qing turned his gaze towards the ghostly specter, gradually advancing towards an area dense with malevolent energy. Approximately 10 minutes passed. The necklace quivered slightly. His slurp, 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 slurp. The sound resembled that of a pig devouring its feed. Chen Qing tightened his grip on the knife, cautiously approaching the foul sewer. This particular sewer had festered for several years. Something within was stirring, and the putrid odor wafted up, stinging his eyes. At last, Chen Qing beheld the ghost. It bore a physique reminiscent of a dog, possessing a human head and a canine body, its form grotesquely decayed. As it dug through the black mire at the bottom of the sewer, slurping the filth into its mouth. A wandering spirit, known as a toilet ghost, or more crudely, a feces-eating ghost. Originally, the strength of ghosts was categorized using grades A, B, C, D, and E, but many readers found it difficult to remember. So it was revised to a scale from 1 to 10. An entire afternoon was spent on these revisions, should any discrepancies remain. I kindly ask for your assistance in bringing them to my attention. I have endeavored to conceive a coherent narrative, yet imperfections persist. Thus, the earlier content of this book is continually being updated and refined. Your feedback is always valued. Chapter 22. The Legend of 100 Ghosts. Chen Qing refrained from hurling the Demon Suppression Tower downwards. What a repugnant sight it would be to retrieve a tower filled with sludge. The ghostly visage indicated that this was merely a level 1 wandering soul, suggesting minimal peril. The fetid ditch was only about a meter deep, and he could easily reach it from above. Treading lightly, Chen Qing positioned himself above the toilet ghost and struck down with his blade. The bloodstains on the blade gleamed ominously, and with a swift motion, the head was severed. The canine body stiffened momentarily, yet its legs and rear remained mired in the muck, still seated. Both the head and the canine form abruptly transformed into a swirling mass of black mist, rapidly merging with the Demon Suppression Tower. A flicker of realization dawned upon Chen Qing as a thought struck him. Did the ghosts he vanquished all get absorbed into the tower? This meant that the mad ghost was not merely contained, but had perished at the hands of the tower before being drawn into it. Observing the mad ghost, Chen Qing's brow furrowed slightly. This was his inaugural encounter with such a being. Indeed, even the name Mad Ghost was a mere whim of his own invention. Thus, there was no established rank for this ghost. He was, however, familiar with the toilet ghost's evolutionary sequence. The wandering soul level was designated as the toilet ghost or defecation ghost, while the malevolent spirit level was referred to as the filth eater. The specifics of the malevolent spirit level remained unclear to him. It was said that there existed 100 types of ghosts, each possessing its own path to ascendancy towards the Ghost King. Upon ascension, both form and abilities would undergo significant enhancement. Ascension necessitated a spiritual catalyst, which could be a blend of certain spiritual herbs, ghostly entities, or ancient artifacts, or perhaps conditions such as the slaying of 100 individuals. Chen Qing was aware of the complete ascension catalyst for the child ghost and the drowned ghost evolving into malevolent spirits. The complete knowledge of the ascension for these two types was as follows: child ghost night, crying child chubby doll, drowned ghost water, monkey kappa. Given sufficient conditions, Chen Qing could elevate them to the malevolent spirit level. Simultaneously, he possessed incomplete knowledge of the vengeful ghost's evolution into a malevolent spirit. Vengeful ghost, sleepless person, crimson robe. However, he only knew the name and lacked information on the spiritual catalyst. The vengeful ghost is a formidable type of specter, particularly the malevolent spirit level crimson robe, which is a dread-inducing and bizarre presence. If he were to uncover the ascension catalyst, he would certainly seize the opportunity to capture one. As for the mad ghost, Chen Qing had never encountered such a being. Even the name was a spontaneous creation of his own, and given its absurd appearance, it seemed fitting. What then would its malevolent spirit and malevolent ghost names be? Melto. Heartless One. Lost in thought as he walked, he suddenly felt a slight tremor from his necklace. Gripping his blade tightly, he scanned his surroundings, but found nothing. After searching once more, still empty-handed, a sudden realization struck him, and he looked up towards the treetops. There, perched at the very tip, was a figure. Its lower half was wreathed in smoke, while the upper half resembled a gaunt woman, so emaciated that her ribs were starkly visible, her breasts shriveled like two water bags, only half filled. At that moment, her nostrils flared wider than her mouth, greedily inhaling the air. A breath eater. Observing the ghostly gauge, the wandering spirit was at the first tier. The tree towered about 7 or 8 meters high, and Chen Qing was reluctant to take the risk of climbing it. In a decisive moment, he hurled the Demon Suppression Tower upwards with great force. Enormous. A resonating hum emerged as the tower expanded, displacing a circle of air, rising even taller than the tree, and then it came crashing down. A cacophony of cracking sounds erupted as branches flew in all directions. The tower struck the ground with a heavy thud, sending soil flying and creating a deep pit. Had it not been for the pile of broken branches and leaves at the base, one might have thought it was meant to be there. Sensing something, the spirit of the gluttonous ghost also appeared within the tower. Chen Qing gazed at the Demon Suppression Tower, curious to see how high it could grow. Enormous. The tower expanded once more, reaching an impressive height of around 20 meters, forcefully displacing the earth beneath it, as though a thunderous explosion had occurred underground. It was now as tall as a 6-story building. Chen Qing looked up, astonished. Enormous. The tower grew again. He could not estimate its height, but it seemed to be approximately 10 stories high. Enormous. It expanded significantly once more. At this point, the tower had far surpassed the height of the ghost tower from which it had originated. The entrance of the tower stood at least 2 meters high. With such an enlargement, Chen Qing could finally discern the intricate details of the iron-cast structure. The doors, windows, and columns were adorned with clear patterns. A sudden impulse urged him to push open the tower door. It opened smoothly and silently. Inside, a swirling haze of gray mist awaited. But Chen Qing hesitated to step inside. It was not out of fear of danger, but rather the dread of the 15,000-fold difference in the flow of time. Under such a terrifying disparity, even a brief entrance followed by an immediate exit could lead to months having passed outside. The location was not far from the city, and he feared attracting powerful entities, so he decided to conceal the Demon Suppression Tower. Continuing to follow the ghostly gauge, it soon began to vibrate once more. Gripping the kunwu blade tightly, he advanced cautiously, By the riverbank, the grass stirred gently. He glanced at the gauge, still awaiting a response. This device was significantly weaker in both detection range and speed compared to the Demon Suppression Tower. As he inched closer, he finally caught sight of the ghost. In the darkness, it nearly melded with the water's surface, vaguely humanoid in shape, but its four hands were disproportionately large, with webbing between the fingers and scales adorning its back. It appeared to be evolving towards that of an otter or a water lizard. A drowning ghost. Chen Qing possessed the complete evolutionary sequence of this entity. Yet, a frown creased his brow. The form of this drowning ghost was remarkably intact, suggesting it was of a considerable level. The gauge trembled. Indeed, after a rapid fluctuation, it settled at 32. A third-tier wandering spirit. The standard values encompass 6 levels ranging from E to A, governed by a complex formula. However, the cumbersome calculations gradually transformed into a tier system from 1 to 10, eliminating letters in favor of a numerical representation. During the wandering spirit phase, levels 1 to 10K signify the nascent stage, extremely fragile. Levels 11 to 20K represent the first tier, with each 10K increase elevating it by 1 tier, 21 to 30K for the second tier, 31 to 40K for the third, and 41 to 50K for the fourth. To put it plainly, dozens correspond to several tiers. The pinnacle is the 10th tier. Beyond the 10 levels, the S, SS, and SSS tiers are collectively referred to as the Transcendental Grade, a designation that has garnered numerous titles yet cannot be measured by conventional standards. They are also known as numerical anomalies. At this echelon, one possesses the capability for extraordinary combat. An S-grade wandering soul possesses strength far surpassing that of lower-tier malevolent spirits. Documentation succinctly describes it as extremely dangerous. This drowned ghost is particularly suitable for Chen Qing, especially as he is aware of its complete sequence. However, precisely due to its elevated rank, Chen Qing finds himself without the option to engage. The attributes of the Ghost King are directly correlated with the 12 spirits. As weak as it can be, it shall be. In that moment, Chen Qing cautiously retreated, step by step. Before long, he encountered the 5th spirit, the toilet ghost, a first-tier entity. This ghost, however, was immersed in a latrine, thoroughly indulging in filth, and despite his struggles, Chen Qing was unable to strike. He slipped away. Before dawn, he encountered the 6th ghost, the hunger spirit, also a first-tier wandering soul. He successfully captured it. This time, his haul was considerable, a mad ghost, a toilet ghost, and 2 hunger spirits. Soon, the sky gradually brightened, and the apparitions vanished. With the blood moon yet to rise, the spirits encountered were the most commonplace, characterized by low ranks and diminished strength. Once the blood moon ascends, a myriad of bizarre, overpowered entities will flood the world. Merely contemplating this sends shivers down one's spine. While immersed in these thoughts, a call from Chong interrupted. Chen Qing, training has commenced. Understood. Compared to other newcomers, Chen Qing enjoyed a degree of freedom. Yet this was contingent upon the completion of his training quota. Today marked the first day of intensive training, and attendance was, of course, mandatory. Chapter 23. The training begins on the journey back. The scene outside the car window was bustling with activity. Numerous renovation teams were entering various neighborhoods, diligently engaged in construction. Pondering this, I opened the neighborhood's WeChat group. How vexing. What is the point of community defense? Ghosts have never invaded the city. Whom are we guarding against? Indeed, parking is only allowed outside. Who will bear the cost of parking? Scrolling further, I encountered a mix of supporters and critics. Chen Qing's brow gradually furrowed. Community defense? This was never instituted in my previous life. Could it be that the Tang dynasty authorities foresaw the impending blood moon? Such a notion seemed preposterous. Yet if I could be reborn, perhaps others could too. Excuse me, sir, are you part of the Ghost General Army? As these thoughts swirled in my mind, the taxi driver kept glancing at me in the rearview mirror. At that moment, I was clad in the dark blue uniform of the Ghost General Army. Yes, I nodded. Ah, what honor. The Ghost General Army, truly commendable, the driver exclaimed. Weren't they testing talents the other day? My son wasn't selected. and it has soured my appetite ever since. He dreams of joining the Ghost General Army, but alas, he lacks the talent. What was your talent test score? The driver was quite talkative, chattering away. Before long, we arrived at the Ghost General Army's headquarters. Just as I was about to pay, the driver waved his hands repeatedly. No, no, no. How could I charge a fare to a member of the Ghost General Army? I would never do such a thing. I nodded, allowing him to indulge his generosity. Inside, many newcomers were already present, all adorned in the Ghost General Army's attire, engaged in small groups, chatting amiably. The monkey was here as well. Upon seeing me, he hurried over. Chen Qing, do you have any insider information? When you mentioned stockpiling supplies, I urged my parents to buy a plethora of items. Rice, flour, cooking oil, instant noodles, canned goods, filling our entire storage room. However, they objected to the safety shelter due to the exorbitant costs. But yesterday, community defense renovations commenced. So my dad asked me to inquire if something truly is about to happen. The monkey was my brother, and in my previous life, he had perished because of me. I felt compelled to repay him. Yes, I replied earnestly. If you don't use the money, it will become worthless. If you truly lack resources, I can lend you some. I added with caution, do not mention to others that your family has stockpiled a great deal. The monkey paused, contemplating the implications. Not telling others? Would that mean fearing a potential theft? The thought of a situation escalating to the point of food theft was alarming. Realizing this, the monkey nodded solemnly. I understand. Chen Qing, a sudden female voice called out. I turned around to see Hanya, dressed in the uniform of the Ghost General Army. With a cold gaze fixed upon me, she declared, I was originally going to attend martial arts school, but now I have changed my mind. Wherever you are, I shall be. Everything you have given, I will return tenfold, 100-fold. Do not think that your A-grade talent makes you exceptional. Although I possess only a C-grade, I can still uphold this territory. I will trample you underfoot and shatter everything you hold dear. I was left speechless. The pervasive air of youthful bravado lingered, as if she had devoured several volumes of Do Not Underestimate the Youth. With a dismissive wave, she turned her gaze towards the monkey and whispered, the safe house must be equipped to protect against both malevolent spirits and humans. The monkey nodded in agreement and quietly inquired, what about weapons? It would be best to have a variety. At this moment, Hanya momentarily faltered. The atmosphere had reached a crescendo, and she anticipated an exchange of wit. Yet, Chen Qing merely responded with an indifferent "oh." A sudden silence enveloped her, leaving her at a loss for words. What should have been an exhilarating climax now hung in the balance, leaving her utterly frustrated. With a heavy huff, she turned and walked away. Damn, the monkey muttered, watching her retreating figure. How did these individuals end up together? Chen Qing turned to look and noticed Hanya, Chen Qing, and a striking young man conversing. Glancing in his direction, did you see the person with Chen Qing? The monkey's tone turned serious. You must be cautious. I have never encountered him before. Chen Qing was confident. His name is Ji Luo. He is reputed to be the strongest of our cohort, having achieved an SS level in talent assessment. It is said he has even reached the soul movement realm. Is the soul movement difficult? Chen Qing pondered, intrigued. In addition to him, there was a woman rumored to possess a fate spirit. This revelation genuinely astonished Chen Qing. A fate spirit. Spirits and humans are natural foes. However, a fate spirit possesses an innate bond with a specific individual, nearly reaching a state of spiritual unity. Fate spirits do not occupy the ghost pet space of a ghost master and will never betray their master. The most terrifying aspect is their ability to share a portion of their powers with their owner. They are exceedingly rare companions, far surpassing the significance of S-level ghost pets. The existence of a fate spirit, yet its true nature remains unknown. If it is a powerful ghost type, the implications are even more daunting. Silence. A booming voice resonated throughout the venue. He Chong cast a cold glare across the assembly. His sparse words carried a formidable presence. Instantly, the crowd fell silent. This time, there were 118 participants, with 9 boasting talents rated A level or above, including newcomers accompanied by fate spirits. This was an unprecedented combination of quantity and quality. Although it is improbable, I still hope you all can obtain your very own Kunal Blade. The Kunal Blade? Isn't that distributed along with the military uniforms? Chen Qing paused momentarily, quickly realizing he had secured a reserved qualification. The Ghost Master Corps bears a heavy responsibility. In the front lines, they must support their brothers in the Ghost Extermination Team. In the rear, they must protect countless civilians. In the ensuing 20 days, you will endure rigorous training. Those who pass the assessment will receive a Kunmo blade. Those who do not will return whence they came. With that, Han Yuan pounded his chest and saluted before departing. He Chong stepped forward. Now he my command. Everyone, run 10 laps within 20 minutes. Report. Unfair. Unjust. The physiological structures of males and females differ. The training loads should not be the same. Ghosts do not show mercy simply because you are a woman. In the Demon Exorcism Corps, there is no distinction between genders. There are only competent soldiers. He Chong coldly regarded her. The gate has been left wide open. You may leave at any time. Hongya Guditit Hartit. Yearning to walk away, yet she felt a lingering reluctance. Run. Chen Qing dared not utter a word, but began to sprint. Physical endurance is the foundation of everything. It was merely the first lap, yet the disparities were already evident. Due to inherent physiological differences, most of the female participants lagged behind. Chen Qing did not run fast or slow. Naturally, she found herself among the leading group of about 10. However, to Chen Qing's surprise, the fastest runner was not Ji Luo, but rather a girl. Her movements were fluid, seemingly conserving energy. Ji Luo strived to catch up, yet remained at a considerable distance from the girl. It is worth noting that Ji Luo's physical condition rivaled that of seasoned soldiers with years of experience, and he felt a pang of embarrassment as he desperately raced on. As they continued to chase, the two quickly distanced themselves from the others. Meanwhile, He Chong stood like a flagpole, hands clasped behind his back, observing the crowd without moving. Time gradually passed, and after approximately 5 laps, the first girl collapsed. She suddenly dropped to her knees and began to vomit. Yuan Shanshan was out. He Chong announced loudly, marking her off on the sheet he held. Soon, 2 soldiers approached, assisting her out of the gates. This scene left many spectators trembling with fear. It was serious. There was not even a second chance. A sense of dread enveloped everyone. Yet physical endurance is influenced little by subjective will, particularly since this was a 10-lap race. Truly, few could manage to run such a distance in one go. If one could not run, one simply could not. The second, third, and fourth participants subsequently fell out. At this moment, the girl who had consistently held first place had also come to a halt. She had completed the entire course. Chapter 24. The Master of Spirits, Physical Cultivation. Spiritual cultivation Ji Luoluo arrived, trailing half a circle behind. Shortly thereafter, Chen Qing and others arrived in succession. At this moment, those who were physically exhausted struggled to maintain their running posture, and many began to collapse. Soon, the majority reached the finish line, including individuals like Monkey. Once they crossed the line, they all collapsed onto the ground. After a brief moment, He Chong began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Those near the finish line exerted every ounce of their strength. A few more crossed the line. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In the final moment, a chubby boy leaped forward recklessly, crashing heavily onto the ground, his head striking forcefully, leaving him bloodied. Elimination. No, this is unfair. We are merely ordinary students. This is our first run elimination, He Chong reiterated coldly. Despair was evident on the faces of those behind. Damn, I refuse to accept this. I too refuse. This is unjust. Let us go. We shall lodge a complaint. The Spirit Army does not operate on your whims. He Chong remained unyielding, summoning numerous members of the Spirit Army to systematically expel everyone from the camp. See, the girls are just as capable as the boys. Hong Ye's voice brimmed with excitement. The first place goes to a girl. This is proof. Is this guy out of his mind? Monkey frowned, fully aware of how Hong Ye's family regarded Chen Qing, finding her exceedingly displeasing. He Chong spoke again. You have 10 minutes to rest, after which you will proceed to the underground training arena. In this round alone, 28 individuals have been eliminated, leaving 90 remaining. How brutal! Monkey gasped for breath. I've never heard of the Spirit Army being this extreme before. This is on par with the training intensity of the demon extermination team. The chubby boy, bruised and battered, expressed his despair. Can't you endure this? Chong scoffed. Listen carefully. For the next 20 days, you will be required to run an additional lap each day, with a time limit still set at 20 minutes. How is this even possible? Someone exclaimed in horror. On the final day, we must complete 30 laps in 20 minutes? This is inconceivable. That would nearly match the 100-meter record. Each lap must be run as if sprinting 100 meters? Chen Qing was also taken aback. Is this achievable? Time us up. Chong grabbed the stopwatch again. You have 2 minutes to reach the underground training arena. The crowd gasped, hastily scrambling to their feet, disregarding everything as they raced towards the underground arena. This time, 3 more were eliminated, leaving 87 participants. The underground training arena was vast, even larger than a standard basketball court, dimly lit by a few faint green lights. A chill swept through, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. Yet, Chen Qing furrowed her brow slightly. It was not merely the cold, but an aura of malevolence. Wukong stood in the shadows, his glasses reflecting a glimmer of light. As everyone gathered, Wukong called out in a clear voice, "Has anyone here ever encountered a ghost?" A few scattered hands were raised in the crowd. As Chen Qing observed others raising their hands, he too lifted his own. The ghost military. What a joke it would be if one had never encountered a ghost. Pay attention. A gentle breeze wafted through, accompanied by an unsettling aura that sent shivers down everyone's spine. In that moment, all present were rendered motionless. Suddenly, a cry erupted, "Ghost, ghost!" A ghost. Suspended in the air above the training ground was a massive figure reminiscent of a toad, with a large mouth akin to that of a catfish. Its lower half was shrouded in mist, voraciously inhaling the air. The ghostly gauge in Chen Qing's hand trembled slightly, the reading halting at 164. A first-level evil ghost. This entity was named Tuanfeng, and Wukong explained. It is the form of a devouring ghost after advancing to an evil ghost at the soul-hungry level. Experience what it means to face an evil ghost. As he spoke, Tuanfeng slowly turned its head, an indescribable pressure enveloping the entire arena instantly. A piercing scream shattered the silence as someone collapsed to the ground. Tuanfeng opened its mouth wide and inhaled with great force, as if souls were being drawn into the void. Chen Qing quickly circulated his energy, managing to steady his spirit. Thud, thud. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed repeatedly as one after another fell. A baboon suddenly appeared, positioning itself protectively in front of the first-ranked girl, roaring defiantly at Tuanfeng. After a brief exchange, the baboon vanished once more. Wukong raised a hand, and Tuanfeng finally ceased its menacing presence. Among the numerous newcomers, only 4 remained standing. The top-ranking girl, Ji Luo, Chen Qing, and Chen Qing. The first 3 maintained their composure, while Chen Qing swayed slightly. Wukong nodded at the 4, signaling approval. As the others gradually regained consciousness, Wukong spoke calmly. Tuanfeng did not exert its full power. Had it done so at such close range, all of you would have perished. His gaze swept over the crowd. I will not eliminate anyone, but you are now adults. You must contemplate the fact that in the future, you will confront entities like Tuanfeng, and even more terrifying ones. Make your choice. Silence fell over the assembly. A girl exclaimed, her face still pale with fear. Vitrov. Me too. I never anticipated the ghost military would be so perilous. One by one, hands were raised as individuals silently exited the training ground. After a considerable time, the crowd finally settled, leaving 72 remaining. Now, we shall commence the official lesson. First, you must determine your specialization. Ghost masters primarily enhance their soul strength. The stronger the soul, the more formidable the ghost pets one can command. Body cultivators focus on refining their vitality and can be likened to frontline tanks or assassins, essentially human projectiles. Spirit cultivators concentrate on cultivating spiritual energy, akin to the immortal practitioners or mages found in novels. Unfortunately, our squad lacks a teacher for spirit cultivation. Those wishing to pursue it must apply to transfer to the Ghost Extermination Squad. I offer this advice. Those with high aptitude should consider specializing as ghost masters. Once again, choices were made, and the majority opted to remain. Only 6 individuals were chosen for physical training, and they were led away by a muscular man. The class commenced officially. The first lesson focused on the fundamental concepts of the ghost tamer. Wukong pointed to the ghost gauge on his hand, aimed it at the wind devourer, and the numbers quickly fluctuated, settling at 165. This figure, measured in K, represents the ghost energy value, also known as soul power. It can essentially be regarded as one's combat strength. Wukong then directed the gauge towards himself, and the value fluctuated again, coming to a halt at 318. This is my soul power value, 318K. It is imperative that the master's soul power value must exceed the ghost energy value of the ghost companion. Should the soul power fall below that of the ghost companion, betrayal will ensue. Do not be misled into thinking that your contract with the ghost companion is unwavering. This is dictated by the ghost contracting technique and is beyond human will. Furthermore, considering the impact of combat injuries on soul power, one must reserve approximately 50 of it. It is crucial to maintain a minimum of 70. For instance, if your soul power is 100, it is advisable to contract a ghost companion with a ghost energy value of 50K, but it must not exceed 70. Listening intently, Chen Qing felt a spark of realization. The Black Prison ghost contracting technique seemingly lacked such restrictions. He resolved to seize the opportunity to inquire with the captain. A robust soul power brings forth numerous advantages. First, it enables the contracting of stronger ghost companions. Second, the greater the disparity in soul power, the higher the success rate of the contract. When the difference between soul power and ghost energy exceeds tenfold, one can almost forcibly contract any ghost companion. Third, it allows for the contracting of more ghost companions. In the soul motion realm, one can contract 2 ghost companions. In the essence realm, 3. And in the ghost spring realm, 4. Suddenly, Chen Qing recalled the Demon Suppression Tower. Through it, he could contract 12 ghost companions, which rendered him invincible. Chapter 25. The Purge of the Ghost Temple. Let us now discuss the hierarchy of ghostly entities. Traditionally, spirits, malevolent ghosts, and sinister beings were classified into 5 grades: B, C, D, and E. However, in recent years, this system has been unified into a ranking from 1 to 10. Levels below 10 are referred to as the initial phase. During this phase, if a wandering spirit suffers injury, it risks disintegration. Similarly, if a malevolent ghost is wounded, it may regress to the realm of wandering spirits. Levels above 10 correspond to their respective ranks, such as a level of 12 indicating the first rank, and a level of 20 indicating the second. For wandering spirits, a count in the 30s corresponds to the 3rd rank, while those in the 40s correspond to the 4th. The same applies to malevolent ghosts, where a count in the hundreds corresponds to the respective ranks, culminating in a count of 1,000, denoting the 10th rank. In 99% of cases, entities tend to stagnate at this juncture, unless they discover a spiritual catalyst to elevate their standing. Sinister beings similarly adhere to this 1 to 10 grading system. An inquiry arises. Teacher, is it not said that there are also S, SS, and SSS grades? Indeed, these 3 classifications are collectively referred to as the transcendent levels. They represent entities that transcend ordinary understanding. An S-grade wandering spirit can easily overpower lower-grade malevolent ghosts and poses an extreme danger. Engaging in a pact with such entities is ill-advised. To form a contract with an S-grade ghost companion, one must possess a soul power at least several times, if not tenfold, greater than that of the entity. This is a crucial point for all to remember. Now, we shall commence the soul motion course. Those who attain the realm of soul motion may depart. Upon achieving this state, students can claim their Kunmo blade and simultaneously apply to participate in tonight's mission. A mission? Chen Qing pondered. The ghost temple has experienced a minor surge of ghostly activity, with no survivors left within the temple grounds. The captain will lead a team to cleanse the area tonight. The captain? Chen Qing suddenly comprehended. In his previous life, Han Yuan likely obtained the Demon Suppression Tower during this very mission. He currently requires 8 more ghosts, as wild spirits are exceedingly scarce. He is also wary of provoking places like the princess's tomb. Following the captain to seize opportunities seems the wisest course. Logo, there is no need for you to linger here. You have long since reached the realm of soul motion, far surpassing us. Chen Qing praised. Ji Luo nodded in agreement. I shall take my leave now. With that, he rose and departed. The top-ranking female student also stood to leave. Chen Qing addressed the monkey. I shall withdraw as well. With that, he too rose to take his leave. While the departure of the first two elicited little surprise from the crowd, Chen Qing's exit astonished many, especially Hanya, Chen Qing, and the monkey, who gazed at him in disbelief. Once the three had departed, Hanya remarked in astonishment, Teacher, could it be that Chen Qing has also attained the realm of soul motion? Indeed, Wukong nodded. He had initially intended to elaborate on how Chen Qing had reached this state in mere minutes, but he refrained from voicing it. This cohort had already witnessed 3 S-grade prodigies emerge at once, which was disheartening enough. Further discouragement might sap their motivation to learn. He had originally held high hopes for Chen Qing, if only it weren't for Zhou Yangxiao. In Han Yuan's office, Zhou Yangxiao, Ji Luo, and Chen Qing arrived in succession. Are you 3 all intended to sign up? Very well. We shall convene at the playground at 6 this evening. As the trio exited the office, Han Yuan burst into a smile. Do you see? This is the charm of personality. In previous years, receiving an A was cause for celebration. But this year we have 3 double S's. He Chong rolled his eyes in response. Right. In the next moment, He Chong was unceremoniously kicked out, dismissing the back and forth. Chen Qing made arrangements with the hotel to ensure that Chun Man was well taken care of, while he remained at the base to engage in rigorous training. Everything else was manageable, but the final day's challenge of completing 30 laps in 20 minutes proved to be quite daunting. Timing himself on the field, he ran with all his might, completing 19 laps by the 20-minute mark. Surely, they wouldn't set an impossible task. Was there perhaps a trick to it? For instance, could soul energy enhance the physical body? Throughout the afternoon, Chen Qing meditated in his dormitory, pondering this very question. As 6 o'clock approached, the voice of the monkey echoed. I'm exhausted. How can I achieve soul movement? The cup of water remained utterly still throughout the afternoon, while some of their peers had begun to stir. We must persevere, he thought, but right now, all I desire is sleep. 2 voices approached, one belonging to the monkey, a chubby fellow, and the other to a rather aloof young man. The cold youth checked the dormitory number before collapsing onto his bed. The monkey pointed at the chubby boy, saying, Chen Qing, I request to share a dormitory with you. This chubby fellow and I get along quite well. He's also applying to join us. By the way, his name is He Runsheng. Hello, great one. He Runsheng immediately extended his hands for a handshake. Greetings. Chen Qing observed him. Your family must be extraordinarily wealthy. Am I right? The chubby boy looked taken aback and shook his head. Not at all. Brother, what is your name? The monkey turned to the cold youth sprawled on the bed. Lonely Star. Lone? Is that even a surname? The monkey did not press further and shifted his focus back to the chubby boy, sighing dramatically. Great one. May I inquire how you achieve soul movement? That bowl of water simply refuses to budge. Chen Qing reflected for a moment, replying, I followed what Teacher Wu advised. After exerting some effort, it moved. He truly had no further insights to share. Huh? He Runsheng paused in surprise, then sighed. The Great One truly is remarkable. By the way, Chen Qing, how many attempts did you make? The monkey asked. Chen Qing was candid, just one. No way. Are you serious? Just once? Indeed. The monkey was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Chen Qing's cup of water did move, but he spent an entire afternoon on it. Today he was entangled with Hanya, claiming he would make you look good. I'm curious to see how they plan to do that. What is going on? Do you have a grudge? The monkey recounted how Hanya's family treated Chen Qing, causing the chubby boy to frown. That is simply outrageous. Noticing the time, Chen Qing stood and headed toward the playground. Be cautious. Great one. Take care. 5 armored military vehicles awaited on the field. After a brief wait, everyone gathered. With the addition of the 3 newcomers, Chen Qing, there are now a total of 30 individuals. Han Yuan declared, let us adhere to our established tactics. He Chong will vacate 3 seats in the vehicle for the newcomers, and while in the car, He will instruct them on strategy. Let us commence. The group swiftly boarded the vehicle, and soon, amidst the rumble of the engine, they departed from the base. The three newcomers took their places in the back row, Zhou Yangqiao on the left, Chen Qing in the center, and Ji Luo on the right. It was rather pleasant. Chen Qing mused, though they were seated a bit apart. He Chong began to outline the strategy. Have you ever heard of the 3-3 tactic? When confronting malevolent spirits, we typically employ this strategy. 3 individuals form a small team, arranged in a triangular formation. 3 such teams constitute a combat unit, also in a triangular shape. Furthermore, 3 combat units comprise a combat group, maintaining the triangular configuration. A combat group consists of 27 members, excluding the 3 of you. We are precisely 27 in total. It would be prudent for you to observe our methods today and perhaps engage in practice with any stray minor adversaries we encounter. The vehicle soon came to a halt, approximately 1 kilometer from the Wugui temple. Getting too close would deter some of the spirits from revealing themselves. We shall wait until they all appear before proceeding, he instructed. Chen Qing pondered for a moment and asked, Brother Chong, where do the spirits hide during the day? No one knows, He Chong replied with a smile. This remains one of the world's greatest unsolved mysteries. Thus, we must await their emergence. Nobody knows? Chen Qing mused thoughtfully. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the intercom, heralding the appearance of the malevolent spirits. Brothers, follow me, boomed Han Yuan's bold voice. Chapter 26. The sixfold malevolent spirits, 5 armored military vehicles surged up the mountain, swiftly arriving before the Temple of the Wraiths. The assembled troops were well acquainted with their formation, and upon disembarking, they promptly dispersed into several small teams of 3. Most wielded the Kunwu sword, while those carrying the Kunlun crossbows took up positions towards the rear. One soldier, armed with a sniper rifle, was diligently scanning for an optimal vantage point. In the center stood Han Yuan, who suddenly unsheathed his Kunwu sword. A flash of crimson light erupted as the blade ignited in flames, enveloping half of Han Yuan's body. Charge! With the command given, all personnel surged into the Temple of the Wraiths, some entering through the doors while others vaulted over the walls, moving with remarkable speed. Chen Qing gripped his Kunwu, sword tightly, and followed suit. At that moment, a figure appeared before them, emaciated, with an unnaturally pale complexion and numerous festering sores. It staggered forward, coughing violently, as if it might expire at any moment. One of the ghost-controlling soldiers rushed forward, his Kunwu, sword glinting. Swish! The blade sliced through the ghost, cleaving it in 2 at the waist. Coughing violently, the upper half of the ghost struggled to crawl forward. The soldier stepped closer and severed its head with another strike. With a resounding thud, Han Yuan leapt from an unexpected angle, plunging his flaming Kunwu sword into the corpse of the ghost. The flames swiftly consumed the remains. Han Yuan furrowed his brow. This is a deathly spirit. Withdraw from this mission immediately in return for disinfection and examination. The soldier, taken aback, promptly nodded and dashed out of the temple. A little further ahead, the 3 foremost soldiers became entangled with a female, ghost clutching a child. She murmured incessantly, her abdomen marred by a gaping wound, from which a small child suckled its thumb, gazing placidly outward. The female ghost moved with alarming swiftness, each step akin to an arrow released from a bow. The 3 soldiers encircled her, poised to strike as soon as she attacked one of them. Suddenly, the ghost lunged, her claws aimed directly at a soldier's face, who was taken aback and fell backward in a desperate maneuver. The other 2 soldiers swiftly swung their blades, one aimed for her neck, the other for her abdomen. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal echoed as both swords were seized, one gripped by the ghost, the other by the unborn child within her. In a violent act, the ghost's infant leaped towards the soldier on the ground, while her claw swept toward the 2 standing soldiers. Boom! A silver bullet detonated against the ghost's chest, sending her hurtling backward as if struck by a freight truck. Seizing the opportunity, the 2 soldiers moved in unison, their swords cleaving her into 3 parts. The infant fell to the ground, letting out a piercing wail, desperately crawling towards its mother, clinging to her as it cried inconsolably. Gradually, its body began to dissolve, Is this truly the legendary birthing ghost? The soldiers felt a lingering dread. This was merely a wandering spirit. How absurd. If it had advanced to the level of a malevolent ghost, it could have claimed several lives. The warriors on the ground have risen, gingerly touching the wounds inflicted upon their necks. This thing can't be poisonous, can it? I've never heard of such a thing, one murmurs. Chen Qing observes everything with bated breath. His heart races with excitement. He finds himself once again in this peculiar scene. Spitting to the side, a voice calls out, "You got some guts." Surprised, Chen Qing is momentarily taken aback. It is his first encounter with such a sight, his mouth dry yet filled with spittle. Indeed, a curious situation. The two stand upon a bell tower, affording them a panoramic view of the unfolding chaos. Han Yuan refrains from engaging further in the battle, content to watch the fray unfold around him. The average strength of the ghostly adversaries appears to be somewhat lacking, yet their coordination is impeccable, despite sustaining injuries. They are not grievous. The number of spirits is dwindling rapidly. Suddenly, Chen Qing inquires, "Captain, the Black Abyss contract ghost technique shouldn't adhere to the principle of contracted ghost energy being only half, right? If the ghost energy is comparable to mine or slightly superior, can a contract be formed?" Han Yuan furrows his brow, responding, "It is indeed unwise to contract with a ghost whose energy is only half of your own. This is common knowledge. But have you ever pondered why this principle has become an ironclad rule?" Chen Qing falls silent. "Do you know what has become of those who practiced the Black Abyss contract ghost technique before you? They were all exceptionally gifted individuals, their talents far exceeding your imagination. Yet, without exception, they have all perished. You may very well be the last practitioner of this technique. The ferocity of these spirits surpasses your understanding. Confining yourself and a spirit within the Black Abyss is, in truth, to force oneself into a dire predicament." Han Yuan, typically not one for verbosity, has shared much. Yet he has answered Chen Qing's inquiry. The number of spirits in the temple is rapidly declining. Suddenly, a sharp sound reverberates, the sound of something striking a bamboo tube. Everyone pauses in their movements. Chen Qing's vision fades to black and white, his consciousness clouded in confusion. The sound strikes again, a strange voice elongating the words. "The weather is arid. Beware of fire." At this utterance, flames erupt from the bodies of those who had been frozen in place. Han Yuan, too, is immobilized, flames rapidly consuming his form, issuing forth billows of acrid smoke. Chen Qing finds himself engulfed in flames, but the Demon Suppression Tower quakes gently, instantly extinguishing them. The monochrome vision shatters, restoring the world to its vibrant state. Chen Qing regains mobility, yet he is at a loss for what to do. He does not even know where the enemy lies. Frantically shaking Han Yuan beside him, he cries, "Captain, wake up!" Gritting his teeth, he thrusts the kunwa blade toward Han Yuan's arm. Han Yuan Yutsavakya, the blade in his hand igniting in a fierce blaze, propelling him forward like a cannonball. Again, the sound resonates. In midair, Han Yuan's body stiffens. Yet he continues his trajectory, crashing heavily to the ground. A peculiar sound once again elongated. Close the doors and windows, safeguard against theft. In Chen Qing's eyes, a wooden lattice window swiftly shut, while his body felt as though it were ensnared by an unseen force, rendering him immobile. The demon-suppressing tower trembled slightly once more. The window before him shattered. Without hesitation, Chen Qing dashed towards Han Yuan, thrusting his blade once again. Only he could salvage this dire situation. The kunwa blade possessed the power to dispel malevolence, and instantaneously, Han Yuan regained consciousness, his form shooting forth like a projectile. The specter sought to conjure something. Yet Han Yuan's body closed in with remarkable speed. One strike. Peace. The sound abruptly ceased. The others regained their mobility, swiftly shedding their smoldering garments, all emitting hisses of pain. Chen Qing rushed over to discover a ghostly corpse impaled by Han Yuan's kunwa blade, swiftly engulfed in flames. It was vaguely discernible that the figure was dressed as an ancient farmer, a bamboo tube hanging at its waist. A sixth-tier, malevolent spirit, the watchman. Han Yuan furrowed his brow, extracting several portable adhesive bandages to cover his wounds. To encounter such a thing, Chen Qing, however, was left in a stupor. This watchman, was it not one of those he had released after invoking the Demon Suppressing Tower? Could it be that the ghost tide in the ghostless temple was a consequence of his own actions? Taking a deep breath, Chen Qing reassured himself. Regardless, with the blood moon's arrival, a ghost tide would erupt here as well. By that time, the death toll might soar 100-fold. At that moment, He Chang approached, his neck charred and shedding layers of skin, yet he nodded at Chen Qing. Chen Qing, you've achieved a great feat this time. However, He Chang's expression grew grave. Boss, it seems there is still another malevolent spirit. Another one? It seems to be. Possessing something? Han Yuan's expression sparkled with excitement. Possessing? What is it attached to? Uncertain. Let us go. As Han Yuan proceeded, he remarked, Chen Qing, you might as well practice your skills. Be cautious. Target its weaknesses. Chapter 27. The Ghost King approaches. The term attachment here is not a verb, but rather a noun. Such spirits are relatively common and are referred to as obsessed ghosts at the wandering soul level. They are the manifestations of individuals who became infatuated with certain things in life after death. For instance, alcoholics, gamblers, misers, and libertines. At the malevolent ghost level, they typically cling to an object they cannot let go of. For example, if the team member He Chang were to die and transform into a malevolent ghost, he might become a fishing rod. Human obsessions and fixations are extraordinarily diverse, and so too are the forms of their attachments. An alcoholic, upon ascending to the level of attachment, might transform into a bottle of liquor. Alternatively, a perverse individual might take the form of black stockings. If a modern person were to become an obsessed ghost, it would surely be a spectacle, perhaps a smartphone, a keyboard, a camera, a figurine, a basketball, or suspenders. Any of these would be unsurprising. Chen Qing retracted his thoughts and gradually approached the latter half of the ghostly temple. A rapid and incessant voice reached his ears, babbling at an astonishing speed. Chen Qing strained to discern the words and finally made out. I heard that fellow is nothing but a hopeless gambler, entangled with the butcher's wife, and was caught by the butcher, who then beheaded him. It was said that Lao Qing hadn't returned in 2 years, claiming to have been arrested for salt smuggling, and it was rumored that he had been violated by the prison bullies. The incessant chatter continued. As Chen Qing turned the corner, he finally beheld 2 female ghosts. Their mouths flapped rapidly, their tongues unnaturally long, drooping a full foot as they spoke, with saliva splattering everywhere. Long-tongued ghosts. The 2 female spirits clearly possessed differing levels of power. One spoke at a breakneck pace, while the other was somewhat sluggish, articulating indistinctly. Consulting his ghost gauge revealed one was at the 1st level and the other at the 3rd. Both were weak, but to be cautious, Chen Qing targeted the 1st level ghost, swiftly striking with his blade. The decapitation was uneventful. The long-tongued ghost dissolved in a black mist, quickly being absorbed by the Demon Suppression Tower. The 3rd level long-tongued ghost paused momentarily, then flicked its head, its tongue transforming into a whip-like appendage, slicing toward Chen Qing. He chose not to linger, swiftly retreating in search of the next ghost. This place was teeming with spirits, and soon Chen Qing discovered a starving ghost in the temple's dining area, ravenously devouring a bag of already rotting cabbage. Its body was emaciated, yet its belly was swollen and round. A quick assessment revealed it to be a newly born wandering soul. He promptly severed its head. The starving ghost swiftly transformed into a wisp of black mist, vanishing into the Demon Suppression Tower. Inside the dining hall, faint rustling sounds persisted. Chen Qing tread lightly, his heart lifting upon noticing 3 ghosts engaged in a frantic struggle over a piece of rotten, maggot-infested pork in the kitchen area. A glance at his ghost gauge confirmed they were all 1st-level wandering souls. He launched the Demon Suppression Tower, and with a resounding crash, the 3 ghosts were instantly crushed. Quickly retracting the tower, he continued his search elsewhere. The next 2 ghosts he encountered were one at the 1st level and one at the 3rd level, and Chen Qing promptly turned away from them. As he reached the accommodation area, he slowed his pace. A peculiar sound echoed in the air, stirring a sensation within. I discerned the direction and tightened my grip on the Kunwa blade, cautiously advancing. What unfolded next was a scene of sheer flamboyance. Zhou Yanxiao's fateful specter was none other than. Huh? This is utterly astonishing. Chen Qing immediately recognized that the baboon was indeed Zhou Yanxiao's fateful specter. Glancing around, he spotted Zhou Yanxiao in the corner, her face flushed with embarrassment. She noticed Chen Qing as well, raising a finger in a gesture for silence. She tiptoed over and pulled Chen Qing outside. Chen Qing was at a loss for words. Zhou Yanxiao, still blushing, confessed, "My fateful specter is an erotic ghost. Only in this manner can I ascend to a higher tier." An erotic ghost? The sounds emanating from within were far too lascivious. Zhou Yanxiao's cheeks remained crimson as she continued. "That female ghost is of the same lineage as my baboon. Only through mutual assistance can we elevate our status. I must seize this opportunity." The notion that an erotic ghost could be represented by a baboon or monkey left Chen Qing in a state of bewilderment, prompting him to instinctively inquire, "What then is the evil spirit level of the erotic ghost?" "I do not know," she replied. Indeed, with the blood moon yet to rise, the majority of spirits visible at present were merely common varieties. The presence of a watchman ghost here today was due to its suppression since ancient times. As they spoke, it seemed the commotion within had reached its zenith. Describing even a fraction of it would be tantamount to sealing the book. It was utterly remarkable. Chen Qing found himself momentarily speechless. He quickly fled, contemplating his next move as he headed towards the former abbot's chamber. There lay a decayed corpse, yet had not transformed into a ghost. Chen Qing could vaguely identify it as the abbot and sighed, turning his attention to other areas. At that moment, he sensed a chilling aura. Scanning his surroundings, he saw no spectral entities. However, each step felt heavier than the last, as if a breeze from an air conditioner was blowing against his thigh, imparting an indescribable chill. A jolt of alarm surged within Chen Qing. He looked down to find his feet devoid of any presence. Yet the pant leg was gently swaying. Understanding dawned upon him. This was a hanging boot ghost, akin to a pesky insect. This entity was exceedingly swift, regardless of how one observed it. It could evade the line of sight. If one felt a breath upon their neck while traversing at night, it was highly likely to be this creature. Fortunately, its power was limited, at most inducing a cold or fever, thus classified as a benign spirit. At this moment, a cool breeze brushed against the nape of his neck. If all went well, it should be clean there now. Chen Qing refrained from turning around. Instead, he used his ghost detector to shine light on the back of his neck. A nascent wandering soul, Chen Qing comprehended the situation, rooted himself, and hurled the Demon Suppression Tower behind him. It was colossal. Bang! The tower, towering at 3 to 4 meters, fell heavily behind Chen Qing. He did not see the pesky spirit, but he could feel a new ghost being captured within the tower. Only 2 more remained. Soon, Chen Qing located his target. A frail figure appeared, rustling in the shadows. In his arms, he clutched a multitude of dice. The dice tumbled incessantly from his grasp, and he tirelessly retrieved them, only for them to fall once more. An anxious expression adorned his ghastly face, yet he persistently gathered these dice, seemingly unwilling to forfeit even a single one. A fool of a gambler, indeed. There exist myriad types of fools, and this one was unmistakably the kind driven by vice. Suddenly, 3 warriors surged forth, ready to strike. Chen Qing hastily intervened. "Leave this to me." The 3 warriors nodded in agreement, uttering no further words, and proceeded to engage foes elsewhere. This gambler, in a state of oblivion, appeared to be in his nascent phase. Indeed, the specter displayed a value of 5K. With a swift stroke, the gambler met his demise. Only one more specter remained for the Demon Suppression Tower. Perhaps good fortune is often preceded by trials, as the subsequent specters encountered were not easily vanquished, compounded by the rapid reduction of numbers thanks to the warriors of the Ghost Command. Finding another became increasingly arduous. Chen Qing felt a pang of urgency and, with a flicker of inspiration, made his way to the rear of the no-ghost tower. This area had long been cleared as a priority. Yet, in a corner of the surrounding wall, there lay a latrine. Perhaps a latrine ghost resided within. Indeed, A single weighty latrine ghost was savoring its meal with delight. Disregarding his disgust, Chen Qing struck with his blade. The latrine ghost remains transformed into a swirling black mist drawn into the tower. The Demon Suppression Tower began to tremble. Initially, the tremors were slight, but soon they intensified, growing ever more pronounced, until the tower, along with the necklace around Chen Qing's neck, danced vivaciously as though it were a fish freshly caught. At last, the commotion subsided. Chen Qing felt the presence of the 13th ghost. The Ghost King had arrived. Chapter 28. If I die, take care of my brother, reflecting on the terrifying figure from the second blood moon of his past life. Chen Qing's heart raced uncontrollably. He had gathered these 12 worthless specters solely to acquire the Ghost King. His mastery of the Black Abyss contracting technique was merely a means to control this powerful entity. Typically, employing the Black Abyss contract would incite resistance from the ghost, resulting in a life-or-death struggle. However, Chen Qing was distinct. He was the master of the Demon Suppression Tower. With this in mind, he could devise certain strategies. For instance, he could immerse himself in the sea or ascend a cliff. Thus, should he perish, the Demon Suppression Tower would plummet, rendering it virtually impossible to retrieve, akin to an eternal seal. In essence, the ghost would have but two choices: to submit or to perish alongside him. This should work, he mused, albeit with uncertainty. Yet, it was only by securing the Ghost King that he would possess the unwavering confidence to survive the blood moon. As he pondered silently, the commotion within the ghost temple began to dwindle. Aside from the terrifying caretaker, the Ghost Control Army had also dealt with several troublesome tenfold wandering spirits, resulting in one individual sustaining grave injuries. The battle was gradually drawing to a close. At last, a voice crackled through the walkie-talkie, calling for assembly. As everyone made their way to the temple entrance, Chen Qing encountered Zhou Yanxiao. With a smile, Chen Qing inquired, "Was it smooth sailing?" Zhou Yanxiao's face flushed crimson as she responded vaguely with a hum. It was then that Chen Qing noticed how striking Zhou Yanxiao appeared. Her delicate features, nose, eyes, and lips were perfectly proportioned. "Please, do not speak to others about my fate-bound ghost." Zhou Yanxiao leaned closer, locking her gaze with Chen Qing's. Though he was not one to indulge in discussions about others, he deliberately hesitated. "Well, consider it a favor owed to you." "Deal," Chen Qing replied with a grin. He then quietly asked, "Has your baboon made significant progress this time?" Zhou Yanxiao's face turned even redder. "Quite a bit." Noticing Chen Qing's intent to probe further, she furrowed her brow and said, "Can we not discuss this anymore?" Recognizing her growing impatience, Chen Qing wisely shifted the conversation. One armored military vehicle was missing, presumably taken by the soldier who had vanquished the sickly ghost. Han Yuan remarked, "Despite the burns everyone sustained, this mission can be deemed a resounding success. We will send other comrades for the subsequent cleanup. Thank you all for your hard work." With one vehicle missing, should we squeeze in together or wait for another to arrive? "Squeeze. It will only take a few minutes," came the chorus of agreement. Han Yuan gestured for the three newcomers to join him in his vehicle, and soon, two others squeezed in as well. He Chong and the round-faced soldier, Zhang Ming Yuan, nicknamed QQ Egg. "Hey, QQ Egg, don't crowd me." He Chong protested. "This vehicle is already cramped. I don't wish to be squished against you." After a prolonged struggle, they ultimately decided that He Chong would hold QQ Egg in his lap. As the vehicle started, Han Yuan addressed Chen Qing. "Today, you must take the lead." "Oh, not at all. Without the captain's brilliant command." "What's this? Have you learned to flatter in just a few days?" Han Yuan responded with feigned displeasure. Chen Qing chuckled. "Is there a reward?" "There is," Han Yuan replied, grinning. "However, I intend to collectively report to the combat team the ability to defend against special attacks. Otherwise, with a special ability ghost like the one we encountered today, one would be utterly oblivious to the peril." Chen Qing contemplated inquiring whether the possessed entity had been located, but refrained. Ji Luo was equally noteworthy. "Did the contract with the haunting spirit you were tirelessly working on succeed today?" "It did." Upon mentioning this, Ji Luo's face lit up with excitement. Han Yuan pondered for a moment and asked, "Is the complete sequence of the haunting spirit for sale?" given Han Yuan's astuteness. He understood that Ji Luo's exuberance in successfully contracting a first-tier ghost likely stemmed from his family's knowledge of the complete promotion route. Ji Luo fell silent, but did not deny it. After a considerable pause, he bitterly smiled and remarked, "Perhaps my father would not approve." Very well. Han Yuan did not pursue the matter further. The complete sequence is exceedingly precious. Each one has been earned through the sacrifice of countless lives during the Southern Ghost Tide. Captain, ISNT at the extermination team's responsibility to eliminate ghostly entities? They've been rather occupied lately. Han Yuan replied with solemnity. A princess from an unknown dynasty has awakened, and it poses quite a challenge. Chen Qing was taken aback, realizing it was the very spirit he had awakened. In truth, Chen Qing had rendered significant assistance, for once the blood moon arrives, this ghost would likely grow several times stronger, and the ensuing losses would be even more catastrophic. He contemplated whether to reveal the locations of several ghost strongholds he was aware of. "Hichong, can you act normally?" Suddenly, Kiki then exclaimed. "What on earth is this hard and rigid thing?" The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. "A knife! A knife! This is indeed a knife," Hichong retorted. "Even if I were to engage in such a thing, I would only be interested in a captain of such heroic and handsome stature, not a mere egg like you." Han Yuan shot back, "Get lost." After a moment, Han Yuan lowered a cosmetic mirror, stroked his chin and neck, and nodded. "Yet, your description of heroic and handsome is indeed quite apartment." The four vehicles sped swiftly, soon entering the urban area. Chen Qing asked, "Captain, may I exit the vehicle?" "Certainly." Han Yuan inquired, "Are you injured? If so, it is best to go to the base for treatment." "No." "Then you may proceed." Upon disembarking, Chen Qing glanced at the time. 4:30. At this hour, taxis were scarce. He opened a ride-hailing app, set his destination, and offered 1,000 yuan as the fare. Ding! Instantly, the request was snatched up. Soon, a car stopped before Chen Qing. "Hello, Mr. Chen." The driver beamed. "Are you headed to Shizhu Peak? Operating at such an hour must be for the sake of extra earnings. A single fare of 1,000 yuan is simply delightful." Indeed, Shizhu Peak is a renowned attraction in Shiming City, exceedingly steep, with a roaring Shiming River flowing below. The two entered the vehicle and swiftly set off. The driver, still excited, engaged in small talk with Chen Qing, but his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the Ghost King, leaving little room for conversation. The driver, thus, focused intently on the road. After a while, the vehicle arrived at the entrance of the scenic area, where the driver deliberately dropped Chen Qing off at a point inaccessible by car. While some popular attractions operate around the clock, this particular site had long been closed. Chen Qing switched on his flashlight and, navigating through the winding paths, ventured forth with a stamina far superior to that of an ordinary person. Without pausing for breath, he reached the steepest precipice. He found a precarious spot against the cliff, where the incline was so steep that one could barely stand, should death befall him. His body would undoubtedly plunge into the river below. The river wind held around him. Chen Qing calmed himself and composed a message. On August 15th, the moon will turn into a blood moon, heralding the apocalypse, where malevolent spirits will multiply 100-fold, a myriad of times. Demonic entities abound. Ensure that you, along with Xiao Man and Uncle Xia, enter my safe house, stockpiling provisions as much as possible. Above all, do not trust anyone. My bank card lies beneath the great pine at Shizhu Peak, secured by 2 stones. The password is 371896. Having completed the message, he set it to be sent at a predetermined time and placed the bank card beneath the stones. If he did not survive to return, the monkey would receive this message at noon the following day. Taking several deep breaths, he steadied his rapidly beating heart. A singular thought emerged. The king of ghosts from the Demon Suppression Tower appeared before him. Slight of form, it crouched with its back to Chen Qing. There was no time to scrutinize. He pronounced each word with conviction. Black Prison Contract, Ghost Technique. Chapter 29. The Demon King? Words command reality. The Black Prison Contract Demon Technique. An entity resembling tendrils and dark mist swiftly enveloped both parties. Chen Qing's heart raced. In a low voice, he stated, "You have seen the environment we are in, perched on the edge of a cliff. A person can stand, but if I die, my body will plummet into the abyss. Given that you are confined within the tower, it is impossible for you to seize it for yourself. You must either kill me, and my corpse, along with the necklace, may well sink into the river for decades or centuries. You have no other choice. Submit to me and become my contract demon pet, or we shall perish together. Having ventured here, I am fully prepared. Now, please, reveal your answer. The Demon King remained crouched, offering no response. The unfolding narrative felt somewhat amiss. Chen Qing frowned and commanded again, "Stand up." The Demon King slowly rose. Then, Chen Qing was taken aback. With a wild beard reminiscent of Zhong Kui, its eyes were askew, one watching vigilantly while the other kept watch. One foot on two socks, while the other foot was bare. It tilted his head, scrutinizing Chen Qing. "Were my socks?" Chen Qing was momentarily stunned. Despite being adorned with a beard, this was unmistakably the mad spirit he had first captured. The Demon King? This creature was the Demon King? In Chen Qing's envisioned narrative, there were grand and tragic scenes, and a desolate ending with a corpse in the river. Yet, there was no anticipation of sharing a room with a lunatic. For a moment, he was at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. After some contemplation, he decided to remove his sock and offer it to him. The Demon King chuckled, a stream of drool cascading down as he wiped it across his face and plopped down to put on the sock. If given a choice, Chen Qing would never have selected such a being. But alas, he was now confined in the Black Prison, while the Demon King donned the sock. A thought crossed Chen Qing's mind. A black ring of spiritual energy emerged from his consciousness, gradually encircling the Demon King's head, tightening ever more, until it penetrated his skull. The Demon King seemed to sense something scratching at his head. However, the entity had already embedded itself within his mind. After a couple of futile scratches and noticing no reaction, he resumed sitting down to put on the sock. Success! Was this the sensation of a contract demon pet? Unlike controlling with the Demon Suppression Tower, he could feel the Demon King's breath, distinctly sensing everything about him. So, demons breathe as well? With a mere thought, Chen Qing retracted the Black Prison. Had it truly succeeded? It was unexpected. He aimed the demon gauge at the Demon King. 3, 4, 7, 9, 13, 18, 23, 35. It halted at 35. Then, 36, 35, 39, 34. For reasons unknown, the values remained unstable, fluctuating continuously, hovering around 38. 38. A soul of the third tier, completely unworthy of the title of Demon King. Yet he understood that this was due to his deliberate contract with a fragile, nascent wandering soul. If all 12 spirits were to be exchanged for more advanced ones, the Demon King would likely ascend to a transcendent level. Just imagine possessing an S-rank spirit companion. One cannot help but feel a surge of excitement. However, the mind is somewhat clouded, posing a significant dilemma. It is uncertain whether replacing the spirits will resolve this issue. With a thought, he summoned the mad ghost. The two stood together, appearing closer than actual brothers. For pairs of freely moving eyes resembled a 360-degree panoramic camera, capturing every direction: north, south, east, west, up, and down. Fortunately, the Demon King bore a mustache reminiscent of Zhong Kui, ensuring no confusion. Chen Qing sighed. A famous saying from celebrity named Shen flashed through his mind. What a sin. At this moment, dawn had barely broken, and the mad ghost seemed noticeably fatigued. Yet, the Demon King displayed no reaction whatsoever, its eyes wandering aimlessly. Chen Qing decided to put the mad ghost away, wishing to observe the limits of the Demon King, and waited in silence. As the light grew brighter, the first rays of sunlight touched the peak, slowly descending. If a wandering soul were present, it would likely disintegrate in an instant. Still, the Demon King remained completely unresponsive. The sunlight continued its descent, finally reaching the heads of the two. Yet, the Demon King showed no sign of reaction. Utilizing the spirit gauge, he checked, noting the spirit energy level hovering around 38. The sunlight finally illuminated the Demon King's face. The anticipated scene of roasting ghostly flesh did not materialize. The Demon King remained unfazed, even turning away from the sun to yawn. Chen Qing was taken aback. Despite having endured 3 waves of blood moon ghost tides, he had never heard of any spirit unafraid of the sun. This was a ghost. That above was the sun. Where had the mistake occurred? The Demon King, yawning, settled onto a stone, visibly bored. Chen Qing then remembered the bank card hidden beneath the stone, retrieved it, and deleted the scheduled text meant for the monkey. Checking the time, he summoned the Demon King back. He hailed a taxi and returned to the hotel. Chen Man was not present, not paying much attention. He had breakfast and began his routine. At noon, the hotel phone rang. The caller said nothing. However, Chen Qing noticed a note under the hotel phone. Mr. Chen Man is in our possession. If you wish for his safety, please prepare 6 million and bring it to the abandoned brick factory on Taiping Road. Chen Qing was stunned. A wave of cold fury surged within him. Chen Man was his only family. The only one. Chen Qing contemplated using the spirit army to resolve this matter, but Chen Man could not be put in jeopardy. He dared not be careless, heading to the bank to withdraw 6 million. A significant sum. He packed it into 3 boxes, each weighing about 70 pounds. The security guard assisted in carrying the boxes to the entrance, where a taxi conveniently arrived to load them in. Taiping Road's abandoned brick factory. Very well. This was an obscure location, at least one Chen Qing had never heard of. Yet, the driver wound through alleys, taking Chen Qing deeper. As long as my brother remains unharmed, money is no object. Chen Qing spoke suddenly. The driver paused briefly, smiling. Mr. Chen is a wise man. Mr. Chen, please wear this blindfold. Rest assured, we seek wealth, not life. Chen Qing complied, perhaps due to the remote location or a deliberate detour. The driver traveled for an extended period. Along the way, another individual entered the vehicle, pressing a sharp object against Chen's neck and binding him tightly with a rope. Soon, the vehicle came to a halt, and Chen was pushed out, stumbling before finally coming to a stop. The blindfold was removed, and the sudden brightness caused Chen to squint. After a moment, he discerned his surroundings, an abandoned factory, littered with broken bricks and desiccated waste. Before him stood 6 men. Chen's memory was sharp, and he could recall faces even after a single encounter. One was a hotel employee, another worked at a jewelry store, and to Chen's astonishment, those Li Ba, a resident of the same community and a man who had been involved in his past demise. A realization struck Chen. He had been ostentatious. He had carelessly spent 300,000 at the hotel, sold nearly 10 million worth of gold at the jewelry store, and invested close to 10 million in renovations for his apartment. It was no wonder he had attracted attention. Where's my brother? Li Ba, adorned with a thick gold chain and watch, did not respond directly but instead declared, prices have risen. You must pay an additional 10 million. Chen had merely 1 million left in his account, yet he hesitated not. Money was trivial as long as he could see his brother. Moments later, Chen Man was dragged out, his hands bound behind him, his face bruised and battered from enduring much suffering. Chen's heart finally eased. I only have 1 million left. Will that suffice? If each of you takes 2 million, it should be enough. However, the leader demanded 5 million, and the 5 brothers surely deserved at least 2 million. Understanding dawned upon Chen as he confirmed that all of them were present. With a single thought, the demon tower quivered slightly, and 13 spirits abruptly materialized. Among them were a madman, 2 toilet spirits, 2 anger spirits, 4 starving ghosts, a long-tongued ghost, and a pesky spirit. Grotesque and terrifically fearsome. Panic ensued. What is this? Ghosts! 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 Chaos erupted. Yet, to Chen's surprise, while the Ghost King stood tall, the other spirits knelt trembling on the ground. Only the madman seemed oblivious to the Ghost King's dread, maintaining an upright posture. Chen had not anticipated this behavior from the spirits. With a mere thought, he commanded, kill them. The spirits then struggled to rise and charge at the group, but they were pathetically weak, especially in the daylight, moving at a sluggish pace. The Ghost King led the charge, his feet awkwardly turned outward, shouting, dismember them, dismember them. Suddenly, one individual's body was grotesquely torn into 8 pieces. With a resounding crash, entrails spilled across the ground. The Ghost King, having rushed forward, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden dismemberment of the man before him. Recovering quickly, he turned to another target, still shouting, "Burn them! Burn them!" Boom! The fleeing figure ahead was suddenly engulfed in raging flames, the temperature horrifying, reducing him to a charred husk in mere moments. Chen Qing stood frozen. Was this a manifestation of spoken commands? He hastened his movements, deftly wielding a compact tool to sever the ropes binding him. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the Demon Suppression Tower, a colossal structure, towering 6 or 7 meters, appeared abruptly, crushing one individual into a pulp. Armed with the Kunmal blade, Chen Qing struck. The blade plunged directly into the taxi driver's brain, slicing horizontally to cleave his head in two before he charged forth once more. Meanwhile, the remaining spirits were already tearing at the gold shop employees. The terrified man could only scream, "Ah, help, help. I made a mistake, a grave mistake." Li Ba had already been cornered, a long-tongued ghost striking him, but it felt no more severe than a gentle slap from a child. Li Ba stood bui. These spirits, are they so weak? Chen Qing, his expression cold, approached Li Ba. Indeed, they are merely ephemeral souls that shatter upon contact. A flash of the blade. Li Ba's left arm was severed at the root. He shrieked in agony, "Please, please, don't kill me. We are neighbors." And so what, Li Ba? Li Ba was taken aback, unable to fathom that Chen Qing recognized him. Yet there was no time for contemplation. Another slash. His right arm was severed as well. Blood gushed forth from the stumps, his body convulsing and trembling. "No, no, I can buy my life. I have money. I have money." Chen Qing showed no sign of reaction, raising the blade once again. "I have news about Jinbu Huan." Jinbu Huan. Li Ba suddenly screamed at the top of his lungs, as if grasping at a straw of salvation. Chen Qing paused, furrowing his brow. How did he know about Jinbu Huan? Li Ba's lips turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead, yet he continued to shout, "Jinbu Huan. Someone wants that Jinbu Huan of yours." Chen Qing's frown deepened. Li Ba, noticing the pause in Chen Qing's actions, exclaimed, "The hotel. Sun Lian from the hotel wants to set you up," secretly installed surveillance in the room. He captured that Jinbu Huan. Then, the news spread. We were merely henchmen. Spare me. Jinbu Huan. Jinbu Huan. Jinbu Huan. Suddenly, an eerie voice echoed. Jinbu Huan materialized before them, still small in stature, yet burdened with an oversized pocket brimming with gold ingots. "Jinbu Huan, Jinbu Huan," he proclaimed, leaping toward Li Ba as if diving into water, plunging straight into Li Ba's abdomen. His body swiftly transformed into gold, his eyes wide with terror. Jinbu Huan. Fear was forever etched in his gaze. Chen Qing regarded this golden figure, a true golden form. He remained silent. Chen Man stirred. Everyone deserved death. Yet, until the puppet master behind it all was unearthed, peace would elude him. Chapter 30. The shadowy hand behind the scenes. This marks the first instance of Chen Qing taking a life across both of his existences. Yet, unexpectedly, there is no trace of discomfort, eerily calm. The wraiths of the newly deceased are still too feeble. Had they not manifested so suddenly, startling this group, there might have been peril, commanding the spirits to tend to the remains. They all succumbed to the ground one after another, despite the factory's roof shielding them. Sunlight cannot penetrate. Nevertheless, it is still daytime. Except for the Ghost King, the rest cannot endure the exposure. Reluctantly, he retrieves the spirits and uses the Demon Suppression Tower to collect the bodies. Li Ba's remains have already turned to gold. To Chen Qing's astonishment, Li Ba's phone has fallen to the ground. His hands have been severed by Chen Qing prior to the transmutation, suggesting they could be used for unlocking. Attempting the fingerprint unlock proves successful. He first inspects the contacts, diligently photographing all the phone numbers from the past week. Subsequently, he peruses the messages in WeChat. Li Ba, involved in the underworld, had a phone filled with extravagant content. There exists a group named Dancing Demons, teeming with images and videos, most of which could easily be categorized under the peculiar section of adult websites. Within this group, humanity is portrayed as capable of laying eggs, with an infinitely vast capacity. The elderly women are depicted in flamboyant attire. As he scrolls further, he stumbles upon photos of himself and Chen Man, evidently taken with a long lens, likely surreptitiously captured in a car. These images document Chen Qing's whereabouts and activities, occasionally accompanied by remarks such as, "Damn, this guy is truly wealthy. Just spent tens of thousands at the camping store." There are also surveillance clips, particularly focused on the altercation with his aunt's family, which received the most commentary. In just a few minutes today, he squandered 280,000. Damn it. If I don't rob him, I would be failing myself. When shall we strike? It must be in the next couple of days. Further down, a message reads, "That little bastard has already been tied up. Have you seen where he is? I've been following him. He entered the bank and is about to come out. Quick, get the car ready." Okay, he's in Old Wang's vehicle. It's a sure win. We're in for a fortune. Li Ba replies, "Don't be careless. Hold steady for the last hour. Tonight, we celebrate with a banquet. 3 lean horses for each." Just as he was engrossed in reading, a WeChat notification abruptly appears. Did you succeed? Chen Qing scrolls up, his eyes gradually revealing a murderous intent. Messages from 3 days prior have been deleted, yet Li Ba consistently reported on the progress. It can be inferred that this individual is the one orchestrating a scheme against Chen Qing. The person is clearly intent on concealing their identity, with a nickname comprised of a jumble of letters and numbers and a blank profile picture devoid of any introduction. However, Li Ba had noted them as Yu General. The surname Yu is not particularly common. Without haste in responding, Chen Qing swiftly reviews Li Ba's replies to others, contemplating his habitual tone. Both were bound, and the other party immediately responded, "That's good. You all hide for now. I will call you shortly." Despite the urge to inquire further, the fear of alarming the snake compelled him to refrain. The disappearance of 6 individuals was too conspicuous and would soon arouse suspicion. It was imperative to uncover the mastermind behind this. Glancing at Li Ba's banking app, he noted a staggering deposit of over 11 million. Such wealth, Chen Qing mused, then examined the recent transactions, 2 transfers, each amounting to 5 million. The remittance account was listed as Jinhua. Could it be Jinhua? However, given his cautious demeanor on WeChat, the likelihood of using his real name during the transfer seemed low. Chen Qing, do they intend to rob us? Chen Man had endured considerable hardships, evident from the fingerprints still visible on his face. Any ordinary child would have collapsed upon encountering such a gruesome scene. Yet Chen Man, devoid of the typical emotional responses, remained remarkably composed. Indeed, thus they were all killed. For mobile phones remained at the scene. Using the fingerprints from the severed limbs, he attempted to unlock them, managing to access 3, yet none yielded valuable information. It was possible they were unaware of General Yu's presence. As he pondered this, Li Ba's phone suddenly rang. Chen Qing pressed the recording button before answering. Neither party spoke. After 2 seconds, the call was disconnected. "This is bad." Chen Qing attempted to call back, only to find it switched off. This number would likely never be activated again. Chen Qing narrowed his eyes, sensing a looming pressure. The elusive Jin Buhuan was not someone ordinary individuals could easily identify, and his lavish spending suggested he was not in want of funds. His identity was undoubtedly complex. After securely storing the phones along with the corresponding fingerprints, Chen Qing began his return. Staying at the hotel was no longer feasible. Thus, Chen Man would not attend school. After much contemplation, it seemed the only option before their home was completed was to go to the base. Uncertain if he could take Chen Man along, he called He Chong to inquire. He Chong hesitated. Can children stay in the dormitory? There is no precedent for this. Brother Chong, please help. Recently, someone has been watching me and my brother, and I cannot supervise him every day. If it comes to that, can I exchange my remaining opportunity to select antiques for this? After a moment of silence, He Chong replied, "I will ask the captain." After a while, a strange number called. Upon answering, Han Yuan's cheerful laughter resonated. "I have always said my imposing character can move anyone. They didn't believe me. Look now. Not only you, but your family has also come to seek refuge with me. In light of your significant contributions, it is granted." Chen Qing was overjoyed. "Thank you, Captain." After hanging up, Chen Qing returned to the hotel, determined to search for any clues left behind. The room was too vast for a thorough search. So he summoned the Ghost King to assist. However, observing the Ghost King's extraordinary appearance, Chen Qing held little hope. Surveillance? Where is the surveillance? The Ghost King exclaimed, as Chen Qing raised his head, intent on intervening. A sudden clatter echoed through the air. A screw from the central air conditioning unit had plummeted to the ground. Looking up, he noticed a slat swaying precariously. On the verge of detachment, he fetched a chair to brace himself, dismantled the slat, and discovered a diminutive surveillance camera nestled within. Casting a penetrating glance at the Ghost King, he realized this individual likely possessed an unsettling ability to manifest his desires into reality. Extracting the wireless Wi-Fi camera's memory card, he hurried to his computer and navigated to the earliest footage. On the screen appeared a face, visibly anxious. Adjusting its position before reassembling the slat and swiftly exiting the room, Chen Qing recognized this person. It was the employee who had met his demise earlier that very day. The trail of clues had now come to an abrupt end. He murmured to himself. His attention abruptly shifted to the Ghost King. Newly emerged spirits typically drift in a state of confusion, only stabilizing upon reaching the second tier of spiritual existence. At this juncture, most could engage in coherent dialogue and exchange thoughts. However, awakening abilities belong to the realm of malevolent spirits. Yet, this Ghost King, a third-tier spirit, had inexplicably awakened to power. When he shouted for dismemberment, the victim was instantaneously torn asunder. When he commanded a fiery demise, an inexplicable blaze engulfed the individual. Now, upon uttering the words, "Where are you monitoring from?" the surveillance had, indeed, manifested itself. Could it be that the ability he awakened was akin to that of manifesting one's will? The degree of this abnormality was utterly terrifying. Chen Qing furrowed his brow. The Ghost King's actions defied all logic. As a specter, he harbored no fear of sunlight. Despite being merely a third-tier spirit, he had awakened to power. What is your name? Chen Qing pondered aloud. The Ghost King, with one eye directed toward the restroom and the other toward the ceiling, maintained an air of nonchalance. Forget I asked. Most of the belongings were hotel property, of little consequence to collect. Yet, as he retrieved the painting of Zhong Kui, the Ghost King approached, snatching the artwork from his hands and unfurling it with a flourish. Chen Qing's heart seized in trepidation, but curiosity compelled him to refrain from intervening. The Ghost King gazed at the image of Zhong Kui capturing demons, tilting his head in confusion. "You've held it upside down." Chen Qing sighed, flipping the painting to its proper orientation. The Ghost King's eyes darted wildly before he erupted in fury, forcefully casting the artwork to the ground. With a cacophony of shouts, he began to stomp on it, alternating feet in a frenzied dance. Chen Qing was taken aback and pushed the Ghost King away, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind? This is a means of self-preservation post-blood moon. If you damage it even slightly, I shall be heartbroken." The Ghost King remained unappeased, pointing at the painting and unleashing a torrent of invectives. "What have you got against this painting?" Chen Qing retorted, "Get away, get away." The Ghost King, still brimming with rage, shouted, "Who is it? Who painted me so grotesquely?" Chen Qing's body stiffened, his heart racing with tumultuous thoughts. Pointing at the figure of Zhong Kui in the painting, he asked incredulously, "You mean, this is you?" The Ghost King did not respond to Chen Qing, but continued to bellow at the image of Zhong Kui. Chen Qing was genuinely astonished. However, upon reflection, everything began to make sense. The Ghost King is unafraid of the sun, which is exceedingly peculiar. Chen Qing is aware that only two types of spirits are indifferent to sunlight. One is the spirit that possesses a human body, and the other is known as the hairy corpse. Beyond these, all other spirits exhibit a profound fear of the Ghost King. Fear, not respect or submission. Perhaps only Zhong Kui possesses such influence. Additionally, the bizarre ability to command words into reality is evidently not a trait that ordinary wandering souls can possess. Yet, why has he been imprisoned within the Demon Suppression Tower? As he pondered this, a chill ran through Chen Qing's heart. In his previous life, the Ghost King within the Demon Suppression Tower was certainly not Zhong Kui. What then is the truth behind this? Chapter 31. I have accepted this disciple. He is the chief disciple of our sect. Is it not the same Demon Suppression Tower? Chen Qing shook his head, dismissing this notion. After relocating to the base, Chen Qing accompanied Chen Man to report to the captain's office. A formal introduction was necessary. Is this your brother? Has he been harmed? Han Yuan paused upon seeing Chen Man, his expression growing grave. Chen Man possesses an innate vitality. This was something Chen Qing only discovered when both brothers met their demise. Could Han Yuan discern this? Chen Qing, your brother. Han Yuan furrowed his brow. This shouldn't be the case. He picked up the phone in the office, but then put it down again. Perhaps I should take it myself. What is it? The intensity of his vitality is striking. He is a natural prodigy in cultivating this energy. Chen Qing was well aware of this. However, he did not wish for Chen Man to learn inferior techniques. If one were to train, it should be in the Vidra Demon Suppression technique, with 2 divine artifacts at his disposal. Chen Qing was confident in protecting Chen Man during the early stages. How about letting your brother become my disciple? Han Yuan said with confidence, I may not boast, but in terms of vitality, I can be considered a minor master in Shiming City. Chen Qing hesitated. Han Yuan was formidable, having a legacy with the Demon Suppression Tower, and was among the elite in Shiming City. Yet, Chen Qing did not believe he could offer superior techniques. Chen Man needed guidance, something Chen Qing lacked experience in. After some contemplation, Chen Qing nodded decisively. Thank you, Captain. He then turned to Chen Man. Little man, come and pay your respects. Chen Man, expressionless, replied. I have already learned plenty. I do not wish to learn more. This is martial training. We will not be attending school anymore. Very well. Chen Man immediately knelt down, bowing 3 times. Master, I, disciple Chen Man, pay my respects. Where on earth did you learn this? Chen Qing was left speechless. Han Yuan, however, burst into hearty laughter. Wonderful, wonderful. He winked at Chen Qing. Sometimes you really ought to learn from the captain's charm. Supporting Chen Man to his feet, Han Yuan led him to the martial arts hall. Similar to the spirit masters, physical cultivators also had their own training grounds, albeit with fewer participants. This year, with the addition of 6 new recruits, there were only 12 in total. Captain, the trainees halted their exercises. Among them was a muscular man, the one who had taken the 6 newcomers under his wing. Continue your training, Han Yuan instructed. Juba, come here. The bald man, Lin Tao, earned his nickname due to his exaggerated musculature. Boss, could you show some leniency? My students are all here. Understood, Yuba. Han Yuan gestured toward Chen Man. Conduct a vitality assessment for him. Juba appeared surprised, scrutinizing Chen Man, then suddenly widened his eyes. What the heck? Isn't he impressive? Han Yuan beamed with pride. He is my newly accepted disciple. The 4 of them entered a room, akin to the one where Chen Qing underwent his talent assessment. The testing equipment was designed according to the physique of an adult, making Chen Man appear exceptionally small while seated upon it. However, it was sufficient for measurement. With a stoic expression and a serious demeanor, Chen Man sat still. A gentle hum reverberated through the device. 3S. Han Yuan exclaimed suddenly. Chen Qing approached and observed a myriad of complex readings, with the final line displaying SSS. Laughter erupted. Ha! The Tian Yuan sect has welcomed its most gifted disciple. Han Yuan Huklid Hetidi. Tan Yuan sect. Ji Ba furrowed his brow. What is this newly established sect? I am the sect master, and Chen Man is the chief disciple. It seems like a comedy duo. Enough, Chen Qing, you may return. Han Yuan was brimming with joy, for Chen Man would now be under his care. Ji Ba, however, expressed his concerns. Boss, the Demon Slayer team requires bloodthirsty recruits. What will they do without them? At 18, he can only join the team at 18. Chen Man is my disciple. Do you understand? He is not a military personnel. Once a master, always a father. Who dares to seize my son? Ji Ba could only nod in agreement. The SSS-level talent was indeed remarkable. It was rare, even in the Demon Slayer team, to encounter such a gifted individual within a year. This was the pinnacle of talent, a genuine anomaly in terms of capability. Chen Qing recognized the formidable nature of Chen Man's talent, yet he had not anticipated the SSS classification. He informed Han Yuan of Chun Man's innate deficiency of one's soul, rendering him devoid of emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Han Yuan's expression turned solemn as he sighed. I noticed that earlier. Perhaps this is the cost of his extraordinary gift. He added, Chen Qing, rest assured I, Han Yuan, guarantee that before Chun Man reaches adulthood, he will become the strongest expert in shiming. 10 years is too long to wait. Chen Qing sighed inwardly, but expressed his gratitude earnestly. Thank you, esteemed ancestor of the Tianyuan sect. Han Yuan was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Yes, yes. That title is quite impressive. Han Yuan's affection for Chun Man was boundless. After pondering for a while, Chen Qing finally formed a plan and asked, Captain, may I apply to participate in the Princess Tomb expedition? Han Yuan's brow furrowed, and without further inquiry, he stepped outside to make a phone call. Upon returning, he nodded. It is permissible. Just present your credentials upon arrival. I want to pry into your intentions, but do not overexert yourself. Understood. Thank you, Captain. He had two motivations for wanting to visit the Princess Tomb. First, to replace his ghostly companions. Now that he had contracted with Zhong Kui, the fragile, ghostly pets in their infancy needed to be substituted, as they were far too weak and served little purpose beyond scaring people. Second, to awaken the Vajra subduing demons technique, as Chun Man required a superior martial arts manual. Though Han Yuan was powerful, he likely did not possess this technique, and entrusting the awakening of this martial art to Han Yuan would enable him to teach Chun Man more effectively. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Qing found his three roommates likely engrossed in their studies of soul movement, as they had not yet returned. He sat in meditation and commenced circulating his energy. Shortly thereafter, the three returned to the dormitory. Gu Xing remained aloof, silently lying on his bed without uttering a word. The monkey and the chubby guy incessantly complained about the difficulties of mastering soul movement. We have 1 week to achieve soul movement, and within 2 weeks, we must have our own ghostly companions. I truly have no hope of accomplishing this. I find myself in a similar predicament. I shall likely be obsolete within a week. The two lamented their fate. After a brief interlude, the trio shared a meal, and Chen Qing departed from a base. Hailing a cab, he ventured outside the city, arriving at the Princess Tomb as darkness enveloped the surroundings. Guards were stationed by the roadside, and Chen Qing presented his demon soldier identification to gain passage. An incessant hum resonated, reminiscent of the wind rustling through the treetops. Yet upon closer inspection, it was interspersed with faint whispers. It seemed as though a woman from a distant realm was softly uttering something, and whenever he strained to listen, the sound would vanish, only to sporadically return to his ears. Observing the spirit gauge, he noted that the concentration of ghostly energy still fell short. Steady yourself. You must endure. At that moment, a ghost extermination team dashed forward, carrying a gravely wounded soldier. The injured man was drenched in blood, with a gaping wound in his side, already unconscious. However, as the two passed by Chen Qing, the seemingly unconscious soldier lifted his head, his eyes glowing crimson, and grinned sinisterly at Chen Qing. Chapter 32. The painted bone. In the fleeting moment when their paths crossed, Chen Qing inexplicably caught a glimpse of the woman's visage. Alas! He wished to articulate something, yet the soldier bearing her seemed agitated, showing no inclination to linger, and swiftly dashed away. A chill began to rise within Chen Qing's heart. Although he had not encountered the enigmatic presence in the tomb that day, it had echoed through the voices of many, uttering, "Come back, young man." The gaze of that heavily injured soldier. Chen Qing halted in his tracks. However, reassured by the presence of the main forces of the ghost extermination team nearby the tomb, he pressed onward. Before long, Chen Qing encountered his first specter, a starving ghost. A second-level wandering spirit. The elevation was minimal. He chose to bypass it. As he approached the princess's tomb, the density of apparitions increased. Encounters with ghosts escalated at a visibly rapid pace. Chen Qing fixed his sights on the wandering spirits, ranging from the 4th to the 6th levels. Any higher, and he might find himself overwhelmed. Of course, should he encounter a drowning ghost or a child ghost, he would be willing to relax his criteria a bit. as he possessed the complete sequence of ascension for these two types of spirits into malevolent entities. The necklace trembled gently. Chen Qing immediately tightened his grip on the kunwu dagger, vaguely perceiving a figure ahead. However, it moved swiftly and darted away. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" A sudden voice appears through the air, sending a shiver down Chen Qing's spine. He quickly turned to see a girl, seemingly of similar age to him. Her shoulder was bandaged, appearing frail, yet her features were strikingly beautiful, her stature upright, and each detail of her countenance seemed masterfully sculpted. Particularly, her large eyes appeared to be filled with stars, radiating a breathtaking clarity. Chen Qing found himself momentarily entranced, but soon regained his composure. "Oh, I am with the Ghost Extermination Army, here to participate in a mission." The girl regarded him with suspicion, nodded slightly, and inquired, "Have you seen my teammates? One is injured, and the other is carrying him. I just encountered them. They went that way." Chen Qing indicated towards the direction the two soldiers had taken. "That's good." The girl nodded, but suddenly her body wavered, and she collapsed. Chen Qing hurriedly stepped forward, catching her. She was exceedingly weak, yet her consciousness remained. She struggled, saying, "Why you? Let go of me." Oh, Chen Qing stammered, feeling somewhat flustered. He helped her to the roadside, allowing her to lean against a tree before releasing his grip. The girl gasped for breath. Chen Qing glanced at her. "Are you all right? What do you think?" She retorted, casting him a sharp look. Chen Qing furrowed his brow. "That princess is extraordinarily powerful, scattering us all. Many brothers and sisters are severely injured, and countless have perished." Chen Qing was taken aback, not anticipating such formidable strength from the princess. "How many of you came? Have you called for reinforcements?" he asked urgently. The girl, pale and leaning against the tree, simply shook her head slightly. Chen Qing rose to his feet. He had matters to attend to. "See, could you stay with me for a while? I'm a bit scared." The girl immediately grew anxious. Chen Qing found himself in a quandary. If he left, the girl might encounter malevolent spirits, leading to certain doom. He glanced at the ghostly compass, noting that the concentration of ghostly energy was insufficient to awaken the Vajra demon subduing technique. Nevertheless, he retrieved the book, rolled it into a tube, and tucked it into the long pouch that held his dagger, fastening it to his belt. "I must head to the princess's tomb. Perhaps I should bring you along." The girl hesitated, but eventually murmured, "I appreciate your kindness." At that moment, Chen Qing draped one arm around her shoulder, while the other hand fumbled awkwardly. "It's all right," the girl whispered. "Thank you." Nodding, Chen Qing secured his hold around her waist and gently guided her toward the direction of the tomb. The girl's brow furrowed as she inquired, "That place is perilous. Why are you going there?" "Just a matter of concern," he replied, casting occasional glances at the ghostly compass and the Vajra demon subduing technique. After a brief while, the girl noticed a clue. "You intend to harness the energy to awaken that book?" Chen Qing paused in surprise before nodding. "Indeed." "Oh." The girl's form seemed to grow increasingly frail. The weight she leaned on Chen Qing becoming more burdensome. "Could you carry me?" Chen Qing squatted down, smiling. "I have a blade on my back. I fear it might jab you." "Just a moment." He then drew the kunwu sword, facing the girl with a grin. "What is your name?" "Palace Painting Bone." She smiled back at him. "Where are you headed, young sir?" As Chen Qing faced Palace Painting Bone, he began to retreat slowly, despite the smile on his face. His demeanor was one of utmost vigilance. The smile of Palace Painting Bone faded, her expression turning icy. "Since you have discerned my intent, prepare to meet your end." Her fingernails elongated dramatically, suddenly measuring a foot in length as she lunged forward. Chen Qing swung his kunwu sword down with all his might, slicing through the gap between her hands. He struck true. With confidence, he believed even steel could be cleaved in two by his blow. Yet, astonishingly, he failed to inflict any harm upon her. Retreating swiftly, he found Palace Painting Bone relentlessly pursuing him, even managing to grasp the blade with her bare hands. Zhong Kui, with a twist of her body, an immense force propelled the kunwu sword from his grasp. She lunged towards his head and chest with her claws. A sharp clang echoed as a bony arm emerged from the necklace at his chest, deflecting one of her hands. Nevertheless, the other hand pierced through his chest. Palace painting Bone's legs delivered a powerful kick to Chen Qing's chest, allowing her to leap back and establish a steady stance. Her eyes locked onto the gaunt figure emerging from the necklace, filled with wariness. To encounter a painted skin here. The painted skin. This was a malevolent spirit of the highest order. With 5 gaping wounds in his chest, blood gushed forth. Chen Qing felt his strength rapidly dissipating through the wounds. However, he deftly adjusted his military uniform to conceal the injuries, standing firm as though untouched, gazing impassively at the painted skin. Zhong Kui tumbled to the ground with a thud. Palace painting Bone, unable to see clearly, felt every hair on her body stand on end. The emaciated figure exuded a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. In the next moment, Gong Huagu seemed to recollect something, letting out a piercing scream as his body darted away like an arrow released from its bow, propelled by a terrifying speed. Hua Pai! Hua Pai! Zhong Kui exclaimed with excitement, advancing with determined strides in pursuit. Yet the disparity in their velocities rendered the chase utterly futile. Don't go, Chen Qing murmured, dazed, wishing to implore him to stay and shield her, but Zhong Kui had already vanished into the distance. Pressing the distress button on the ghostly watch, she swiftly retrieved some gauze from the Demon Suppression Tower, layering it meticulously over her wound to secure it. Chen Qing's vision began to blur, and summoning the last vestiges of her soul power, she conjured 2 spirits to guard her side, but soon after, she succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing onto the ground. Chapter 33. The Painted Skin in a Daze. Chen Qing seemed to hear the captain speaking. He struggled to open his eyes and beheld 3 figures. The silhouettes were somewhat blurred, indistinct, yet soon, Chen Qing's hair stood on end. Gong Huagu, that painted skin, it still existed. Chen Qing wished to shout, but a tracheal tube obstructed his voice. With a slight movement, he realized that his body was laden with tubes. Nearby, blood bags lay scattered about. Glancing around, he found no objects at his disposal. With a surge of will, a dagger materialized in his hand. He severed all the tubes in one swift motion, summoning all his strength, and stabbed towards Gong Huagu. By the time Gong Huagu sensed the attack, it was too late. He could only manage a hasty sidestep. Stop! Han Yuan also lunged towards Chen Qing. However, Chen Qing was in a stupor, already lacking strength. The dagger merely grazed Gong Huagu's arm, leaving a shallow cut from which blood quickly welled up. Frowning, Gong Huagu regarded Chen Qing coldly. Oh. Chen Qing pointed at Gong Huagu, a ghost. Han Yuan, quick-witted as ever, immediately grasped the situation. That painted skin had transformed into Captain Gong's likeness. Captain Gong, you shall remain with the team. Issue a directive. Captain Gong Huagu is currently at the Ghost Extermination Team's base and will not be leaving for the next few days. Anyone who encounters a second Gong Huagu is to be killed without exception. Chen Qing, having been administered anesthetics, felt his mind clouded, but still comprehended the urgency. Darkness enveloped him, and he fainted once more. Doctor! Han Yuan hastily summoned a physician, who reattached various tubes. He then picked up Chen Qing's dagger. Deep in thought, he has collected all my belongings. Yet where did this dagger come from? It's mine. Han Yuan shook his head. Gong Huagu's expression was icy. Captain Han, since the painted skin has assumed my appearance, I can no longer make my presence known. I entrust this matter to you. Understood. When Chen Qing regained consciousness again, his hands and feet were bound with restraints. His awareness remained somewhat hazy. Although the tracheal tube had been removed, his throat throbbed painfully, particularly dry. A small figure stood vigil at his bedside, expressionless. Shenmun. He gazed intently at Chen Qing. Chen Qing, will you die? Chen Qing had long grown accustomed to Chen Man's unembellished manner of speaking. He shook his head, wishing to respond that he would not, but his voice was hoarse, nearly inaudible. Chen Shan is gone. Chen Quan is gone. You are all I have left. Please do not die, okay? Chen Man looked earnestly at Chen Qing, his face devoid of expression, yet this typically stoic little rascal was now brimming with tears. I will practice martial arts diligently to protect you. Please do not die. I will not die. Chen Qing strained, finally managing to produce a faint, raspy voice. Pain gripped his chest, yet warmth filled his heart. This little chubby boy had become increasingly dependable. Lost in these thoughts, Gong Huagu entered the room. A chill ran through Chen Qing. "Do not worry. I am human." Gong Huagu spoke calmly. "What has transpired?" Chen Qing gazed at the flawless visage before him, still feeling a sense of oppression. "Water." The doctor advised against drinking it. Gong Huagu took a cotton swab, dipped it in glucose, and delicately applied it around Chen Qing's lips. "That, Hualing." Chen Qing's voice was barely audible, yet Gong Huagu could discern every word. He recounted the encounter with Hualing and the events that followed, intentionally omitting any mention of Zhong Kui. He glanced at the bandages on Gong Huagu's hand and murmured an apology. "It's of little consequence," Gong Huagu replied, furrowing his brow. "So, the Hualing possesses considerable strength? No wonder so many have fallen. Its abilities are indeed formidable. Rest well. If you can circulate your energy, you'll recover more swiftly," Gong Huagu advised before taking his leave. Moments later, the doctor returned to administer more medication to Chen Qing and untied the restraining straps. Chen Qing felt a slight headache. Hualing, classified as a malevolent spirit, posed a significant threat, though Zhong Kui wielded various peculiar powers. He remained merely a wandering soul of the third tier, leaving the outcome uncertain. However, worrying at this juncture was futile. Chen Qing lay silently in bed, beginning to circulate his energy. As the cycles passed, he felt considerably more at ease. During his convalescence, Han Yuan visited once more to escort Qin Man away. The pursuit of Hualing escalated to a level nearly on par with the eradication of the princess's tomb. While Hualing may not be overwhelmingly powerful, its uncanny abilities were elusive and treacherous. Furthermore, if it were to transform into a human, particularly a high-ranking one, the danger would be immense. The individuals tasked with capturing Hualing updated a clandestine code daily, which temporarily thwarted Hualing's ability to impersonate those nearby. After lying in bed for 3 days, Chen Qing requested to be discharged. Though his chest was still bandaged, it had largely healed. Upon reclaiming his belongings, he was relieved to find everything intact, especially the Vajra subjugation technique, which had indeed awakened. He promptly hailed a taxi to the outskirts of the city. "Zhong Kui, I must find you." But locating a lunatic in the wilderness was no simple task. Fortunately, they shared a contract, their souls unified, allowing for a faint sense of connection. Chen Qing closed his eyes to feel it, though the sensation was weak. He could only discern a general direction. With no other options, he quietly made his way westward. Every 10 minutes, he paused to recalibrate his bearings. This routine continued until midday. He retrieved a steaming bowl of braised pork with preserved vegetables from the tower and enjoyed it with a full bowl of rice before setting off again. An hour later, Chen Qing's sense of connection grew increasingly potent. Now, he stopped to adjust his direction every 2 minutes. After another 10 minutes, he finally caught sight of a familiar figure. Zhong Kui. Chen Qing's heart soared. "At last, I have found you." Zhong Kui seemed taken aback, turning to look. "Ha, you've come. What should we do now?" "What should we do?" Upon seeing Chen Qing, Zhong Kui's spirits lifted immediately, his words tumbling out in a frenzy. "Do you have a plan? Can you help?" Chen Qing was accustomed to the eccentricities of this madman and paid no mind. He carefully observed Zhong Kui. It seemed he had traveled quite a distance in the past 3 days. The slippers have gone missing, and the soles of the 2 socks clinging to his left foot are already worn through, with the cuffs resembling wristbands hanging loosely around his ankle. Within the Demon Suppression Tower, there are an abundance of garments. Chen Qing retrieved a fresh pair of socks and shoes. Initially, he intended to instruct him on the proper way to dress, but he soon relinquished that idea. The intricate act of donning sneakers proved to be beyond his capabilities. Thus, Zhong Kui reverted to his former state. What to do? Zhong Kui paced anxiously, his brow furrowed in concern. What indeed? Look. Zhong Kui tugged at Chen Qing and led him to a small stream. Spanning the stream was a cylindrical concrete tube, a meter in diameter, serving as a makeshift bridge. Zhong Kui leapt into the stream first, pushing aside the lush aquatic plants, peering into the concrete tube, his frown deepening. What to do? Chen Qing, feeling puzzled, followed suit, descending into the tube. Upon his arrival, a chill ran down his spine. The stream flowed vigorously through the concrete cylinder, and in the center lay a stone, upon which rested an eerily pristine human skin, as white as plaster. The skin gently swayed with the current, its long, jet-black hair flowing gracefully in the water. Chen Qing felt a surge of dread, glancing at Zhong Kui. Is this the painted skin? Yes. Yes, indeed. The painted skin. Precisely the painted skin. Hiss. I can't find the corpse oil. Hiss. What to do? What to do? It must not see the sun. What to do? What to do? Hiss. He uttered incomprehensible phrases that sent shivers down Chen Qing's spine, yet they were enough to instill terror. Help! Suddenly, a voice, faint as a whisper, emerged from the depths. Save me. Great immortal, save me. Chen Qing's hair stood on end. The voice emanated from the human skin submerged in the water. Chapter 34. The Second Ghost Pet. Painted Skin. Master, save me. Chen Qing brandished the kunmal blade, channeling his soul energy, causing the crimson patterns on the blade to emerge. He bent over before the human skin, which bore hollow eyes and mouth, devoid of any substance. It was merely a fade. The mouth opened and closed. Master, save me. Master, please save me. The great deity Zhong Kui intends to forge me into clothing. You must rescue me. Rescue you? On what grounds? Chen Qing scoffed. 3 days ago, it was you who sought to end my life, and now you wish for my assistance? Master, I could transform. Would you desire a maiden? A courtesan? A refined lady, from noble lords to elderly and children? I can become anyone. If you were to wear me as clothing, I could enable you to assume any form, undetectable even by gods and demons. The painted skin fervently promoted itself. Meanwhile, outside, Zhong Kui grew increasingly agitated. Where's the corpse oil? Where's the corpse oil? Chen Qing furrowed his brow and inquired. Zhong Kui intends to forge you into clothing? What kind of clothing, and what purpose does it serve? The painted skin fell silent. Think carefully. Chen Qing turned to leave. I say, a cloud robe. He wishes to transform me into a cloud robe. The painted skin's voice trembled with a hint of weeping. A cloud robe? What is its significance? To discern no evil, to be free from the harassment of spirits. In essence, one would be impervious to malevolent entities who would mistake one for their own kind. Chen Qing fell into contemplation. It must be forged in the blood moon. Possessing such a garment would be invaluable. Seemingly sensing Chen Qing's thoughts, the painted skin implored, Master, master, I could serve you for life, even while alive. Perhaps, but I would feel more secure creating a lifeless garment. With a resolution forming in his mind, he emerged from the cement tube. Notiking Zhong Kui's frantic batsing. Chen Qing asked, Zhong Kui, what is the purpose of the cloud robe? The cloud robe? To return home. How could one return without wearing the cloud robe? Return home? Chen Qing bristled. You're my ghost pet. In the blood moon, I still rely on you. Master, master. The painted skin urgently called out, spare my life. I possess extensive knowledge of the spiritual conduits of many ghosts. I swear by the king of hell that I will serve you diligently. Chen Qing hesitated. The idea of the cloud robe was indeed enticing. Yet Zhong Kui was unreliable, incapable even of putting on shoes. Such a complex task seemed dubious. Furthermore, if it were truly forged and Zhong Kui fled, what then? After all, he had emerged from the Demon Suppression Tower without command this time. What if he simply vanished? Contemplating this, Chen Qing retrieved the Demon Suppression Tower. The crimson patterns on the kunmal blade flared as he struck. But there was no response. The painted skin was light and thin, seemingly easy to tear apart. Yet even the kunmal blade could not penetrate it. Huh? Chen Qing expressed his surprise. If my body were not resilient, I would not be able to forge a cloud robe. The painted skin's tone shifted from pleading to indifferent. Is that so? Chen Qing chuckled coldly, glancing outside. I wonder how it would feel to bask under the sun. Hua Pai was momentarily taken aback, then began to plead again. Great master. Great master. I was wrong. I was wrong. Chen Qing weighed the Demon Suppression Tower in his hands, pondering how the entities he had vanquished could be contained within it. Yet, a pressing dilemma arose. How could he bring about Hua Pai's demise? No. Huapai suddenly protested. "Great master, please accept me as your ghostly pet. I shall be obedient." Chen Qing shook his head. The black prison contracting technique was perilously dangerous. Wagering everything on a contract with Zhong Kui was not an option. Furthermore, should he perish, Zhong Kui within the Demon Suppression Tower would vanish as well. As for Huapai, he dare not take such a risk. "Do you harbor any concerns?" Huapai inquired softly. Chen Qing disclosed the intricacies of the black prison contracting technique, prompting Huapai to respond helplessly. "Great master, how could I dare to harm you? If I cause you harm, I would still have to emerge from the black prison, and the mighty Zhong Kui would crush me with a mere gesture." Chen Qing considered this, yet still felt it was an uncertain gamble. "Moreover, great master, while you're in the black prison, you should be able to summon the great Zhong Kui. With him present, I would not dare to harm you even if I had 1,000 lives." Chen Qing was taken aback. He stepped outside and, with a mere thought, summoned Zhong Kui. Instantly, he cast the black prison contracting technique upon a stone. Both the stone and Chen Qing were drawn into the black prison. Zhong Kui, with a singular thought, Zhong Kui appeared before him. Chen Qing was elated. This made matters considerably simpler, with the formidable king of ghosts protecting him. He could contract any spirit he desired henceforth. Disobedient? Zhong Kui attack. Elated at heart, he retracted Zhong Kui and crouched within a cement tube, preparing to enact the black prison contracting technique, cautioning, "Do not attempt any tricks." "I would not dare." Black prison contracting technique. In the next moment, a shroud of dark mist enveloped the two. Huapai shifted her body, kneeling upon the ground. "I leave myself entirely to your discretion, great master." Her demeanor was commendable. Chen Qing was quite satisfied and initiated the black prison contracting technique. A wisp of spiritual energy formed, a nebulous black ring emerging from Chen Qing's head, drifting slowly towards Huapai. He perceived fear in her hollow eyes. Yet, she remained steadfastly kneeling, watching as the black ring encircled her head. The ring tightened gradually, ultimately embedding itself within Huapai's skull. Her whole body tensed, and in the next instant, she knelt once more. "I have seen my master." With a mere thought, Chen Qing dispelled the black prison contracting technique. Now, at the soul movement realm, he could only contract two spirits, one being Zhong Kui, and the other Huapai. An extraordinary feat. He removed the stone that had been pressing upon her head, allowing Huapai to sit up. Chen Qing regarded the unassuming stone and inquired, "What did Zhong Kui do to this stone?" "The stasis divine ability from the 72 transformations," Huapai replied, her tone laced with trepidation. "Zhong Kui's power is boundless. How could a mere spirit like me withstand it?" "Indeed, boundless." The voice of Zhong Kui resonated, and another head emerged from the necklace, grinning broadly. "Your perceptiveness is commendable, despite your meager strength. Return." With a mere thought, Chen Qing summoned back Zhong Kui. As Huayan observed this, a mixture of fear and delight surged within her. Although this individual possessed limited strength, his ability to command Zhong Kui indicated a remarkable fortune beyond measure. To be chosen as a ghostly companion was likely a stroke of luck accrued over a millennium. "Pray tell, what abilities do you possess?" she inquired. "The greatest talent I possess is false form, which entails shape-shifting, albeit limited to external appearances. To achieve a true amalgamation of inner and outer forms, one must resort to possession. For instance, if I were to inhabit a human body, I would appear as a genuine person, undetectable unless one possessed extraordinary sight, such as the fire eye or other divine ocular techniques." Chen Qing nodded. "I believe I have heard of the false form you speak of. It is a divine art from the 72 transformations." Huayan, upon taking her form, had naturally acquired this skill. However, she modestly noted that her false form could hardly be deemed a divine ability. At its pinnacle, it could deceive the heavens and earth, rendering even gods and demons oblivious. Chen Qing nodded again and inquired, "If you were to possess a ghostly entity, would that ghost remain oblivious?" "Indeed," Huayan affirmed with a nod. "Moreover, all of my cultivation resides within this skin, rendering me akin to a half-invulnerable being." "A mere half? How could I compare to a true invulnerable being?" "Yet, Against ordinary cultivators or spirits, they would find me quite formidable. Chen Qing felt a surge of joy and asked, "Can I don your form during the day? On overcast days, it is indeed possible, but I am yet unable to withstand direct sunlight," she replied. "That is more than sufficient." Chapter 35. The Vajra Demon Suppressing Art. After securing the painted skin within the Demon Suppression Tower, Chen Qing returned to the base, feeling quite satisfied with his second ghostly companion. The malevolent spirit, classified as a 5th-level demon, was the enigmatic painted skin, possessing a wealth of knowledge that greatly benefited Chen Qing. Notably, the painted skin mentioned that Zhong Kui possessed the ability for 72 transformations, a detail that intrigued Chen Qing immensely. The term 72 transformations does not refer to mere variations, but rather to 72 distinct divine abilities. The remarkable transformations employed by Sun Wukong are merely illusions within those 72 powers. Any spirit capable of mastering even one of these abilities would be considered exceptional. According to the painted skin's assessment, it was entirely possible that Zhong Kui could master half of them. However, it remained unclear why Zhong Kui was confined within the Demon Suppression Tower, appearing dazed and oblivious, perhaps only able to harness his powers when fortune favored him. Contemplating this, Chen Qing made his way to Han Yuan's office, only to find it empty. Soon, he spotted Han Yuan and Chun Man at the small training ground. Han Yuan held a target, while Chun Man, donned in 2 small boxing gloves, struck it with resounding force. Upon seeing Chen Qing, Han Yuan sighed in exasperation. "Brother, please talk some sense into your younger sibling. What is going on? Since your return, he hasn't rested for a moment, aside from eating and sleeping. He is going to overexert himself." Chen Qing paused, recalling Chun Man's declaration of wanting to train diligently to protect him, which warmed his heart. "I'm not afraid of pain or fatigue," Chen Man asserted earnestly, his expression stoic. Bending down, Chen Qing gently ruffled Chen Man's hair, saying, "Little man, you must maintain your health to train effectively, understand? Let us take a break and then practice, shall we?" After much persuasion, Chun Man reluctantly agreed to take a brief respite, though he insisted on training extensively. Han Yuan, clad in a t-shirt and shorts, showcased his formidable physique, his impressive muscles bulging prominently. Among those Chen Qing knew, Han Yuan's physique ranks second in terms of sheer size and strength, with the first being Chen Quan. "What do you think? Isn't this Captain's physique stunning?" Han Yuan buwasted. "You'd better come up with a more impressive compliment if you want my approval." The two settled down nearby, observing Chun Man diligently striking the sandbag. Han Yuan nodded, remarking, "He may be a bit bothersome, but his talent is extraordinarily daunting. He is perhaps the most gifted individual I have ever encountered." Chen Qing nodded in agreement, producing the Vajra Demon Suppressing Art. "Boss, this is for you. Make sure both you and little man practice diligently." At that moment, the Vajra Demon Suppressing Art had awakened. Although it appeared somewhat tattered, it was undoubtedly capable of deflecting bullets without issue. Moreover, the techniques recorded within had undergone subtle transformations. Whether visual or textual, they seemed to come alive with extended observation. "What is this?" Han Yuan inquired, casually taking it from Chen Qing and flipping through its pages. His expression shifted to one of seriousness as he furrowed his brow, beginning to scrutinize the first page intently. As he continued to the second page, his demeanor grew increasingly grave and his pace slowed. Upon reaching the third page, a powerful surge of vitality coursed through the air, pushing Chen Qing aside. It seemed as though an invisible fire ignited within Han Yuan, warping the very air around him. This intangible fire was interspersed with strands of blood, pulsating like a crimson thread. On the fourth page, Han Yuan's muscles bulged, seemingly contesting against a formidable force. Beads of sweat emerged from his body, and moments later, those droplets became tinged with blood. The scarlet hue gradually spread, saturating his garments in a deep red. An unsettling sight. Was he not succumbing to madness? Chen Qing felt a twinge of concern, but recognized the necessity of remaining undisturbed at that moment, silently retreating to the side. On the fifth page, Han Yuan slowly rose to his feet and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! A visible wave of air rippled outward. Simultaneously, A column on the arena erupted violently. Chen Qing, taken aback, hurriedly led Chen Man outside. "I want to learn that technique," Chen Man exclaimed, having discerned the extraordinary nature of the skill. "I shall allow both of you to learn it," Chen Qing said, patting Chen Man's head. Bang, bang, bang. The commotion within escalated, causing the entire wall to tremble. The training ground varied in size, some as large as a basketball court, while smaller ones were arranged on either side. At that moment, everyone in the training area sensed the anomaly and turned their attention to the smaller arena. What is happening? Is it the captain? This noise is terrifying. What is he doing? Ji Ba, filled with suspicion, was about to investigate when Chen Qing restrained him. "We must not disturb him now." Bang, bang, bang. The vibrations intensified. The very ground of the training area began to quiver slightly. Small stones fell from the walls, bouncing lightly upon hitting the ground. Ji Ba's expression shifted. "Let us all go outside." The crowd emerged together. Suddenly, the wall and ceiling of the training ground shattered with a resounding crash. A golden, wrathful figure ascended towards the heavens. With 6 arms swirling in a circle, it formed 3 Buddhist seals. After a while, it gradually became translucent. Everyone stood in astonishment. "Is this the Buddha? What is this? This is utterly terrifying." The tumult gradually subsided. Chen Qing hurriedly stepped through the rubble of the collapsed wall, witnessing Han Yuan slowly retracting his gestures. Covered in blood, yet the droplets could not conceal the golden hue of his skin. Indeed, his complexion had transformed into a radiant gold. As he withdrew his energy, the golden sheen quickly faded. Han Yuan opened his eyes and smiled. Upon seeing the ruined training ground, he paused momentarily, then his delight grew. "Chen Qing, do you know the rank of this technique? With such commotion, it must be at least 3S rank, if not higher. Were it not capped at 3S, I would rate it 5S." Han Yuan remarked, admiring the blood droplets adorning his body. "This is truly tailored for the two of us, splendidly formidable." Finally, he inquired, "Chen Qing, aside from Chen Man and myself, can others cultivate this technique?" Chen Qing pondered for a moment. If it were the residents of the community, they would certainly not agree. However, this was the Ghost Command Army. Regardless, in the apocalypse, they remained essential, as he intended to endure through the end times. These individuals could be considered half-allies. He nodded in affirmation. "Yes." Han Yuan gazed solemnly at Chen Qing and expressed his gratitude. At that moment, Muscle Tyrant and a group of body cultivators entered, all inquiring about the nature of the matter at hand. "Apart from Muscle Tyrant, none of you should even think about this. A mere 2 punches could lead to self-destruction." I, may I learn this?" Muscle Tyrant exclaimed with joy. "Hold on, let me take a few days to meticulously break this down, and you should be able to master the first 16 punches. "The first 16 punches?" Muscle Tyrant inquired. "Indeed, this technique comprises 18 punches, each formidable in its own right. However, the demands it places on one's vitality are equally daunting. You should be capable of cultivating the initial 16. With that, Han Yuan escorted Chen Qing to his office and asked, "Chen Qing, the worth of this technique is immeasurable, yet regrettably, it caps at SSS. Is there anything you desire? Our team can request it from above. They will surely comply. Just keep that in mind for now." The Ghost of Drowning and the Child Ghost require numerous items to advance. There is no need to rush at this juncture. Chen Man should now be able to practice the first punch, but patience is key. He should train for a week to elevate his vitality before proceeding. Chen Qing chuckled. As his mentor, you have the final say in these matters. However, as they exchanged pleasantries, Chen Qing suddenly froze in place. His gaze fell upon a towering iron structure on Han Yuan's desk, resembling his own Demon Suppression Tower almost identically. Chapter 36. The Gathering at the Summit. Captain, what is that? Han Yuan turned to look. "Oh, that is the second malevolent spirit we eliminated at the Ghostless Temple that day. It has now possessed this small iron tower." Chen Qing suddenly comprehended why there was no Ghost King within his magic suppression tower. It was not the same tower at all. The Ghost King that erupted during the Blood Moon still existed. Moreover, having just formed a contract with a second spirit pet, he can no longer contract a third. Chen Qing's expression grew exceedingly grave. Han Yuan, somewhat taken aback, scrutinized the magic suppression tower, lost in thought but refrained from interjecting. Captain, Chen Qing's tone turned solemn. Is this a suitable place to converse? Han Yuan's gaze sharpened. Follow me. Soon, the two arrived at a location as fortified as a treasure vault. It resembled a dormitory, yet bore the hallmarks of a prison. This was a place for imprisoning wrongdoers. Only the monitoring room could see inside, and I have already cut off the power to both the monitoring room and this area. If my instincts are correct, there should be a ghost king confined within that small tower. Han Yuan frowned. A ghost king? Indeed, I once perused a tome that chronicled a prophecy, stating, "The tower awakens upon consuming ghostly energy, capable of housing 12 spirits. The ghost king is cunning and terrifying, with a blood moon descending to wreak havoc, leaving behind 1,000 miles of bones and blood." As Chen Qing spoke, his eyes remained fixed on Han Yuan. He had long harbored suspicions that the authorities might have foreseen the impending blood moon, prompting arrangements for community defenses and other measures. Indeed, Han Yuan's expression shifted slightly at the mention of the blood moon. Chen Qing understood then. It was likely that the government had acquired knowledge of the blood moon through some means. Even if they had not experienced it firsthand, they were aware that calamity was imminent. Han Yuan quietly noted this, naturally harboring no doubts. He nodded and stated, "Understood. I will take this tower to the princess's tomb tonight to stir up some excitement. If the tower awakens, I will devise a plan to confront that ghost king." Upon returning to the dormitory, only the portly He Runsheng and the monkey were present. "Where is Guxing?" Chen Qing inquired. "He has been soul-shifted," the portly one lamented, cradling the monkey in sorrow. "Ah, it's just the two of us left behind. How unfair." The monkey, struggling against the grip, remarked. "Put in more effort. At least today the water in that bowl moved." Chen Qing had been bedridden for 3 days, while everyone else made progress. Suddenly, the phone rang. The portly one continued his lamentation. "The treatment of the great deity is indeed unparalleled. He even has a mobile phone, able to leave the base at any time. I envy him so. Mr. Chen, the pig feed you ordered will be completed tonight." "Oh." Chen Qing pondered for a moment and stepped outside. "Order another 1,000 tons. All right. They did not request a deposit." After some contemplation, Chen Qing decided to also order a batch of live pigs and chickens. Some ghostly beings required fresh blood and flesh to advance. Although he did not currently possess such spirits, one could never be too cautious for the future, could they? He certainly could not resort to murder. A quick search online revealed that, at the current price of live pigs, 1 million could buy approximately 500 pigs weighing 200 pounds each. Feeling insufficient, I dialed the number of the bank's financial manager. "A loan for live pigs?" Well, the manager hesitated. I intended to establish a pig farm. The feed had already been procured, and now I needed to order a batch of live pigs and piglets. The manager clearly harbored doubts. I am now part of the spirit-conquering army, making certain procurements inconvenient for military intervention. The manager still seemed skeptical and, after a moment's thought, said, "Mr. Chen, could you invite one of your colleagues from the spirit-conquering army who is able to converse to dinner tonight?" With no other option, I sought out Han Yuan, who had just finished bathing, and shared the situation. Han Yuan replied, "Must it be this complicated? Just turn on the video." I activated the video, and the manager answered, "Is this the manager? I'm Han Yuan. Do you recognize me?" Yes. The manager even stood up in the video. "Oh, so it's Chen Qing. Yes, my brother. He has been in charge of recent procurements." Oh, no problem." The manager nodded eagerly. Thus, the matter was resolved. A credit limit of 10 million was granted. As for which pig farm to choose, the bank would dictate that later. After all, one must offer some form of incentive. That night, Han Yuan's military vehicle departed the base, presumably heading toward the princess's tomb. Chen Qing sat silently, meditating and cultivating the 7th celestial cycle. There are 12 celestial cycles in total, and upon mastering all, he could unlock the great celestial cycle of Qinguang in his mind, thus achieving the spiritual essence realm. At 10 o'clock, the monkey, the chubby one, and Guxing returned together. The training intensity had been overwhelming. After a brief exchange, the entire dormitory was filled with the sound of snoring. After running through another celestial cycle, suddenly the necklace stirred. Chen Qing was instantly awakened. In the next moment, he sensed a tremendous force of attraction emanating from the necklace. What is this? It felt like a summons. Chen Qing wished to refuse, but it seemed he could not. In his panic, he thought of one word: disguise. In an instant, the disguise enveloped him completely, transforming him into the appearance of another young man. At that moment, the tower's gravitational pull became irresistible, and Chen Qing vanished from sight. This as it seemed to be atop a certain peak. The surroundings were desolate, with mist rolling gently. At the pinnacle stood a massive round table, with 12 seats arranged around it. Those seated included individuals with slender figures, clearly resembling women, and others with serpentine bodies and deer heads, an extraordinary sight. Many faces were shrouded in fog, rendering them inscrutable. Chen Qing found himself seated at one of the places, feeling anxious and bewildered, unsure of the situation. The seat next to him remained vacant as he surveyed the area, when suddenly a figure appeared in that spot. Han Yuan! Chen Qing nearly cried out. Upon Han Yuan's arrival, he immediately adopted a vigilant stance, observing the assembly. Very well, the 12 earthly branches tower has convened once again. This is cause for celebration. An elderly man spoke, his voice hoarse. As always, the rules remain the same. Everyone may engage in free conversation and trade. A woman shrouded in a black veil inquired, when will the blood moon descend? Who can provide an exact time? I am willing to pay a handsome price. The currency of the Tang dynasty, be it gold, silver, spirit stones, or ghost pearls, holds value in any form. The crowd fell into silence. A figure with a serpent's body and a deer's head hissed, the sound grating like a saw cutting through wood. Do you truly believe that my kind would divulge such a secret? Do not be so arrogant. Do not presume that only your kind possesses extraordinary talents. The veiled woman fumed with anger. Chen Qing's heart raced as a sudden realization dawned upon him. This woman, she is likely a figure of immense significance among humanity. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Qing softly inquired, might I ask how we would conduct this transaction? His voice rang clear, yet it was evidently not his own. The woman beamed with delight. Esteemed friend, please follow me. Curiosity piqued, Chen Qing rose and followed her. The serpent-bodied, deer-headed creature hissed once more, we have no knowledge of when the blood moon will arrive. Why would you trust a mere child? The veiled woman paused slightly, but perhaps motivated by a desperate hope. She joined Chen Qing at a nearby location. It was not far from the round table, yet the voices of the others inexplicably faded into silence. The veil, though not thick, concealed the woman entirely. Inexplicably, Chen Qing felt her gaze fixed upon him. Esteemed friend, are you certain you know the precise moment of the blood moon's arrival? Indeed. The woman remained silent for a moment before finally asking, what is your price? Chen Qing was uncertain how to quote a figure. Such information ought to be valued in the billions. But how much precisely? 100 million, he stated calmly, adding equivalent values in gold, silver, spirit stones, and ghost pearls. The woman was taken aback, suddenly bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed friend. Chapter 37. Gathering on the cloud, observing the woman's respectful demeanor, Chen Qing discerned that his worth had diminished significantly, requiring only a meager sum. The woman, with a flicker of thought, presented 4 bags to him. Chen Qing, momentarily taken aback, accepted them with composure, stating, August 15th. The woman froze. This year? Why not? Chen Qing pondered in bewilderment, yet nodded affirmatively. For half a month, then a continuous month of sunlight, in perpetual cycles. The woman trembled slightly. She had her own channels of information, and Chen Qing's utterance must have corroborated some intelligence. She inquired, her voice quaking. Perpetual cycles? Indeed. Upon returning to their seats, Chen Qing initially intended to place the 4 small bags within the demon ceiling tower, but alas, it had become ineffective. Or rather, the gathering was likely occurring within the confines of the tower. Thus, he could only weigh the 4 bags as he returned to his seat. This action, however, sparked misunderstandings among some present. The creature with the body of a serpent and the head of a deer regarded Chen Qing, contemplating, this youth exudes such confidence. He must be extraordinary. Perhaps he is deliberately targeting my ghost clan, even issuing a challenge. At that moment, by unfortunate coincidence. Zhong Kui attempted to make an appearance. Chen Qing felt an urgent pang in his heart and swiftly retracted him. The retrieval was quick. Zhong Kui didn't even manage to protrude a finger. Yet, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. In an instant, they sensed at least dozens of mystical auras emanating from this youth's body. The veiled woman was the first to rejoice, relieved that she had not doubted Chen Qing. Thankful that he was an ally of great power, she mused internally. I wonder where this esteemed elder has secluded himself for cultivation. If only we could coax him out. This impending crisis would surely be averted. However, she soon reflected that if he was reluctant to emerge, he must have paid a dreadful price for the precise news of the Blood Moon's arrival. For a moment, she was lost in thought. Others were similarly stirred. Such a plethora of mystical auras emanates from him. Which great figure could he be? What a cacophony of mystical energies. To cultivate so many, this elder must possess an extraordinary background. The elderly man who had previously spoken rasped with a chuckle. I initially thought him to be a young lad endowed with great fortune, yet it appears he is a hidden elder. My apologies. Another inquired. Might I ask where your dwelling is, esteemed elder? Would it be possible to pay a visit? Chen Qing, of course, remained unaware of whom they spoke, fearing exposure, and sat silently, maintaining his composure. The assembly's probing yielded no answers, and they refrained from further questioning. Among them, a diminutive figure akin to a child sighed. Even the great mouse elder is disregarded. This elder must possess a remarkable lineage. I am in need of a beauty monument and am willing to pay a handsome price for it. Another voice chimed in. Upon hearing this, the small child brightened, declaring, I have one. Thus, the two retreated to the side to conduct their transaction. A figure shrouded in mist spoke. I require a Taoist-level ghost servant. Might any fellow cultivators be willing to part with one? The serpent-bodied, deer-headed spirit let out a cold laugh. Who dares to purchase a ghost servant before me? What audacity do you possess? The figure shrouded in mist chuckled in response. I procure this ghost servant as a means to slay and acquire the elixir. I wonder, what can you, Brother Zhu, do to me? Good. The serpent-bodied spirit sneered, but do not let me catch you. The woman in black mused for a moment and said, I do possess it, yet I too have my own needs. What price do you offer? They then departed from the round table area to engage in a transaction nearby. Meanwhile, Chen Qing was deep in thought. Dao corpse? What is that? Judging by the tone of the individual, it seemed to indicate a rank. Could it be that the level above the evil spirits is called Dao corpse? Han Yuan remained silent, observing without uttering a word. I seek to inquire about someone who should be within the realm of the underworld. A voice spoke. Chen Qing's body trembled. This voice so familiar. The figure was cloaked in mist, yet this imposing stature, at least 2 meters tall, could it be Chen Quan? The robust figure spoke slowly, named Huang Yi. That is my mother's name. The last vestiges of doubt vanished from Chen Qing's mind. This person was indeed his elder brother, Chen Quan. Although he had never heard of him, he was quite familiar with the vicinity of the underworld. Might I inquire what price you offer, my dear brother? The figure curled upon the chair like a cat or a leopard. The two conversants approached the side. After a brief moment, it seemed an agreement was reached, and they returned to their seats. Chen Qing was overwhelmed with shock. His elder brother was searching for their mother. Was it not said that she had run off with a wild man? Could there be more to this story? Did his brother's and father's disappearance relate to this? Chen Qing's thoughts raced. The elder at the forefront then smiled and said, The time is nearly upon us. Esteemed guests, please take your leave. I look forward to our meeting in half a month's time. With a sigh, the world around him shifted. Chen Qing found himself back in bed, carrying those 4 bags. Reflecting on the absurdity of the recent events, he felt a whirlwind of emotions at the thought of Chen Quan. Never did he anticipate that their reunion would occur in such a place. His brother was searching for their mother. Had she gone missing or been abducted? The name of that place did not sound earthly. Could it be in the underworld? He took out his phone to search, and indeed there was no such place. After pondering, he asked, Hua Pai, do you know of Huang Quan Ghost Mansion? The Ghost Mansion is indeed a name from the underworld, but the underworld is vast, divided into countless ghost mansions. I have not heard of Huang Quan Ghost Mansion. You may leave now. Chen Qing said, feeling somewhat uneasy. Somehow, when Hua Pai possessed him, she adhered directly to his skin. There was an opening that perfectly accommodated his member. It all felt rather uncanny. Hua Pai let out a soft laugh before Chen Qing stored her away in the Demon Suppression Tower. Based on today's observations, the Demon Suppression Tower should consist of 12 towers. It remains a mystery how they might be interconnected. Han Yuan also made an appearance at the gathering, clearly indicating that the tower in his possession had been activated as well. Thus, he would undoubtedly treat the prophecy he uttered with the utmost seriousness, devising strategies to confront the Demon King within the tower. As for the suppression of the 12 demons, there was no need for Chen Qing to offer reminders. The emergence of the Demon King was a foregone conclusion. It was likely that during the expedition to the princess's tomb, he had already vanquished several. Contemplating this, he reached for the cloth bag to examine its contents, only to find it shrouded in darkness. As he extended his hand inside, he was momentarily taken aback. Gazing at the palm-sized bag, he discovered that his entire arm could fit within it. When he withdrew his hand, he found it cradling a handful of translucent orbs, each imbued with vibrant hues. These orbs, reminiscent of glass marbles, contained an immense reservoir of spiritual energy. How delightful! I must have one. I am so hungry. The voice of Zhong Kui emerged once more, a hand extending eagerly to snatch one. This sensation was indeed peculiar. An adult's hand, its root buried within the necklace, was as delicate as a strand of hair. Given the abundance of orbs, Chen Qing casually offered him a few. With matters weighing on his mind, he found it impossible to meditate or sleep during the latter half of the night. After approximately an hour, the voice of Han Yuan echoed from the entrance. Chen Qing. Chen Qing, are you asleep? Chapter 38. A frenzied shopping spree. As Chen Qing stepped outside, Han Yuan whispered, "Let's go." Upon entering the office, Han Yuan's demeanor was grave. Chen Qing, that prophecy was indeed correct. What? Chen Qing feigned ignorance. Tonight, I participated in the operation at the princess's tomb, and the tower awakened. Upon awakening, I was transported to a very distant place. It resembled an online meeting filled with terrifying old monsters. Particularly, there was a young lad beside me. Those ancient beings treated him with utmost respect and reverence. Regrettably, my cultivation is too low to discern what sets him apart. At this moment, Chen Qing realized that the esteemed figure they had been referring to was, in fact, himself. This youth possessed formidable power, and judging by the events today, he had even calculated the timing of the impending calamity. Thus, the most pressing task now was to locate him. Do you recognize him? Han Yuan inquired, producing an A4 sheet emblazoned with a portrait. The likeness bore a striking resemblance to Chen Qing's current appearance after donning a disguise. Fortunately, he had the disguise. Chen Qing felt a wave of relief as he scrutinized the image for a moment before shaking his head. I don't think I know him. He seems unfamiliar. Han Yuan was not surprised and continued. The reason I sought you out is to ask if there are any other prophecies regarding this tower, especially concerning the blood moon. Is there anything else mentioned? None, Chen Qing replied, shaking his head. Han Yuan nodded solemnly. However, since part of the prophecy has proven accurate, it warrants serious consideration. I will speak to the commander tonight and make some arrangements. Part of it being accurate? Chen Qing mused. Yes, but not entirely. Han Yuan knew did, recalling the prophecy that spoke of containing 12 ghosts. Yet, my tower can only hold 6. At this revelation, Chen Qing was left speechless. Logically, each of the 12 towers should be capable of suppressing 12 ghosts, indicating that the capacity of each tower varies. There should be a total of 12 towers, and I surmise that each can contain a different number of ghosts. Han Yuan arrived at the same conclusion. With a wave of his hand, he remarked, "In any case, you have once again achieved great merit. I must take my leave." Moments later, Han Yuan departed the base, driving away in a military vehicle with his tower in tow. Could it be that my tower is the Tower King? Chen Qing pondered, naturally speculating that the number of ghosts each of the 12 towers could suppress ranged from 1 to 12. Watching the vehicle fade into the distance, he sighed. If he were in Han Yuan's position, possessing such a divine artifact, he would undoubtedly be hesitant to disclose it publicly. In 2 lifetimes, one could discern the true nature of a person. Without a doubt, Han Yuan was a figure worthy of trust. If he were to be open and share intelligence with him, it could yield an abundance of information regarding the Demon Suppressing Towers. However, after experiencing the blood moon, Chen Qing felt a twinge of trepidation. Human nature only remains intact when societal structures are not in disarray. Ghost Pearl. Grant me a ghost pearl. The sudden voice of Zhong Kui startled Chen Qing. 4 bags were presented, one containing 1 billion, another filled with gold and silver worth 1 billion, a third with valuable spirit stones, and the last, 1 billion worth of ghost pearls. Chen Qing retrieved the final bag and, reaching inside, extracted a ghostly orb and a segment of a finger bone. Having experienced the blood moon, he understood that although these orbs were referred to as pearls, their forms varied greatly. Yet, he had only encountered a handful before, far fewer than the multitude before him. As he casually rummaged through, he discovered an assortment of ghostly orbs, including blood orbs, gelatinous ones, bones, fruits, and actual beads. Zhong Kui snatched the finger bone, stuffing it into his mouth and crunching down with delight. Upon opening the first pocket, he found it filled with 10 bank cards. Exiting the base, Chen Qing transformed into a migrant worker in a secluded corner. He casually located an ATM and inserted a card. To his surprise, there was no password prompt, only a withdrawal transfer screen displaying a staggering sum of 10 million. Naturally, he was not foolish enough to transfer it to his own account, so he tucked the card away. Suddenly possessing 100 million, he felt unexpectedly calm. He pondered that this money needed to be spent quickly. Even purchasing toilet paper would suffice. With around 100 million, anything bought would surely be considered a significant transaction. Lacking connections and experience in this area, he couldn't simply choose an online store and input a quantity of hundreds of thousands, could he? How should he spend it? Perhaps contacting Manager Yang from the safe house was an option. Lost in thought, time slipped away until morning, when Chen Qing's phone rang. It was Mrs. Wu. He paused in surprise. Surely she wasn't having second thoughts and wanting the Zhong Kui painting back? He answered the call. Hello, Li Qing? It's Mrs. Wu. Ah, hello, Mrs. Wu. I have a few antique items left. I was wondering if your foreign friend from last time might still be interested. Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback, then elated. He had been fretting over how to spend the money. Let me ask, he replied. Please hold for a moment. After a brief contemplation, he inquired of Hua Pai. Hua Pai, can you appraise antiques? I cannot authenticate, but I can date them, Hua Pai clarified. I can determine their era through their spiritual essence. Authentication involves revealing the provenance, background, and purpose of an artifact, while dating simply identifies its dynasty. For Chen Qing, that sufficed. Without delay, Chen Qing returned the call. Mr. Ruan is currently in Ximing City and will be leaving tomorrow due to some matters. Mrs. Wu, it will be best to prepare more items. He added softly, he has successfully closed a business deal this time and has ample cash flow. Oh, Mrs. Wu's voice brimmed with delight. Excellent, then we shall meet tonight. After ending the call, Chen Qing booked a room and, accompanied by Hua Pai, dedicated the day to intensively studying antique knowledge. That evening, Hua Pai transformed into a slender, capable middle-aged man. Chen Qing, carrying a briefcase, followed closely behind. Soon, they arrived at the designated location, a shop named Guyun Xiang, adorned with an antiquated charm. Familiar with Wu Xiaoming and Mrs. Wu, Chen Qing noticed another elderly man clad in Tang attire with flowing silver hair, clearly a connoisseur of the craft, alongside a genial, plump gentleman. Hua Pai greeted each individual with a handshake before directly inquiring, "Where are the items?" The room fell silent in astonishment. Chen Qing smiled and said, "Mr. Ruan is pressed for time and may depart this evening. Gentlemen, if you could, please present your finest items now." Upon hearing this, the attendees ceased their hesitation. Mrs. Wu produced a painting titled The Crane and the Old Man, which is believed to be by Tang Bo, not from the Qing dynasty. The painter interjected with a shake of his head. "Next item, please." At this moment, the 4 exchanged glances, their hearts racing in astonishment. While determining it was not from the Qing dynasty might not be a remarkable feat, the ability to make such a confident judgment with merely a glance left them questioning their own capabilities. The atmosphere grew more solemn. An elderly gentleman with silver hair presented a jade ring, which he proclaimed to be a Southern Song dynasty piece adorned with peony motifs. From the Yuan dynasty, the painter interrupted. How much? The silver-haired elder replied, 2 million. That's excessive, the painter countered, shaking his head. Next item. The attendees began to feel the pressure. They had never encountered someone of this caliber before. The painter, somewhat dissatisfied, placed a bank card on the table, stating, Gentlemen, we should not squander time. I will step out for a meal and return in 45 minutes. I hope you will be prepared by then. With that, he exited. Chen Qing turned back, his face filled with regret. I apologize, everyone. Mr. Yuan simply possesses this nature. His family has its roots in the antique trade, and he is well acquainted with the market. As long as the price is right, he will make a purchase. By the way, he has a particular fondness for ghost culture and for items that, while not particularly valuable, possess a degree of antiquity. Wu Xiaoman nodded in understanding. Chapter 39. I shall take all of your warehouse. Upon their return, the four individuals had prepared an array of items. The stout middle-aged man presented a piece of ancient jade, tinged with a sanguine hue. This is blood-stained ancient jade, extracted from the mouth of a princess. Due to its heavy aura, it has remained unsold. The figure known as Huapi inspected it, nodding in approval. How much? The market value is around 50,000. Agreed. I shall take it. Huapi placed the jade on the table beside him. The stout man was momentarily taken aback. Then chuckled, Mr. Yuan, you are indeed magnanimous. One by one, the four presented their items. After witnessing the earlier transactions, they no longer dared to be overly ambitious in their pricing. Their demands were rather reasonable. The stout man revealed a silver-plated femur, resembling a mallet. The elderly man with silver hair inquired with a smile, How did you manage to procure this? The stout man replied, This is a bone of a deceased person. I trust you know its significance? 100,000. The stout man hesitated, taken aback. This item calls forth spirits. You cannot contain it. Nodding, the stout man raised his thumb in admiration. Indeed, you are an expert. Very well, 100,000. This set of 9 relics comes from a temple. I dare not boast in the presence of an expert. I cannot ascertain their age. The silver-haired elder chuckled, seemingly intent on testing Huapi further. After a moment of contemplation, Huapi furrowed his brow. They should originate from the Duan family in Dali. The elderly man was impressed. He sighed, How much? The price of relics has always been quite volatile. Perhaps 500,000? Agreed. Huapi nodded, placing the relics beside him. The eyes of the four gleamed with excitement. At that moment, the stout man presented a long wooden box, opening it to reveal a pungent odor of rust mingled with a hint of blood, a bronze artifact, likely from the Warring States period. 12 million. Surely, Mr. Yuan understands that my pricing is not arbitrary. Gasping, the 3 others inhaled sharply. This was the highest bid thus far. If it remained buried, it would not change even after a millennium. Yet now it was rusting. And within 6 months, it would merely be a mass of corroded metal. The stout man's expression shifted slightly. As he indicated, rust is the bane of bronze artifacts. Once a single spot rusts, it will deteriorate within a couple of years. He had handled it remarkably well. How had this man discovered it? 1 million. The stout man frowned. Since you are aware it is rusted, why offer 1 million? That is of no concern to you. The stout man's brow furrowed and then relaxed, clearly wavering in his decision. After a prolonged pause, he gritted his teeth. Add another 50,000. Very well. Half an hour later, the four had presented all their items. Huapi acquired 19 pieces at a total price of just under 6 million. The stout man immediately rose to his feet. Mr. Yuan, I have several larger items at home that are inconvenient to bring here. I invite you to see them. Certainly, Huapi replied, gesturing to Chen Qing. Li Qing, please collect all of these. Understood. Chen Qing responded, then asked, Gentlemen, shall we proceed with the payment now? There's no rush. Let's take a look first. The stout man waved his hand dismissively. The silver-haired elder directly handed over his phone, saying, Please transfer the funds to this card. There are far too many scammers in this business. He then passed a card to Chen Qing, urging him, You go ahead and make the transfer. Accompanying the elder downstairs, Chen Qing proceeded to the ATM, where he successfully completed the transaction. Upon seeing the money deposited, the elder finally felt a sense of relief and remarked, "Li Xiaoyu, you all go ahead of the Qin family and keep an eye on things. I will prepare for your arrival. Please do honor this old man with a visit." "Certainly, esteemed sir," Chen Qing replied enthusiastically. Before long, the three of them arrived at the residence of a portly middle-aged man, a grand Chinese villa situated on the outskirts of the city. The man led them to the garage, where he opened a concealed door and a musty odor wafted out. When the lights were turned on, two life-size blood-red horses came into view. One stood while the other reared its front hooves, as if whinnying. Most astonishingly, both horses possessed wings. Chen Qing was immediately exhilarated. If these two horses could awaken, it would mean he possessed two flying steeds. These were indeed spirit artifacts, imbued with a certain dark energy, which made them undesirable for those of some standing. Thus, the property had remained unoccupied. The portly man declared, "These ancient creatures are undoubtedly rare. The price is 10 million each." "That's rather steep," Hualing countered, shaking his head. "Let us see what else you have." "Well, how about this? 2 for 10 million, 200,000 each." After a moment's contemplation, the portly man agreed. Deal. As they moved forward, they encountered two stone sculptures resembling dogs, one indistinguishable as either a lion or a dog, while the other bore the head of a human and the body of a lion. These guardians of the tomb, like the two horses, were heavy with negative energy and had remained unsold. 1 for 200,000. Together, 100,000. Deal. While the portly man appeared affable, he was likely the head of a tomb raiding operation. The items in his possession were not meant to see the light of day. After acquiring a few more pieces, he led them to a warehouse filled with numerous artifacts, many still encrusted with dirt. A rough estimate suggested that this single warehouse contained thousands of items. Most striking were the 20 sets of armor displayed on the west wall, accompanied by matching spears. However, both the armor and spears were heavily rusted. The spear shafts were made of high-quality steel, but were shrouded in thick rust, appearing as if they would snap upon contact. The armor was in slightly better condition, though the original straps had long since corroded away, replaced by newer bindings. Chen Qing felt a surge of excitement. Hualing, understanding the implications, inquired, "These 20 sets of armor and spears must have corresponding horses, right?" "Indeed," the portly man responded, leading them to another warehouse where 20 horse figurines were housed. However, they were far less exquisite than the two flying horses, with one missing its head and another missing a leg. "How much for these 20 sets of armor, spears, and war horses?" The portly man's face brightened. These items were exceedingly difficult to sell. He had been unable to find a buyer for them and lived in constant fear of keeping them here. Now, at last, he had found a potential buyer. Last year, the Dingjiao auction house sold a similar suit of armor for 36 million. Dismissing its significance, Huapi shook his head, stating that such items are best kept in the shadows, and aside from myself, no one dares to partake. The stout middle-aged man fell into a thoughtful silence. After a while, he finally spoke, "A total of 50 million. 5 million. Mr. Wan, your bid is excessive." The stout man furrowed his brow, insisting that the offer was not arbitrary, but indeed a reflection of your sincere interest in purchasing. After a moment of contemplation, Huapi suddenly suggested, "Mr. Qin, why not retire? I will acquire the entire warehouse." 20 million. Chapter 40. Blood Prophet. The portly middle-aged man paused slightly, shaking his head. "Mr. Wan, you jest. I speak with utmost seriousness." Hualien replied, enunciating each word. The man squinted. 40 million. A firm price. Hualien furrowed his brow, contemplating for a considerable time before responding, adding the previous items. "A total of 30 million. This is my final offer." The middle-aged man appeared conflicted. The worth of these items undoubtedly exceeded this sum. However, they were not to be displayed. Each piece was akin to a hot potato. After a lengthy deliberation, he resolved, "Very well, but it must be a cash transaction." Hualien presented 3 bank cards, anonymous cards considered as cash. The man hesitated momentarily, then brandished the key in his hand. "Let us proceed with the transaction. Once completed, they shall belong to you." Boss Qin, There are no surveillance cameras here, correct? None. Using that device here would be tantamount to courting death. Before long, the transaction was concluded. The three returned to the entrance, where the middle-aged man handed the key to Hualien, his face beaming with delight. Mr. Yuan, why not purchase this estate as well? A mere 10 million. Unnecessary, Hualien replied, shaking his head. Had this been 10 days prior, I might have accepted, but now, upgrading the security here is no longer feasible. Very well, the key is yours. I shall return in a month. I will replace all the locks. I shan't inquire how you managed it, nor do I wish to know. With a thought from Chen Qing, Hualien immediately understood. Mr. Qing, may I inquire as to the location of the tomb? The middle-aged man frowned. It is already empty. Consider it a favor owed to you. After a moment of silence, he scribbled down an address. Then, he departed in the driver's vehicle. The driver asked, Brother, what if? Do not entertain any ulterior motives, as he mentioned. I too should retire. Have those watching the estate withdrawn? Yes, the less one knows, the safer is. Chen Qing and Hualien returned to the warehouse. Master, how did I perform? In the warehouse, Hualien transformed into a beautiful maiden. Quite splendidly. Chen Qing surveyed the surroundings, beginning to collect items with the Demon Suppression Tower. The contents here could easily constitute a small museum. Even if only half were awakened, it would suffice to elevate one to a position of great power. Once the collection was complete, a call came from the silver-haired elder. The three proceeded to his residence, a smaller estate compared to Qing's. The elder's collection primarily consisted of calligraphy and paintings, including works of renowned artists, all of legitimate provenance. However, the prices were exorbitant, and negotiations proved unsuccessful. The elder produced an imperial edict. This is an edict from the Song dynasty, conferring the title of martial champion upon Wan Li Baoi. Chen Qing remained indifferent, but Hualien inquired, how much? The edict from Huizong is valued at 100 million. This one, though lesser, demands 20 million. Such edicts are relatively common and not worth such a sum. Do you possess other edicts? Of martial champions, I have 2 more. The silver-haired elder produced 2 additional items. However, one piece was of poor quality and another belonged to a relatively recent dynasty. The imperial edicts alone were worth no less than 1 million, but together, the 3 amounted to 3 million. After some contemplation, the silver-haired elder acquiesced. With a warehouse full of treasures, nothing that followed would pique his interest. Finally, Mr. Yuan, this piece may appeal to you. The silver-haired elder led the two to a secluded corner of the estate, where a doghouse had been constructed. Yet, instead of a dog, it housed a black panther adorned with goat horns, an entity known as the Tomb Guardian Beast. This creature exuded an ominous aura, making it unfit for domestic quarters. Discarding it was also not an option. Please, feel free to offer a price. 50,000. Agreed. At that moment, the two paid, and Chen Qing hoisted the Tomb Guardian Beast as they departed. This scene left the silver-haired elder utterly astounded. This Tomb Guardian Beast was no small matter. Once outside, they secured their acquisition within the Demon Suppression Tower. Chen Qing inquired, is the imperial edict of significant use? Indeed, Huapi beamed. What is the purpose of these 3 edicts? Chen Qing pondered, bestowal? The moment the words left his lips, realization struck him, leaving his face awash with astonishment. Precisely. Should all 3 awaken, it would signify the master gaining 3 martial champions. However, Chen Qing had never heard of the status of a martial champion. In the realm of wandering souls, they were known as martial men, while in the domain of malevolent spirits, they were martial champions. This classification was among the foremost in the Book of 100 Ghosts. Malevolent spirits? Bestowing titles directly upon malevolent spirits? Chen Qing found himself momentarily bewildered. Did the emperor's edict hold such profound power? Yet, given the decline of human fortunes, the emperor too had waned. Had the sovereign of ancient times still been present, a mere word from him could have directly conferred upon a being of the malevolent spirit level. Chen Qing was lost in thought. Just how immense must the emperor's power have been? Huapi, what other formidable existences from the Book 100 Ghosts do you know? Please share. It is not that this servant is unwilling to divulge, but some entities, merely hearing their names can shorten one's lifespan. Once one reaches the level of malevolent spirit and beyond, even a hint of formlessness is involved. This does not imply invisibility. Rather, if you were to hear or see them, you would be unworthy of remembering them. Thus, it is possible to encounter such a transcendent being in an instant. In the blink of an eye, you would forget. The fortunate aspect is that it simply renders one forgetful. However, for those more sinister, merely uttering their names could invoke divine wrath. Such existences are inherently defiant of the heavens. Chen Qing was momentarily dazed. Huapi solemnly cautioned, delving too deeply into the darkness is a perilous endeavor. Even passively listening poses great danger. The bizarre entities lurking in the shadows will employ every means to ensnare you within their grasp. Understood, Chen Qing nodded, committing this warning to memory. After calculating, the total expenditure amounted to 38 million. Not only had he purchased a small museum, but even awakening a single steed would yield considerable profit, especially with the 3 Tomb Guardian beasts that were nearly given away. The Tomb Guardian beasts inherently possess a powerful deterrent against ghostly entities. Merely awakening one and placing in his home would ensure safety, even in the absence of the Zhong Kui painting. What a delightful prospect! The more he regarded Huapi, the more he found her pleasing. Speak, what reward do you desire? Upon hearing these words, Huapi was instantly filled with excitement. Might my esteemed master grant me a ghost pearl? Perhaps realizing she had been rather bold, she timidly added, a ghost pearl of the evil spirit level would suffice. What sort of ghost pearl? Huapi was brimming with anticipation. Is there a ghost pearl that supports the flower maiden? Supporting the flower refers to holding an umbrella. Chen Qing swiftly produced a palm-sized small umbrella. This one? Indeed, that is it. Huapi exclaimed with delight. She then said, I may need to enter seclusion for a few days. Dear master, please wait for me. With that, Huapi vanished without a trace. Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback and summoned Huapi once more. She inquired curiously, what is the matter? The time flow in the Demon Suppression Tower is 15,000 times faster. Within it, isn't time nearly at a standstill? How can you cultivate? There's a second level. Huapi responded in surprise. Did my master not know? I was unaware. Why has no one informed me? Huapi explained. The great deity, Zhong Kui, has always resided on the second level. I was initially unable to ascend, but after the summit gathering last time, access to the second level has been granted. The passage of time within is indistinguishable from reality. Chapter 41. The burden of excessive wealth. Is there truly a second layer? Does this imply the existence of a third, fourth, fifth, sixth, or even seventh layer? After the awakening of the Demon Suppression Tower, Chen Qing refrained from further exploration, yet it now appears that the tower harbors many secrets. In his heart, Chen Qing pondered, Huapi, can you hear my voice? Indeed, my master Zhong Kui. Zhong Kui. Zhong Kui. After several calls, there was no response from Zhong Kui. My master, the great deity Zhong Kui has entered the third layer. The third layer? Where is it? This servant does not know only the great deity Zhong Kui can enter. Huapi patiently explained. The Demon Suppression Tower is one with its master. As the master grows in strength, so too shall it flourish. The current state of the tower could be likened to that of a small infant, and anything beyond the third layer may still be in a state of chaos. Will Zhong Kui be in danger? The great deity Zhong Kui possesses divine rank and numerous divine abilities. Even if he is somewhat befuddled, there are likely few things in this world capable of causing him harm. Whom are you referring to? Suddenly, a voice, somewhat mystical and enigmatic, echoed. Great deity? What great deity? Inside the second layer of the Demon Suppression Tower, the interior was not as one might envision a tower to be. Instead, it revealed a vast expanse of ethereal space, shrouded in rolling mist. Huapi sat cross-legged, a visage of fear. Zhong Kui's large face loomed nearly against Huapi's, his bristly beard akin to that of a fierce warrior, causing Huapi to refrain from resistance and merely whisper, I have met the great deity. Despite Huapi being a fifth-level malevolent spirit, in the presence of Zhong Kui, a mere third-level wandering soul, he appeared as fragile as a fledgling chick. Zhong Kui, with one eye fixed on the ground and the other on Huapi, suddenly extended his hand. Ghost pearl, ghost pearl, ghost pearl. I wish to consume a ghost pearl. His hand reached forth from the Demon Suppression Tower, as if it were emerging from Chen Qing's very chest. Chen Qing was startled and said, "You may have it, but do not frighten Hua Pai. She needs to cultivate." "Very well, very well, very well." At that moment, Chen Qing placed a ghost pearl, resembling a leaf, into Zhong Kui's hand. Zhong Kui, seemingly dissatisfied with the offering, pouted while chewing, then wandered into the mist. Initially, Chen Qing intended to visit the princess's tomb to exchange the 12 wandering souls for stronger ones. However, with Hua Pai currently in seclusion, this task would have to be postponed for a few days. Without Hua Pai, he had not felt the absence, but now that she was present, he suddenly felt a void in his heart without her. Thus, he returned to the base and commenced his routine of traversing the celestial pathways. Over the next few days, he engaged in intense training during the day to enhance his physical capabilities, while at night, he continued to walk the celestial paths. The physical assessments required an increase in distance daily, and he had now reached the point of completing 17 laps within 20 minutes. Under such pressure, many were eliminated each day. Correspondingly, the collective improvement among the group was rapid. In the final 2 days of the 7-day deadline, both the monkey and the fatty reached the soul motion realm. By this time, Chen Qing had opened 11 celestial pathways, standing just a step away from the essence realm. It had indeed been a challenging journey. He watching felt tears welling up. In just 7 days, he had transformed from a chubby boy, shedding nearly 20 pounds. To label him as a fatty at this moment would be a misnomer. Let us not relax just yet. Instead, let us ponder how to overcome tonight's challenge. The monkey furrowed his brow, mastering the art of spirit contracting in one evening, as he prepared to bind his first spirit companion the following night. The urgency was overwhelming. Indeed, our training regimen has exceeded that of previous demon extermination teams, although it is rumored that this year's training has been equally merciless. The Lone Star remained silent, quietly revolving in its celestial path. Nighttime heralded a major class, requiring the attendance of all. Wukong expressed his satisfaction. "The speed of your growth astonishes me. Based on my decade of teaching experience, reaching the soul movement stage typically takes a week to a month. Yet all 41 of you present here today have achieved this milestone in just 1 week. Congratulations. Are we truly that exceptional? Could I be considered a genius?" Someone exclaimed. "You think you are? I reached soul movement a day before you." The crowd erupted in excitement. Over the past week, they had endured rigorous training. The feeling of being recognized for the first time was profoundly moving. However, a more daunting challenge loomed ahead. Within the next 24 hours, you must master the art of spirit contracting. Tomorrow night, we will collectively head to the princess's tomb, and each of you must possess your own spirit companion. Had this been a week ago, chaos would have ensued. Yet, despite the absurdity of the task, everyone fell silent, contemplating how to navigate this challenge. Chen Qing had already mastered both the basic and advanced forms of spirit contracting, leaving him unaffected by the pressure. "This is unacceptable." Hongya stood up. "Let us not even discuss how difficult it is to learn spirit contracting in a single day. Finding a suitable spirit companion within that time frame is utterly ridiculous." As her dissent echoed, others quickly joined in, especially the female students. The group paused momentarily. Given that females are typically weaker than males, selecting a spirit companion was of utmost importance. A poor choice could jeopardize their entire future. "What do you propose?" A voice queried. The time for females to select their spirit companions should not be less than 5 days. "No, a week." "This was not my decision to make," Wukong replied, shaking his head. "Let us proceed with the lesson." Following this, Chen Qing felt no need to participate further. The time for Huapi's seclusion was nearing its end. He would likely emerge tomorrow. Phones were prohibited during class. Upon returning to his dormitory, Chen Qing noticed 2 missed calls. "Mr. Chen, the 3rd batch of pig feed has entered production. We've brought samples to the entrance of the 5th base of the Spirit Army. Would you like to take a look?" "Oh, I'll be there shortly." The second call came through. "Hello, Mr. Chen, the rice, soybeans, and potatoes have been prepared. When will you come and collect them?" "In the next couple of days." With nearly 70 million in hand, Chen Qing felt increasingly troubled over the past few days. Everyday items and hardware had cost him nearly 6 million, while 50 million had been spent on the most reliable types of grain. In a post-apocalyptic world, having food and firearms is paramount. Upon arriving at the base entrance, he spotted a business vehicle parked nearby. 3 men in suits awaited him, one of whom was Boss Zhu from the feed factory. In the recent exchanges, Chen Qing discerned their desire to connect with the Yugui army. It appeared that during the video call with Manager Jean, his identity as a procurement officer for the Yugui army had inadvertently been revealed. Regardless, there was now a palpable respect directed towards Chen Qing. He accepted a bag of pig feed samples, opened it, and immediately wrinkled his brow at the pungent odor that wafted forth. Hesitantly, he took a taste and found its texture coarse and powdery, leaving his mouth filled with gritty residue. Observing Chen Qing's expression, Boss Zhu promptly clarified, "Mr. Chen, I acknowledge that the taste is indeed lacking. This is the third batch of an improved formula, enhanced with starch." Chen Qing sampled it again. There was a slight improvement, albeit minimal. Soaking it in warm water or cooking it will yield a much better result. Can we assure the nutritional content? Absolutely. We adhere to stringent standards. Chen Qing nodded. And there are no issues. Let us expedite production of this improved variant. Though he grimaced at the current taste, in the context of the apocalypse, this was indeed a delicacy. Chapter 42. Welcome to the Princess's Ghost Domain, dear ones. As for the method of receiving the food supplies, Chen Qing had already devised a plan. After some persuasion, he managed to obtain a multitude of seals from Yichang. He arrived at the warehouse district in the Binjiang area, which is connected to the railway and has a dock situated merely 1-2 kilometers from the highway exit. This area primarily consists of grain storage. Upon entering, he was greeted by nearly 100 towering silver metal barrels, each standing 7 to 8 stories high. Manager Tian enthusiastically introduced, "We have a total of 229 standard grain silos, all constructed according to ASTM-D 3299 standards. The smallest holds 35 tons, while the largest, as you see before you, reaches a height of 30 meters, with a diameter of 15 meters and a capacity of 445 tons. Chen Qing invested 20 to 30 million in grain. Initially, this amount could only procure around 10,000 tons of food. However, with a stroke of inspiration, he opted for aged rice and beans, approximately 6 years old, but guaranteed to be unspoiled. This clever exchange allowed him to increase his stock from 10,000 tons to 25,000 tons. Manager Tian escorted Chen Qing inside the granary, where a relatively simple computer monitored the temperature and humidity. The interior resembled a grain store filled to 9/10 capacity, with an adjustable cross-shaped walkway above. Lowering the walkway by 2 meters, Manager Tian bent down to scoop a handful of rice. The greatest issue is the heat generated from the grain piles. If neglected, such a large quantity could spoil within a week. However, we have 30 years of experience in temperature control. Although this rice is 6 years old, rest assured, Mr. Chen, its quality may be slightly lacking, but remains entirely acceptable. Are there surveillance cameras? Chen Qing inquired. Indeed, each granary is equipped with 3, replied Manager Tian. Chen Qing ordered 5,000 tons of potatoes, 4,000 tons of rice, 4,000 tons of soybeans, and 6,000 tons of wheat. Except for the potatoes, which were stored in a regular warehouse, the rest were placed in barrel-shaped storage, totaling only 8 barrels. Chen Qing promptly signed for the supplies and took the keys, affixing seals to the exterior of each of the 8 barrels. Manager Tian, of course, had no objections. Finding a reason to bid farewell to Manager Tian, Chen Qing returned to the warehouse, turned off the surveillance, and adjusted each camera to face the ceiling before commencing the collection of supplies. In a little over 10 minutes, the first rice storage was completely emptied, followed by the second, third, and so forth until the 8th was finished. After sealing the entrance, the potatoes were stored in a conventional cold storage. Although the potatoes, having been stored for several years, appeared somewhat shriveled, this was of little consequence. It took considerable effort to adjust the high-place cameras, but ultimately, he managed to turn them all away. With the seals affixed, he finally completed the task. By this time, the afternoon had arrived. As he exited the facility, manager Tian warmly saw him off. "Mr. Chen, I must ask, is there a particular reason for your recent large-scale grain acquisitions?" he inquired. Chen Qing maintained his composure. "Have other departments also been acquiring grain?" "Indeed, several waves of personnel from the government and military have come through recently, resulting in a 6% increase in grain prices over the past few days. As a mere procurement officer, what news would I know?" Chen Qing chuckled lightly, inwardly nodding. Indeed, the government had taken action. "I fear that the woman in black veils we encountered at the last summit holds considerable significance." Upon returning to the base, a considerable number of individuals had already gathered in the courtyard. 10 military vehicles stood poised for departure, 4 5-seaters and 6 13-seaters, among which was an ambulance. Shortly thereafter, Han Yuan appeared alongside Chen Man, his face battered and bruised, presenting quite a disheveled appearance. "Today, I will introduce you to the wider world. Do not be overwhelmed," he declared. Chen Qing hastily followed, inquiring, "Captain, why did you bring Xiao Man along?" "Ah, right. He has reached the Blood Qi realm." "What?" Chen Qing was taken aback. Scratching his head, Han Yuan confessed, "I intended to hold him back, but this fellow trained so diligently that he broke through. It truly was beyond my control." Chen Qing felt a headache coming on, pondering how a 6-year-old could achieve such a feat. "Ah, yes. That expression is precisely what I expected." Han Yuan laughed heartily. "I wore the same expression back then. The commander bore that same look as well. That old fellow insisted on vying for my disciple, and we even had a scuffle over it." "You are mistaken. It was not a fight, but rather Grandpa Zhu beating you." Chen Man corrected him earnestly. "You little rascal," Han Yuan retorted. "That fellow is no human. Do you understand? Not human. Given that you have remained loyal to your master and not betrayed me, I shall spare you this time." With a wave of his hand, Han Yuan beckoned Chen Qing. "Come, ride with me. We shall discuss this further." As the vehicles commenced their journey, Han Yuan recounted the events of recent days. He spoke of the matter concerning the Demon Suppression Tower that had garnered the commander's utmost attention, leading to the invitation of several formidable individuals to lend their strength. Han Yuan, along with Gong Huagu and 4 super-strong warriors, ventured to the princess's tomb, where they effortlessly vanquished 6 spirits, thereby summoning the Ghost King. Subsequently, under the guidance of the 4 super warriors, they forcibly bound the spirit, forging a blood contract, an endeavor as perilous as the infamous Hell contract. Upon returning, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Chen Man had broken through to the Blood Qi realm. This ignited a fierce contention reminiscent of the legendary duel at Mount Hua. Han Yuan, invigorated, engaged in a scuffle with the commander, ultimately securing the right to nurture Chen Man naturally. Chen Man's assertion that Han Yuan merely endured a beating holds a grain of truth. "So, you are bruised because the commander struck you?" Chen Qing pressed. Han Yuan cut a feet. "It was not a beating. It was a tussle that I lost." As Chen Man attempted to object, Han Yuan barked, "Silence." Chen Man fell silent, observing this exchange. Chen Qing was not merely surprised, but utterly astonished. Individuals like Zhou Yangxiao, Ji Luo, and Chen Qing himself paled in comparison to a 6-year-old in the Blood Qi realm. Thanks to Chen Man and the tower, it seems our 5th Brigade is destined for an influx of excitement. Han Yuan sighed. Gong Huagu will undoubtedly join our team. That much is reasonable, considering the Ghost King within the Demon Suppression Tower is now her spirit companion. However, if more old-timers arrive, I shall be utterly overwhelmed. Furrowing his brow, Chen Qing suddenly pondered a troubling question. "Wait, Captain Yu, Captain Gong, and 4 top-tier warriors went to the princess's tomb. You did not seize it? Is the princess's tomb truly that formidable?" "Formidable indeed. Now, it is the novice village of the ghostly army. This implies that the princess's tomb was intentionally left as a training ground." Chen Qing found the notion both absurd and oddly reasonable. Moments later, 10 vehicles arrived approximately a kilometer from the princess's tomb. At a command, everyone disembarked and swiftly arranged themselves into 2 orderly lines. The meticulousness of their formation clearly showcased the fruits of 7 days of training. The malevolent spirits and above have been largely eradicated from this area, and you will be spending a considerable amount of time here. Of course, there are indeed some fearsome entities at the wandering spirit level. But if you cannot even contend with these wandering spirits, discussing the defense of the rear is futile. Having learned much from the study of the ghost sciences, I trust each of you has developed a fondness for your ghostly companions. Han Yuan snapped his fingers, and suddenly, the surroundings transformed. The wilderness was enveloped in ghostly mist. The sky darkened in an instant. Lush vegetation became stark and barren, and the scattered houses appeared dilapidated. The water in the small river was pitch black, permeated with a foul stench, leaving everyone in shock. With a smile, Han Yuan remarked, "Welcome to the princess's ghost domain, my dear ones." Chapter 43. The Spectre of War. A shiver coursed through the crowd. Having encountered the malevolent spectre known as Wind Eater, they were somewhat mentally prepared. However, the realization that a mere step forward could lead them into the realm of ghosts caused many to retreat. Zhou Yanxiao was the first to step in, followed by Ji Luo, Chen Qing, and others. Perhaps due to some unseen boundary, once they crossed the threshold, they would never see the outside world again. The ghost domain? Chen Qing furrowed his brow. Yet another unfamiliar term. Or perhaps this was what was referred to in a previous life as the ghost realm. Chen Qing glanced at Han Yuan, feeling a twinge of concern. "Captain, you can't possibly be letting Chen Man enter there too, can you? Rest assured, I will be right beside him." Han Yuan waved dismissively. "You go capture your own specter." Chen Qing was left speechless. Despite his brilliance, Chen Man was still not yet 7 years old. Even if he followed along, it was. "Here, put this on." Han Yuan produced a peculiar pair of gauntlets, adorned with intricate wood grain, as if sculpted from timber. He squatted down to help Chen Man wear them. After securing the gauntlets, Han Yuan retrieved a wooden helmet. After much effort, he finally managed to fit it on, along with a wooden breastplate. "You are so bothersome," Chen Man said, his expression blank, but his tone filled with discontent. "You little blockhead, I'm doing this to protect you. I'm strong enough, I don't need your protection." "You're strong, huh? I could topple you with just one finger. In 2 years, I will be able to defeat you. Even in 10 years, you won't stand a chance." Watching the two bicker, Chen Qing felt an unexpected sense of relief. "Chen Qing, let us form a team," the monkey approached. "Damn it, this is my first time in the ghost domain, and I'm feeling a bit apprehensive. Take me with you, O mighty one." He was soon joined by Hirunsheng. Lonely Star remained silent and directly entered the ghost domain. Chen Qing didn't team mind the others, but he certainly had to keep a close eye on the monkey. Nodding, Chen Qing stepped into the ghost domain. Here, it felt as though some form of magic had been employed. With a single step, they seemed to enter an entirely different space-time continuum. It was cold and dim, with a suffocating stench permeating the air. "Fatty, what is your soul power?" 41. "And yours?" 58, the monkey murmured. "Definitely don't take a newly born wandering soul. We should aim for a 1st to 3rd rank, or perhaps just graduated to the 4th rank." The monkey shook his head, lamenting the limited choices available. "Don't you have more?" Hirunsheng was nearly in tears, looking at Chen Qing. "Oh, mighty one, what about you?" "I'm not sure," Chen Qing replied honestly. "The mighty one is surely concerned about our lagging hearts. So considerate." Almost everyone exchanged their opportunities for ancient artifacts for ghostly tokens, donning them on their hands as they proceeded cautiously. Before long, the trio encountered their first ghost. It was devouring the muck in a stagnant pool, slurping and savoring the filth. A toilet ghost, using the token to measure. It registered a reading of 14, a 1st-rank wandering soul. The monkey realized that contracting this one would be a waste, with his soul power of 58. A 3rd-rank soul close to 30 would be ideal. I don't want it either." Hirunsheng shook his head. "If possible, I would still prefer a 3rd or 4th rank. The options are just too limited." Naturally, Chen Qing would not consider it either. He currently possesses 2 primary companions. One is Zhong Kui and the other is Hua Pai. For this level, Hua Pai is an exceptionally formidable entity. As for Zhong Kui, although he is merely a 3rd-tier wandering soul, one cannot solely assess his prowess by superficial statistics, especially given his evident domination over Hua Pai. This time, he aims to rejuvenate the initial stage wandering souls within the Demon Suppression Tower as much as possible. The density of spirits in the ghost realm is quite substantial, and soon they encountered a second entity. However, all three were taken aback. This ghost bore an ancient visage, adorned with a helmet, breastplate, back armor, and skirt armor, wielding a sword at its waist, advancing with an imposing demeanor. Behind a collapsed low wall, Chen Qing and his companions were astounded. An ancient ghost? I've never studied this. Although they were still learning about ghosts, most of their studies focused on contemporary spirits, like the cheating ghost, toilet ghost, and the common death ghost. Ancient ghosts had not been covered in their lessons. A soldier ghost? They casually coined a name, and upon measuring it, the ghost parameters read 61, a 6-tier wandering soul. The monkey's soul power was 58, and based on the recommended 50, he should ideally bind a ghost around 29. He could not exceed 70, which would be 41. Runsheng had even less, at 41, with a recommended binding of 20, and could not surpass 28. Clearly, both were already beyond their limits. No, it's unmanageable. Let us go. However, Chen Qing halted. The monkey, momentarily taken aback, quickly comprehended. Chen Qing, you can bind this. Naturally, Chen Qing could not reveal the existence of the Demon Suppression Tower, but he ambiguously replied, it's just right. Great deity, you're almost at 100. Runsheng was astounded. This is too incredible. Chen Qing nodded, unsheathing the kunwa knife, channeling his spiritual energy, causing a blood shadow to flicker across the blade. With a soft hum, he vaulted over the low wall, striking the soldier ghost with his blade. Slicing through like a knife through old leather, a deep gash opened at the back of the soldier ghost's neck. The blade continued downward, but was thwarted by the back armor, merely sparking. Ethereal blue ghost blood began to seep out, dripping onto the ground. The ghost soldier reacted swiftly, countering with a slash. Chen Qing raised his knife to block. Clang! Sparks erupted. Prior to this, all the ghosts Chen Qing had faced, aside from Hua Pai, were initial stage wandering souls, shattering upon contact. This was his first experience battling a ghost in such a manner. Clang! 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 The strength was evenly matched. But in terms of technique, Chen Qing was no match for the ghost soldier. After just a few exchanges, he had already sustained a cut. Fortunately, he wore Hua Pai, the best defense against such spirits. Chen Qing resolved to hone his combat skills, intently observing the soldier Ghost's swordplay, striving to learn. Suddenly, a gleaming blade descended upon Chen Qing's face. He swiftly sidestepped. Though the protective layer of Hua Pai offered some solace, he was still drenched in cold sweat. The monkey and Runsheng felt a rush of tension. The monkey leaped into the fray, wielding a knife. Stay back, monkey, Chen Qing urgently commanded. With a protective guise, one stands invincible. However, the monkey is indeed mortal. Damn it, I cannot bear to watch you perish. Its blade cannot harm me. Chen Qing bellowed. Retreat. The monkey, skeptical yet observant, scrutinized the spot where Chen Qing had just been struck by the soldier's ghost. His garment was torn, yet it seemed his body was unharmed. He cautiously withdrew, maintaining his focus on both parties, prepared to lend support at any moment. Clang! 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 The sounds of blades clashing resounded, igniting sparks in the air. Chen Qing had already endured around 10 strikes, and finally, swoosh! A blade, a fatal strike. Were this to land on a human, blood would spray several meters. Although the soldier's ghost also bled profusely from the wound, it was far from excessive. Clang! 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 With each successive strike, Chen Qing appeared to discern a pattern. The soldier's ghost's blade became increasingly difficult to land on him. Understand, I have grown stronger. Chen Qing rejoiced immensely. At a pivotal moment, he swung his blade, sending the ghost's head flying. The monkey cheered exuberantly. Incredible. Runsheng stood in stunned silence for a moment before erupting in applause. Awesome. Chapter 44. The Warrior. Capable of being enshrined as the martial champion. At this moment, Chen Qing found himself momentarily halted. He sensed that within the Demon Suppression Tower, the soldier's spirit was struggling to find its place, its form gradually dissipating. With a mere thought, a toilet ghost shattered, transforming into pure ghostly essence. The soldier's spirit naturally filled the void left behind. In that fleeting moment, as the soldier's spirit occupied the space, Chen Qing perceived a significant enhancement in Zhong Kui's strength. However, with the monkey and he Runsheng present, he could not summon it for a closer examination. "Impressive little Qingzi," the monkey exclaimed, vigorously patting Chen Qing's shoulder. "You're formidable. The great deity is invincible." He Runsheng also praised, his eyes scanning Chen Qing with curiosity. Cautiously, he inquired, "Great deity, have you donned some protective armor?" The painted skin had mentioned that when she attached herself to a person, aside from certain ocular techniques like the heavenly eye and the fiery eye, nothing else could be discerned. Chen Qing had been struck by numerous blades yet appeared unscathed, a fact both of them had keenly observed. "Yes, I acquired a piece earlier," Chen Qing replied, choosing not to elaborate further. "Come, we must procure suitable ghostly companions for you both today." They both nodded earnestly. With Chen Qing around, if they couldn't secure appropriate ghostly pets, their future prospects would be even dimmer. This area had previously been dedicated to three-dimensional agriculture, boasting numerous fish ponds. However, due to a lack of maintenance, most of the dikes between the ponds had gradually eroded, merging into a landscape reminiscent of candied haws. Some ponds had slowly dried up, becoming stagnant pools of murky water. Along the way, they constantly observed toilet ghosts joyfully feasting, yet the innate aversion to filth rendered the trio oblivious to their antics. Chen Qing vaguely recalled that the toilet ghost, at the malevolent spirit level, was classified as devourer of filth, possessing considerable combat prowess. Moreover, if one could overlook the unpleasantness, this entity was actually quite promising for ascension. As the trio strolled along the meandering banks of the fish ponds, occasional splashes erupted from the depths, leaving them uncertain if the source was fish or spirits. Suddenly, a piercing scream for help echoed from a distance. In the dim and desolate night, an icy shiver ran down their spines. "It sounds like Yangxing Shui," the monkey mused, puzzled. Chen Qing suddenly recalled the name. He was a fellow student who had tested their talents together. The cry for help rang out once more, this time much closer, and both the monkey and he Runsheng heard it distinctly. "It's definitely Yangxing Shui. Let us hurry and check it out." The desperate calls continued, interspersed with anguished cries, indicating he had likely sustained injuries. Soon, the trio discovered Yangxing Shui, his head marred by a deep gash, blood gushing profusely and soaking his entire body. His arm appeared broken, and he bore multiple injuries. Before him, a solitary star was engaged in a fierce battle with a ghost. This specter appeared ordinary, yet moved with remarkable agility, wielding a black staff that struck with such ferocity that the solitary star found himself utterly defenseless. "Master, this is warrior. If you accept it, you can be enshrined as the martial champion with a sacred decree," the painted skin suddenly interjected. Chen Qing nodded in understanding. No wonder it was so powerful. Upon assessing the spirit, he discovered its ghostly energy value was merely 38, a triple wandering soul, yet could overpower the solitary star effortlessly. To know, the solitary star arrived at soul motion even before the monkey, wielding a soul power of at least 70. Yet, he found himself in a pitiful state, bested by a ghost that possessed only half his strength. Bang, bang, bang. Once again, three muffled sounds echoed as the martial artist's black staff deftly maneuvered around the Kunwa blade, landing precise blows upon the solitary star. He remained silent, merely grunting but refusing to yield. "Monkey, let us advance together. Step back a bit." The monkey, taken aback, nodded and followed suit. Clang! A staff struck the blade of Chen Qing's kunwu, causing a slight tremor in his hand. Bang! Another strike landed on Chen Qing's wrist, sending a jolt of numbness through his entire arm, nearly causing him to lose grip on the kunwu. More formidable than the soldier ghost, Chen Qing mused. Relying on the protection of his skin disguise, he pressed forward, forcing the martial artist back several paces with a flurry of strikes. Solitary star, chubby 1. Escort Yang Xing Shui away. At that moment, Yang Xing Shui was barely breathing, her complexion a ghostly white. Meanwhile, the solitary star staggered, evidently injured. Had Chen Qing and the others not arrived, both might have perished at the hands of the martial artist. bang, bang, bang. Almost every strike from the martial artist found its mark on Chen Qing. Despite the protection of his skin disguise, he felt his vitality surge and wane. Chen Qing had just gleaned some knowledge from the soldier ghost, yet proved utterly insufficient against the martial artist. Even while desperately dodging and blocking, 9 out of 10 strikes connected. Bang! Ah! The monkey let out a wretched cry, collapsing to the ground. A gaping wound marred his brow, blood instantly splattering across his face. Do not fret. I shall go again, Chen Qing urged, launching another attack. The martial artist's staff technique was exceptionally intricate, the tip almost perpetually hovering near Chen Qing's face. Should he evade, a follow-up strike would surely target his chest or waist. Bang! 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 One blow after another. Chen Qing felt as if he might cough up blood. It was not just his body that suffered. His spirit was equally tormented. He could not fathom how a ghost with a mere 38 in ghostly energy could push him to such extremes. Were it not for the skin disguise, he might have already lost his life thrice over. With a whoosh, the staff's tip lunged toward his eye, prompting Chen Qing to lean back sharply. He then swung the kunwu blade horizontally, encompassing a wide arc. The martial artist leapt into the air, and instinctively, Chen Qing thrust upward. In midair, the martial artist positioned his staff to block the kunwu. Chen Qing clenched his teeth, driving his left fist toward the staff. Bang! The staff veered aside, allowing the kunwu to pierce the martial artist's chest. Sizzle! Chen Qing paused momentarily, then rushed forward. Kicking the staff away and seizing the martial artist by the throat with both hands, pinning his legs against the martial artist's arms, he shouted, "Hurry!" The monkey froze, grasping the kunwu, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Contract! Contract! Chen Qing barked. The monkey, momentarily stunned, quickly regained composure and approached the martial artist to begin the ghostly contract incantation. Once it failed. Do not stop, continue, Chen Qing commanded. Thus the second attempt, the third, the fourth. Soon, they reached the 10th attempt, each contract being resolutely rejected by the martial artist. Meanwhile, the monkey's face grew pale, and signs of exhaustion began to surface. 11 times, 12 times. At last, the monkey's body stiffened slightly, a look of wild joy spreading across its face. It succeeded. Ha ha ha. It succeeded. Upon hearing this, Chen Qing released the martial man. The martial man, silent, stepped behind the monkey. Impressive, truly impressive. The monkey surveyed the martial man. With this fellow by my side, I shall stride through the base with confidence. Chen Qing, lacking emotional intelligence, could not let go of grudges or kindness, fixating on both trivial and significant matters. The monkey was his brother, who had sacrificed himself for him in a past life, and he was determined to protect him at all costs. And the martial man was the perfect fit. Once the blood moon arrived, he would use the imperial decree to bestow the title of martial champion upon this martial man. The monkey's combat prowess would ascend to new heights. The two exchanged hearty laughter, striking a large character shape as they lay on the ground. The martial man went to retrieve his long staff when suddenly, a heavy thud echoed as he was sent flying back by a powerful kick. Both were taken aback. Turning to look, they saw a burly man charging toward them, agile in movement and wielding a long staff. Another martial man had appeared. Chapter 45. Kneeling at first sight of Zhong Kui, Chen Qing's gaze swept over the warrior, registering the formidable presence of an eightfold specter. With a massive blow aimed at his head, the force was overwhelming and terrifying. Chen Qing raised his hand to block it. Clang! A resounding impact echoed. His arms tingled with numbness as the kunwu blade slipped from his grasp. The long staff, remarkably agile, redirected its momentum midair and struck squarely on Chen Qing's shoulder. Bang! It felt as if a carriage had run him over, and he collapsed to his knees. Chen Qing. The monkey gasped, seizing his blade and leaping up, pouring all his strength into a strike against the warrior. The warrior, seemingly aware of his movements, executed a swift kick. Bang! In the next moment, the monkey's body shot forward like an arrow, crashing heavily to the ground before bouncing several times, landing in a muddy pond. Mud splattered everywhere. The monkey tasted blood in his mouth, spat it out, yet struggled to rise, hastily crawling toward the shore. At this juncture, a smaller warrior engaged the larger one. Their staffs clashed, but after just a few exchanges, the smaller warrior was clearly at a disadvantage. The larger warrior dominated in every aspect, including martial skill. There was no choice but to unleash a powerful move. Chen Qing shouted, "Zhong Kui." In the next instant, a gaunt figure clad in a hospital gown appeared. Zhong Kui, one eye gazing at the heavens while the other focused on the warrior. The larger warrior's body shuddered violently as it slowly turned its head. Bang! The smaller warrior's staff struck heavily upon the larger warrior's head, yet it too became rigid. In the larger warrior's eyes, at long last, two free-spirited pupils were visible. The warrior! They both screamed in unison. The larger warrior's mind shattered, and it fled into the distance, moving faster than during its previous escape from the painted skin. Zhong Kui pursued with a unique gait, each step launching him high into the air, as if his body were weightless, reminiscent of the lunar gravity seen on television. In the next moment, Chen Qing discerned the truth. On Zhong Kui's right foot was a golden slipper, the very one transformed by Jin Buhui. Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback. This golden slipper possesses superpowers? Previously, Zhong Kui could not keep up with the painted skin, but now, adorned with the golden slipper, his speed had escalated to new heights, and in mere steps, he vanished into the mist. Chen Qing felt a surge of anxiety, yet the monkey's safety was paramount. Turning back, he saw the monkey covered in mud and blood, swaying as he crawled out of the pond. "He won't die. You must hurry and pursue." Upon hearing this, Chen Qing charged into the mist. Moments later, he beheld Zhong Kui and the warrior. Zhong Kui was perched upon the warrior's neck, clinging to its hair and grinning foolishly. With those mismatched eyes, he appeared utterly ridiculous. The warrior, immobilized beneath him, trembled as though it had been set to a high vibration. "Let you run." Smack! A resounding slap echoed. Though it seemed light, the warrior staggered as if struck by a truck, crashing heavily to the ground. Zhong Kui was thrown off in the process. Enraged, Zhong Kui shouted, "Master! Master! Quickly command the great Zhong Kui to cease." Without the luxury of time for further inquiries, Chen Qing positioned himself in front of Zhong Kui, exclaiming, "Halt! Stand azide! I shall flay this scoundrel." No sooner had the words left his lips than the warrior's skin ruptured, peeling away as if an unseen hand was meticulously stripping it away. The warrior let out a ghastly wail, collapsing to his knees in sheer terror. "Zhong Kui, return!" Chen Qing hastily summoned Zhong Kui back. Yet, the warrior continued to shriek as strips of skin fell away, soon transforming into a stark, lifeless figure, devoid of its skin. With a resounding thud, it succumbed to death. The scene was profoundly eerie, sending a shiver down Chen Qing's spine. Upon the warrior's demise, his body dissipated into a dark mist, merging into the Demon Suppression Tower. With a mere thought, a hungry ghost shattered into spectral energy, assuming the warrior's place. As this warrior entered the tower, Chen Qing sensed Zhong Kui's strength had significantly increased. With another thought, Zhong Kui materialized before him. The spectral gauge flickered. 99, 98, 102, 96. The numbers fluctuated around 99, with the exchange of two ghosts. He had already reached the pinnacle of the 10th realm of wandering souls. If a few more were substituted, would he ascend to the level of malevolent spirits, or perhaps attain the S-class of wandering souls? The legendary, transcendent level. Chen Qing was overwhelmed with astonishment. He now comprehended that Zhong Kui's metrics were not arbitrary, but represented approximately 50 of the total ghostly energy from the 12 entities. Presently, within the Demon Suppression Tower, the highest was the warrior at 88, followed by the soldier spirit at 61, along with 10 nascent wandering souls, totaling around 198. This was precisely double Zhong Kui's power. The anticipation was palpable. Suddenly recalling the conversation about the skin, he inquired, "Why did you urge Zhong Kui to cease?" The entity sighed, "Master, this is merely a wandering soul. How could it withstand the might of the great deity Zhong Kui? Did you not notice? After enduring that strike, The warrior's ghostly energy diminished by 7 or 8 points. Is that so? Chen Qing was taken aback, summoning the warrior for measurement. Indeed, it was only at 81 now. You wretched Zhong Kui. Had it not been for that blow, you would either have advanced to the level of malevolent spirits or become an S-class wandering soul. The entity added, Master, I perceive that as the strength of the great deity Zhong Kui increases, so too does the variety and potency of the abilities he discovers. We must strive to enhance our power. Chen Qing nodded in agreement. At present, regardless of Zhong Kui and the entity, even without their aid, with the 9th realm warrior and the 6th realm soldier spirit, he could navigate this ghostly domain with considerable confidence. Very well, just to be prudent, I shall add a should. After all, encountering such a formidable warrior within just 2 hours raises the possibility of others lurking nearby. Let us return. With several thoughts, Chen Qing found Zhong Kui either unable or unwilling to comprehend, as his eyes darted about in confusion, remaining obstinately in place. One forceful thought later, Zhong Kui was swiftly summoned back. Yet, he soon reemerged once more. Fine, I shall not engage in a contest of wills. Quickly, he made his way back to the monkey, who was weakly leaning against a wall. Watching Chen Qing return safely brought a sense of relief. Glancing at the dazed figure of Zhong Kui beside him, he mused this, Ghost King? The manifestation of a Ghost King remains elusive. Yet the aura of a specter is undeniably evident. The monkey felt somewhat speechless, but recollected how this rather dim-witted Ghost King had caused an exceptionally formidable martial artist to flee in terror upon his arrival. Indeed, the title of Ghost King was quite fitting. One must not judge by appearances, after all. With a deep sigh, the monkey remarked, You've barely attended classes and are unaware of the pressure exerted by Zhou Yangxiao and Ji Luo. But today I've come to realize that the most concealed ultimate boss is, in fact, you. Chen Qing helped him to his feet without contesting this notion. The martial artist was exceedingly formidable. It remained uncertain whether he could challenge Zhou Yangxiao's malevolent spirit at a higher level. Supporting the monkey to the ambulance, they found several others already lying inside, the most severely injured among them being Yang Xingshui. The nurse, displaying remarkable efficiency, assisted the monkey into the vehicle, promptly administering an intravenous drip while retrieving surgical instruments, presumably to stitch up the monkey's wounds. Chen Qing then turned to make his way back towards the realm of ghosts. The monkey, momentarily taken aback, inquired, You intend to go back? Indeed, Chen Qing affirmed with a nod. This evening, he was determined to push Zhong Kui to the pinnacle of level 100. He was eager to discover whether Zhong Kui would ascend to the level of a malevolent spirit or attain the status of an S-class wandering soul. Chapter 46. It smiles at me. With confidence bolstered by the presence of Zhong Kui, the warrior, and the soldier spirit, Chen Qing strode forward. Suddenly, Zhong Kui exclaimed, Where are the ghost beads? I want to eat the ghost beads. Ever since learning that Zhong Kui could freely traverse all levels of the Demon Suppression Tower, Chen Qing had prepared a pouch filled with ghost beads. However, he had forgotten to bring it today. Ghost beads, ghost beads, ghost beads. Zhong Kui's incessant cries echoed around them. Irritated, Chen Qing retorted, Search for them yourself on the first floor of the Demon Suppression Tower. In an instant, Zhong Kui leapt into the chest of Chen Qing, entering the tower. The painted skin spirit had grown accustomed to such antics, while the warrior watched in trepidation, knowing one ill-placed word could lead to his demise at Zhong Kui's hands. A truly terrifying presence. Amidst the tension, suddenly, the sound of children's laughter rang out. The voice was sweet and innocent, delightful to the ears. Yet in this realm of ghosts, it felt profoundly unsettling. A child ghost. Such apparitions were common, and Chen Qing was no stranger to them. Drawing his blade, he cautiously approached the source of the sound. Yet, upon reaching the location, he found nothing but a pool of blood. The voice had been right before him. Mommy, mommy, love, the disembodied voice continued to call. Chen Qing felt a warm sensation enveloping him, as if he were truly cradled in his mother's embrace. Was it an illusion? He hastily walked around, dispelling the warmth that encroached from all directions. In a daze, he sensed a gentle caress under his chin, as if someone was smiling tenderly at him. Giggling mommy warmth flooded his body, akin to sunlight filtering through a window or warm water cascading over him. The soldier's spirit and the warrior stood frozen in place as the voice lingered on. Chen Qing's vision was filled with vibrant toys, splashes of red and green. A toy train clattered along its tracks, while a soft bunny pillow rested behind him. A soothing voice recited a bedtime story. Chen Qing bit down hard on his tongue. The sharp pain jolted him back to reality. Mommy loved the dim, ghostly realm was draped in warmth, as if enveloped in a thick, comforting blanket. An irresistible sense of comfort washed over him. Chen Qing forced himself to run in a specific direction and finally spotted a small child clad only in a belly band. Around 3 years old, barefoot and bare-bottomed, with chubby little hands cradling a severed adult hand. Blood stained the corners of the belly band. The child gently played with the fingers of the severed hand, beaming with a smile, calling out, Mommy, without hesitation. Chen Qing struck. The cunwal blade, imbued with the essence of blood, erupted forth. He swung directly at the child ghost. The child stood still, seemingly unaware of the impending danger. Thud! Blood splattered as the blade cleaved from the crown of the child's head down to the chin. Mom! The child ghost whispered, the severed hand slipping from its grasp. Chen Qing withdrew his blade and struck again. The child's head flew off, dissipating into a wisp of black mist that vanished into the Demon Suppression Tower. A thought emerged, and a famished ghost disintegrated into ethereal essence, yielding its position to a child's spirit. Chen Qing exhaled deeply. The child spirit was exceedingly peculiar, and many of these apparitions were tragically unfortunate. Indeed, a significant portion perished at the hands of their own parents. They yearned for maternal affection for an extended period, a longing that would radiate broadly, influencing those nearby. Adults might withstand it, but young children found it nearly impossible to resist, becoming ensnared in this affection, blissfully succumbing to their demise. Fortunately, their corporeal forms were frail. Once their location was discerned, they could be easily vanquished. Summoning it forth, the ghostly essence was measured. 92. Chen Qing was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering a ninefold wandering soul. The child spirit seemed oblivious, its pale, ghostly visage adorned with a plump, rosy smile. Babbling in a childish tone. Love mama with this. Surely Zhong Kui had made a breakthrough? Anticipation swelled within him, and with a mere thought, Zhong Kui materialized before him. Ghost orb. The ghost orb remains unfound. Zhong Kui expressed his dissatisfaction, diving back into the Demon Suppression Tower. Summoning once more, the ghostly essence was measured. 100, 102, 103, 102. Remarkably, no breakthrough. Logically, it should have directly reached around 145. Chen Qing murmured, is it truly so difficult to ascend to S rank? Gazing at the child spirit, a smile graced his face. The most significant acquisition of the night might be the martial spirit. Yet the one that resonated most with Chen Qing was indeed the child spirit. For he understood the complete sequence for the child spirit's ascension to the evil spirit tier. Child spirit, night wailer, chubby doll. While not suited as a primary battle companion, its capabilities as a supportive ghostly pet were exceedingly formidable. Just as before, even a moment's distraction of the opponent could yield devastating consequences. A thought flickered in his mind, and he summoned all 12 ghostly companions from the Demon Suppression Tower. The mad ghost, the child spirit, the soldier ghost, the martial spirit, the toilet ghost, the long-tongued ghost, the gambler ghost, the shadow, 2 breath-eating ghosts, and 2 famished ghosts. Like a combinatorial puzzle, he analyzed in his mind which spirits would harmonize to produce extraordinary effects. At that moment, a voice echoed from the distant mist. Hurry, I dare not linger. That thing is too bizarre. It would take the captain's arrival to resolve this. Chen Qing, with a flicker of thought, retracted all the ghostly companions, leaving only a famished ghost and a breath-eating ghost. Moments later, the 2 individuals spotted Chen Qing. Instinctively glancing at the ghostly essence, they were momentarily taken aback. Chen Qing, Zhou Yangxiao, Ji Luo. In their eyes, These three were formidable experts. Yet how had they ended up with two nascent tier spirits? What have you encountered? Chen Qing inquired. We don't know. A newcomer replied, trembling with residual fear, but it's terrifying. Many have been controlled. Enough. Let us go. Chen Qing. You should join us. Chen Qing shook his head. You go ahead. The two nodded and swiftly departed. Chen Qing wished to pursue further, but was also apprehensive of the terrifying entity they had mentioned. He released several nascent tier spirits to scout ahead. Soon, Chen Qing encountered another ghost. The hanging ghost, clad in white garments, suspended from a withered willow tree. The rope secured to a branch as slender as a chopstick. The body sways gently with the breeze, seemingly weightless. In the next moment, the scene before Chen Qing blurs. It feels as though something constricts around his neck, tightening to the point of suffocation. Glancing sideways, he realizes this is indeed the ancient willow tree associated with the hanged spirits. A wave of terror surges within him. Looking down, he sees a martial figure, a spectral warrior, and himself. The Chen Qing on the ground, with blood-red lips, smiles back at him. Chapter 47. The S-Class Soul, extremely dangerous. Chen Qing wished to cry out, yet the white silk around his neck constricted him, rendering him voiceless. In his heart, he exclaimed, Hua Pai. Hua Pai was momentarily taken aback, suddenly grasping the gravity of the situation. The entity encased in her skin had been swapped. However, the actions of the hanged ghost were undoubtedly a self-destructive maneuver. Hua Pai confirmed that the entity she enveloped was not Chen Qing, and with a swift tightening, she crushed the hanged ghost. Crack, crack, crack. Splat. The hanged ghost was annihilated, reduced to a mass of blood and flesh. Immediately, she leaped, her claws severing the white silk, liberating Chen Qing. The hanged ghost within Hua Pai transformed into a pool of black mist, entirely merging into the Demon Suppression Tower, leaving not a trace behind. Only then did Hua Pai revert to her ghastly pale form, resembling plaster, and re-enter Chen Qing's chest, enveloping him once more. Chen Qing remained in a state of trepidation. Had it not been for Hua Pai, even with the martial man and the soldier ghost, he would likely have perished here. The hanged ghost could silently interchange positions, an ability most peculiar. At this moment, Chen Qing felt a genuine sense of dread. Although the malevolent spirits had been eradicated, it was only the early hours of the night, and he had already encountered such a plethora of sinister apparitions. The child ghost, the hanged ghost, the soldier ghost, and the martial man, each posed a formidable challenge. At this moment, the black mist transformed from the hanged ghost was swirling within the Demon Suppressing Tower. With a mere thought, Chen Qing summoned the starving ghost, who shattered into ghostly energy, clearing a space for the hanged ghost. The hanged ghost emerged garbed in white, its neck bound with white silk tethered to a small branch overhead. Chen Qing pondered. It seemed the hanged ghost's silk required a supportive point. A glance at the ghostly meter revealed 72. Sevenfold soul. Has Zhong Kui managed to break through? With a thought, Zhong Kui appeared instantly. The ghostly meter aligned with him 100. 102. 100 the values fluctuated, still failing to exceed 100. Chen Qing was at a loss for words. Yet, this indirectly confirmed the rarity of S-Class entities. Refocusing his thoughts, he proceeded with the hanged ghost, the soldier ghost, and the martial man towards the pond. The hanged ghost floated in midair, its two strands of white silk resembling the tentacles of an octopus, gently entwining around the trees by the pond. Indeed, it required support to maintain its position in the air, but even the slenderest of twigs could suffice. This time, Chen Qing's target was the drowned ghost. Much like the child ghost, he was well aware of the complete hierarchy of the drowned ghost, thus prioritizing this choice. The soul level drowned ghost. The malevolent level, water monkey. The evil spirit level, kappa. The drowned ghost was feeble on land, yet upon reaching the malevolent level, it became nearly invincible in water. The Jiangpan community bordered the river, making it certain that one resided within. After all, in the realm of spirits, their numbers were considerable. Soon he spotted one. It had a roughly human shape, albeit with disproportionately large hands, webbed fingers, scales on its back, and fur, an odd sight indeed. Chen Qing was quite familiar with the drowned ghost. In its infancy, it bore a striking resemblance to a human. As its power grew, its form increasingly resembled a bizarre amalgamation of an otter and a water lizard. Before him was a creature, its head partially submerged, watchfully observing Chen Qing. With a forehead and hair resembling that of a human, its strength was undoubtedly feeble. Indeed, the spectral gauge indicated a mere 45. Chen Qing proceeded forward. Soon, he encountered a second and a third of similar weakness. At that moment, not far away in the deep pond, the surface was violently disturbed, revealing the silhouette of an enormous tail. A sense of dread gripped Chen Qing as he discerned that the tail was wrapped around a man's neck. In a fleeting moment of confusion, he failed to see clearly, but he recognized this individual as one of the newcomers from the Spirit Command Army. The body, now swollen from prolonged submersion, had likely succumbed several hours prior. Regardless of the spirit, any attempt to ascend in rank necessitated a spiritual catalyst. This catalyst could be several spirit stones, a number of ghost pearls, or perhaps a specific condition. For the drowned spirits, the requisite condition was chillingly simple: the demise of 9 individuals. How many had it achieved already? Chen Qing pondered his strategy. With a sudden clarity, he devised a plan. With a mere thought, his disguise fell away, transforming him into an ordinary young man who ambled leisurely to the water's edge. He began to wash himself with apparent ease. Although invisible to the drowned spirit, he was acutely aware that it could see this scene unfolding. Yet, given the spirit's inherently cautious nature, he remained uncertain whether it would take the bait. 1 minute passed, then 2, then 3 still. The drowned spirit remained elusive. Time dragged on, and after a full half-hour, there was not a whisper of movement from a spirit. In a display of feigned indifference, he pretended to doze off. Suddenly, a dark shape erupted from the water. A tremendous splash erupted, as if a colossal crocodile had launched itself from the depths. The elongated tail swiftly ensnared Chen Qing's gaze, attempting to drag him into the depths. Despite his vigilance, he had not anticipated such swiftness. Without a moment to contemplate, his nails elongated, embedding themselves into the ground. The drowned spirit, sensing the shift in dynamics, immediately released its grip, attempting to flee. But in the next instant, a figure clad in white emerged abruptly from the water. The drowned spirit, ensnared in white silks, was firmly constricted in midair. The warrior advanced a step, wielding a heavy club. With a resounding thud, the forehead of the drowned spirit, covered in fine scales, shattered, a significant dent forming. The warrior struck again. Another resounding thud echoed as the drowned spirit met its demise, dissipating into a mist that ascended into the Demon Subduing Tower. In its place, a gluttonous spirit was summoned to accommodate the drowned spirit's vacancy. The spirit that took its place, a hanged ghost, emerged from the water, dripping and motionless, its expression a mixture of confusion and ire. In the next moment, a thought conjured the drowned spirit before him. Externally, this spirit bore little resemblance to its former human self. It appeared as a grotesque amalgamation of an otter and a small lizard, its face shrouded in darkness, with faint traces of human features, yet more reminiscent of a gorilla. Its tail extended twice the length of its body, angular and ridged, akin to that of a crocodile. At this moment, the drowned spirit remained in a state of bewilderment. After all, just a second ago, it was submerged in water, and in the next instant, it found itself struck down by 2 dark rods. Anyone would be disoriented in such a scenario. The spirit's measurement indicated 100. Indeed, it was in a state of ascension. Chen Qing inquired, "How many have you drowned?" The drowned spirit continued to appear dazed. "You, how many have you drowned?" Chen Qing pressed on. The spirit stammered, raising 8 fingers. Most spirits, as their strength grew, also experienced an increase in intelligence. But the drowned spirit was different. It would gradually lose its ability to speak until it transformed into an evil spirit known as a kappa. "Ah, have I not stumbled upon a genuine, malevolent spirit?" Chen Qing nodded and retracted the drowned spirit. He then summoned Zhong Kui once more. "So hot, so hot, so hot." Upon his arrival, Zhong Kui rolled about frantically on the ground, his skin flushed red, pounding his chest and stomping his feet. Was he breaking through? Chen Qing, struck by a revelation, gathered all his spirit companions back with a single thought. Zhong Kui possessed the bizarre ability to manifest his will, should he bellow for them all to perish. Aside from the master himself, the hard-earned spirits would likely be obliterated. After a considerable while, Zhong Kui finally ceased his tumultuous antics. Then, as if nothing had transpired, covered in dirt, he rose and extended his hand. Ghost orbs. I crave ghost orbs. Corpse King's nails. I desire the Corpse King's nails. I know you have them. Hurry, hurry. You must obey to earn your reward. I will be obedient. Very obedient. Behave now. Let us not indulge. As Chen Qing spoke, the spirit measurement pointed towards Zhong Kui 114, 147, 189, 211. The values fluctuated wildly before finally stabilizing around 212. The display revealed a line of ominous red text. S-Class Wandering Spirit. Extreme Danger. Chapter 48. The Corpse Driver. After several unsuccessful attempts, I have finally broken through to an astounding 212. S rank. Upon seeing the words Extreme Danger, Chen Qing was filled with joy. After a careful calculation of the ghostly energy values, Drowned Ghost 100, Child Ghost 92, Martial Man 82, having nearly reached the 9th tier, yet forced back a level by Zhong Kui. Last time, it was only 81. It seems there are slight fluctuations. Hanging Ghost 72, Soldier Ghost 61, adding in the 7 lesser spirits. The total is approximately double that of Zhong Kui. If all 12 reach 100, could Zhong Kui ascend SS? SSS. The thought was almost unfathomable. Ghost orbs. Bring me the ghost orbs. Zhong Kui was clamoring again. Although his strength had vastly increased, his appearance and demeanor remained carefree and unperturbed. Chen Qing gazed at his golden slippers, pondering deeply. These golden slippers, once in the presidential suite, had transformed into something extraordinary. They had awakened. Let me take a look. Zhong Kui immediately took 2 steps back. Mine? I know yours. Take yours off first. Mine. Zhong Kui reiterated emphatically. Chen Qing, irked, felt his teeth grind. Suddenly, he recalled Li Ba's golden body. With a mere thought, Li Ba's golden corpse materialized before him, positioned as it had been when stored. Yet both arms were severed at the shoulders. As the ghostly energy enveloped it, the golden corpse began to move. It seemed to struggle to stand, but without arms, it rolled on the ground for a moment before slowly rising. Its eyes were vacant, standing still. This, Chen Qing was somewhat bewildered. Could it be that the gold had awakened as well? Was the gold duck he sold not a loss after all? The golden body. Wow, what a magnificent golden body. Zhong Kui's eyes sparkled as he approached, exploring it with both hands. Golden body? What purpose does it serve? Wow, golden body. Zhong Kui was utterly speechless. Master, you actually possess a golden body? The words of the painted skin revealed astonishment. But what is its purpose? A golden body, in many respects, signifies profound cultivation. Whether celestial, demonic, divine, or Buddhist, those who possess a golden body are immensely formidable beings. Names like the Buddha, Jade Emperor, and Great Sage sent shivers down Chen Qing's spine with each mention. Master, please put away. This is far too dangerous. Chen Qing complied immediately. The painted skin added, the golden body is among the strongest of manifestations, such as the 10 Zhong golden body, 8 treasures golden body, and relic golden body. Yet, this particular golden body cannot be discerned, as the servant has only heard of them but never seen one. Perhaps the mighty Zhong Kui would know. Zhong Kui, visibly impatient, insisted, primordial golden body, return it to me. With that, he chased after the golden body into the Demon Suppression Tower. The primordial golden body. This means that the master can refine it into his being. The so-called invincible golden body refers to this, possessing formidable offensive and defensive capabilities. Yet, it remains a mystery who could have severed the arms of this golden body. Their cultivation must be unfathomably high. Chen Qing felt a burning resentment within. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have sooner embraced death than sever the arms of Li Ba. Without my arms, what use is this golden body? No matter how formidable. Iron head technique? Diamond legs? Just as I was engulfed in frustration, a rustling sound stirred beside me. A famished specter, its eyes gleaming, crawled slowly in my direction. Soon, the sound of clattering bones echoed as a skeleton staggered towards me. Subsequently, the pond erupted with splashes, as one drowned spirit after another emerged from the water. This is disastrous. Master, we must flee. The golden body possesses an unparalleled allure for the ghostly clan. Chen Qing immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and turned to escape. However, just a few steps away, a birthing ghost materialized before him. A gruesome mass, whether flesh or intestine, fell from its bloodied form, and a gaping wound on its abdomen revealed a fetus squirming within. Chen Qing dared not linger, evading the birthing ghost in a frantic dash. Clang! Clang! Yet, Chen Qing's body froze. The Kunwu blade clattered to the ground as his arms involuntarily raised, rigidly leaping in place. Clang! The martial artists and soldier ghosts also stiffened, their arms raised, mimicking a zombie's leap. This is dire. It's the corpse herder. The voice of Huayan was filled with urgency. Under normal circumstances, one could engage it slowly, but now more and more spirits were approaching. Huayan's formlessness was of no use against it. Her body flowed like liquid, her ears curling inward, blocking Chen Qing's hearing. Clang! That sound was now nearly imperceptible. Unable to control Chen Qing any longer, he glanced around. The thick fog obscured the location of the corpse herder. Ha! Ha! Suddenly, amidst the fog, flashes of fire and blood erupted as if a battle raged. In the next moment, a small figure burst through the mist, delivering a punch. It struck the birthing ghost back. The ghost's form melted away like snow scorched by fire, a vast portion disintegrating instantly. Chen Qing was taken aback. Chen Man, with a fierce fighting spirit, Chen Man relentlessly pounded the birthing ghost with his small fists, each blow unleashing astonishing destructive power, akin to cannon fire. The birthing ghost was immediately marked with numerous indented burn scars. Each move was executed with remarkable precision, forcing the birthing ghost to retreat repeatedly. Enraged, the birthing ghost's abdomen swelled violently, and the fetus shot forth like an arrow, aimed directly at Chen Man's face. Chen Qing gasped in shock, rushing forward. Yet, Chen Man kicked the birthing ghost back while gripping the fetus by its neck with his other hand. The fetus thrashed wildly, clawing at everything. Chen Man hurled it forcefully to the ground and stomped down. Crack! The entire face of the fetus caved in, emitting a muffled wail as it searched for the birthing ghost. The birthing ghost, in a frenzy, lunged at Chen Man recklessly. At last, Chen Qing arrived, wielding his blade. The birthing ghost's head soared into the air, transforming into a cloud of black mist that vanished into the Demon Suppression Tower. How did it escape again? Don't be rash. Han Yuan scolded as he pursued. Clang! The bell tolled once more. This time, Chen Qing finally caught sight of the corpse herder. In the fog, it donned a tall, square hat, one hand clutching a talisman and the other a bell, swaying with each deliberate step. Behind him trailed a multitude of specters and humans, moving stiffly in unison with his every step. Han Yuan appeared unfazed by the cacophony, and bolstered by a formidable surge of vitality, he charged forth, unsheathing his blade towards the corpse handler. At the same moment, Chen Qing arrived on the scene. With two swift strikes, one descending and the other ascending, they assailed the corpse handler. The corpse handler swiftly retreated, shaking the bell in his hand, as the horde of apparitions leapt towards the two. Meanwhile, Chen Man found himself ensnared within the throng of spirits. Fortunately, the martial warriors and the soldier spirits had regained their capacity for movement, plunging into the fray, dispatching the specters one by one with their clubs. Chen Qing relentlessly pursued the corpse handler, ensuring it had no opportunity to ring the bell. Meanwhile, Han Yuan's Kunwu blade erupted in flames, cleaving through the apparitions with remarkable speed. At that moment, a resonant hum filled Chen Qing's ears, an eerie chant reverberating through the air, even with his ears blocked. A singular phrase pierced through. The phoenix carriage approaches. All living beings must retreat. All the spirits halted, trembling as they knelt upon the ground. From a mist emerged 2 rows of palace maidens, scattering petals as they glided forward. The maidens bore no discernible features, their faces unnaturally smooth and devoid of expression. The petals floated a foot above the ground, forming a bridge suspended in midair. The phoenix carriage approaches. All living beings must retreat as the chant echoed. A procession of officiants brandishing avoidance placards followed suit, their faces equally featureless and glossy. Next appeared 4 gilded steeds, trotting upon the petal bridge, drawing a resplendent carriage adorned with treasures of gold, silver, and gemstones, layered beyond counting. Go, Chen Qing, take Chen Man and flee. A thunderous explosion resounded. Han Yuan's silhouette transformed, revealing the wrathful visage of a golden guardian, towering 6 to 7 spans high. Simultaneously, the flames upon the Kunwu blade shifted, intertwining with glimmers of gold. With a swift stroke, Han Yuan carved a deep chasm into the earth, igniting it with raging flames that illuminated the darkened sky. This is our Tang dynasty. Spirits are forbidden to tread here. Yet, the maidens pressed on, the officiants remained undeterred, and the procession continued unabated, their momentum colliding with his. The caravan faced no impediment, and the guardian's form shattered in the air. Han Yuan coughed forth blood, his body propelled backward. The phoenix carriage approaches. All living beings must retreat suddenly. The sky was rent asunder, a massive tear appearing as a rusted sword plunged down from above, blocking the path of the army. The faceless maidens were the first to collide with it, their forms dissolving into nothingness. After the demise of 10 or more maidens, the caravan gradually came to a halt. Who gave you the audacity to emerge from the grave? A figure descended from the heavens. Looking up, one could see a middle-aged man clad in a blood-red robe, languidly seated upon the sword-s hilt, gazing down at the halted procession with a nonchalant expression. Chapter 49. The golden body in the Demon Suppression Tower. The figure upon the sword hilt donned a blood-red battle robe, exuding an air of remarkable prowess. Yet a peculiar apron adorned his waist, and a spatula graced his hand, as if he had just been engaged in culinary endeavors. An unsettling aura enveloped the scene. Chen Qing, move! Han Yuan shouted towards Chen Qing, but his ears were already muffled by the painted skin, rendering him oblivious to the call. Han Yuan hastily approached, grasping Chen Qing with one hand while lifting Chen Man with the other, swiftly departing from the disquieting location. As Chen Qing regained his senses and tapped his ears, the painted skin receded. What has transpired? Was that caravan the princess? And who was that individual wielding the sword? A multitude of questions swirled within Chen Qing's mind, a fervent yearning for answers igniting within him. Let's vacate this place. Han Yuan's pallid countenance belied his swift pace. If a confrontation arises, we shall lose our lives. Before long, the two emerged from the ghostly domain. Numerous newcomers awaited outside, their expressions grim. Lives have been lost, many lives. Perhaps they had not anticipated such a scene, or they had, but had not envisioned the extent of the carnage. As faces that had only hours prior been filled with laughter now lay cold and lifeless. A profound silence enveloped them. Joining the Ghost Suppression Army would result in fatalities. The words spoken by Wukong on their first day of enlistment echoed in their minds. Monkey's forehead was already wrapped in bandages, though blood seeped through, creating a dark stain. His voice was heavy with sorrow. Yang Xingxue has perished. Chen Qing, confused, lifted his gaze. What? 5 have died, and 6 remain inside, uncertain if they will emerge. Indeed, with such a multitude of specters, fatalities were inevitable. Chen Qing mused silently. Several soldiers from the Ghost Suppression Army approached, preparing to place the 5 newcomers in body bags. Han Yuan, in silence, moved to the side of the body bags, gesturing to the soldiers. They paused their task, and Han Yuan quietly observed, murmuring, Li Ai Huang joined the Ghost Suppression Army for 7 days. Age 19. He moved to the next body bag. Joined the Ghost Suppression Army for 7 days. Age 18. Yang Xingxue joined the Ghost Suppression Army for 7 days. Age 19. Huang Jing joined the Ghost Suppression Army for 7 days. Age 19. Zhong Tian Joined the Ghost Suppression Army for 7 days. Age 18. Gu Xing sat in the ambulance, his gaze vacant, lost in thought. Upon noticing Han Yuan's approach, a flicker of emotion crossed his hollow eyes. Captain, I failed to protect him. I am so sorry. This typically reticent youth leaned against the wall, burying his face in his arms, weeping profusely. I'm sorry. I've never been able to protect anyone. Han Yuan quietly settled beside him, recalling the moment when, in the midst of blood and turmoil, his fiancée had perished before his very eyes. Gu Xing gasped, taken aback, and lifted his head, meeting a pair of eyes that should not have borne such sorrow. Though their acquaintance had been brief, the captain had always embodied strength and resilience. My father, my mother, they have all passed away. Han Yuan's tone carried a hint of desolation. Afterward, I dedicated myself to training, and since then, those I wish to protect have not met their demise before me. Han Yuan spoke as he exited the ambulance. Subsequently, 4 individuals returned, leaving 2 behind, possibly forever trapped in the realm of spirits. On the journey back, a heavy silence enveloped all the vehicles. In this inaugural mission, 6 lives had been lost, leaving only 35 survivors. If this trajectory continues for another 7 rounds, we shall meet our demise. Within the vehicle, the oppressive quiet was finally shattered. Hanya, shaking her fist and gritting her teeth, exclaimed, I cannot comprehend such a mission. I will not accept this outcome. Lives are at stake. Lives are at stake. No matter how rigorous the training you subject me to, I can endure it, but now, for heaven's sake, people have died. Even Zhong Tian has perished, and she is a girl. Initially, the crowd maintained their silence, but upon hearing this, someone furrowed their brow and retorted, Hanya, are you out of your mind? Have you gone mad from boxing, you wretched woman? Just because Zhong Tian is a girl. Her life matters, while the other 5 boys are insignificant. Who are you calling a wretched woman? I'm referring to you. I've tolerated your boxing antics before, but in a situation like this, you dare to fight. Fine, let us duel. Slap. Hanya received a resounding blow to her face. How dare you hit me? Wasn't it you who wanted a duel, you wretched woman? Come on, don't think I one-T strike you just because you're a woman. Enough. Stop it. The interior of the vehicle descended into chaos. Meanwhile, in Han Yuan's car, Chen Qing remained silent. While he was accustomed to the cycle of life and death, this scene had rendered him somewhat numb, though he could not help but feel a weight of silence. Today's sword was from one of the 8 major nations. The Remnant Blade. The team of spirits bore the malevolent level princess. They had initially sealed the princess within the tomb's depths and had cleansed the surrounding area. But in recent days, the presence of malevolent energy had surged, leading to a proliferation of spirits around Shiming City, with a continuing upward trend. The losses for both the Spirit Control Army and the Spirit Extermination Team had also been severe. Chen Qing listened intently. The blood moon drew ever closer. In a few days, all of Shiming City would transform into another realm of spirits, and its duration would be prolonged, with the number and strength of spirits escalating by several magnitudes, while 99 of those facing this calamity would be ordinary people. As he contemplated this, a sense of urgency welled up within him. On the vehicle, Han Yuan answered numerous phone calls. It was evident that the situation was dire across the board. The Spirit Control Army and the Spirit Extermination Team were like houses teetering on the brink amid a storm, clinging to a semblance of hope. Yet, Chen Qing understood that the tempest would only intensify, and the blood moon would be the final thunderclap to topple this fragile structure. Suddenly, Chen Qing pondered what he would do if he were the decision-maker at this moment. After much deliberation, there seemed to be but one choice: to consolidate forces and abandon a significant portion of the populace. However, for those who would be forsaken, why should they bear such a fate? In this world, one could only ensure the safety of their own family. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chen Qing's consciousness descended into the second layer of the Demon Suppression Tower. A singular thought summoned forth the painted skin. Chen Qing inquired, "Is that golden figure of significant importance to your ghost clan?" "Indeed," Hualing replied, nodding emphatically. "Surely, our master has discerned the truth. Today's upheaval in the ghost realm is likely instigated by this golden figure. Should we fully assimilate its essence, even souls of the wandering variety could attain the status of malevolent spirits. Chen Qing nodded thoughtfully and further asked, "If this golden figure were to be placed here, would it benefit your cultivation?" "Naturally. For us ordinary ghosts, this represents an unparalleled opportunity." Chen Qing nodded again, and with a mere thought, summoned the armless golden figure before him. Subsequently, he released 12 phantoms into the space. Upon their arrival, the ghosts erupted into a frenzy. The drowned ghost, the child ghost, the warrior, the hanged ghost, and the soldier ghost immediately lunged toward the golden figure. The remaining 7 fledgling spirits, their eyes ablaze with fervor, were effortlessly cast aside by the first 5. Furrowing his brow, Chen Qing commanded, "Stand down." As the master of the Demon Suppression Tower within this internal realm, he was akin to a deity. The ghosts, intimidated, retreated a respectful distance, gazing longingly at the golden figure. Chen Qing turned to Hualing and instructed, "You shall arrange the seating. Anyone who dares to act out of line, deal with them decisively." Hualing nodded solemnly. "I understand, my master." Chapter 50. Apologies for my heaviness. The morning's running task proved to be rather effortless. It was during this time that I learned 8 newcomers had chosen to withdraw. Thus, only 27 remained. A modest memorial service was held for the 6 who had perished the previous day, honoring them posthumously as martyrs. After attending the service, Chen Qing returned to the dormitory, reclined, and entered the 2nd level of the Demon Suppression Tower. Various spirits surrounded the golden figure, each displaying a myriad of expressions, entranced. "Martial man," Chen Qing called out. The martial man arose, somewhat bewildered. "Teach me your skills." "Oh." The martial man understood Chen Qing's intent. Yet in the spirit stage, his intellect was rather limited. Despite possessing unparalleled skills in staff and fist techniques, imparting them to Chen Qing was an ambitious hope. With a sense of resignation, Chen Qing summoned the skin of a painting, declaring, "Come, let us engage in battle." Battle? This was precisely what the martial man relished and excelled at. Thus, the two commenced a fierce exchange, their weapons clashing with great intensity. However, until now, Chen Qing had encountered the martial man only on a handful of occasions. The martial man's staff strikes, out of every 10, landed solidly on Chen Qing at least 8 times. Time swiftly passed, and the day flew by. In the evening, the first examination arrived. Everyone sat upright, their demeanor serious. The monkey whispered, "Chen Qing, this is a competition for ghost pets, crucial for future allocations. After we graduate from here, I've heard we will be assigned to various community defense circles in Shiming City as guardians. Guardians are chosen based on performance. The better your score, the more desirable community defense you can select. If you secure the top spot, you can directly choose our own neighborhood, allowing you to care for your family. In this world, secrets are seldom kept. Even with utmost concealment, the astute could discern the underlying turbulence in the world. Fortunately, prices remained relatively stable, and the supply chain was intact, keeping the overall situation under control." Chen Qing nodded, signaling his understanding. On the other side, Zhong Kui glanced at Chen Qing, sneering. "Brother Luo, I've learned that 2 newcomers witnessed Chen Qing's ghost pet last night. Both are in their nascent phase. This fool doesn't realize what he has done. He has effectively severed his own future." Ji Luo also sneered. "Originally, I had no grievances with him, and I had no intention of dealing with him. His fault lies in entangling himself with Xiao Shi. Whoever dares to pursue Xiao Shi compels me to incapacitate him." Upon hearing this, Chen Kui's eyes sparkled with delight. His scheme had come to fruition. Ji Luo had developed an infatuation with Chen Shi. Coming from a prestigious family, he had been sheltered in an ivory tower, diligently studying and cultivating. Upon emerging from this ivory tower, he encountered a woman of Chen Shi's caliber, who effortlessly captivated him. A mere smile and a good night from her sent him soaring. In recent days, Chen Qing had subtly hinted at Chen Qing's pursuit of Chen Shi, revealing how he had been persistently entangled, even causing a ruckus that reached the police station. How could this not infuriate Ji Luo? He had struck his would-be brother-in-law, nearly landing his future wife in prison for 3 years, and forced his prospective mother-in-law to deliver several resounding slaps. Each of these transgressions would not go unpunished in Ji Luo's eyes. Ji Luo, having tasted the strategies of warfare, understood the adage of knowing oneself and one's adversary to ensure victory in 100 battles. Thus, he had been discreetly inquiring about Chen Qing's background. Initially, he harbored a certain apprehension towards Chen Qing. However, upon discovering last night that Chen Qing possessed 2 first-tier wandering spirit pets of dubious quality, he let down all his defenses. Today, he was determined to eliminate him. Wukong arrived, his demeanor somber. Let's first observe a moment of silence for the 6 classmates who sacrificed their lives yesterday. After 5 minutes, he continued, "It is apparent to all that the number of spirits is increasing, and their appearances are becoming more frequent. Though we may wish otherwise, some among you will inevitably depart." Wukong sighed. "I shall reiterate the rules. Your final score will be determined by your overall performance, participation in tasks, and examination results. Today's competition will adopt an elimination format, with those scoring higher given priority in the draw." The drawing commenced. Zhou Yanxiao, Ji Luo, Chen Qing, and Chen Qing all received byes in the first round. The first match featured Hongya against He Runqing. Fearing elimination, He Runqing had ventured into the ghost realm last night, securing a 3rd-tier wandering spirit, a ghost of disease. Hongya, on the other hand, commanded a 2nd-tier wandering spirit, a toilet ghost, and a 3rd-tier wandering spirit, a long-tongued ghost. The outcome seemed all but predetermined. Surprisingly, He Runqing exhibited remarkable resilience, directing his lackluster ghost of disease to strike Hongya squarely across the face. Yet, that was the extent of his success. He Runqing soon succumbed to defeat, and Hongya, consumed by rage, charged forward. "How dare you? Do you understand the concept of gentlemanly conduct? With such a vast disparity in strength, you not only refuse to concede, but also have the audacity to insult me with a slap." He cursed vehemently. He Runqing, "I will not rest until you pay for this." As the results were announced, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Wukong stated calmly, "It is a draw." "On what grounds?" Hongya's simmering anger flared anew. "Do you think calling you teacher grants you any authority? Is it merely because you are both male? Are you shielding this pathetic man?" Others shared her astonishment at the unexpected outcome, yet remained silent in light of Hongya's fierce demeanor. Wukong, typically composed, furrowed his brow at Hongya's relentless outburst. In a real combat scenario, you would both be finished. Hongya, touching the reddened mark on her face, suddenly had a thought. "I advise you to visit the medical bay," she said. Enraged, she pointed at He Runqing and shouted, "Bah! You despicable man! Only you would choose such a pitiful ghost. A perfect match." Wukong frowned. "If you do not go now, you may not have a face left to protect." Fuming, Hongya realized she could not afford to delay any longer and hastily exited the training arena. The subsequent matches unfolded without any surprises. Next, it was time for the monkey to take the stage. His opponent, Wu Ming, possessed a soul strength of around 70, slightly higher than the monkey's. Wu Ming's 2 ghost pets included a 5th-tier wandering spirit, a starving ghost, and a 4th-tier wandering spirit, a thunder-striking ghost. The lightning-struck ghost is quite rare. Its entire body charred black, revealing a ghastly pale flesh beneath. Occasionally, a delicate arc of electricity flickers across it. Monkey, you might as well concede. Although this lightning-struck ghost is merely at the 4th tier, its combat prowess rivals that of any 5th or even 6th-tier entity. I was fortunate to have acquired it. The monkey fell silent and summoned a martial spirit. Many immediately used Ghost Detectors 38, a soul at the 3rd tier. Wu Ming's brow furrowed, his gaze towards the monkey laden with malice. "Monkey, you stand no chance. The lightning-struck ghost possesses terrifying power when unleashed, but it requires the accumulation of electrical energy. I do not wish to squander it on you. My true opponents are Zhou Yang, Qiao Ji, and Chen Qing. Do not force my hand." Seeing the monkey show no signs of retreat, Wu Ming erupted in fury. "Very well. Let be as you wish." With that, the lightning-struck ghost surged forth. Crackling with arcs of electricity, the martial spirit deftly thrust its long staff, striking the ghost squarely in the face. With a crack, the ghost's charred visage shattered. The martial spirit, with a casual kick, sent the lightning-struck ghost flying, like an arrow aimed at Wu Ming. Wu Ming was taken aback. The starving ghost immediately shielded him, bearing its sharp fangs. The martial spirit staff came crashing down. The starving ghost reached out to block, but the staff veered slightly, producing two thunderous sounds as it struck the ghost's eyes. The starving ghost howled in agony and collapsed, while the martial spirit staff was poised before Wu Ming. Cold sweat beaded on Wu Ming's forehead, his complexion pale. If the staff advanced even an inch further, his eyeballs would surely be impaled. Concede, Wu Ming stammered, recalling the bravado he had displayed merely 10 seconds prior. His face flushed with embarrassment, wishing he could vanish into the ground. The martial spirit retracted its staff. Chen Qing appeared contemplative. A ghost pet with a ghost energy value of 38 had decisively overthrown two ghost pets, one of which was of a higher tier than itself, and the other a rare lightning-struck ghost. Such a feat instantly caused an uproar throughout the martial arena. What sort of ghost is this? It's terrifyingly powerful. Is my ghost detector malfunctioning? Are you telling me this ghost pet is merely D tier? Does anyone recognize what this ghost is? It's practically a data anomaly. A true instant kill. Wukong was also taken aback. Aside from places like the princess's tomb, the ghosts in other areas are generally common. This was his first encounter with such a creature. What kind of ghost is this? Martial spirit. I want one too. With such a being, one would be invincible. The crowd erupted in chatter. However, the monkey waved his hand. I advise everyone not to entertain notions of acquiring such a ghost. I only obtained this ghost with the help of a master. Without that master, I fear I would have perished several times over. The crowd paused, acknowledging the truth in his words. Indeed, such overwhelming strength, if approached recklessly, could lead to unforeseen demise. The intensity is far beyond the norm. Wukong gestured. Next group soon. The first round concluded, with 8 groups determining 9 participants to advance to the next round. Moreover, alongside Chen Qing and 4 others who had received a bye, 2 more individuals were also granted a bye this round, Chen Qing and Zhou Yangxiao. This revelation left everyone momentarily stunned. In their eyes, the hierarchy had always placed Zhou Yangxiao, Ji Luo, Chen Qing, and Chen Qing in that order. Yet, to their astonishment, Chen Qing was now ranked first. Teacher Wu, could there have been an error in the rankings? Chen Qing furrowed his brow, pondering how Chen Qing could even be considered for 3rd place, let alone surpassing Ji Luo. Wukong shook his head, asserting that the scores were provided by He Chong and had been reviewed by the captain. If there were any disputes, they could be brought before the captain. Suddenly, Chen Qing chuckled. Chen Qing, how about we have a match? The loser must call the winner father. Chen Qing was taken aback, his expression turning grim. With 2 lowly, nascent wandering souls contracted, Chen Qing was undoubtedly not his match. However, the last encounter, where Chen Qing had bested him, had left a lingering shadow. He loathed Chen Qing, yet feared him even more. Strangely, the once meek Chen Qing seemed to have transformed overnight into a figure of dominance and coldness. But how could he back down in this situation without losing face? Ji Luo whispered. He has 2 first-level wandering souls, which are easily dealt with. The only real threat is if he gets close, but with that weapon of yours, even 10 Chen Qings wouldn't stand a chance against you in close combat. Chen Qing's expression gradually turned icy, and he sneered, fine. I shall incapacitate him. With that, Chen Qing stood up. Teacher Wu, will this challenge count? It will, came the reply. Very well, Chen Qing, don't regret this. Chen Qing strode to the center of the arena and summoned his 2 ghostly companions. One was a production ghost with a ghostly energy value of 55, a 5th-level wandering soul. Then a tiger skin-like object emerged, adhering to Chen Qing's back. The tiger's head rested atop Chen Qing's own, its skin enveloping him entirely. What is this? Can this ghost provide protection? Master, be careful. This is a Chong. Chong? Chen Qing suddenly realized. Is it the same as the one that assists the tiger? Indeed, it significantly enhances strength and defense. How does it compare to yours? Master, do you underestimate your servant? No matter how one looks at it, I possess a half-divine power, which is incomparable to such an inconsequential ghost. A divine power is an illusion. A half-divine power is impervious. Although it is termed half, thus far, Chen Qing had yet to encounter anything capable of breaching it. with the Chong possessing him. Chen Qing's demeanor shifted dramatically. He exuded overwhelming confidence and arrogance. With a menacing grin, he declared, Chen Qing, today you shall learn how to write the character for death. Chen Qing remained serene, summoning his Wu Fu and the hanging ghost behind him. The hanging ghost, two white silks draped over the lights at the top of the training arena, its white attire billowing gently, reminiscent of a jellyfish floating in the air. Wu Fu rested his long staff on his shoulder, his hands positioned calmly upon it, his expression unperturbed. Both Ji Luo and Chen Qing's faces paled. The hanging ghost and Wu Fu. How could these not be mere lowly nascent wandering souls? Another Wu Fu appeared, seemingly even more formidable than the one belonging to the monkey. Goodness, this Wu Fu is an 83, an 8th-level wandering soul. In theory, the appearance of the hanged ghost should be more eerie. Yet having witnessed the martial prowess of the monkey warrior, the attention of the crowd was entirely captivated by this formidable figure. He Runching murmured, a true deity indeed. Chen Qing felt a flicker of trepidation, but at that moment, retreat was no longer an option. He bellowed, so what? Come at me. The ghostly being attacked with ferocity, and with the unborn child within, it could be considered a formidable adversary, engaging in a 1-against-2 confrontation, while the spectral entity was both offensive and defensive, ensuring an invulnerable stance. Chen Qing continually bolstered his resolve, observing that the warrior had ceased to exhibit fear. The hanged ghost's white silk lengthened, its form descending before the warrior. The warrior moved. He swung the staff, but instead struck the hanged ghost. A resounding thud, the sound of the staff colliding with flesh, accompanied by the sickening crack of bone. Everyone stood in stunned silence. Why was this warrior attacking his own ally? Had he lost his mind? A cry of agony escaped the struck individual as he stumbled, struggling to flee in a frantic scramble. The crowd was even more bewildered. That sound, Chen Qing? In the next moment, someone exclaimed in shock, the hanged ghost. Chen. They had exchanged positions. Chen Qing and the hanged ghost had swapped places. The hanged ghost, its white silk resembling tendrils, slowly returned to confront the warrior once more. The warrior's staff was raised high again, aimed at the hanged ghost. As the primary participant, Chen Qing had yet to comprehend the situation. The staff, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, descended with tremendous force. A sickening crack, the sound of bones shattering. His body stiffened abruptly. The warrior, relentless, swung again, this time striking Chen's knee. A horrifying crunch. The knee was obliterated. Chen Qing convulsed, racked with excruciating pain, his face paling, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Enough! Ji Luo appeared before Chen Qing, casting a cold gaze at Chen Qing. The outcome is clear. Do you intend to deal a fatal blow? I shall not deliver a lethal strike. If it were just the two of us, I would savor his demise bit by bit. Chen Qing thought to himself. Yet, his face feigned confusion as he slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh no, I did not hear him concede. My apologies, I struck too hard." Chapter 51. The fall of the overconfident monarch. Everyone was somewhat bewildered. The ability of the hanged ghost was indeed peculiar. How did it manage to swap positions with its opponent? Wasn't the hanged ghost an ordinary specter? It now appeared to be immensely useful. I suddenly felt that the hanged ghost was perfectly compatible with any specter. As they spoke, they couldn't help but imagine facing Chen Qing. A chill crept into their hearts. If they were to confront Chen Qing, they too would not escape the heavy blow landing on their shoulders. With the first strike, Chen Qing was still screaming in agony. By the second and third strikes, however, he had lost the strength to cry out. His entire body trembled, uncertain if it was convulsing or something else. One leg bent at the knee, swinging limply like a nunchaku. Witnessing Chen Qing's tragic state, the crowd regarded Chen Qing with complex expressions. Powerful, truly powerful. But isn't this rather cruel? They were all newcomers of the same cohort. Was it necessary to be so ruthless? Chen Qing paid no heed to their gazes. What was this compared to the knife that Chen Qing had plunged into his own chest? The entanglements of love and hatred at this stage seemed almost like a jest. Wukong cast a deep glance at Chen Qing. Chen Qing wins. Did everyone gain anything from Chen Qing's battle? Wukong inquired. The utility of supportive specters is paramount. The ability of the hanged ghost may not be exceptionally strong, but in conjunction with a martial spirit, it achieves an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Bro, I beg you to check the specter rankings. The hanged ghost is at 72. 72. Sevenfold wandering soul. Indeed, and the martial spirit boasts a ghostly energy level of 83. Clearly an eightfold wandering soul. Huh? Wukong nodded, stating on one hand, Chen Qing's diligence has earned him high soul power, but we must remain vigilant regarding the compatibility among specter types. If a skilled practitioner possesses a low-level specter, one should not rejoice, but rather be cautious. In the next match, Hongya faced Ho Qianni. Has Hongya arrived? The monkey rubbed his fists, sneering. I've been displeased with this fellow for quite some time. The opportunity has come. Hongya. Hongya. Shortly after, Hongya appeared. Her left cheek smeared with a thick layer of something resembling lubricating oil. She glared disdainfully at Yiransheng, brimming with arrogance. This slap today will remain etched in my memory. You will spend your life repaying it. I shall become your nightmare. Are you going to fight or not, you whiny girl? The monkey was exasperated. Hongya, having meticulously prepared a string of sentences in the medical room, was unable to finish, feeling stifled. She turned back, glaring at the monkey. Fine, fine. A cold smile crept onto her face. Do you think that just because I'm a woman, you will surely win? Have you not heard? How can a woman's army be formed without vigor? Damn it, will you fight or not? The monkey cursed. You have no real skills, yet your mouth is quite formidable. You're definitely destined to become a growth-tongued specter. Ha ha ha, absolutely hilarious. The crowd erupted in laughter. To be honest, Hongya's character was rather good. With one of the weakest talents, she now stood at a moderate level among newcomers, slightly above average. However, her sharp tongue rendered her unpopular among many. All right. Words of reason are futile against this wretched spirit. Come fort. With that, she summoned her two ghostly companions, a trio of wandering souls, a bathroom ghost, and a long-tongued demon. On the side of the monkey stood a trio of wandering souls. The warrior. Hongya had just gone to the medical room and did not witness the warrior in action. Upon measuring with the ghostly watch, a cold smile emerged. You wish to take on two with the same trio of wandering souls? Monkey, whom do you look down upon? The warrior sprang into action. The bathroom ghost and the long-tongued demon lunged towards him. Time seemed to slow as the three entities intersected. The warrior deftly flicked his long staff, the tip slicing through the long tongue of the demon like a sword, striking at its throat. Simultaneously, the bathroom ghost, with its claws outstretched, missed as it brushed past the warrior, only for the warrior to thrust his shoulder upward, colliding with the bathroom ghost. Bang! Bang! The two demons were sent flying in opposite directions. The warrior swiftly closed the gap, appearing before Hongya in an instant. A single strike. Bang! Hongya stumbled, her right cheek swelling rapidly. This all transpired within mere seconds. Too swift. To the spectators, it appeared as if the three ghostly companions charged forward, and in the instant of contact, two demons were sent crashing away while the warrior's figure flickered, and Hongya received a blow. Too fast. Everything was far too rapid. Hongya clutched her face, disbelief etched across her features. You cheated. She spat blood, revealing a tooth among it. Upon seeing the tooth, Hongya could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, I will fight back. With a roar, the warrior's staff came crashing down, halting directly before her. The monkey, unconcerned, advised, I suggest you head to the medical room. If you delay further, you may not save your right cheek. Almost identical words to those spoken by Wukong. While Wukong referred to the left cheek, the monkey addressed the right cheek. Hongya's face flushed crimson, her finger trembling as she pointed at the monkey. Just wait. With that, she quickly departed the training ground. The victory belonged to Ho Qianni. The subsequent matches grew significantly more intense. Yiransheng did not create another upset and was eliminated. In the blink of an eye, they reached the third round. To everyone's surprise, the monkey drew Chen Qing. With a smile, Chen Qing declared, I forfeit. I withdraw. A collective gasp arose. What does that mean? The monkey, incensed, retorted. Do you think I would let you? I have no desire to be the guardian. Chen Qing replied quietly. I am not deceiving you. I truly do not wish to. The monkey contemplated this. Chen Qing genuinely did not aspire to the role of guardian. The blood moon was far too terrifying. Chen Qing only sought self-preservation and had no intention of protecting anyone else. In this lifetime, with foresight and awareness, Chen Qing held a distinct advantage. Though his strength had yet to fully manifest, the power he wielded was already considerable. However, how could Chen Qing possibly protect the residents of the Zhongpan community? Aside from the monkey's family and the blind Uncle Xia, he cared little for the lives and deaths of others. In fact, some grudges he intended to settle himself. This competition appeared serious, and everyone held it in high regard. However, Chen Qing had already shattered Chen Kuin's shoulder and kneecap, thus avenging himself, albeit slightly. This contest held little significance for him. It felt like child's play. Chen Qing shook his head and patted the monkey, saying, "Keep going, my friend." With that, he exited the martial arts arena. He contemplated whether to visit the princess's ghost domain once more, to gather a few more ghost pets, and perhaps unearth some old artifacts, hoping to awaken them anew. Awakening a few items in advance would surely bolster his confidence, wouldn't it? Just as he was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. It was Mr. Qing, the corpulent man who had sold him a warehouse. Could there be more treasures in store? Chen Qing pressed the answer button. Hello, Mr. Li. It's like this. Someone is interested in purchasing the batch of goods you possess. The price is negotiable, quite favorable. Chen Qing scoffed. Negotiate? Is that truly necessary? Even if you wish to repurchase at 100-fold price, we would not acquiesce. Mr. Yuan is no longer in the city. Mr. Li, please do us a favor. Mr. Yu is exceedingly generous, and I assure you the price will satisfy you. We implore Mr. Yuan to. Chen Qing did not hear the rest of the words. His eyes narrowed slightly, exuding an unprecedented aura of menace. Mr. Yu, you are the one who orchestrated Li Ba to confront Chen Man and me. Chapter 52. The White-Boned Spirit. The surname Yu is rather uncommon. Thus, the likelihood of encountering the actual individual is quite significant. Chen Qing feigned contemplation and mused. Pray tell, which Mr. Yu do you refer to? How many Mr. Yus reside in Shiming City? Mr. Qing chuckled. Well, I have only heard of this particular Mr. Yu. Having gleaned the desired information, Chen Qing pondered for a moment. Mr. Qing, Mr. Yuan is not in want of money. Brotherly Qing, you may not be aware, but this Mr. Yu is exceedingly affluent. Mr. Yuan could see returns of 7 or 8 times over with a mere flip of his hand. Why not indulge? Then, I shall inquire of Mr. Yuan. Upon hanging up, Mr. Qing sighed heavily. His driver, who had been with him for decades, remarked, Boss, we've scoured the nearby surveillance footage and have seen no trace of how they transported the goods. Sighing again, Mr. Qing lamented, this Mr. Yuan is likely a figure of considerable influence. Such a vast quantity of goods has vanished without a trace. The driver's eyes glinted with malice. If we could arrange a meeting tonight, should we consider? Mr. Qing furrowed his brow. Have you lost your mind? The driver, voice tinged with urgency, insisted. After all, the price could multiply tenfold. 500 million. Brother, this could secure a lifetime of prosperity for all our brethren. Yet one must possess life to enjoy it. If you were in my position, could you possibly find a way to dispose of such a large quantity of goods in just a few days? Mr. Qing exhaled deeply. If only we could delay this shipment for another 5 days, it could be sold to Mr. Yu. Alas, perhaps wealth was never destined for me. The meeting was scheduled for the evening. Daylight imposes numerous restrictions on spectral entities, and Chen Qing felt a modicum of relief as night fell. He felt fortunate that since his encounter with Wu Xiaoman, he had been operating under the alias Li Qing. Had it been otherwise, Mr. Yu might have held reservations. Naturally, he could not present himself in his true form. Instead, he would assume the guise of Mr. Yuan for the impending banquet. As twilight approached, the competition concluded. Zhou Yanxiao faced Ji Luo in the finals, and, as anticipated, Zhou Yanxiao emerged victorious, claiming first place with his formidable evil spirit-level baboon. The monkey secured third place with a triple soul martial spirit. To Chen Qing's surprise, a newcomer approached him. Greetings, esteemed one. You may not recall, but my name is Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng appeared unremarkable in appearance and performance, embodying mediocrity in all respects. I was wondering, could you assist me in contracting a martial spirit? I'm willing to offer 2 million as a fee. Chen Qing was taken aback, realizing that this individual might be a concealed heir of considerable wealth within the class. Apologies, but I lack the capacity to assist. Chen Qing shook his head, pondering whether the monkey had divulged any information. The monkey mentioned that a great master was aiding him, and after much reflection, I could only think of you as possessing such capability. Zheng spoke earnestly. I implore you to assist me. If money is an issue, we can negotiate. Regrettably, I truly lack the ability. Chen Qing was not in want of wealth. Moreover, a martial spirit of that caliber, as per the illustrations in the tome, ranks among the elite. Should it be sold, the value would undoubtedly far exceed this sum. After all, money would soon become mere scraps of paper. With no recourse, Zhou Zheng departed in resignation. Chen Qing once again entered a meditative state, and after a considerable time, he exhaled deeply. The 12th cycle of the Zhou Tian had been achieved. He finally connected the great Zhou Tian in his mind, marking his entry into the spirit refinement realm. The acupoint map had long been memorized, starting with the Jiao Sun acupoint, located just above the right ear. Precision was not necessary. A general awareness of its position sufficed. Acupoints and meridians functioned like service stations along a highway or akin to a pond within a river, significantly enhancing capacity. The spiritual energy began to flow slowly. The initial experience was often tight and obstructed, but with persistence, it would improve. At last, the energy circulating above the ear's meridian became clear and surged into the Jiao Sun acupoint. Next, he focused on the Xian Si acupoint. As time passed, the sky darkened. Chen Qing stepped outside to hail a taxi, arriving at the agreed location. President Qin was already waiting, his face adorned with a broad smile. Mr. Wan, welcome. Where is young brotherly Qing? Has he not arrived? He had some urgent matters at home. Chen Qing replied. What president you? He is likely en route. President Qin sighed. It seems Mr. Ruan is fortunate. I, however, am not so blessed. What is this? President Yu is offering 10 times the price to acquire Mr. Ruan's entire stock, selling for 40 million, and then immediately someone offers 400 million. One could nearly envy him. Yet, as someone who has weathered storms, I can only chuckle at my own misfortune. After exchanging a few casual remarks, the time arrived, and President Yu finally arrived. A tall figure with thick brows and large eyes, standing at nearly 6 feet tall. He bore a crimson birthmark on his left cheek that added an unsettling edge to his demeanor. After a few pleasantries, they swiftly delved into the matter at hand. I am quite interested in this batch of goods in Mr. Ruan's possession. Price is not a concern. May I inquire what President Yu wishes to offer? 10 times. President Yu presented an astonishingly high offer. Such negotiations are rarely this straightforward. I must first assess your assets, Chen Qing remarked, testing the waters. 400 million is indeed a substantial sum. With a grin, President Yu produced a small pouch from his pocket and unveiled a substantial stack of unregistered cards. I believe Mr. Ruan is familiar with these cards. Each has a minimum application threshold of 10 million. Chen Qing squinted, not merely at the stack of cards, but rather at the pouch itself. It was the very same pouch gifted to him by the enigmatic woman in black during peak times, possessing spatial attributes and capable of holding around 1 cubic meter. Certainly not something an ordinary person could acquire. Very well. Please follow me. Chen Qing nodded. President Yu beamed with joy. He promptly tossed a card to President Qin, exclaiming, Thank you, President Qin. Consider this as an introduction fee. President Qin accepted the card, his feelings mixed. They did not take President Yu's vehicle, but instead walked a short distance before hailing a cab, arriving together in the northern part of the city. Here, the residences had nearly vanished, and the roads, long neglected, had become riddled with cracks. Mr. Ruan is indeed meticulous in his endeavors, President Yu praised. For dealings of a clandestine nature, it is wise to exercise caution. As they walked, Chen Qing smiled and said, President Yu, have you heard the term golden unchangeable? He spoke while closely observing President Yu's expression for any signs of reaction. The ever-jovial Mr. Yu, at the utterance of those three characters, suddenly altered in countenance. He exclaimed anxiously, "Where?" Chen Qing produced the Demon Suppression Tower and hurled it forth, exclaiming, "Catch!" The tower, immense in size, transformed into a three-story structure in the next moment, crashing down with a thunderous roar. The ground trembled and cracked under the impact. However, the Demon Suppression Tower did not succumb to the earth, but halted approximately a meter above the ground. Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback as he beheld a creature, entirely cloaked in black fur, hoisting the tower aloft with its outstretched arms. Mr. Yu lay on the ground, blood streaming from his head, and with a wave of his hand, summoned a skeleton that emerged before him. This skeletal figure still bore remnants of flesh, predominantly glistening with a golden hue, draped in a cloak fashioned from interwoven fragments of bone. Upon its arrival, the skeleton promptly rolled Mr. Yu away from beneath the tower. It turned out to be a ghost master. A shiver ran down Chen Qing's spine as various spirits, armed ghosts, martial spirits, child ghosts, and hanged ghosts, materialized around him. "Master, that skeleton is a bone spirit, and the creature enveloped in black fur is a hair corpse. Both are malevolent spirits of the highest order." Chen Qing, amidst this turmoil, enlarged the Demon Suppression Tower once more. At this juncture, its weight was incalculable, pressing heavily upon the ground, shattering the thick roadway beneath it. The hanged ghost, adorned in white silk, gently leaned against a nearby tree, and in the next instant, the armed ghost and martial spirit unleashed their weapons upon the hanged ghost. Bang! Bang! A heavy blow struck Mr. Yu on the head. A blade descended, and despite Mr. Yu's desperate attempt to evade, it severed an ear and peeled away a significant portion of his skin. Mr. Yu was filled with dread. The bone spirit raised its right hand, its index finger elongating abruptly into a several-meter-long bone whip, which it deftly maneuvered into a swirling motion, resembling a white serpent, and struck fiercely. Whoosh crack! The armed ghost could not evade the whip, which exploded against its shoulder, obliterating one arm and sending it flying. Simultaneously, a massive wound erupted from the armed ghost's side. Chen Qing was horrified. Zhong Kui. He sought to summon Zhong Kui, but for reasons unknown, he was outside the range of his call. At that moment, the bone spirit's middle, ring, little, and thumb fingers inexplicably elongated, forming 5 bone whips, each around 10 meters long, slithering with extraordinary agility and striking swiftly. Retreat. Yet, the bone spirit's left hand also bore elongated fingers. 10 bone whips sealed all avenues of escape, tightening around the group with ferocity. "Mama loved the child," ghost cried out, and the 10 whips momentarily froze. But in an instant, one whip lunged into the child ghost's jaw, shattering its entire chin. The 10 bone whips rose once more, striking like serpents towards the others. The hanged ghost shifted into action again. It exchanged positions with the bone spirit, who found itself 30 meters away from the group. The bone spirit merely paused for a fleeting moment before all 10 whips pierced into the hanged ghost's body. At this moment, the severely battered General Yu waved his hand, and a delicate, fair-skinned maiden materialized before him. The girl pinched her middle and thumb fingers together in the air, as if wielding a needle. "Be careful," Huapi exclaimed, desperately urging Chen Qing to twist to the right. A soft sound echoed. Chen Qing felt a sharp pain in his right chest, as though a needle had pierced him. The fair maiden tugged at the air, and it felt as if the flesh and blood of Chen Qing's right chest were being pulled, leaving him pale with agony. The warrior and the soldier ghost, who had lost an arm, recklessly charged towards the fair maiden. Chen Qing shouted, "Zhong Kui! Zhong Kui!" In his terror, he finally sensed Zhong Kui's presence. In an instant, Zhong Kui appeared. Crack! The sound of 10 bone whips lashed out in chaotic succession upon him. Pain coursed through him. Zhong Kui shielded his head with his hands, howling in anguish, his fury evident. "Who dares to strike me?" Yet, most of the 10 bone whips had shattered, akin to decaying wood striking solid stone. The white bone spirit froze, and in the next moment, she turned to flee, as if encountering a dire enemy. Zhong Kui, enraged, swiftly pursued her, his golden slippers aiding his speed, allowing him to close the distance in mere steps. Bang! Bang! At the base of the Demon Suppression Tower, the Mao Jiang was desperately pounding. Each strike reverberated through the earth. The fair maiden possessed a peculiar ability, retreating while wielding the needle in the air, stabbing left and right. With each strike, the warrior's body stiffened, yet through sheer physical strength, he seemed to sever the invisible threads. He advanced 2 steps and seized the maiden's hands. She struggled fiercely, but it was as though she were ensnared by steel. The warrior lifted her before Chen Qing as one would a chick. Chen Qing, still drenched in cold sweat from the pain, was abruptly interrupted by Huapi's unfinished introduction. Without hesitation, he unleashed the bloodline of the Kunwa blade, severing the maiden's head in one fell swoop. The maiden transformed into a wisp of black mist, drawn into the Demon Suppression Tower. Chen Qing commanded a long-tongued ghost to burst into ghostly energy, clearing the space for the maiden. Huapi continued, "This is an auxiliary type of ghost pet. Surely the master has already realized that she can pierce the body from a distance, somewhat akin to a hanged ghost." "A hanged ghost!" Chen Qing exclaimed, rushing over, realizing the dire state of this entity. He recalled it to the tower, placing it beside the golden figure, knowing it would regenerate in a few days. The golden figure had such capabilities? Otherwise, it wouldn't attract so many ghostly beings vying for it. At the base of the Demon Suppression Tower, the Mao Jiang remained confined. Chen Qing understood that it could be described in 2 words, impervious to blades and infinitely strong. Before Zhong Kui returned, he could not reclaim the Demon Suppression Tower. Thus, he cradled the hanged ghost and approached the tower, reclaiming the 2nd level of the Demon Suppression Tower, also retrieving the severely injured soldier ghost, patiently awaiting Zhong Kui. Bang, bang, bang. The earth continued to tremble. Had the zombie possessed even a modicum of intelligence, it would have excavated sideways to find an escape. Yet, with its master in a state of unconsciousness and lacking guidance, the mind of the zombie was exceedingly simplistic, persistently striving upward, seemingly intent on breaching the Demon Suppressing Tower. Moments later, Zhong Kui returned, forcefully casting a barely coherent skeleton to the ground. Infuriated, its already liberated eyes darted about. How dare it flee? How audacious to escape? I shall reduce you to kindling. Chen Qing invoked the blood pattern of the Kunwu blade once more, striking down. Clang! Sparks flew. To his astonishment, he had merely carved a deep indentation. "Master, crush it with the Demon Suppressing Tower." With Zhong Kui present, there was no need to fear the zombie. Chen Qing nodded. With a mere thought, the tower shrank and flew back into his hand, only to be hurled once more, now the size of the 3rd floor. Boom! It landed heavily, reducing the skeletal creature to mere fragments. The zombie, like a nail driven into the earth, struggled and created a sizable cavity in its thrashing. Witnessing the tower it had sent flying, it hissed, preparing to emerge and wreak havoc. Suddenly it halted. The zombie, paralyzed with terror, clutched its head and crouched down, trembling all over. "Your visage incites my fury." Zhong Kui seized the zombie by its hair, yanking it out like a chick, and hurled it to the ground, delivering a series of resounding slaps. Smack! "Let us see you not dissolve. Not dissolve. I challenge your resilience." Smack! Smack! Though maddened, Zhong Kui's malice towards the ghostly race was unabashedly evident. The zombie, impervious to blades and spears, found its fur flying as Zhong Kui's palm struck, revealing the dark flesh beneath. "Master, quickly! If the great deity Zhong Kui delivers a few more slaps, it shall revert to the spirit level." Hearing this, Chen Qing plunged the Kunwa blade into the zombie's exposed flesh. Simultaneously, he twisted it fiercely. The zombie's body stiffened, slowly collapsing. Upon contact with the ground, it transformed into a wisp of black mist, merging into the Demon Suppressing Tower. Chapter 53. Candid Confessions, the most powerful interrogation techniques observing the chaotic battlefield. Chen Qing felt a shiver of trepidation. What would have transpired had it not been for Zhong Kui? Despite his protective skin, the needle of the embroidered girl could still pierce his flesh from afar, an unsettling notion indeed. the hairy corpse, the bone demon, and the embroidered girl. Each represented a rare breed of specter, particularly the hairy corpse and the embroidered girl, forming a harmonious complement. The embroidered girl restricted movement, while the hairy corpse possessed immense strength. Who could withstand its blows? Furthermore, knowing that Jin Buhuan was extravagantly wealthy, one could surmise that even the richest tycoon would pale in comparison, especially when the target was an ancient artifact. This individual was undoubtedly formidable. After attempting to subdue him, Chen Qing found it impossible to confine him within the Demon Suppression Tower. In exasperation, he resorted to rudimentary medical skills to tend to the man's injuries. Only then did he produce disinfectant alcohol. This was likely to be quite painful. As the disinfectant was applied, Mr. Yu finally awakened in agony. His face contorted, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Mr. Yu realized that the three ghostly companions had lost all connection, undoubtedly having perished. Without Chen Qing even inquiring, he fixed a piercing gaze upon him, demanding, "Who are you?" "Me?" Chen Qing replied with interest. "I am Chen Qing." "You are Chen Qing." Mr. Yu's pupils dilated in shock, and suddenly recalling something, he erupted into laughter. Ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Once his laughter subsided, Chen Qing calmly inquired, "Now, tell me, who are you?" "Me?" Mr. Yu sneered. "Brat, you have protective skin and set this trap to kill me while pretending not to know who I am?" "Ha ha!" Suddenly, Mr. Yu's voice was abruptly silenced. The protective skin controlled a hand, thrusting into his mouth. After a few casual explorations, it seized a tooth, yanking out along with blood and flesh. The tooth appeared hollow, faintly radiating a green hue. Taiping Dao. Taiping Dao. This sect believed in the equality of all beings, advocating for coexistence between humans and spirits, aspiring to establish an absolute balance in the world under their dominion. Many spirits enhanced their powers through murder. How could coexistence be achieved? It was undoubtedly a sinister cult. All burgeoning cults possess a grandiose doctrine akin to the righteousness of heaven, and Taiping Dao was no exception. Upon witnessing the tooth being extracted, Mr. Yu finally panicked. "Master, those from Taiping Dao are very resilient. He may not divulge easily." Suddenly, the protective skin seemed to recall something, chuckling as a few words escaped its lips. Chen Qing immediately understood, turning to Zhong Kui. "Ah, Zhong Kui. This man dares to deceive you. He refuses to speak the truth." Zhong Kui was instantly incensed. He reached out to strike, but Chen Qing hurriedly intervened, declaring, "I wager that you will injure him." Zhong Kui hesitated, then suddenly broke into a grin. "I shall not." Saying this, he lightly tapped, rather, it should be said he merely grazed, Mr. Yu's cheek. Zhong Kui appeared exceedingly pleased. He is unharmed, and moreover, he shall not lie. "Master, this is candid confession, one of the 72 divine powers. Now, this scoundrel will answer any question posed. Is that so?" Chen Qing chuckled and asked, "What is the most repulsive act you have ever committed?" "I am the one who murdered my aunt." You spoke without thinking, but his expression changed drastically the next moment. "Even dying 10 times wouldn't be sufficient." Chen Qing sneered and inquired, "How did you come to know about Jin Buhuan?" "There are many informants in Shiming City that I have deployed to keep an eye on Jin Buhuan's activities. One of them, Zheng Yun, who is acquainted with the Arya Hotel, discovered that you possessed Jin Buhuan." It was an answer that did not come as a surprise. "What do you intend to do with Jin Buhuan?" Jin Buhuan is nearly unparalleled in rarity, possessing the ability to transform all things into spiritual treasures. And my cultivation necessitates an abundance of such treasures. Spiritual treasures? Are they akin to ancient artifacts? Indeed. Chen Qing nodded, then asked, "What have you cultivated that requires such a vast quantity of spiritual treasures?" The lineage of the multi-treasure Taoist states that the more treasures one possesses, the stronger their body becomes. Chen Qing remained silent, while Zhong Kui, beside him, exclaimed in haste, "Multi-treasure? Multi-treasure Taoist? Ah, give it to me. Give it to me." He attempted to snatch it without knowing what he was after. With a mere thought, Chen Qing ensnared him within the Demon Suppression Tower, where he struggled to break free. Chen Qing retracted him once more. The fact that Zhong Kui held such reverence for it indicated its extraordinary nature. Master, there are many types of techniques, methods, inheritances, yet only those who dare to call it a lineage possess the highest form of inheritance, typically passed down directly from immortals. Chen Qing nodded and inquired, "Where is the lineage of the multi-treasure Taoist?" "It resides within my Qingquan bag." "So, this peculiar bag is known as a Qingquan bag." Chen Qing contemplated, following Yu's instruction, and retrieved a jade strip. It was the length of chopsticks, half a finger thick and 2 fingers wide. The lineage jade tablet. "Mine, mine." Zhong Kui became somewhat frenzied. "With your prowess, why would you still require such an object?" Zhong Kui paused, then nodded vigorously. "Indeed. Exactly. Yes. Yes." Chen Qing noted the 4 characters of the lineage jade tablet and further inquired, "Is there a connection between the multi-treasure Taoist lineage and Jin Buhuan?" The malevolent spirit level of Jin Buhuan is known as the multi-treasure boy, rumored to be a ghost conjured by the multi-treasure Taoist for the purpose of cultivation. "Do you possess the spiritual guide of the multi-treasure boy?" "I do. It is inscribed within the lineage jade tablet." No wonder this individual sought to seize Jin Buhuan. However, it can hardly be considered his at this moment. Chen Qing had finished his inquiries and, after a moment's thought, asked, "Are you a member of the Taiping Dao?" "Indeed. What are your intentions?" "To assist the ghost clan in establishing a ghost market." "As expected. A sinister cult. How much wealth do you possess?" "1 billion. Where did you acquire such a fortune?" "A month ago. I took control of the chairman of the Gailey Group and plundered all his wealth." "What is your aim in purchasing so many antiques?" "To cultivate the multi-treasure lineage." After pondering, a most precious question suddenly came to mind. "What other spiritual guides of ghost species do you know?" "The embroidered girl and the bone demon." Chen Qing was overjoyed. In this world, the ascending sequence of different ghost species is an invaluable treasure. The embroidered girl is of the wandering soul level, while the malevolent ghost level is the flower waist bride, requiring the crafting of a human skin wedding gown. How sinister. The white bone spirit is classified as a malevolent specter, while the evil spirit level is represented by the dragon bone skeleton, which necessitates the procurement of at least 2 dragon ribs to serve as the principal skeletal structure, allowing for gradual growth. The Tao corpse level is referred to as the white bone bodhisattva, and I am uncertain about the spirit guide. Upon the mention of the 4 characters white bone bodhisattva, Chen Qing felt a resonant hum echo within his mind, akin to a colossal hammer striking down. A chill coursed through his heart as he comprehended the implications of this revelation. It was the formless. He had encountered knowledge beyond the threshold of his comprehension. Dragon bones? Bodhisattvas? Was this information truly meant for someone like him? He silently cursed himself, lacking any interrogation skills. He knew that if this were entrusted to the captain and his team, they would undoubtedly extract a wealth of information. However, he was now privy to secrets such as Jin Buhuan, Zhong Kui, and the Demon Suppression Tower, making it impossible for him to remain alive. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "What is your greatest secret?" "I murdered my aunt." "You, what is your second greatest secret?" "I murdered my mother-in-law." "What a despicable wretch. Just wait until I have my revenge." "And what is your third greatest secret?" "The entrance to the ghost realm leading to Shiming City." Upon hearing this, Chen Qing's eyes narrowed. Currently available information: Skeleton, White Bone Spirit, Dragon Bone Skeleton, White Bone Bodhisattva. Chapter 54. Zhong Kui, SS Rank. The interrogation persisted for an extended duration. Chen Qing meticulously inquired into the machinations of the Taiping Dao, particularly focusing on the exit point leading from the ghost realm to Shiming City. However, Yu Bei's injuries were grievous, and he was gradually nearing his limits. After just a few more minutes of questioning, he was gasping for breath. A life should not be squandered. Chen Qing promptly summoned the drowned ghost. This entity had long maintained a ghostly energy value of 100, and its ascension spirit guide required the drowning of 9 individuals, 8 of which had been completed. Only 1 remained. Thus, it was time to drown him. The drowned ghost was overjoyed. Its long tail ensnared Yu Bei and swiftly carried him to a nearby brook. The water was merely knee-deep, yet it sufficed for the purpose of drowning a man. Yubei flailed weakly a couple of times before becoming still. The drowned ghost quivered with delight. Its form writhed in the water, convulsing. A transformation ensued. Its limbs elongated, and its hands and feet grew larger. Ultimately, all remaining human traits vanished, rendering it akin to a long-armed ape. Thick fur sprouted from its body, rapidly elongating until it reached the length of a hand. After a considerable time, the ascension was finally complete. The wandering soul level drowned ghost ascended to the malevolent spirit level water monkey. The dark fur seemingly possessed a concealment quality in the water. Despite being right in front, it almost blended seamlessly with the liquid, making its figure difficult to discern. The water monkey moved with incredible swiftness in the water, its long tail gliding effortlessly, propelling it several meters ahead. Upon measurement, it registered as 118, a first-tier malevolent spirit. Chen Qing was immensely satisfied. The ruckus from the earlier battle was considerable, raising concerns about attracting powerful entities within the city. He swiftly retracted his numerous ghost pets and hastened back to the base. The rewards from this endeavor were monumental. The ascension sequences for the Bone Spirit and Jin Buhuan, along with a staggering addition of 600 million in funds. These finances needed to be converted into resources expeditiously. Yet, as nothing was lacking at present, he could only purchase some bulk goods. Upon reclining on his bed, Chen Qing entered the second level of the Demon Suppression Tower to examine his 3 new ghost pets. The hair zombie and the nape of its neck had been rendered bald by Zhong Kui's strikes, yet the injuries were not overly severe. A measurement indicated 332, a third-tier malevolent spirit. The Bone Spirit had suffered the most. Zhong Kui appeared to harbor significant disdain for this ghost type, leaving it battered and broken. At this moment, its skull and sternum lay in ruins, threatening to shatter at any moment. A measurement revealed 107, a first-tier malevolent spirit. Chen Qing felt a pang of frustration. Originally, the Bone Spirit was anticipated to be the strongest among the 3. Now, it hovered on the brink of descending back to the wandering soul level. The embroidery girl had incurred the least injury. A measurement indicated 98, a 9th-tier wandering soul. She was already on the verge of ascension. Yet her spirit guide involved the crafting of human skin wedding garments, which carried a somewhat anti-human connotation. Moreover, her embroidery needle, as an auxiliary skill, proved to be quite beneficial. The abilities of the malevolent spirit level flower waste bride remained uncertain. It was possible that upon ascension, she would lose her embroidery needle capability, rendering the effort futile. Thus, ascension was not a consideration for the time being. The current roster of ghost pets included 3 malevolent spirits, hair zombie 332, third-tier malevolent spirit, water monkey 118, first-tier malevolent spirit, bone spirit 107, first-tier malevolent spirit. There are 9 spirits of the soul level. The embroidered girl at level 98, the 9-fold soul. The child ghost at level 90, the 9-fold soul. The warrior at level 84, the 8-fold soul. The hanged ghost at level 69, the 6-fold soul. The soldier ghost at level 43, the 4-fold soul. Additionally, there are 4 worthless spirits that have yet to be replaced. The mad ghost, the toilet ghost, the gluttonous ghost, and the gambling ghost. Surprisingly, since placing the golden body on the 2nd floor, the enhancement of these spirits has progressed rapidly. The gambling ghost and the mad ghost have both ascended to the 1st tier. Of course, they remain fragile and easily shattered. In the battle against Yubei, the spirit's vitality diminished to varying degrees, particularly the soldier ghost, which suffered the most, dropping from the 5th tier to the 4th. The total vitality of the 12 spirits has now reached 998. That's Zhong Kui. Chen Qing felt a surge of anticipation. Zhong Kui, he summoned immediately. However, it seemed that Zhong Kui had been exploring the currently ethereal upper levels of the Demon Suppression Tower. Although there was still a sense of connection, he could not forcibly summon him. Zhong Kui, Chen Qing summoned once more. Finally, Zhong Kui appeared. At the moment of his arrival, all the spirits trembled uncontrollably. Even the mightiest Mao Jiang squatted on the ground, cradling his head and daring not to look up. Chen Qing assessed the spirit's vitality. 502, an SS-level soul. Double S. Chen Qing was elated. Zhong Kui, what do you feel? Zhong Kui, with one eye gazing at the heavens and the other at the earth, uttered a word that perfectly matched his demeanor. Ah, you have transcended. 2S. I ask you what you feel. Chen Qing reiterated loudly, enunciating each word. Zhong Kui covered his ears. Why so loud? Master, the great Zhong Kui is mad, not deaf. Despite Chen Qing's persistent inquiries, he could not elicit a satisfactory explanation. He had no choice but to relent, feeling somewhat shaken. Zhong Kui had already surpassed 500 in vitality, yet still remained at the soul level, while Mao Jiang, who was significantly lower, had already become a third-tier malevolent spirit. After some calculation, it became clear that Zhong Kui had employed 4 distinct divine abilities: fixation, dispelling, and straightforward speech. All 3 are among the 72 great divine powers. The ability, words become law, is even more formidable, according to the words of Hua Pai. Hua Pai possesses 1.5 divine abilities, illusory form, and half of indestructible diamond. Mao Jiang, on the other hand, could be considered to possess 0, 7 of a divine ability, 0, 3 of indestructible diamond, and 0, 4 of great strength, though they're all somewhat incomplete. These 2 abilities are incredibly useful and worthy of gradual development, particularly great strength, as there are few at the same stage capable of withstanding a blow from Mao Jiang. He meticulously organized the power in his hands, mentally strategizing how to coordinate and engage in battle, while others rack their brains, trying to derive synergies among 2 or 3 types of spirits. His abundance of spirit companions allowed for powerful combinations with just a couple of selections. For instance, the hanged ghost paired with Mao Jiang would undoubtedly lead to certain death. Similarly, the hanged ghost with the warrior, the embroidered girl with the warrior, the embroidered girl with the bone demon, and so forth. If all were unleashed simultaneously, the devastation would be even more remarkable. With these thoughts, he retrieved the precious Taoist jade tablet. The treasured item, so highly esteemed by Yu Bei, is undoubtedly extraordinary. Spiritual energy permeates it, and a fragment of thought surged into Chen Qing's mind. The path of the myriad treasures is not merely a trivial matter. It seizes the creation of heaven and earth, enhancing the ordinary essence. Heaviness transforms into lightness, and swiftness intertwines with slowness. One can comprehend the world without stepping outside, and with a single utterance, the laws of nature will follow. The history of this technique is profoundly ancient, shrouded in obscurity, yet inexplicably, Chen Qing comprehended it. He soon felt that this air of arrogance was excessive. It transcended the realm of mere youthful folly. According to the description by Yu Gui, should one succeed, heaven and earth would cater to one's every need, serving diligently. The method of cultivation is remarkably simple. Gather treasures and refine them within one's body. As long as one possesses an abundance of treasures, one could attain an invincible status, capable of rending the heavens and splitting the earth with mere gestures. Contemplating deeply, Chen Qing realized he had a warehouse full of spiritual treasures. Could it be that this was prepared for him? Chapter 55, The Essence Realm. Unlocking the 3rd layer of the Demon Suppression Tower in comparison to the role of a spirit master, Chen Qing found himself yearning for the sensation of being a warrior. The fragility of a spirit master's physique rendered them nearly defenseless in close combat, as a mere encounter could spell doom. The Tao of Treasures, however, allowed one to refine spiritual treasures into their very being, thereby enhancing their physical prowess. Contemplating this, Chen Qing soon arrived at a resolution. Training was imperative. The significance of a formidable physique could not be overstated. Although he possessed a protective skin technique, the bizarre attacks from entities such as the embroidered flower girl could penetrate defenses from a distance, rendering one vulnerable. After just 2 strikes, he had nearly lost his fighting capabilities. Had it been Chen Man, he might have been able to withstand a dozen or even 20 such strikes. Thus, Chen Qing began to explore the methods of cultivation. However, it was clear that he needed to reach the essence realm. This was not a concern, as he was already striving to complete the final cycle of his meridians, the Great Circulation. Upon exiting the Demon Suppression Tower, Chen Qing felt his soul energy gradually flowing into his mind, traversing from the horned sun to the cranial breath, and finally to the complete bones. The soul energy struggled to navigate through the parched meridians. As time passed slowly, by morning, Chen Qing had successfully expanded to the 14th heavenly pillar acupoint. With the great circulation consisting of 27 acupoints, he had finally surpassed the halfway mark. Chen Qing opened his eyes to find the monkey, and he Runsheng just waking up and washing up. After a brief moment of rest following a splash of water on his face, he contacted Boss Zhu from the feed factory. What? 400 million? Yes, for 1,000 yuan per ton, needed within 10 days. You may subcontract to other manufacturers. Oh. Boss Zhu appeared somewhat bewildered. After a pause, he inquired, what about the advance payment? Is 50 sufficient? Absolutely. Boss Zhu nodded vigorously. In these times, those with sharp instincts were exchanging money for goods, primarily rice, flour, and oil. Few could fathom a situation dire enough to resort to purchasing pig feed. Regardless of oversight, Chen Qing had no intention of conducting transactions online. Before long, Boss Zhu arrived at the base with an accountant and an assistant. Chen Qing presented 20 anonymous cards, stating, each card is worth 10 million. That totals 200 million. Oh. The three were left somewhat dazed. Chen Qing then turned and walked away. There were no contracts or receipts exchanged. The trio was left in astonishment. Did he truly trust us so implicitly? Otherwise, would you dare to embezzle from the Spirit Army? Let us transfer the funds to the Factory S account first. It feels rather unreliable. He then called Manager Tian. As anticipated, all food supplies had been depleted. Every warehouse was empty. He made another call. Manager Yang, is the construction nearing completion? All configurations for the safe house must be top tier. Weapons must be sufficient. Budget? There is no upper limit. Would 50 million suffice? A sputter of water was heard from the other end of the line. After a moment, Manager Yang asked, Mr. Chen, have you heard any rumors? Recent orders for safe houses have surged dramatically. I have indeed heard, which is why I am augmenting the defenses. Chen Qing nodded. I have a slight case of paranoia. I prefer to err on the side of caution. Understood. However, even with the additional layer, it would not cost that much. Anyway, let us pretend otherwise. By the way, can we still order goods? No, we can't. This was expected. After hanging up the phone, I completed my morning exercises and returned to the dormitory to delve into my thoughts. Time passed slowly, and by evening, my spiritual energy finally reached the last significant point, the Tongtian point. The energy surged forward and backward intermittently, sometimes employing a slow and steady approach, and finally, a humming sensation enveloped me. My brain felt as if it were swelling. Almost simultaneously, a wave of clarity swept over me from top to bottom. I experienced an unprecedented sense of lucidity. My senses became acutely sharp, and I felt invigorated. The spiritual energy coursed through my body at a speed tenfold that of the average person. The sound of water flowing through pipes, the rustling of leaves as they fell, the sensation of a speck of dust landing on me. The world became so vivid and cacophonous. Upon opening my eyes, the dandruff on the monkey's ears and the mosquito remnants on the window corner became strikingly clear. My thoughts raced more swiftly, and I could count to 100 in mere second within my mind. Is this the essence of spirit? I murmured. Whoa, what happened to your eyes? The monkey nearly jumped up in surprise. At this moment, my eyes sparkled with ethereal energy, radiating a bluish-white light. Oh my goodness. You've reached the essence realm. He Runsheng stammered in astonishment. The monkey quickly grasped the situation. You've transcended to the essence realm. No way. Chen Qing, did you consume something extraordinary? How did you achieve this? This is somewhat abnormal. The two of them were flabbergasted, yet I appeared remarkably calm. Smiling as I said, keep this to yourselves, don't share it with anyone else. Whether it was gaining accolades in competitions or elevating my realm, both would be advantageous. However, I had no intention of becoming a defensive officer or a guardian. It was wiser to seek refuge in a safe haven before the blood moon arrived, enduring until the end of time. I admired those who could rise to the occasion and stand before the crowd in times of crisis. But everything I had experienced made it clear that I could no longer aspire to be a hero. Ji Luo's spiritual energy was advancing at an astonishing rate, and it appeared that he possessed a complete lineage of household spirits. As long as his energy was sufficient, he could summon a ghost-level pet at any moment. Be cautious of him. It seems he has intentions towards you. Understood, I nodded. Regardless of the source of malice, I would approach it with utmost caution. Just a ghost-level entity. It shouldn't be too concerning, right? The Lone Star's injury had yet to heal and remained in the medical room. Usually, the monkey and he Runsheng would sleep, but after my revelation, they were utterly unable to find rest. They meditated until midnight before finally succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, I was already prepared, adjusting my body to its optimal state, ready to cultivate. The first layer of the Duo Bao Dao system was known as the spirit pool. One must form a vortex of spiritual energy within the spiritual sea. A substantial spiritual treasure must be placed at the center of this vortex. However, the dilemma arose regarding which treasure to use. The Demon Suppression Tower? The Zhong Kui painting? In that storied repository, there exists an array of treasures, such as the exquisite bronze sword and the ethereal steed. Yet, they remain dormant, their true forms yet to be awakened. Contemplating such matters feels premature. For now, I shall focus on my cultivation. Chen Qing mused silently. Just as he was about to commence his training, he heard the voice of the painted skin calling out, "Master, Master, the third layer has opened. Have you made a breakthrough?" Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback, observing that both the monkey and he Runsheng were fast asleep. He concentrated and ventured into the second layer of the Demon Suppression Tower. Except for Zhong Kui, no other ghostly companions could traverse the layers. Upon sensing the environment, he indeed felt that yet another layer had been unlocked. However, unlike the first layer, which resembled a vastly enlarged version of the Demon Suppression Tower, the second layer appeared as a miniature world, devoid of any stairways or connections to the first layer. The nature of the Demon Suppression Tower was enigmatic. Chen Qing was uncertain of the flow of time in the third layer and dared not enter recklessly. Otherwise, he might find himself within for merely 2 minutes, only to discover that the blood moon had already descended. Exiting to the outside, he activated the stopwatch on his phone and cast it into the third layer. He promptly began the countdown, retrieving his phone precisely 1 minute later. The next moment, Chen Qing was astounded. The time displayed on his phone read 10 minutes. A time dilation of 1 to 10. This implied that while he cultivated within for 10 days, only a single day would pass outside. Moreover, this phenomenon applied equally to ghostly companions. While other spirits trained for a day, his own would have cultivated for 10 days. Remarkable, remarkable, remarkable. Chapter 56. With great power comes great responsibility. After casting the toilet ghost into the third level and confirming it was safe, all the ghostly companions, including the armless golden body, were sent into the third level. The painted skin took on the role of a steward, directing the myriad of ghosts to commence their exploration. Wow, Master, it's so vast, so incredibly vast. The expanse of the third level was indeed 100 times larger than that of the second level. It would be unfathomable for anyone to realize that this was merely one tier of a tower. However, the desolation was palpable. The sky was gray and the ground equally dreary, with distant hills appearing as barren as the baldest of mountains, devoid of any foliage. Moments later, Painted Skin's voice trembled as she called out, "Master, please come and see." Chen Qing entered the third level and approached her side, only to be met with a scene that left him in awe. Before him sat a towering, desiccated corpse, approximately 10 meters in height, positioned in a meditative posture. For chains, thicker than a human, were anchored in the corpse's hip bones, with the other ends buried deep into the ground. This corpse had presumably remained in this pose for millennia, yet it emanated a chilling and dreadful aura. "Master, this is a supernatural phenomenon," Painted Skin stated, her voice quivering. "This body must have reached the formless level in life." Upon hearing this, Chen Qing closed his eyes. In the next moment, he furrowed his brow, realizing that he could recall none of the details of the corpse he had just beheld. It was as if it had never existed. Upon reopening his eyes, the corpse remained seated in silence. Yet with his eyes shut, he could remember not a single detail, only a vague recollection of its presence. "Let us depart." Chen Qing suppressed his burgeoning curiosity, firmly recalling Painted Skin's warning that excessive exploration of darkness was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. What manner of hand crafted this demon suppressing tower? The demon it contained was perhaps not merely Zhong Kui. Why had Zhong Kui succumbed to madness? With each enigma unraveled, more mysteries emerged in succession. It was time to cultivate. He would send the F4 to explore. Painted Skin, receiving her orders, dispatched the mad ghost, the toilet ghost, the cheating ghost, and the gambling ghost. With the blood moon approaching, time was of the essence. Given the tenfold disparity in the flow of time here, it was imperative to cultivate forthwith. First, they needed to establish the spirit pool. Chen Qing followed the guidance of his cultivation method and began to construct the first spiritual meridian. It proved to be a daunting task. Circulating his energy involved unblocking the obstructions of various acupoints, whereas now he was compelled to create numerous acupoints from scratch. It was no wonder the minimum requirement was the spirit soul realm. With the enhancement of his spiritual awareness post the spirit soul stage, his control over soul energy was magnified manifold. If he were to attempt to establish the spirit pool using the control capabilities of the soul movement realm, he would likely find himself stuck at a single acupoint for an entire year. The human body contains countless meridians, yet most are so minuscule they are nearly invisible. Chen Qing's task was to widen these nearly imperceptible meridians and establish acupoints upon them. For the moment, he concentrated on condensing his soul energy, intertwining dozens of spirals, and began to impact a strand of meridian in his mind that was as fine as a hair. It was his first attempt, and the space was far too constricted. Countless times he brushed past the threshold, energy surging within him with no outlet. With a sense of helplessness, I began to concentrate my soul energy into a thread as fine as a hair, gradually extending it forward. Throughout the entire morning, I advanced merely a centimeter. In the afternoon, I progressed by another centimeter. The requirement was 1 inch per acupuncture point, with an inch in ancient terms being approximately 2.77 centimeters. By the 12th hour, I initiated the artificial creation of the first acupuncture point. By the 17th hour, the first point was completed. To my astonishment, the minuscule meridian, continuously infused with soul energy, had expanded from the thickness of a single hair to that of 2, thus sparing me further efforts in its expansion. After resting for an hour, I resumed my forward progress. Suddenly struck by inspiration, I divided a portion of my soul energy to extend from the opposite side simultaneously. However, it proved exceedingly challenging. With my current level of soul energy, dividing it into 10 streams was feasible, yet control remained elusive. It was akin to holding a hair in each hand while attempting to pass it through a ring the size of a hair strand situated a meter away. I had anticipated that bifurcating my energy would yield greater efficiency. Yet after 10 hours, the combined progress on both sides did not even match half of my earlier pace. At 13, I had raised Chen Man, who possessed remarkable tenacity. I forced myself to focus on both ends, willing to proceed slowly rather than err. As days passed, by the 4th day, the speed at both ends matched my previous pace of controlling only one side. At this juncture, my speed truly doubled. Remarkably, I managed to divide my energy into 2 additional streams. 4 strands of soul energy advanced simultaneously. On the 5th, 6th, and 7th days, until the 12th day, the speed of the 4 streams reached a normal level, equating to a 4-fold acceleration in the expansion of acupuncture points. At this point, traversing my body's major points felt akin to navigating a 24-lane expressway, with my soul energy striking precisely where directed. Gritting my teeth, I once again divided my soul energy into 4 streams. 8 strands. Even with my resilient disposition, the effort became overwhelmingly challenging. While tending to one side, the other either slowed or veered off course, necessitating a retreat for adjustment. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. Exhausted, I returned briefly to the real world. Just for a moment, a monkey emerged from the restroom, astonished, exclaiming, "Where have you been for the past 2 days? Your phone has been off. What happened?" I was momentarily taken aback. "The captain is looking for you." I nodded and made my way to the captain's office. "Han Yuan, with a discerning gaze, shook his head, and said, "Do not overexert yourself in your training. It can lead to dire consequences. I have two matters to discuss with you. First, Chen Man has provided all the resources needed for bone tempering, and they are of the highest quality, so you need not worry. The second matter, I would like you to serve as the defense officer for the Jiangpan community." A frown creased my brow at this proposition. Han Yuan's expression turned grave. "Chen Qing, our human race possesses exceptional individuals who have foreseen the blood moon. It can be interpreted as a reinforcement for the Ghost Clan. Once the blood moon arrives, the number and strength of the Ghost Clan are likely to increase several-fold." Several-fold? I thought to myself, shaking my head inwardly. Just based on this estimation, I was unwilling to accept the position of defense officer. It is quite simple. Regardless of whether it is due to limited objective conditions or excessive optimism, defensive forces are deployed at several times their usual capacity. However, during the blood moon, at least 100-fold preparation is necessary. Yet, humanity cannot muster such a level of strength. This presents an insurmountable dilemma. Chen Qing deduces that he must abandon the majority. But who would willingly accept the role of the Forsaken? Moreover, Chen Qing has no intention of rescuing the treacherous individuals from the Jiangban community. This time, he is genuinely curious to observe how they fare without his desperate protection during the blood moon. Thus, Chen Qing merely smiles and responds, "Captain, my abilities are limited. I am unable to assist in this regard. The magnitude of one's power correlates directly with the weight of one's responsibilities." Chen Qing, this is the mission of our Ghost Command. Han Yuan is a man of pure intent. He is willing to lay bare his heart and soul for the organization. Yet, Chen Qing knows he cannot do the same. That pure version of himself has likely long since decayed. In this lifetime, refraining from taking lives proactively is already the greatest act of mercy. The two part ways on an unhappy note. The captain, who has always been amicable, is genuinely furious. In his eyes, Chen Qing is overly selfish. Chen Qing possesses his own reasons, yet they remain unspeakable. Upon returning to the dormitory, he sits in a daze for a while. In times when demons and spirits run rampant, heroes and angels also descend. Amid the endless wails of the departed, the ugliness and brilliance of humanity are magnified infinitely. There is a saying, "No bitter winter lasts forever, and no spring fails to arrive." However, that winter, devoid of any glimpse of spring, grinds all humanity down to dust. In my past life, I was a hero, but that was limited to that existence alone. Chen Qing's gaze remains calm as suddenly, the Demon Suppression Tower at his chest emits a powerful pulling force. The second summit of the 12 earthly branches has commenced. Chapter 57. The pinnacle of the second 12 earthly branches. Chen Qing hastily made his way to a corner, donning his disguise to transform into the youth from before, seamlessly slipping into the Demon Suppression Tower. Before him, the endless heights of the peak unfolded once more. This peak stood like a solitary stone pillar, quietly towering amidst swirling clouds and mist, exuding an air of tranquility and sanctity. Upon a vast circular stone table at the summit, 11 figures gradually appeared in their seats. "Greetings, fellow Taoists. After a brief separation of a few days, I trust you are all well?" The elder at the forefront spoke with a warm smile. Chen Qing glanced to his right, and his heart sank. Chen Quan was absent. A creature with a deer-s head and a serpent-s body hissed, "Esteemed guests, does anyone possess the ascension sequence of the actor? I am willing to pay a hefty sum for it." No one responded. After a moment, a figure as diminutive as a child spoke up. "I do not have the spiritual guide, but I have heard the name post-ascension. Are you interested in purchasing it?" "Just a name?" The deer-headed serpent pondered. Sometimes a name could reveal a sliver of insight. For instance, a martial artist might ascend to be known as the martial scholar, while a zombie could take on the title of the hairy zombie. Yet, after a prolonged contemplation, the creature shook its head. "Just a name will suffice." The serpent creature then turned its gaze toward a figure shrouded in mist, its voice dripping with chill. "Last time, you sought a corpse-level ghost servant. I wonder if you found one?" The mist-clad figure chuckled. "Indeed, I managed to procure a Dan through a stroke of luck. It was one of your candle serpent clan, and fortuitously, It revealed your mountain before its demise. Brother Zhu, our fates are truly intertwined. The candle serpent's body stiffened. You are courting death. As it spoke, blue and green flames erupted from its form, chilling the atmosphere. Surely, Brother Zhu has guessed the identity of this little candle serpent. Ha ha ha. The figure in the mist remained unfazed, laughing heartily. A woman, seated gracefully, her complexion as pale as parchment, dressed in blood-red garments, inquired slowly. The northern sea is shrouded in ghostly mists. I have often heard of the Rakshasa ghost market. Might there be a Taoist who could enlighten us? Above her, a blood tree branched out intricately, dividing into 2, then 4, then 8, to a striking degree of symmetry. Particularly, the small blood tree was adorned with many blood droplets, each seemingly on the verge of falling. Chen Qing felt a flicker of surprise. Why did she not evoke any memories in him? As he closed his eyes, he recalled a presence, yet the details were lost to him. An existence of the formless level. Understanding dawned upon him. Suddenly, it struck him. There were indeed 11 individuals present, and he had no recollection of several others. They too must be of the formless caliber. Perhaps during the last gathering, they had discussed something significant, yet he had retained no memory of it. In a daze, he caught sight of a figure in one of the seats, so enormous it seemed out of place here. However, as he turned his head, all memories vanished. A dragon? Chen Qing was horrified, yet in an instant, all thoughts dissipated, leaving him unable to even recall the notion of a dragon. I too share this inquiry. What intentions do you ghosts harbor? You brazenly invade our human realm while sealing off its territories. The woman in the black veil spoke with a cutting tone. The candle serpent merely smiled in response. The woman in the black veil cast a pleading glance toward Chen Qing, yet she silently sighed within her heart. For the past few days, more accurately, for 20 relentless days within the tower, Chen Qing had been engrossed in his cultivation, leaving him utterly fatigued. Even Han Yuan could discern his weariness. Despite donning a fa ade, how could he possibly evade the discerning gazes of these formidable beings? The woman in the black veil felt a mixture of gratitude and concern. She understood well that this esteemed elder must have employed a profound divination technique, incurring a grave cost, which had led to his current pitiable state. It was highly probable that he had utilized the inverse knowledge of the future from the 36 heavenly stars. This technique was arduous, known only to a handful of practitioners in the world, and it involved the theft of heavenly secrets, each casting exacted a terrifying toll. A great figure of the human race had merely invoked it once to vaguely perceive the impending invasion of the ghostly clan, resulting in severe injury and lingering unconsciousness. This elder, however, had precisely foreseen events of the 15th day of the 8th month, the cost of which was beyond imagination. Though Chen Qing's spirit was languid, he noticed the woman in the black veil glancing at him several times. After some contemplation, he decided to reveal the location of the entrance to the ghost realm to her. Rising, he said, "Follow me." He then turned to Han Yuan, adding, "You come along as well." Han Yuan, taken aback, promptly followed. The three had barely taken a few steps when it seemed they traversed some spatial anomaly, abruptly vanishing from sight. The elder at the forefront squinted slightly, smiling as he inquired, "Dear friends, might any of you recognize this esteemed elder?" The woman in the blood-red dress replied, "With numerous divine abilities at their disposal, such cultivation is unparalleled in this world. Their myriad of techniques reflects extraordinary audacity. Yet I have never heard of them before. Perhaps they have practiced the flight and trace technique." Flight and trace is one of the 36 heavenly stars techniques, allowing one to exist outside of worldly bounds, concealing themselves beyond the realms of heaven and earth, traversing the landscapes. I sense the aura of turning stone to gold and words manifesting reality from them. I wonder if I am mistaken. It should be accurate, a colossal figure intoned, his voice booming, possessing multiple heavenly techniques and numerous divine abilities, including several inherently incompatible powers. This esteemed elder's cultivation is indeed unfathomable. A voice from within the mist jested. "Zhu Shi, it seems he has employed the inverse knowledge of the future technique, gaining insight into your ghostly clan's arrangements. Given your temperament, would you not seek to eliminate him? Zhu Shi merely scoffed in response. The voice in the mist grew more self-satisfied. Thus, you two are one to assess the situation. Such an esteemed elder is someone you would dare not provoke, correct? Ha. A diminutive figure, resembling a child, glanced around, his stature barely level with the tabletop, and his cultivation too meager, merely at the corpse level, rendering him incapable of participating in the discussions of these prominent figures. Meanwhile, upon seeing Chen Qing, the woman in the black veil deeply bowed, exclaiming, "Esteemed elder, you have suffered for our human race." "What?" Chen Qing queried, puzzled. "Suffered? What suffering?" Han Yuan remained silent, having spoken not a word during the 2 gatherings of the 12 earthly branches. Chen Qing slowly remarked, "The entrance to the ghost realm may be in Shiming City, possibly the Immortal Valley." At this simple statement, both the woman in the black veil and Han Yuan were left in stunned silence. In the city of Shiming, the Taiping sect surely has numerous followers, and their presence is intricately woven into the fabric of the ghostly realm. The Taiping sect. Once again, the Taiping sect, exclaimed the woman in black veils, her voice tinged with anger. Suddenly, she realized something and bowed deeply to Chen Qing, saying, "Thank you, esteemed elder." Han Yuan, who had remained silent until now, followed suit and also bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. The woman was about to inquire about the price of this information. But what could such an extraordinary individual possibly lack? Ghost pearls? Spirit stones? Gold and silver? If he were in want of such trifles, it would surely be laughable. Chen Qing felt somewhat troubled. Why was this woman so oblivious? She seemed to regard herself as some high-ranking elder. An elder, of course, must possess a certain gravitas. Information is not dispensed freely. Chen Qing could only respond ambiguously. "Oh, I see." The woman in black veils suddenly grasped the situation. With a determined expression, she revealed 10 complete Qianquan bags. Chen Qing accepted them and pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you have any dragon bones?" The woman was taken aback. Casting a wary glance at the imposing figure seated at the round table, she involuntarily whispered, "If the esteemed elder requires them, I shall exert myself to find them. At the next summit, I will surely bring them for you." The 3 of them returned to the round table, where several individuals were observing Chen Qing, their gazes appraising. After a while, the elder at the head of the table spoke. "The 12 earthly branches tower is shrouded in secrecy among its members. Yet I have one matter concerning the master of the time tower. Might we discuss it privately?" Silence enveloped the gathering. The elder sighed. "Well, the hour is drawing near. I bid you all to return. I look forward to our meeting in a fortnight." Chapter 58. The safe house is almost ready. The Tower of Time. Chen Qing found himself momentarily stunned. He had already discerned that the Demon Suppression Tower was not identical in every instance. For example, Han Yuan's tower imprisoned a ghost king, while his own contained Zhong Kui. Moreover, Han Yuan's tower could only confine 6 ghosts. It now seemed that each tower possessed distinct functionalities. Could the tower referred to by the elder truly be his own? The first layer operates at a pace 15,000 times slower than the real world. The second layer mirrors reality, and the third layer accelerates tenfold. It was highly probable that his Demon Suppression Tower was indeed the Tower of Time. But what of others? Could there exist towers of space, fire, or water? Lost in contemplation, he returned to his dormitory. The monkey and he Runsheng were likely attending class. But to his surprise, Gu Xing was present. Gu Xing appeared lost in thought, and when he noticed Chen Qing's entrance, he turned with a bewildered expression. Upon recognizing Chen Qing, he abruptly approached and knelt down, repeatedly bowing his head to the ground. "Chen Qing," he exclaimed, "I can no longer bear to witness death before my eyes. I yearn to become stronger. Could you possibly assist me in finding a ghost pet?" As Gu Xing lifted his tear-streaked face, Chen Qing was not moved, having witnessed such scenes far too often. However, it was indeed unexpected for Gu Xing to kneel and plead with him. Coincidentally, having reached the spirit refinement stage, Chen Qing was now capable of contracting a 3rd ghost pet, and it was time to replace the last few undesirable ones in the Demon Suppression Tower with some luck. He nodded and said, Wait for me at 7 in the evening at the entrance of the Jiangpan community. Chen Qing spoke with conviction. He intended to return to Jiangpan community that night for a matter of great significance. On this very day, in his previous life, Chen Quan had delivered paper armor and paper knives to him, 2 pieces of armor and 2 knives. With these 4 items, Chen Qing and Chen Man had managed to survive until the 3rd blood moon. A question lingered in his mind, one he had suppressed for many years. They must have their reasons, but he still wished to ask why. After some reflection, he sought out the monkey. Wait for me at the entrance of Jiangpan community at 7 this evening. We shall venture into the princess ghost domain. The monkey was taken aback, then filled with joy. All right, Brother Qing, if I can contract 2 ghost pets, I still have 1 slot available. With just 1 martial artist, he had already ranked among the top 3 newcomers. Though this was partly due to Chen Qing's leniency, the monkey believed his own strength placed him within the top 5. Chen Qing, Zhou Yangxiao, and Ji Luo were undoubtedly the top 3, with Zhou Yangxiao possessing an evil ghost-level pet, yet he was convinced that Chen Qing was superior. The 4th could be Chen Qing or himself. Only through competition would the truth reveal itself. With ample time still remaining, Chen Qing returned to his dormitory, where everyone had gone to class. He focused his thoughts and returned to the 3rd layer. He retrieved 10 bags, inspecting each one. Ghost orbs and spirit stones dominated the contents, numbering in the thousands, accompanied by an assortment of spiritual herbs and plants, the purposes of which he could not discern. As soon as it opened, an astonishing aura intertwined with ghostly energy enveloped the surroundings. Numerous ghostly pets turned their gazes toward it, yet they dared not act. A glance at the ghostly meter revealed a notable increase in the strength of the ghostly pets. With a mere thought, Chen Qing summoned Zhong Kui. Instantly, the ghostly pets knelt, trembling in fear. Zhong Kui, a remarkably powerful ghost, elicited a wager. I bet you cannot bind him. Enraged, Zhong Kui retorted, no ghost, no matter how formidable, can surpass my might. Are you bold enough to wager? 5 ghost pearls. Zhong Kui, elated, agreed, let's wager. They sealed their pact with a handshake. Chen Qing mischievously remarked, when I call you, I will use the faintest whisper, so you won't hear me at all. Nonsense. Even the faintest sound will reach my ears. Zhong Kui, wary, began to suspect he would be listening intently for Chen Qing's summons in the coming days. Perfect. Chen Qing feared the possibility that Zhong Kui might not hear him. Back in the real world, he whispered softly, Zhong Kui. In an instant, Zhong Kui's voice responded, What is it? What is it? Chen Qing feigned shock. I spoke so softly, yet you could still hear me. Zhong Kui, brimming with pride, proclaimed, Even if your voice were 10 times softer, I would still hear it. Retracting Zhong Kui, Chen Qing muttered to himself, Goodness, this is extraordinary. I fear I may lose this wager. In a void within the Demon Suppression Tower, Zhong Kui was filled with unrestrained glee. Upon returning to the 3rd level, Chen Qing resumed his cultivation of the multi-treasure path. 8 streams of soul power surged forward, and although he exerted full control, he continually found himself unable to balance them. Time passed slowly, and soon it was afternoon. Chen Qing had been cultivating in the tower for 3 days. Master, you can absorb the spirit energy from the spirit stones, Huapi remarked. Chen Qing paused, retrieving a spirit stone. The method of absorption was not difficult. Within half a minute, his eyes widened in astonishment. He felt invigorated and remarkably spirited. Why didn't you mention this before? I thought it was common knowledge. Chen Qing shook his head. Exiting the base, he arrived at the riverside community. Since Chen Qing's budget had significantly increased, numerous installations were underway, now operating 24 hours a day. Fortunately, the most time-consuming tasks had already been completed, and the additional installations and configuration changes would only take 2 to 3 days. Although he had made prior arrangements, Manager Yang still waited for Chen Qing. There is no need for such formality, Manager Yang. Not at all, Mr. Chen. Other companies would be eager to oversee construction around the clock. Your presence here shows the utmost trust in our company. Allow me to show you around. Not only Chen Qing's residence, but the entire building had undergone fortification. The exterior appeared clean and tidy, and the hallways were revitalized. Due to the substantial weight increase after the renovations, the load-bearing capacity of the lower floors had been enhanced. Initially, there was resistance, but they eventually agreed when it was offered as a complimentary upgrade. Manager Yang whispered, "Every building has surveillance installed in its sound-activated lights. What do they intend to monitor?" Chen Qing remained unconcerned, yet the professionals offered no rebuttal. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Manager Yang gestured towards room 503, stating that it had already been purchased, thus serving as a fireproof layer for your residence. Chen Qing exclaimed, "Goodness! In that case, let South reinforce this place as well. Will it require much time?" The layouts here are quite standard, with ready-made modules available. 2 days should suffice. Upon ascending to the 6th floor, the transformation was astonishing. The former dilapidated unit was unrecognizable. The entire wall had been replaced with frosted metal material. The door was exceedingly thick. A couple of knocks produced a profoundly muted sound. There were 2 doors, with an internal mechanical structure capable of complete lockdown. Even in the event of an explosion, it would be this building that succumbed first. Stepping inside, Chen Qing's satisfaction grew. Firearms were conspicuously placed throughout. As per your instructions, an investment of 7 million in firearms and ammunition had been made, complete with a dedicated armory. The sofa was crafted from ironwood, designed to withstand a century of use without warping, while the covers were made from the latest self-cleaning fabric. Intended for 2 decades of regular use, with 20 spare sets available. Each item was introduced in turn, prompting Chen Qing to utter a single word: delightful. The 128-square-meter apartment, once bare, was now filled to the brim, yet the organization ensured it did not appear cluttered. In the gym, a 21-square-meter space showcased an array of fitness equipment. Meticulously arranged, each piece had been designed with ingenuity, allowing for disassembly and reassembly into different machines. Most striking to Chen Qing were the 3 robots of varying heights standing nearby. When connected to the network, they featured advanced AI, capable of answering nearly any inquiry. In offline mode, they operated with basic AI, adept at casual conversation. Their exterior was enveloped in a soft, skin-like material, pre-programmed with 50 distinct personalities. Chen Qing examined them closely. Their skin was supple, joints moved fluidly, and their speech was articulate and clear, rendering them remarkably lifelike. One could easily mistake them for real humans. A sigh escaped her lips as she marveled at the advancements of contemporary technology. Chapter 59. Chen Quan. Next was the entertainment room. The entire space was custom designed, and storage posed no issues whatsoever. For the sake of ease and maintenance, the handles, mouse, and keyboard were all of the most common models, featuring a modular design. Manager Yang opened a box, revealing a collection of replacement parts. With an estimated usage of 10 hours a day, these components could last for a century. The storage capacity, as Mr. Chen had previously mentioned, had been upgraded to an impressive 150 petabytes. To be frank, despite our best efforts, we managed to install only 61 petabytes. The content could be consumed continuously for 24 hours a day, with a total viewing time of 40,000 years. The collection of games was nearly exhaustive, including localized versions of web games. Hardware was of paramount importance, featuring the most durable versions available on the market, and we equipped each item with 10 sets of spare components. In summary, everything was prepared with a 100-year lifespan in mind. Next, we proceeded to the electrical room. The diesel engine structure was not overly complex, so in addition to 5 complete units, there were also 20 spare engines. We could even replace the diesel engine with a wood-burning engine kit. Anything combustible, including household waste, could be utilized for power generation, albeit with somewhat diminished efficiency. Furthermore, there were various power generation devices, including solar panels covering the rooftop, wind turbines, and even a hand crank generator. The storage room was situated on the rooftop. Upon seeing it, Chen Qing immediately felt a sense of security. The rooftop space was approximately 600 square meters, extending over the neighboring properties. There had clearly been disputes in the past, but they had all been resolved. The largest area was dedicated to a family farm, occupying about 300 square meters. The seed room was located here, utilizing our recommended crops, which could yield approximately 3 kilograms of vegetables per square meter each week. 4 staple foods, we recommended potatoes, such as the Qing Shu 90 variety, which, under optimal temperature and humidity control, could produce up to 90 kilograms in 80 days. The fertilizers used in the soil were specifically formulated, supplemented with organic fertilizers, essentially human waste, allowing for approximately 300 cycles of cultivation, even under high-intensity farming for 50 years. Vegetables, fruits, and staple foods were cultivated together, resulting in a combined daily yield of up to 110 kilograms. After calculating the figures, Chen Qing felt somewhat bewildered. Manager Yang, did you make an error? 110 kilograms per day? This is with low-intensity farming. If we employ ultra-high-intensity farming, we could double that yield. Then why buy so much grain? Upon entering the storage room, Chen Qing was instantly filled with a sense of safety. The 110 square meter storage area was divided into 4 sections, brimming with canned goods. In an ideal scenario, it could hold 400 cubic meters. Simply consuming canned food, discarding half, would sustain 2 lifetimes for Chun Man and himself. The entire rooftop was adorned with solar panels, generating enough power in 8 hours to sustain normal usage for an entire month. How delightful it was! The wealth was truly exhilarating. The safe house was not yet completed and remained a work in progress, but it already left Chen Qing thoroughly satisfied. Bidding farewell to Manager Yang, Chen Qing opened the door and patiently awaited his arrival. Today, Chen Quan would come, leaving behind a paper knife and armor. He fixed his gaze upon the doorway, his thoughts in turmoil, unable to settle. It seemed as if that exceptionally robust man could appear at any moment. Time appeared to crawl at an unprecedented pace. The scorching sun gradually softened its intensity, while neighbors ambled in and out of the community, either in boisterous chatter or serene solitude. In this lifetime, Chen Qing had been preoccupied with countless pursuits, seldom allowing himself the luxury to sit and squander time. This afternoon, time itself felt almost viscous. Yet, it eventually approached 6 o'clock. The figure he had been vigilantly awaiting at the entrance of the community failed to materialize. At that moment, Chen Qing felt his entire being tense. He drew forth the kunwal blade. Within the confines of the room, an unimaginable surge of spiritual energy erupted. Rushing a few steps forward, he discovered a rift in the living room. A gaping, abyssal tear, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth. 2 enormous hands grasped the edges of the rift, straining to widen it. Those hands belonged to Chen Quan. As the dark opening slowly stretched to the width of a palm, Chen Qing caught sight of Chen Quan's weathered visage. Elder brother, Chen Quan stood momentarily stunned, his typically unflappable countenance now fixed in an intense gaze upon Chen Qing. He called out, but his voice was stifled, unable to traverse the barrier. The rift writhed, attempting to mend itself. Chen Quan silently roared, exerting himself to widen the tear further, his hands now smeared with blood. Beside him, a hand tossed a folded piece of cardboard into the rift. Chen Quan appeared somewhat anxious and quickly retracted his hand. He merely gazed at Chen Qing, his eyes brimming with a myriad of emotions. The rift swiftly healed and vanished, taking with it Chen Quan's gaze. Was this a spatial rift? Chen Qing, hesitant to act rashly, diligently committed every detail to memory. Only when the rift disappeared did he, somewhat dazed, retrieve the cardboard. Carefully unfolding it, he found, as anticipated, the familiar paper armor and paper blade. Within the paper armor lay a heap of powder, which, judging by its shape, appeared to be a sheet of paper. Or perhaps, a letter. It was evident that both his father and elder brother had endured great hardship. Chen Qing's heart was a tumult of emotions. The delivery of this paper armor and paper blade must have exacted an unimaginable toll from Chen Quan. They had never forgotten us. The 2 pieces of paper armor and the 2 paper blades were as thin and fragile as ordinary paper, as if they could be torn asunder with a mere tug. Yet, infused with spectral energy, they became formidable weapons and armor of the highest caliber. After a moment of reverie, his phone rang. Chen Qing, we are all at the community entrance. Have you arrived? Wait for me 4 minutes, he replied to Manager Yang, proceeding to the entrance. The entire dormitory had gathered. Monkey, Lone Star, He Runsheng. Great deity, please take one of us. He Runsheng had insisted on accompanying Monkey. From this day forth, I shall be the most loyal subordinate of the great deity, serving without hesitation." Chen Qing nodded in acknowledgement. He Runxing drove over, sparing them the need to hail a taxi. As they arrived at the princess ghost domain, dusk had just begun to settle. "Have you all decided on your ghost pets?" "The martial artist's offensive capabilities are more than sufficient. I am in need of a support-type ghost pet. If fortune favors me, I hope to acquire a hanging ghost." The monkey remarked that the previous perfect collaboration between Chen Qing's hanging ghost and the martial man had lingered in his mind, igniting a persistent desire. Most crucially, while the martial man was difficult to come by, the hanging ghost was not exceedingly rare. With a stroke of fortune, he too wished to acquire a martial man. He ran his fingers through his hair, lacking confidence. Anything else would suffice. Preferably something of a higher level. Listening to Chen Qing, the Lone Star nodded. Chen Qing had ascended to the essence realm and could contract another spirit. However, he was not in need of ghostly companions, adhering to a philosophy of quality over quantity. The four ventured into the ghost domain, and with a single step, the verdant landscape transformed into a somber, dark brown. Amidst the thick fog, two toilet ghosts were consuming something. Upon noticing the newcomers, they swiftly vanished into the mist. Chapter 60. The terrifying ghost wall. A few individuals advanced cautiously. Compared to a few days prior, the concentration of ghostly energy had intensified. Chen Qing pondered the outcome of the battle between that esteemed figure and the princess. "Be careful." A long tongue abruptly lashed out from the withered thicket beside them. Chen Qing swiftly dodged, the tongue slicing downward with ferocity. Seeking death. With a mere thought, the warrior manifested before him. The warrior deftly flicked his staff, diverting the long tongue aside. As the warrior executed his move, he spun around, the staff cutting through the air with a sharp whoosh before striking the long-tongued ghost with force. The ghost fell heavily to the ground. The staff firmly pressed against its neck, impervious to its struggles. Guxing and he Runxing both gazed on enviously. Among the newcomers, the monkey's strength was only moderate. Yet with the aid of this warrior, he had firmly secured a place among the top 5. Was anyone interested in the long-tongued ghost? After assessing it, they noted its ghostly energy at 50, classified as a 5-fold wandering spirit, which was quite suitable. However, both Guxing and he Runxing shook their heads. As the ghostly energy increased, the density of the specters rose significantly. From the thick fog, eerie sounds occasionally surfaced, resembling wolf howls or cries. Moments later, the group beheld another ghost, 2 starving spirits. They were feasting upon a decaying bird, which had seemingly come from nowhere. This bird, once soaring freely in the skies, had now become a meal for the famished ghosts. He Runxing sighed, his eyes gradually reddening. The proliferation of ghosts was alarming. Would there come a day when they breached the ghostly domain and invaded the city? Would they, too, meet the same fate as that bird? He Runxing wiped away his tears. Chen Qing was taken aback to see the monkey wearing a sorrowful expression as well, lamenting. Perhaps our mission in the Ghost Suppression Army is destined to end in death at the hands of these spirits. With that, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Had I known this would be the case, I might as well have joined them. After all, I am powerless to protect anyone. Guxing clenched his teeth, his fist trembling slightly. Not good. It's a night wailing child. Chen Qing suddenly comprehended the situation. The night wailing child, a malevolent spirit of the infant ghost variety, had the ability to amplify human negative emotions exponentially. Once one succumbed to uncontrollable sobbing, salvation became nearly impossible, often leading to a death by despair. While adults might fare slightly better, infants were almost always doomed. The most troublesome aspect was that no one had ever located a night wailing child. "Let us go." With a single thought, the warrior appeared before them, grabbing 2 individuals and swiftly departing. After running for 4 or 5 minutes, Chen Qing finally released them. What happened, Great One?" he Runxing asked, his eyes brimming with tears, confusion evident on his face. There may have been a ghost nearby, capable of influencing emotions. If we hadn't left, we could have been in serious trouble. The 3 of them still bore red eyes, filled with uncertainty. They were all certain that they had not been mentally controlled and could clearly recall their shifts in thought. Yet, The wave of sorrow had arrived inexplicably, indeed affecting them. What a strange ghost! He Renshang cursed. Damn it, it's just a dead bird. Yet it's causing such a commotion. Both Guxing and the monkey felt a bit awkward. Chen Qing, however, was not surprised. Yet, a sense of vigilance crept into his heart as they unexpectedly encountered a level of evil spirit. According to Han Yuan, the evil spirit level of the princess's tomb should have been dealt with long ago. However, having previously encountered a suspected level of evil spirit, it seemed something had gone awry. After some contemplation, he spoke candidly. If I'm not mistaken, the ghost we just encountered is of the evil spirit level. If we proceed further, we may find ourselves in danger. The three were taken aback. The monkey squinted, disregarding the warning. Let us take it down. Guxing, without hesitation, declared. Continue. He Renshing's expression wavered, struggling for a while before finally agreeing. Let us do it. The core area of the princess's tomb was far too perilous. They could only seek opportunities along the periphery, as long as they did not encounter the princess. Chen Qing was confident in his ability to protect himself with 3 evil spirit-level ghost pets. However, he had no assurance of keeping the 3 safe without revealing his true strength. The monkey was undoubtedly trustworthy, but the other 2 were merely ordinary roommates. Suddenly, a faint knocking sound echoed from the depths of the fog. The night watchman. Chen Qing's expression changed. We must leave, perhaps due to the distance. The night watchman's voice did not seem to affect the 4. After a significant while, once they were far enough away, he Renshang cautiously asked, Great God, what was that just now? The night watchman, evil spirit level. The last time we cleared the ghostless temple, it was this type of ghost. The faces of the 3 changed drastically upon hearing this. Although they had not participated, they had heard enough about how terrifying this evil spirit was from the many brothers who were injured that night. Having encountered 2 evil spirit-level beings in quick succession, Chen Qing sensed something was amiss. We cannot proceed any further. He immediately made up his mind. The 3 felt a tinge of disappointment. It was clear they could not recklessly advance any longer. Thus, in silence, they turned back. However, as they walked, Chen Qing's brow furrowed. Why have we been walking for so long? The monkey glanced around, pointing at a low wall. It seems we just passed this spot. Checking the ghost meter, they found the directional function had long malfunctioned. Guxing picked up a stone and placed it on the wall, and the 4 set off once more. Moments later, they encountered the same low wall again. The stone Guxing had placed remained unchanged. Is this a ghostly wall? Chen Qing's brow furrowed even deeper. Another evil spirit level. A ghost haunting the residence? Speaking of which, isn't Ji Luo's ghost a haunting spirit? The monkey frowned. Chen Qing shook his head. He knew what the monkey implied. But with Ji Luo's current soul power, she could not possibly possess an evil spirit-level ghost pet. He had only heard of ghostly walls. How could they encounter so many troublesome entities in one night? Where's he Rensheng? Guxing suddenly asked. The 3 froze. A chill ran down their spines. Indeed, where's he Rensheng? How could he have disappeared without a sound? Suddenly, a blade descended from above. Chen Qing, ever vigilant, instinctively raised his own weapon to deflect the attack. Caution! Caution! Blades were raining down from all directions. It was a squad of spectral soldiers. Chen Qing hastily summoned his warrior. The monkey also called forth his warrior. 3 humans and 2 specters, with 3 blades and 2 staffs, swiftly countered the onslaught. It was then that they discerned the presence of 5 spectral soldiers. While individually the spectral soldiers were no match for the warriors, their combined assault, marked by seamless coordination in both attack and defense, forced the trio and their 2 specters to retreat steadily. Chen Qing's mind raced. Though the mist was thick, it could not conceal such a formidable force entirely. The 5 spectral soldiers had only revealed themselves at the moment of their strike. Surely, they must have employed some form of concealment or invisibility. Clang! 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 Thanks to his training, Chen Qing was able to hold his ground. Yet Lone Star and the monkey found themselves in dire straits. A flash of steel, and Lone Star had already sustained a wound to his left arm. Lone Star! The monkey urgently intervened, parrying the spectral soldier before him and deflecting the strike aimed at Lone Star. But simultaneously, another blade struck. Abruptly, the spectral soldier vanished from view, replaced by a ghostly figure draped in white. Before Chen Qing, two lengths of white silk draped across a low wall, ensnaring a frantically struggling spectral soldier. The warrior seized the opportunity without hesitation. With a mighty swing, he struck the spectral soldier on the head. Clang! The helmet reverberated with the impact. The spectral soldier froze momentarily, and Chen Qing's kunmal blade sliced horizontally, severing the soldier's head, which soared into the air. With one fallen, the coordination among the remaining soldiers faltered significantly. Chen Qing and the great warrior isolated 3 spectral soldiers, and under the assault from Lone Star, the monkey, and the young warrior, a second spectral soldier's head was soon claimed. Following closely, the third met a similar fate. Chen Qing inquired, "Lone Star, do you wish for a spectral soldier?" "Yes." Lone Star responded without hesitation. Not just anyone could handle a warrior. A spectral soldier was indeed an excellent choice. "Do you desire both?" "One will suffice." The monkey contemplated, recognizing that while spectral soldiers were inferior to warriors, they were still a worthy option. Yet after a brief moment, he conceded. With a warrior present, they lacked only support. Upon measuring the spectral energy, they left behind one with a reading of 61. The great and young warriors firmly restrained it on the ground. Lone Star stepped forward, commencing the binding ritual. Once, twice, thrice. On the 8th attempt, he finally succeeded in forging the contract. Meanwhile, Chen Qing quietly exchanged the ghostly entities of the toilet spirit, the gambling spirit, and the glutton spirit for 3 spectral soldiers, one of the 6th realm, one of the 5th, and one of the 4th realm. These spectral soldiers possessed energy values of only 46, 55, and 61, respectively, feeble, yet capable of enhancing Zhong Kui's energy by approximately 80. Lone Star exhaled deeply, his gaze toward Chen Qing brimming with gratitude. "Chen Qing, I may lack eloquence, but thank you." Chen Qing nodded in acknowledgement. "Follow me." The monkey and Lone Star immediately fell in line. The trio made their way to the water's edge. In this region, there once thrived a form of 3-dimensional agriculture, with numerous ponds that, after neglect, either saw their embankments erode into a contiguous mass or became stagnant pools, gradually drying up. Water splashes marked the edges of these ponds, scarcely discernible even upon close inspection in the dim of night. Chen Qing followed these traces, weaving left and right. In merely a minute, the scene before him became startlingly clear. He Runsheng stared in astonishment at Chen Qing and his companions, stammering, You, a knife." In a horrifying twist, He Runsheng's left leg was severed at the knee. The pupils of Gushing and the monkey dilated in shock. He Runsheng screamed in agony, incredulously gazing at his severed limb. "You, why?" His face drained of color as he uttered, "You dare, you." Drops of blood from the tip of the kunmal blade fell, creating ripples that spread across the pond. Chen Qing. No. I'll tell you everything. He Runsheng panicked, never anticipating that Chen Qing would strike so ruthlessly without a word. Despite enduring nearly 10 days of grueling training, his understanding remained at the level of a student. The brutality of severing a limb was beyond his imagination. In his mind, a mere black eye or bruised face constituted a grave grievance, and now he realized that Chen Qing might be capable of murder. "Yi Luo, it's Ji Luo. He instructed me to report everything to you. If I obey, he will grant me a ghostly companion. Once my spiritual power is sufficient, he will help me advance the ghost to Chaotic Garden." Chen Qing, brandishing his knife, stepped forward. On the narrow embankment, He Runsheng, face pale with terror, disregarded his pain and scrambled backward in a frenzy. "Uncle Ji! Help! Help!" Still so young, yet so ruthless, a voice echoed ominously. A middle-aged man emerged from the space ahead, as if stepping out from behind a deceptively realistic painting. This man was robust, with dark skin, and he coldly regarded Chen Qing, asking, "How did you see through Chaotic Garden?" "How did I see through it?" "My apologies. I am a master of ghostly companions. Is it too much to toss one into the pool?" The water monkey had been trailing the 4 from a distance in the pond, subsequently marking the path taken by the separated He Runsheng. Chen Qing followed these markers to navigate out of the chaotic garden. In truth, the chaotic garden was manipulated by unseen forces, as if a certain area had been divided into several puzzle pieces, continually rearranged. Of course, the section he occupied remained stationary, serving as the so-called eye of the formation. Chen Qing, unaccustomed to bearing his soul to adversaries, smiled calmly, for his opponent had left the most glaring flaw. Chen Qing pointed to the sky above the middle-aged man. Instinctively, the man looked up. With a splash, a shadow erupted from the water like an arrow. With a loud thud, it plunged into the opposite pool. The middle-aged man had vanished without a trace. Gushing and the monkey were taken aback in fear. Be careful. Be cautious. In the pond, the middle-aged man was entangled by the long tail of the water monkey, firmly pinned to the bottom. The water monkey's hands and feet were far from idle, launching a flurry of strikes as its sharp claws pierced the middle-aged man's neck and chest with a series of muffled sounds. A torrent of crimson blood surged forth, visible even beneath the somber sky. Bubbles incessantly rose to the surface as the man's body convulsed violently in the depths of the water. Gradually, the commotion diminished, fading into silence until he lay lifeless at the bottom of the pool. Runshang felt a chill envelop him. In his eyes, Uncle Ji was a master of the same caliber as Han Yuan. Yet he had been so treacherously ensnared by Chen Qing in this pond. You. Chen Qing. We are classmates. We are schoolmates. I was merely momentarily confused, just a fleeting lapse of judgment. You. The monkey and the Lone Star watched this scene, their bodies trembling with dread. Yes. That chaos court is right here. Here. Monkey, Lone Star, keep an eye on him. As Chen Qing took a few steps forward, the scenery before him shifted once more. Ahead, a white weasel was fleeing with great haste. However, the death of its master had rendered it terrifyingly feeble. It was not running fast at all. Is this chaos court? A wraith of a hanging ghost materialized before him. The great hand of the wraith was raised high towards the hanging ghost. In the next moment, the ghost, ensnared by a white silk, abruptly vanished, revealing a white weasel thrashing wildly within the silk. The wraith's massive hand came crashing down. Bang! It was akin to smashing a watermelon. The brain matter of the white weasel splattered everywhere. The fourfold soul soldiers exploded, clearing the way for Chaos Court. Chen Qing returned slowly to the trio. Runshang's face had turned pale, teetering on the brink of blood loss and shock. Chen Qing, how do you intend to deal with him? Lone Star inquired, though he already harbored an answer in his heart. Chen Qing smiled, embracing the two as they stepped away from the pond's edge. Let's not dwell on such disheartening topics. Simultaneously, a thought summoned the seamstress, who appeared at the pond's edge, smiling gently as she approached Runshang. Chen Qing issued her a command, stitch a human skin wedding dress. Chapter 61. The mysterious assassin, both the monkey and the solitary star remained silent, overwhelmed by the night's events involving Chen Qing. The thought of a formidable being who could command chaos meeting such a trivial end filled them with dread. He merely followed the direction pointed out by Chen Qing, glanced at the sky, and then perished. Chen Qing, could you refrain from killing him? The solitary star's complexion turned pale. Chen Qing smiled, his demeanor unchanged, embodying the same quiet, gentle youth as always. Solitary star, have you considered what our fate might have been had I not eliminated that individual named G tonight? How would it have unfolded? The solitary star fell silent, grappling with the terrifying conjecture in his heart, yet only silence ensued. Chen Qing, I have admired you since childhood. From this day forth, my admiration only deepens. The monkey cursed. Damn it, from now on, whatever you say, we shall follow. There is nothing left to discuss. Chen Qing smiled and turned to the solitary star. The latter trembled slightly. I want to speak of it. Ha. Chen Qing laughed. Let us not act as if I must silence you with bloodshed. Let us carry on as usual. The solitary star gazed at Chen Qing, still perceiving him as the gentle youth, unable to fathom that he had just taken 2 lives. Was that ghostly creature that emerged from the water also yours? Chen Qing, understanding his unspoken question, nodded. I have been at the essence spirit realm for some time now. For some time, the solitary star stammered. Chen Qing, Zhou Yanxiao, and Ji Luo were recognized as prodigies among the newcomers. Yet he suddenly realized that the individual before him appeared to be the true hidden beast among them. Continue your conversation. I shall return shortly. As he watched Chen Qing's retreating figure, the solitary star forced a smile. Did you say that the ghost and the soldier ghost would work better together? I would love to possess a hanged ghost. However, encountering such a ghost seems to require a stroke of luck. The usually taciturn solitary star incessantly sought conversation, perhaps unaware that he was unwilling to allow his mind to cease its activity. He did not wish to, nor dared to, contemplate the fate of Runshung by the pond. The embroidering girl smiled as she displayed a bloodied skin, which vaguely resembled a vest. Chen Qing nodded, conjuring the chaos with a thought. A white weasel appeared. The ghostly presence assessed, 401. A 4-tiered malevolent spirit. Currently, I command 5 malevolent spirits, 2 4-tiered, Huapi 527 and Chaos 401. 1 3-tiered, Maojiang 336, 2 1-tiered, Beigujing 147 and Shuahuzi 123, and 4 above 9 tiers. Shihua Girl 100, Shower Ghost 97, Wufu 92, and Hanging Ghost 81. Additionally, there are 2 7-tiered and 6-tiered Wandering Souls, Bingue 71 and Bingue 61, 1 5-tiered Wandering Soul, Bingue 55, and 1 nascent Wandering Soul, Fengue 9. Beigujing, originally on par with Huapi, was rendered incapacitated by Zhong Kui and remains devoid of combat power. In a battle against Yubei, both the Hanging Ghost and the Martial Man sustained severe injuries. However, they have nearly recovered now. The embroidered girl, having recently donned the warm, human skin wedding dress, stands on the brink of ascension, yet it appears that she will require a few more days for this transformation. Overall, with the exception of the Bone Spirit and the Hanging Ghost, all have made some progress. Only the Mad Ghost presents an unparalleled weakness. Meanwhile, Zhong Kui's ghostly energy level is equivalent to half the total of the 12 ghosts in the Demon Suppression Tower, amounting to approximately 780, a staggering SS-level specter. Aware that Zhong Kui is currently focused on awaiting his summons, Chen Qing refrains from indulging his curiosity about the ghost's energy and instead returns his attention to the erratic courtyard. Can you understand me? Chen Qing inquires, to which Wan Ting nods. Can you speak? He follows up, only to be met with a shake of Wan Ting's head. Chen Qing furrows his brow, lacking the patience for a game of charades. This task is better left to the painted skin. He promptly recalls his ghostly companions and returns to the side of the monkey and the lonely star. Let us go. The multitude of spirits we encountered today is likely a result of Wan Ting's machinations. The danger should be minimal now. Chen Qing ponders the suitable ghost type for the monkey, hoping to encounter a Chong, preferably a tiger Chong, an entity that serves the tiger. Like the foolish ghost, the Chong belongs to a broader category, which includes various forms such as the wine ghost, the gambling ghost, and the stingy ghost. The Chong, too, exhibits numerous manifestations, with the most common being the tiger Chong and the toad, partners in mischief. Typically, upon possession, both the host and the Chong experience a significant enhancement in power, thus allowing the monkey to possess a degree of self-defense in this apocalyptic world. While the embroidered girl would also be an excellent match, her rarity makes such an expectation unreasonable. After much deliberation, the Hanging Ghost remains the optimal choice. The trio, armed with knives, proceeds cautiously. Before long, they hear the distant sound of chanting. Upon closer inspection, they discern it to be Buddhist scriptures. Among ghosts, they approach with heightened vigilance and soon behold a highly decomposed monk. His hands are clasped together, yet one is reduced to mere bone. His jaw has rotted away, revealing his tongue within. As he chants, the group feels a wave of dizziness wash over them. However, it is merely a first-level specter. They decide to move on. Time passes slowly. Although they encounter numerous ghosts, none are particularly suitable. They do come across a hanging ghost of the 5th level, but due to the lower levels of the other two and Chen Qing already possessing one, he chooses to let it pass. The trio sits against a tree, consuming their compressed biscuits. The encounter with the hanging ghost suggests they are not too difficult to find, and they are certain they will locate another. The monkey seems to either be rallying himself or providing self-comfort. Just then, Chen Qing suddenly feels a chill envelop him. Instinctively, he lunges forward as a blade slices past his back, grazing his rear. Thanks to the protection of the painted skin, he remains unscathed, though he is drenched in cold sweat. The hanging ghost and the martial man immediately appear, with the hanging ghost preparing to unleash a skill, only to suddenly halt. It vanished. No, it cannot escape. Chen Qing's gaze sharpens. Luan Ting. In the next moment, a white weasel appears. A ghostly child, a chubby child clad in a belly band with bare buttocks, suddenly appeared, sweetly calling out. Mama loved the expressions of the monkey, and the lone star grew momentarily distant, reminiscing about the warmth of a mother's embrace and the gentle sunlight. The chaos around them was being swiftly reorganized and cycled by the erratic courtyard. Within a radius of 100 meters, entry was permitted, yet exit was forbidden. Such an absurd ability. Chen Qing stood in a daze. The position they occupied was evidently at the eye of the storm. From this vantage point, the surrounding space seemed fragmented into cubes the size of rooms. Chen Qing caught sight of something. A figure, entirely cloaked in black, emerged from the shadow of a tree, attempting to leap into the shadow of another tree, only to abruptly collide with a wall. The hanging ghost, its white silk gently draped over the tree, and its form vanished, while a shadowy figure within the silk writhed in frantic struggle. Chen Qing furrowed his brow. Where are its eyes? Its nose? It appeared as though its entire being was coated in a non-reflective material, so dark that no features could be discerned. He retracted the erratic courtyard and the child ghost. The monkey and the lone star awakened instantly, both immediately spotting the suspended figure of the black ghost. What is this? Perhaps an assassin. I have only heard of such beings, never seen one. The lone star's eyes gleamed with excitement. Great. Deity, may I have it? It might not quite align with your soldier ghost. No witties. Absolutely no witties. I would be satisfied with just this. Chen Qing pondered thoughtfully. The monkey glanced at the fervent lone star. Hey, Lone Star, if this thing were to be sold, how much do you think it could fetch? The Lone Star was taken aback, suddenly realizing the inappropriateness of his statement. After a moment of silence, he turned to Chen Qing. Great deity, I shall write you an IOU for 10 million. I do not lack for money. The Lone Star fell silent again, then solemnly declared, Great deity, from now on, I shall follow you. As long as it is within my capability, I shall never decline. Chen Qing regarded him with a smile. You have my word. After measuring the ghostly energy, it registered at 57, a fifth-tier wandering soul, perfectly suitable. At that moment, the hanging ghost was controlled to prevent it from moving erratically, and the lone star repeated the contract ritual. Just as his soul power was nearing exhaustion, the contract was finally successful. Indeed, it was an assassin. Chapter 62. The Corpse Brigade? Silence. Assassins appear to be particularly suited to the solitary nature of the Lone Star. Neither of them inquired about the recent entrapment in an illusion. Perhaps it relates to Chen Qing? Yet, this raises further questions. It is well known that Chen Qing possesses a hanging ghost and a martial spirit, but tonight, it has come to light that he also harbors a drowning ghost. That makes 3. Surely, there cannot be a 4th? That would be illogical. As for the ghost in the water, it is not a wandering spirit of the drowning ghost ilk, but rather a malevolent water monkey, a notion far beyond their contemplation. They had elevated their perception of Chen Qing immensely, yet unbeknownst to them, he surpasses even their lofty estimations. Do you think you could defeat Chen Qing? The monkey inquired. The Lone Star pondered for a moment, then nodded earnestly. I am 80% confident of victory. In a battle of life and death, I would undoubtedly slay him. How enviable. The monkey mused, then turned to Chen Qing. Chen Qing, can you best Zhou Yangxiao and Ji Luo? Without a doubt. Chen Qing replied with a smile. The combined strength of all newcomers wouldn't suffice to match my prowess. The monkey was taken aback, exclaiming, what audacity. Meanwhile, the Lone Star's pupils contracted slightly. He did not perceive Chen Qing's claim as mere bravado, but rather as something astonishingly implausible. Chen Qing disregarded the exchange. Gesturing for silence toward the two, they immediately halted, gripping their kunwu blades tightly. Not far away, a grotesque creature emerged. There are no words to adequately describe this being. It can only be referred to as a monster. Enormous. Standing at least 4 meters tall, it was nearly spherical in shape. This abomination was stitched together from countless severed limbs and dismembered bodies. The majority comprised human organs, hands, feet, interspersed with deer heads, horse hooves, and the like. Supported by 5 legs. It advanced slowly, its body adorned with dozens of hands that grasped and released incessantly. Good heavens! The monkey shivered with fear, as the 3 stared in disbelief. A large dog circled the creature, darting back and forth. The dog had 2 heads. One was gnawing on a sizable chunk of rotting flesh, while the other was frantically tearing and grabbing, leaving a trail of dark, viscous saliva. Then came a second, third, and fourth. Retreat, Chen Qing instructed quietly. The 3 of them cautiously withdrew to the shadows of the trees. They remained still, skillfully hidden behind the dense underbrush, hoping to evade detection. The atmosphere was thick with tension, low growls from the pack of dogs, their snarls, and the resounding footsteps of the colossal creature. With each step, the ground trembled slightly. Suddenly, the monkey gently tapped Chen Qing. He peeked out, half his head emerging through the foliage, and his gaze sharpened. Among the dogs was a towering figure, standing at least 2 meters tall, not only tall, but also corpulent, with a massive belly nearly resting on his knees. He had 3 arms. One small hand on his neck held a bundle of iron chains, while his left hand wielded enormous chains tethering 2 gargantuan dogs. In his right hand, he brandished a butcher's knife, the blade a full foot in length. The scent of blood emanated from this fiend, detectable even from several dozen meters away. This was a butcher. Chen Qing was instantly astonished. A butcher, an exceptionally formidable type of ghost. The strength of the Soul Wanderer level is virtually unmatched. The ghost measurement revealed a score of 55. With his quintuple Soul Wanderer, the monkey is perfectly suited for a pact. Chen Qing was elated. A powerful ghost species. He already possessed a malevolent ghost-level hair corpse, rendering this unnecessary for him. However, for the monkey, it was an exceptional choice. He had firmly decided, yet refrained from acting impulsively. For in his recollection, the butcher had no dogs. Where did these dogs, along with that colossal creature, originate? The immense beast came to a halt. The pack of dogs and the butcher also paused, seemingly awaiting someone. After a brief interval, a 3-headed dog, roughly the size of a horse, emerged. The 2 heads on either side snarled and barked at each other, while the middle head appeared lifeless, its eyes closed. To one's astonishment, a person, or perhaps a ghost, was perched atop the 3-headed dog. This figure was exceedingly gaunt, with piercing eyes and hair as white as snow. "Master, that is a coroner," Huapi exclaimed with excitement. "A coroner? A coroner is an ancient forensic expert, examining injuries and dissecting corpses. Is it possible that all these ghostly entities were conjured by him? It seems so. The coroner possesses enigmatic abilities that may rival my own. I hope the master will accept him." Huapi spoke with utmost seriousness. Chen Qing had no objections to accepting the coroner, yet he had one concern. The individual appeared to be quite formidable. "Master, the coroner is at the malevolent ghost level, while his Soul Wanderer title is Longzhou." Upon hearing this, Chen Qing could scarcely contain his excitement. A physician, the team was in dire need of one. This opportunity must be seized. Chen Qing silently resolved, when suddenly something dripped onto his shoulder. Instinctively, he looked up to behold a human face. It was a creature with a human head and a lizard's body, clinging to the tree, gazing at the 3 with drool cascading from its mouth. Bang! The warrior swiftly thrust his staff, piercing the creature's body and pinning it to the tree. "Ah!" The monster shrieked in despair, reminiscent of a human's cry. "Attack!" Chen Qing commanded. The 2 were taken aback. Turning to see the creature on the tree, they realized their position had been compromised, and they too sprang into action. The monkey's warrior, the Lone Star's assassin, and soldier ghosts. The embroidered girl was the first to appear, followed by the hair corpse. Chaos erupted, along with 3 soldier ghosts. The monkey and the Lone Star were momentarily stunned. The hanged ghost, the the warrior, the drowned ghost, the hare corpse, the white ferret, and 3 soldier ghosts. Chen Qing possessed 8 ghostly companions. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. The melee had commenced. Beware the butcher. The embroidered girl deftly fashioned a needle in the air, her delicate hand piercing through. A 2-headed dog leaped, its tail tucked, but its body was ensnared by an unseen force, as if pinned in the void. The hare corpse stepped forward, delivering a powerful strike. Bang! The 2-headed dog's head exploded, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The coroner glanced over, slender, chopstick-like blades materializing in his hands, slicing through the air with a swift motion. The advancing soldier ghost found his foot cleaved into several pieces, losing balance and crashing heavily to the ground, accompanied by a few smoothly severed fragments of leg. This scene sent chills down the spines of the 3 observers. At that moment, the butcher abruptly hurled an iron chain. The chain vanished eerily as it flew. Almost simultaneously, a chain lock manifested on one of Chen Qing's soldier ghosts, contracting instantly and constricting the ghost's body with a crackling sound. Ha 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 ha! The butcher's maniacal laughter echoed as his colossal hands gestured backward, dragging the struggling soldier ghost along, carving a chaotic path in the dirt. Woof! Woof! The barking intensified as 2 soldier ghosts and 2 martial artists barely held their ground. The coroner raised his slender blade once more, but a shadow suddenly leaped forth, thrusting a knife straight at the coroner's face. Caught off guard, the coroner was stabbed in the mouth, his cheek torn open, revealing a grim array of yellowed teeth. In shock, the coroner staggered back, accompanied by the 3 dogs. The shadow then vanished into the darkness. Chen Qing rejoiced. As long as he could restrain the most troublesome coroner, the remaining ghosts could be managed. At this moment, the vigorous zombie strode forward, seizing the soldier ghost being dragged away. The butcher's raucous laughter ceased abruptly. The butcher was an invincible force of equal caliber. The vigorous zombie was also among the top tier of that strength. However, the vigorous zombie belonged to the class of malevolent spirits. The butcher's body was pulled forward, taking a heavy step. With a sudden thud, dust erupted around him. The vigorous zombie attempted to grasp the elusive chain, but it slipped through his fingers as if it had no physical form. All he could do was grasp the soldier ghost bound by the iron chain and pull back. The butcher stumbled forward again, nearly losing his footing. Meanwhile, the large martial artist wielded his staff with precision, each strike landing perfectly on the 2-headed dog's vital points, such as their waist, neck, and even their groins. If they were ordinary dogs, such blows would leave them severely injured, if not dead. Yet these 2-headed dogs seemed to have lost much of their sensitivity, whining as they were knocked down, only to rejoin the frame moments later. The martial artist's skills were truly terrifying, especially when the larger and smaller martial artists coordinated, their dual staffs slicing through the air with a whistling sound, barely allowing a drop of water to pass through. The smaller martial artist lifted one of the 2-headed dogs, sending it flying towards the larger martial artist, who met it with a fierce strike. Wham bang! The 2-headed dog's head exploded, leaving only a hide connected by skin. Chen Qing remained vigilant of the massive, stitched monstrosity, but it moved slowly, seemingly lacking lethal power. The coroner was already entangled with the assassin, who showed no intent to kill. However, the moment the coroner raised his slender blade, the assassin would reappear without warning. At this juncture, the vigorous zombie had arrived before the butcher. The butcher arupta into willavata. The massive butcher's knife descended heavily. It struck the vigorous zombie's head with a resounding clang. Sparks flew forth. Several coarse hairs were severed, falling to the ground like iron wires. The butcher's knife was deflected. The cadaver's figure swayed slightly before regaining its balance, raising its hand high. Do not kill it, Chen Qing urged hastily. Perhaps in terms of strength, the butcher could barely rival the cadaver, but the butcher's defenses would undoubtedly be insufficient to withstand a strike from the cadaver. The butcher was meant for the monkey. The embroidering maiden deftly threaded needles through the air, each ethereal prick piercing the butcher's flesh. Meanwhile, the cadaver had latched onto the butcher like a sloth, firmly restraining it. Yet, another hand was still gripping the butcher's neck. That hand forcefully pressed against the cadaver's face, seemingly jabbing at its eye. How formidable was the cadaver's defense? Even its eyeball was impervious. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly painful. Enraged, the cadaver bit down on the hand, twisting its head to tear it off and cast it aside. The coroner finally sensed something amiss. Clenching its legs, the three-headed dog beneath it howled and prepared to flee. At that moment, the hanged ghost appeared. In the next instant, the hanged ghost abruptly vanished, leaving behind only white silk, which ensnared the incredulous coroner. Before he could struggle, the martial artist's staff, 2 blades from the soldier ghosts, and Chen Qing's kunwa knife all plunged into the coroner's body. The coroner momentarily froze, then began to thrash violently as the severed wounds rapidly healed, as if a zipper were being closed. His hands hung stiffly at his sides, yet his small dagger flipped effortlessly, causing one side of the white silk to suddenly snap. If even a bound coroner could not be retained, Chen Qing had no reason to continue. With a cold smirk, the kunwa knife gleamed ominously. The coroner's head flew off. It landed heavily on the ground, its mouth still moving, eyes wildly darting. Not dead yet? Chen Qing chuckled. With frenzied slashes of the kunwa knife, shattered bones and flesh flew in all directions. The coroner finally succumbed. Save me. At that moment, the hanged ghost swiftly departed on the three-headed dog, its white garments fluttering beautifully, if not for a mournful cry as it sped away. Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback. This fellow could actually speak? Suddenly, an assassin leaped from the shadows of the three-headed dog, tackling the hanged ghost. They tumbled several times before coming to a halt. The other 2-headed dogs fled in disarray, even the one with a shattered head. Their movements were awkward, reminiscent of a child with polio. Wow. Huh. Let go. Let go. The entire scene fell silent, save for the butcher's cries, ensnared by the cadaver and the monstrous figure still relentlessly stomping on the ground. At this moment, the stitched creature was pacing in place, slowly turning in circles. Monkey, your butcher awaits your claim. The monkey finally understood that Chen Qing had captured the butcher for him, momentarily stunned before bursting with joy. The butcher was immensely powerful. Its strength was unparalleled. Remarkably, its control was equally terrifying. Have you ever heard of void chains? On the other side, the assassin, with long hair obscuring her face and an air of frailty, returned to the group alongside the hanged ghost. The hanging ghost seems incapable of walking. Upon returning, a white silk ribbon reattached it. One of the ribbons, however, was severed. The hanging ghost, clutching the broken silk, found itself in an awkward predicament. Accustomed to being suspended by 2 ribbons, its current solitary state appeared rather disconcerting. Although its face remained obscured, Chen Qing could sense its displeasure. Without further ado, he summoned it back with a mere thought. The monkey had already commenced the spirit contract technique. Once, twice, thrice. Aha! I refuse. I refuse. The butcher erupted into a boisterous laugh. Before long, the number of contracts reached 23, leaving the monkey pale and on the verge of collapse, its soul power nearly depleted. Meanwhile, the butcher was also rolling his eyes, clearly struggling to maintain his composure. Chen Qing produced a spirit stone, which the monkey absorbed, instantly revitalizing it. After a few more attempts, the butcher finally conceded. Chen Qing breathed a sigh of relief. This endeavor had proven highly successful. With a thought, the coroner materialized. Chen Qing pointed at the butcher, heal his hand. The coroner, still somewhat dazed, took a moment to grasp the situation. Without uttering a word, he approached, picked up the butcher's third hand, aligned it with the butcher's neck, and with a swift motion, the flesh immediately stitched itself together, healing rapidly. The butcher moved about freely, laughing heartily. Ha 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 ha. Chen Qing, too, felt a surge of joy. The team had long been in need of a doctor, and now they were finally complete. The ghostly figure turned towards the corner. 665. My goodness, a sixfold malevolent spirit. Chapter 63. The irreplaceable price of the contract. Finally possessing an SSS-class ghost pet, Gushing beheld the spectacle before him, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment. Everything transcended his understanding. Tonight, Chen Qing summoned 7? Or was it 8 ghosts? It was unfathomable that even those who stood at the pinnacle of humanity could achieve such a feat. In that moment, he comprehended that Chen Qing's assertion that no collective of newcomers could possibly rival him was no jest. Indeed, not even a united front could contend with Chen Qing. They existed on an entirely different plane. What is that abominable creature? Guxing inquired. Master, that is the collection of corpses I have gathered. Intended for the creation of a two-headed hound, came the reply. Impressive. Not only are you transporting materials, but they also travel autonomously. What purpose does the middle head of your three-headed hound serve? Master, I have long wished to bestow some minor powers upon that head. Yet I have not succeeded thus far. Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback. He sensed that if this continued, he might inadvertently summon a veritable horde of formidable ghosts. Is it possible to call back those two-headed hounds? It should be feasible. The craftsman raised two small, knife-like tools, producing a few sharp sounds as they scraped together. Before long, 4 two-headed hounds and a single three-headed hound materialized before them. Chen Qing nodded, storing all of them away. All of this transpiring within the realm of the chaotic court. Let us keep the craftsman under wraps, Chen Qing remarked, appearing suddenly. Guxing, I would prefer that others remain unaware of my affairs. Chen Qing smiled, maintaining his gentle demeanor. Yet Guxing felt a chill run through him. He solemnly declared, Chen Qing, I shall follow you. Very well, then you shall be my golden-bladed consort. No, my sword-bearing guardian, Chen Qing replied with a grin. As for the monkey, Chen Qing said nothing, for there was no need for words. In this lifetime, there were but 5 individuals he would not disappoint. Chen Man, Uncle Xia, the monkey, Chen Shan, and Chen Quan. The monkey, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, Chen Qing, shall we find a few ghosts to practice against? Chen Qing nodded, with a cautionary reminder, do not venture out without me. The strength of both the martial artist and the butcher was considerable, but certain ghosts posed significant challenges. I am currently untroubled by physical adversaries, yet I'm still unable to contend with magical ones, he elucidated. Precisely, Chen Qing continued. Hasten to cultivate your soul force, as long as it is sufficient. The martial artist can ascend to the level of a malevolent ghost at any time. Wow, Brother Qing. No, Uncle. Grandfather Qing. The monkey rejoiced. Given the martial artist's formidable strength, the ascent would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges, and should he succeed, it was simply unfathomable. At that point, no. With the martial artist and the butcher combined, he felt confident even against Zhou Yangxiao and Ji Luo. The various spirits ascension catalysts were as diverse as they were peculiar. The malevolent ghost level of the martial artist was termed martial scholar, while the catalyst was akin to an emperor's decree. A personal proclamation, a formal edict, or an imperial command would suffice. Chen Qing possessed 3 decrees that could elevate one to martial scholar. The 3rd level of the Demon Suppression Tower allowed ghost pets to grow swiftly, yet the monkey's low soul force meant that the ghost pets would retaliate. Progress would have to be gradual. The trio advanced and soon encountered several skeletons. In stark contrast to the imagined pallor, the bones were a vivid yellow, with decaying flesh still clinging to them. The monkey summoned the butcher first. The small hand around the butcher's neck flung out chains, which instantaneously ensnared the skeleton. The skeleton rattled as it was bound, fragments of bones scattering in its wake. Aha! The butcher guffawed, his plump tongue licking his lips as he gestured with both hands to pull back. The skeleton was swiftly dragged forth, and the butcher delivered a decisive blow, cleaving from the crown of its skull down to the pelvis. Goodness gracious! Like a mad dog, the monkey exclaimed with delight. The martial artist was already sufficiently grotesque, yet the butcher's prowess surpassed that of the martial artist. Meanwhile, the solitary star began to experiment with the assassin's methods of attack. As long as there were shadows, the assassin could render themselves invisible. Although the attack power remained somewhat lacking, with proper execution, it could yield unexpectedly potent effects. In a brief moment, 5 skeletons were reduced to mere sticks of bone. The solitary star felt a moment of disorientation. Before this evening, facing 5 skeletons would surely have spelled doom. Yet in just a few hours, he could effortlessly dispatch them. All of this was thanks to Chen Qing. Jinbu Huan, Jinbu Huan, Jinbu Huan, a familiar, eerie voice suddenly echoed. Chen Qing was both startled and elated. With a single thought, the chaotic scene reorganized before him, severing the line of sight between the solitary star and the monkey. Jinbu Huan still carried an enormous sack, brimming with gold ingots. Jinbu Huan, Jinbu Huan, Jinbu Huan, Jinbu Huan bounced eagerly towards a bone club. Chen Qing no longer hesitated. Zhong Kui. The long-awaited Zhong Kui appeared instantly, his eyes. No, his left eye immediately fixated on Jinbu Huan. Oh, Jinbu Huan. Ha ha ha. No wonder you didn't trust this great deity. Quite troublesome indeed. But who is this great deity? How could I be thwarted? With a flourish, Zhong Kui formed a sword shape with his index and middle fingers, pointing at Jinbu Huan. Yet, Jinbu Huan made le posit momentarily, then continued to bounce toward the bone club. Zhong Kui furrowed his brow. This fellow always exuded an air of effortless confidence. Yet this time, he displayed a different expression. Jinbu Huan, Jinbu Huan, Jinbu Huan, Jinbu Huan pressed on. Zhong Kui clapped his hands together emphatically. Jinbu Huan continued forward, but the ground beneath it shifted endlessly like a treadmill, rendering it seemingly stationary. Ha ha ha! Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of this great deity. Quickly bind it. Chen Qing hesitated. The cost of the Black Abyss contracting ghost technique was steep, and failure would mean death. What if it refused? What am I afraid of? This great deity shall accompany you. Indeed, how could he have forgotten this? Without further delay, he invoked the Black Abyss contracting ghost technique. An inky darkness enveloped him and Jinbu Huan in an instant. Jinbu Huan, ever lively and determined, remained steadfast like a resilient bone. A pitch-black ring materialized above Chen Qing's head, gradually descending upon Jinbu Huan. Without evasion, Jinbu Huan allowed the ring to seamlessly penetrate its mind. Success! Chen Qing rejoiced. With a singular thought, Jinbu Huan swiftly merged into Chen Qing's consciousness. It truly succeeded. Acknowledging his defeat, he exclaimed, "Show me the money! Show me the money!" Zhong Kui tuklet. Chen Qing, quite pleased, presented 10 ghostly orbs to Zhong Kui, though his expression betrayed a hint of reluctance. I concede. I never anticipated your prowess. Zhong Kui was thoroughly satisfied, turning away, his body shaking with laughter. The ghostly gauge pointed at Jinbu Huan. 788. Sevenfold malevolent spirits. Chen Qing was overjoyed. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he directed the ghostly gauge at Zhong Kui. 1,999. 1,999. The figures fluctuated incessantly, yet they remained predominantly fixed at 1,000. Beneath the gauge, 3 conspicuous letters proclaimed, SSS Level Wandering Soul. Chapter 64. The enigmatic addition of the gluttonous giant to Organization SSS. SSS, uniformly described as extremely dangerous. Clearly, Zhong Kui is entirely deserving of such an epithet. 1,000? Logically, he should have reached the level of a malevolent spirit. Yet he remains a wandering soul. Chen Qing found this utterly absurd. While he secretly reveled in this revelation, he also felt a twinge of concern. He was uncertain about the ascension of the coroner. Even the name of his malevolent spirit eluded him. However, he believed that with effort, it might be attainable. But what of Zhong Kui? Could he possibly ascend? Surely, he could not remain a wandering soul for eternity. Presently, Chen Qing commanded 7 malevolent spirits. Sevenfold malevolent spirit. Jinbu Huan, 788. Sixfold malevolent spirit. Coroner, 665. Fivefold malevolent spirit. Huayan, 527. Fourfold malevolent spirit. Wan Ting, 401. Threefold malevolent spirit. Mao Jiang, 336. Onefold malevolent spirits. Baigu Jing, 147. Shueho Z, 123. As for the wandering souls, there are 7. SSS grade Wandering Soul. Zhong Kui. 10-fold Wandering Soul. Xiaohua Gunyang 100. 9-fold Wandering Souls. Xiao Ergui 97. Wu Fu 92. 8-fold Wandering Soul. Diaoxi Gui 81. 7-fold Wandering Soul. Bing Gui 71. 6-fold Wandering Soul. Bing Gue 61. One-fold wandering soul. Feng Gue 11. Feng Gue, Chen Qing pondered, was not one to be replaced. After all, it was the first ghostly pet within the Demon Suppression Tower. Upon its emergence, it too was mad, its form a mere replica. Thus, Chen Qing harbored a conjecture. Could Zhong Kui have been formed based on the first ghostly pet of the Demon Suppression Tower? If that were the case, what would happen if he replaced Feng Gue? Would Zhong Kui follow suit? Therefore, Chen Qing would rather squander a position than risk removing Feng Gue. After all, having one more or one less made little difference. Moreover, it too was making progress, its ghostly essence value rising from 9 to 11. A significant increase for the entire tower. As for Huayan, the servant responded, "What was the name of Jinbu Huan's skill again?" One of the 36 heavenly stars' great powers, the ability to turn stone into gold. Does it imply that if directed at a living being, it could once more form a golden body? Huayan paused. This servant does not know, but might be possible. Then what if the target of turning stone into gold were that massive meatball from today? Huayan opened her mouth in astonishment. That colossal meatball was practically the size of a house. If it could attain a golden body, the implications were unimaginable. Simply sitting beside, it would likely lead to a swift rise in cultivation. I shall return and experiment. With a newfound resolution. He glanced outside to see the anxious expressions of the Lone Star and the monkey, who were frantically pacing. They had undoubtedly heard the strange Jinbu Huan and feared for Chen Qing's safety, eager to offer assistance. However, due to the complexity of Luan Ting's domain and its continuous transformations, they could not find their way out. "I am unharmed. I shall emerge shortly," Chen Qing called out cheerfully. The two paused, finally relieved. Chen Qing retrieved 2 winged blood-red steeds and 3 tomb guardians, ready for the next phase of his plan. 3 tomb guardians, one resembling both a lion and a dog, another with a human head and a lion's body, and the last adorned with the horns of a goat, yet resembling a panther. The concentration of ghostly energy here should be sufficient to awaken them, albeit requiring a bit more time. "Chen Qing, are you all right?" The monkey called out loudly. "I'm fine, fortunate enough to encounter something valuable. It will take a couple of hours." Instructing the coroner to keep watch, Chen Qing settled down beside the two. The monkey immediately inquired, "What exactly is this good fortune?" After a moment of contemplation, Chen Qing responded, "It seems that the awakening of cultural relics is no longer a secret. I have discovered that relics can awaken if they absorb ghostly energy. If you have any relics at home, or can procure some, you might want to give it a try." The monkey appeared contemplative. "By the way, how is the construction of your safe house coming along?" Chen Qing nodded. He had been preparing to bring the monkey's family downstairs, especially since Manager Yang had purchased the apartment on the 5th floor, connecting it with a rooftop to form a 3-story safe house, totaling nearly 900 square meters. "Lonely Star, what was your original name?" "I prefer not to mention that name," Lonely Star replied, shaking his head. Most people might instinctively think of the term Lonely Star of Calamity, but seeing his reluctance, they did not press further. Instead, they reminisced about many childhood memories. "Do you remember when we went fishing and your father scolded you?" Chen Qing chuckled at that time. "I claimed to see something enormous in the water, and you didn't believe me. It seems it might have been a drowned ghost." "Your laughter sends chills down my spine," he replied. "By the way, Lu Yanhong, do you remember her? That woman is truly despicable. I heard she tried to steal materials from my safe house a few days ago, and when my mother caught her, she actually scratched my mother. And then there's Hongya, whose punches sound like thunder. We had someone in high school who suffered renal failure. That fool's mother came to me asking for a kidney donation. I asked her why she didn't donate herself, and she claimed that as a woman, her body was weak and that it wouldn't affect a man. If it weren't for the fact that it was on WeChat, I would have slapped her in reality. These days have been fraught with tension. After enduring an unprecedented intensity of training, facing terrifying events, and even confronting death, it felt as though today was the first time he could truly let everything go, much like old times, chatting, sharing stories, and teasing each other. "By the way, Chen Qing, have you reached the spirit essence realm and chosen your blood contract partner yet?" Chen Qing shook his head, still in hesitation. The blood contract partner is one with whom a life and death bond is formed with a ghost pet. Everything about the ghost pet influences the master, and the blood contract allows sharing of the pet's abilities. Zhong Kui is immensely powerful, but the drawback lies in the multitude of his skills, leaving Chen Qing uncertain about which skill he might acquire. Conversely, Jin Buhuan is an excellent choice. It appears Jin Buhuan possesses only two skills. One is the ability to transmute stone into gold, a part of the 36 celestial powers, and the other is a skill for traversing space, reminiscent of the divine mobility in the 72 divine powers, akin to the grand abilities of shifting stars and changing constellations. Both options are splendid choices. Should it be the latter, it would indeed be even more favorable. This is something that even the binding powers of Zhong Kui cannot restrain. With such a multitude of spirit companions, Chen Qing lacks not in combat prowess. His inclination leans more towards self-preservation. Gu Xing, I presume you seek to forge a blood pact with this assassin? Gu Xing nodded, acknowledging the skills of the assassin resonate profoundly with me. After an extensive discussion among the three, Chen Qing rose from his seat and returned to the center of the formation. Two spirited steeds shook their heads, emitting a resounding snort. They appeared as porcelain figures, yet possessed the ability to move and run, a most peculiar sight. Turning his gaze towards the three tomb-guarding beasts, he observed that they too had risen. The creature, resembling a lion and a dog, extended its right foreleg and began to lick it slowly. The man-faced lion stared intently at Chen Qing, emanating an unsettling aura. Meanwhile, the black panther, adorned with sheep-like horns, stretched its front legs as if yawning, stirring a sense of wonder within him. With a singular thought, he commanded them all to retreat. Let us depart, he stated. Are we ready? Indeed. Upon exiting the ghostly domain, the trio was momentarily taken aback upon spotting Ruanqing's vehicle. They had just remarked upon their disorientation within the chaotic courtyard when Ruanqing had seemingly vanished, only for the tumultuous surroundings to suddenly dissipate. Chen Qing calmly remarked, I suppose I should proactively greet the captain. That sounds reasonable, Monkey replied. Upon their return to Shiming City, Gu Xing bid farewell to the two companions. He hailed a cab and arrived at the riverside community. Monkey, now imbued with a somewhat blind trust in Chen Qing, followed him to the foot of his apartment building without inquiry. With a mere thought, Chen Qing summoned the lion-dog-like tomb-guarding beast. Although it appeared to be a stone lion, it was indeed animated. Monkey gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, What on earth is this? A tomb-guarding beast. Take it home to ward off evil, Chen Qing explained. Goodness gracious! Monkey marveled for a moment, incredulously muttering, This is utterly absurd. What about you? I have more. Then I shall accept this, my adoptive father. Chen Qing pondered for a moment before adding, On August 14th, it would be best to take leave and return home. Monkey's expression shifted slightly. This is 10 million. What can one buy with such an amount now? Chen Qing handed him a card. Isn't this a bit outrageous? Monkey frowned, finding it hard to comprehend Chen Qing casually gifting him 10 million. Despite Chen Qing's current extravagance, 10 million is no trifling sum. It is not as if one could simply keep 20,000 in their pocket and consider themselves victorious over 9/10 of the populace. Money that is not spent is as good as waste paper. Monkey solemnly accepted the card and inquired, Do you have any further instructions, my adoptive father? Treat it as if it were the end of days. No water, no electricity, no rice, no oil. Spend it quickly. If you run out, come to me. I have plenty of this waste paper. Understood. Monkey led the tomb-guarding beast upstairs. Chen Qing wandered to a corner of the community. It was 3 in the morning. He had initially intended to merely glance from a distance and depart, yet he found Uncle Xia seated there, his hollow eyes gazing vacantly at the sky. Who goes there? Uncle Xia furrowed his brow. Chen Qing? You could discern that much. Chen Qing smiled and inquired, How have you been these past few days, Uncle Xia? Bang, bang, bang. Uncle Xia gently patted the pile of instant noodles, biscuits, and sausages that Chen Qing had brought him. Life had seldom been this indulgent. Uncle Xia chuckled. Why have you come to bother me at this late hour? I have a task and happen to pass by the neighborhood, just taking a stroll, Chen Qing replied. After a moment's thought, he added, Uncle Xia, on August 14th, we'll be having mooncakes at home while watching the program. You should come too. Uncle Xia readily agreed. That sounds good. By the way, the residents in the neighborhood have been quite vocal about you lately. You should be cautious. This revelation took Chen Qing by surprise. What do you mean? They're saying you've engaged in some disreputable business, claiming that your family is illegally occupying the rooftop and that your construction is disturbing their rest. Especially regarding your building, they're saying it's affecting the structure and are demanding either compensation or that you buy them out, at a price similar to that of the shop below your home. Chen Qing scoffed. In the end, it's merely jealousy. Manager Yang's acquisition of the shop below must have been well above market value. Otherwise, these clowns would not be making such a ruckus. Let them complain. The government is too busy to pay them any mind. If they catch my attention, that's my loss. The two continued to chat about mundane matters until Chen Qing finally rose to leave, having made prior arrangements in case Uncle Xia decided to go out on the 14th. Just then, the monkey descended the stairs, and the two returned to the base together. He Runsheng left with 3 others, asking them numerous questions late into the night. And then, there was nothing further. Returning to the Demon Suppression Tower, Chen Qing gazed at the enormous, swirling mass of flesh and pondered, arriving at a decision. Jin Buhuan. In the next moment, Jin Buhuan materialized before him, still the diminutive figure of less than half a meter, carrying a bag with a diameter of nearly a meter, filled to the brim with golden ingots. Each encounter with Jin Buhuan was accompanied by its familiar chant. Yet this time it remained silent. Chen Qing pointed at the massive flesh ball. Go, transform it into gold. Jin Buhuan, Jin Buhuan, it shouted, bouncing toward the colossal mass. Like a diver, Jin Buhuan leaped into the flesh ball. From the point of entry, it began to stiffen and turn to gold, slowly spreading to other areas. However, the pace soon slowed. After approximately 60% of the mass had been transformed, the process halted. The already bizarre form of the flesh ball grew even more peculiar, now partially composed of gold and various severed limbs stitched together. While the lower half of the flesh ball had yet to be turned to gold, it should have perished long ago. Yet it managed to endure. The weight of the gold, however, was too much for it to bear. Its 5 legs trembled, on the verge of collapse. Chen Qing chose to ignore it. Jin Buhuan. He called out twice, but there was no response. He could sense Jin Buhuan's presence, albeit feeble. Thus, he resumed his cultivation of the multi-treasure Dao system, dividing his thoughts into 8 strands, gradually extending them forward. Before he knew it, a day had passed. Summoning Jin Buhuan once more, it finally appeared before him. The atmosphere was notably despondent, especially with the vast empty pockets behind, devoid of even a single gold ingot. Chen Qing comprehended that only when his pockets brimmed with gold could he transform stone into gold. Time flowed gently, and after a rigorous 5 days of cultivation, his invaluable pockets were once again filled to the brim. Thus commenced the second awakening. Invaluable, invaluable, invaluable. The invaluable leapt joyfully into the form of the massive creature. The colossal body was ultimately transmuted entirely into gold, crashing down with a thunderous roar, dust billowing into the air. Even with the remnants of numerous beings sewn into its form, the great golden creature appeared remarkably pleasing to the eye. This magnificent creature had transformed into a golden embodiment. One could only wonder how its power would surge. Without hesitation, Chen Qing returned to his dormitory, having passed nearly 14 hours. It was now the second day since the trio had entered the ghost realm, precisely 5 p.m. After exchanging greetings with Guxing and the monkey, he ventured into the princess' ghost domain. After a brief wait, as night fell, the ghostly aura began to rise. Finding a secluded spot, Chen Qing summoned the magnificent creature. Standing at 4 meters tall, it caused the ground to tremble violently. With the density of gold, this entity must weigh around 300 tons. The ghostly essence permeated the air, time slowly passing. At last, the severed limbs of the golden creature stirred slightly. Then the second arm moved. Following that, the hooves atop its head twitched. The magnificent creature was fully revived. It endeavored to stand, yet its 5 legs were firmly entrenched in the earth. Chen Qing was overjoyed and secured the magnificent creature within the 3rd level of the Demon Suppression Tower. Remarkable indeed. In the next chapter, the blood moon descends. I humbly request esteemed readers to leave a 5-star review. Special thanks to Ingjin and Duguan and the generous gift from Wang Zi, who delights in vegetarian dishes, particularly the inspiration capsule from Wang Zi, who enjoys cold celery salad. Chapter 65. The blood moon has finally arrived. As the corpulent figure of the great golden fatty emerged on the 3rd level of the demon-subduing tower, an uproar erupted among the spirits. The golden body manifests in various forms, such as the Tianzhong golden body, the 8-treasure golden body, and the relic golden body. Each of these incarnations is an illustrious existence, evoking astonishment at their mere mention, akin to the likes of Buddha and the Jade Emperor. Chen Qing's 2 golden forms are referred to as the primordial golden body. In comparison to those formidable golden bodies, they resemble mere iron castings. One might optimistically describe them as embodiments of infinite potential, though in truth, they are akin to raw, unfinished structures. Should one possess sufficient strength, they can be refined and assimilated. The so-called indomitable golden body refers to this very concept. Wow, such a magnificent primordial golden body. Zhong Kui, uninvited, perched upon the primordial golden body, incessantly caressing it. His entranced expression, coupled with his elegantly spirited gaze, was truly captivating. All the ghostly companions of the wandering souls quaked in terror at Zhong Kui's arrival, collapsing to the ground in trepidation. The malevolent spirits fared somewhat better. The coroner, the skin changer, and the chaotic court all bowed in deference, their demeanor respectful. Yet, the newly promoted malevolent spirit, the water monkey, curled its long tail around its head, huddling into a tight ball. The hairless zombie, having been battered by Zhong Kui, bore patches of its indestructible golden fur stripped away. It too squatted on the ground, clutching its head and shivering in fear. As for the white bone spirit, it was in an even more dire state. Originally possessing a ghostly aura of 500 to 600, it had been nearly shattered and now barely recovered to a mere 187, with only the upper half of its skeletal form motionless amidst the debris. With these 2 golden bodies present, how much faster could your cultivation progress? In response to the master, it should increase by approximately 3-fold. The great golden fatty could accelerate by over 2-fold, while the armless golden body might enhance by 60 to 70%. This is indeed remarkable. A 3-fold increase in cultivation efficiency, combined with a 10-fold acceleration of time flow, an astounding total of 30 times. One day spent here equates to a month outside. The ghostly auras of the gathered spirits swelled significantly, yet Zhong Kui remained stagnated at 1,000. The total ghostly aura of the 12 spirits within the demon-subduing tower approached 2,300. Logically, Zhong Kui should be around 1,150. However, he remained firmly stuck at 1,000, unable to advance a single step. Surely there are no SSS-grade entities beyond this point? With such thoughts, Chen Qing withdrew. In just a night, the ghostly aura within the princess's ghost domain had surged considerably. Chen Qing summoned forth the flying steed with a mere thought. It was a blood-red porcelain horse, towering even above Chen Qing. Its knees adorned with night eyes fashioned into cloud patterns, and its body intricately traced with golden plum blossoms. Its mane, saddle, and reins gleamed in gold. Having never ridden a horse before, Chen Qing cautiously mounted. Suddenly, the steed let out a resounding snort. Chen Qing tightened his grip on the reins, silently urging, "Rise." The horse took a few strides before soaring into the air. "Oh!" Chen Qing involuntarily exclaimed. The dense mist enveloped the area, and Chen Qing felt waves of fog crashing against his face. At that moment, a massive silhouette flickered through the thick haze. It was an enormous form, seemingly the size of a football field. Cloaked in resplendent golden light, it illuminated the entire princess's ghost domain, piercing through the heavy mist. Chen Qing was taken aback. He hastily urged the horse to descend. This object envelopes him in a suffocating sensation, yet his heart is filled with curiosity. Though obscured by dense mist, he can vaguely discern its sharply defined contours, reminiscent of something not of this world. The indistinct outline evokes thoughts of a spacecraft, perhaps a UFO. Master. The servant recalls hearing of a sinister entity known as the Great Sun Paper Sparrow in her youth. Could this be it? Paper Sparrow? Is it a spirit? Master. You are aware of the paper effigies, are you not? Chen Qing suddenly realizes. Could this Great Sun Paper Sparrow be an entity of malevolent nature? Such formidable presence must indeed belong to an evil spirit. Let's leave quickly. Fear grips him. Chen Qing mounts his steed and takes flight. Though this time he dares not ascend too high, swiftly gliding close to the ground. The same speed feels entirely different in the sky than on land. Everything around him races past, all scenery blurring into indistinct shadows. Chen Qing's face contorts, rippling with waves of anxiety. In but a moment, he arrives at the outskirts of Shiming City, careful not to draw attention, knowing well that powerful figures lurk within the city. He promptly hires an expensive taxi and soon returns to the base. He retreats to the 3rd level of the Demon Suppression Tower to cultivate, and in the morning receives a call from Boss Zhu. The pig feed is ready for delivery. Chen Qing pays the shipping costs and arranges for a warehouse to store it. Chen Qing, you have no idea how outrageous the prices are now. The monkey, having received money the day before, urged his parents to commence a shopping spree, only to find that prices have surged more than double since then, with even more staggering increases in pharmaceuticals. The government strives to maintain price stability, yet many items, despite displaying their usual prices, often transact at multiples of that amount. Any commodity, once demand exceeds 10, sees an inevitable price hike. Many are purchasing bulk goods, naturally affecting the prices of everything downstream. Even if prices soar tenfold, people are still buying. Money is quickly turning to worthless paper. Remember, with your 10 million, you could barely afford a loaf of bread now. The monkey is left speechless. Zheng nods, I understand. Chen Qing still possesses numerous cards worth 10 million, yet attempts at substantial transactions have become futile. Shopping at supermarkets holds little significance. The items available are scarce, and even acquiring a few may attract undue attention. Even in calm times, conspiracy theorists concoct doomsday scenarios. While they have successfully kept things under wraps, matters like community defense and resource stockpiling have sparked rampant speculation. Panic is spreading. Chen Qing, today is the last exam. Once it concludes, we'll finalize our scores and assign tasks to various community conflict zones. What are your thoughts? Me? I'll hide at home. Chen Qing replies with a smile. Otherwise, why invest so much in building a safe house? Understood. The monkey nods, then I shall forfeit as well. Alas, I had hoped to encounter Ji Luo. Damn it. Just then, Manager Yang's call comes through. Mr. Chun, the safe house is completed. When shall I arrange for the signing? In a moment, he replies. The signing ceremony, I presumed, would not be to your liking, hence I did not prepare for it. Chen Qing chuckled. Manager Yang truly understands me. Everything was in order. It was time to retrieve Chen Man. As they passed the training grounds, numerous newcomers were engaged in fierce competition for a few performance points. Chen Qing paid them no heed and sought out Han Yuan, where he found Chen Man, much to his relief. Chen Man possessed an extraordinary innate talent for blood-based abilities, and according to Han Yuan, many esteemed individuals were keenly interested in him. Captain, isn't it the Mid-Autumn Festival? I've invited several relatives and will need to take a few days off. Han Yuan observed Chen Qing with a calm gaze, remaining silent. He was aware that Chen Qing was cognizant of the situation. Chen Qing understood that Han Yuan was aware of his awareness. Chen Qing, you are quite capable. This is the moment for you to truly showcase your talents. Chen Qing laughed lightly. Captain, the concept of contentment with modest success might not apply here, but that is precisely who I am. I harbor no grand ambitions. Han Yuan sighed, lamenting that Chen Man was becoming increasingly wasteful. We'll discuss this further when he matures. For now, I am his sole guardian, and he must heed my guidance. Right, little man? Yes, Chen Man replied, his expression serious as always. Han Yuan felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Very well, do as you wish. He shook his head. This afternoon, I will teach him the last 5 punches. Thank you, Captain, Chen Qing replied. Just then, Gong Huagu entered. For some reason, Chen Qing sensed that a story might unfold between Gong Huagu and Han Yuan, primarily due to their deep bond formed through the Demon Suppression Tower. The Demon Suppression Tower belonged to Han Yuan, but as a body cultivator, he could not contract the Ghost King within. Thus, the Ghost King became Gong Huagu's spirit companion. "Good morning, Captain Gong." "Good morning," he nodded as they passed each other. In the evening, Chen Qing waved goodbye to Guxing. "Take care, brother." Guxing hesitated, then nodded earnestly. "Take care." Upon arriving at Han Yuan's office, he found it empty. Heading to the training grounds, he found Han Yuan and Chun Man, both covered in bloodstains. This was merely the perspiration from their rigorous training. Had he not seen it beforehand, Chen Qing would have been greatly alarmed. Then, "Take care, Captain." Han Yuan nodded. "Take care. Little man, tell your master we are heading home." Chun Man knelt down, bowing heavily 3 times, each bow echoing like a hammer striking the ground. Chen Qing chuckled, but did not intervene. Han Yuan nodded, helping Chun Man to his feet. "You must continue to practice diligently at home. Understand?" "Understood." With that, they bid farewell to Han Yuan and returned to the riverside community. "Why are so many houses being renovated?" Chun Man inquired. "For community defense. Several families are also constructing safety houses. Of course, their standards are incomparable to ours. Many safety house modifications merely consisted of a single door." Upon reaching the ground floor, Chun Man scratched his head. "Is this our building?" "Yes." Due to load-bearing concerns, they had reinforced the entire structure under the guise of renovation. It is unmistakable that this is an old residential complex, yet it still retains an air of luxurious decor. Upon ascending the stairs, Manager Yang awaited at the entrance, systematically signing for the delivery of canned goods, pharmaceuticals, and other items. Chen Qing felt a deep admiration for given the current inflationary pressures. The value of the medications alone could rival that of the entire safe house. Tomorrow's prices may soar even higher. Yet this individual honored the agreement to deliver, demonstrating remarkable integrity. In Chen Qing's presence, he destroyed the renovation keys and recorded biometric data, such as fingerprints and retinal scans. May Mr. Chen enjoy peace and safety. Upon arriving at home, Chun Man began to express his excitement. Naturally, his face remained expressionless as he exclaimed, "Little man, we shall reside here for quite some time." After a brief interval, Chun Man exclaimed again, "So many guns? The kind that can kill?" Originally intended for defense. It was unforeseen that the two brothers would enhance their abilities so swiftly. These items might now be redundant. Even if 10 burly men were to arrive, they would not suffice to challenge Chun Man. Contemplating this, Chen Qing stated, "Little man, let us go out and play." Chen Man nodded agadi. As long as he was with Chen Qing, he was willing to participate in anything. The setting sun cast a warm glow, enveloping everything in a comforting embrace. In the community, some elderly ladies walked their dogs, while children frolicked with abandon. The men congregated, discussing the current situation and speculating about the possibility of war. Coincidentally, the couple, Ho Gang and his wife, parked their small vehicle downstairs, their SUV brimming with provisions. Huang Jian scoffed. "Only a fool would be buying things at a time like this. Let me tell you, I visited the supermarket today. 1 sausage cost 6 yuan. A pack of instant noodles, 12 yuan. Chen Qing regarded him calmly, a surge of lethal intent swelling within him. He was the husband of Liu Yanhong, who had once conspired to kill Chen Qing. They shared a history. Alas, Chen Qing, you've even fortified your home with a safe house. Who are you afraid of? Ghosts?" Laughter erupted among the gathered crowd. Chen Qing approached him with a smile. "Oh dear, please don't be angry. It's just a childish play." Bang! Chen Qing's fist struck his nose. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of bone fracturing. Huang Jian collapsed to the ground, clutching his nose in agony as blood poured forth. Chen Qing initially contemplated dragging out the retribution slowly under the blood moon, but he suddenly realized that he might not have the opportunity to act. The chaos surrounding them rendered the prospect of calling the police futile. He merely sought to relieve his frustration with a couple of punches. Everyone stood frozen, mouths agape, pointing fingers at Chen Qing in outrage. Unexpectedly, Huang Can emerged from the crowd. Chen Qing grinned. "Little man, teach him a lesson." Huang Can, taking advantage of his age, often bullied Chen Man. Yet, Chen Man showed no hesitation. His fist landed squarely on Huang Can's nose. Bang! The nose caved in, and Huang Can was propelled backward, motionless. The crowd was astounded, completely incredulous that such force could emanate from a child. Lu Yanhong screeched as she appeared, neglecting to check on her son first and instead lunging at Chen Man. Once again, Chen Man delivered a punch. This time, it struck with precision at the top of the thigh. Crack! The sound of a bone breaking resonated through the air. Lu Yanhong fell to the ground with a piercing scream, her hands trembling violently, her mouth agape like a fish, unable to utter a sound. Well done, you little rascal. Chen Qing chuckled, ruffling Chen Man's hair as he strolled leisurely towards the community exit. Although he appeared calm, the occasional wail of police sirens pierced the air. At the entrance of the community, he unexpectedly spotted 3 familiar street children. Chen Qing waved them over, and the trio rushed to him. The eldest boy, brimming with excitement, asked whom they would be beating this time. Chen Qing shook his head, instructing them to open their pockets. The children paused in surprise, but complied. In the next moment, they were left speechless as Chen Qing began tossing money into their pockets. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. Their faces flushed with disbelief. The yearning for money that these children possessed was beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Be careful not to get robbed. Enjoy yourselves, Chen Qing silently urged, for he knew they would only survive until tomorrow. The homeless were the first to perish. These 3 children had little chance of survival unless a miracle occurred. Chen Qing soon sighed, having intended to savor the last flickers of humanity, but the situation had devolved into chaos. Unable to procure anything of substance, he decided to return to the community with Chen Man. The Huang family was absent, having been taken to the hospital after struggling to get through to an ambulance. Unbothered, he made his way to a corner of the community where Uncle Xia was munching on cookies, catching crumbs in his mouth. Uncle Xia, come to my house for the Mid-Autumn Festival, Chen Qing announced. Chen Qing? Uncle Xia's face lit up with a smile, though he inquired in confusion. Isn't that tomorrow? Did you miscount? Uncle Xia seemed puzzled, but followed Chen Qing nonetheless. Indeed, the time had not yet come, but Chen Qing, fearing unforeseen circumstances, decided to bring Uncle Xia home today instead. Upon arriving, Uncle Xia remarked, I was planning to wash up thoroughly in the morning with this newly renovated house. Sitting down now will cost me half of it. Uncle Xia, why don't you take a shower first? Sure, Uncle Xia readily agreed. After helping him to the bathroom and familiarizing him with everything, Chen Qing stepped out. He called Ho Gang. Uncle Ho, has the monkey returned? Just arrived. This kid insists he won't work at the ghost army anymore. No amount of persuasion seems to work. Chen Qing, could you talk some sense into him? No problem. But Uncle Ho, it's Xiao Man's birthday today. Come celebrate with us. Oh, all right. Soon, Ho Gang, Li Qi, and the monkey arrived. Wow, this is impressive. The monkey's eyes widened in amazement. And there's an arcade? Let me give it a try. Li Qi surveyed the safe house, astonished. Chen Qing, where are my clothes? Uncle Xia called from the bathroom. Chen Qing approached the bathroom door. Those are dirty. Change into this set instead. Uncle Xia furrowed his brow, but nodded in agreement. You suspect that I might dirty your new sofa, don't you? Indeed. The table is laden with a sumptuous feast from the hotel. Chen Qing fell silent, quietly approaching the door to secure each lock tightly. Uncle, Aunt, please stay at my place for the next 3 days. There's another floor below, ample enough for everyone. Ho Gang's expression grew grave. Is it coming? It should be tomorrow, but I fear unforeseen circumstances. Ho Gang nodded solemnly. Uncle Xia gradually sensed something amiss. Chen Qing, is there something going on? The apocalypse is upon us. We must hunker down. Uncle Xia slapped his thigh in realization. No wonder. Even the instant noodles and biscuits you gave me were stolen. Damn it. He then inquired, what does it mean to bring me to your home? What does it mean? We'll be living together from now on. Uncle Xia's brow furrowed once more. I need to cultivate, and little man needs guidance. Some principles of life and homework assistance can only come from you. Tears welled up in Uncle Xia's eyes. He understood the intention behind Chen Qing's actions. After cultivating good fortune for several lifetimes, he had finally met these 2 children. Come, Uncle Xia, let us eat. Monkey, stop playing. Let us eat first. Chen Qing. I dislike fish. Then don't eat it. Is there KFC? It must be there. Chen Qing. I heard that little man is quite the fighter now. How many can he take on? 6 individuals laughed heartily, immersed in joy. Moments later, their appetites satisfied. Chen Qing presented Uncle Xia with a mobile phone designed for the visually impaired. The screen was black, and when touched, it provided voice prompts at 3 times the normal speed. To an average person, it sounded like a jumble of noises, but for the blind, it was perfectly suited to their keen auditory senses. After chatting for a while, Li Qi went downstairs to rest. Ho Gang and Uncle Xia engaged in conversation while watching television. Chen Man, Chen Qing, and Monkey retreated to the entertainment room, experimenting with various games. Time flew by swiftly. Once the 3 adults had retired to bed, Chen Man, drooling, dozed off on the plush sofa in the entertainment room. Chen Qing rose to leave. Shall I accompany you? No need. It was already past 1 o'clock. The entirety of Shiming City had fallen into silence. Chen Qing ascended to the rooftop, opened the door, mounted his steed, and vanished swiftly. Moments later, he arrived at the warehouse district. Everything was in place, except for the pig feed. It seemed that with rising prices, some had regretted their choices. An eerie presence lingered in the air. The concentration of ghostly energy was palpable. Upon locating the warehouse, Chen Qing froze. At the partially open door, 2 figures lay sprawled, their bodies partially devoured. Upon closer inspection, one was recognizable as Boss Zhu. Inside the warehouse, a cacophony of unsettling sounds echoed. An idea struck him. Corpse collectors, martial artists, zombie-like entities, and the spirit of a hanged girl emerged in unison. A martial artist propped open the 5-meter-high warehouse door, revealing it utterly filled with famished spirits. These entities surged upon the pig feed, some voraciously consuming until their abdomens appeared ready to burst, yet they continued to devour. A cursory glance revealed no fewer than 30. Kill them. The coroner deftly slashed with both hands, and suddenly, the 2 approaching starving wretches were torn asunder, their corpses cascading to the ground. One head rolling to Chen Qing's side with the momentum. There were many, yet their ranks lacked sufficient stature, far from formidable. In a moment, the ravenous specters were vanquished entirely. Chen Qing collected all the pig feed from this warehouse into the Demon Suppression Tower. He then proceeded to seek out each address diligently, gathering the remaining pig feed. With the elevation of Chen Qing's soul power, the reach of the Demon Suppressing Tower expanded significantly. Had it been in the past, this endeavor would have taken several hours. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a warehouse filled with hundreds of thousands of umbrellas. Though their utility eluded him, he collected them all. Like a treasure hunter, Chen Qing moved from one warehouse to the next, accumulating everything in sight. One warehouse contained firefighting equipment, with a considerable quantity of diesel and gasoline, as well as items such as hair dryers, chainsaws, and fire-retardant lime bombs, which he collected without a second glance. Another warehouse was filled with unassembled bicycles, coated in a thick layer of dust, yet he gathered them all as well. There were also neatly packed foreign trade garments, heaps of toys, and various hardware items. During this time, he occasionally encountered a few corpses. After 3 hours of sweeping through the entire warehouse district on his flying steed, despite most warehouses being empty, the peculiar assortment within Chen Qing's Demon Suppressing Tower had reached astonishing proportions. However, an inexplicable sense of trepidation began to gnaw at Chen Qing's heart, a feeling that deepened with each passing moment. There were still warehouse districts to the west of the city he had intended to scour, but now, without hesitation, he soared back home. He opened the ventilation holes of the rooftop family farm, arranging a small portion of the artifacts collected from the warehouses there. The space was limited, unable to accommodate such a vast quantity. The monkey was awake, waiting for Chen Qing. Deciding against sleep, Chen Qing joined the monkey in a game. Together, they progressed through 4 or 5 levels. Gradually, they sensed something amiss. It was already 6 in the morning, yet the sky showed no signs of light. A chilling wind began to rise, accompanied by intermittent whispers caressing their ears. In the August air, an inexplicable coolness lingered. By 7 o'clock, the sky remained dark, and the moon bore streaks of crimson, resembling a bloodshot eye suspended in the heavens. Chen Qing raised his gaze and murmured, "The blood moon has finally arrived." Chapter 66. Is the community defense officer Ji Luo? It was already 8 o'clock in the morning, yet the sky remained shrouded in darkness. What on earth is this dreadful weather? An eclipse, perhaps? But I haven't heard any news about that. A multitude of people had gathered in the community, many still clad in their pajamas. Gradually, the crowd swelled. Is this some sort of malevolent omen? At that moment, a woman burst forth, shrieking and seemingly lost to panic. A ghost. The crowd was taken aback. Someone stepped forward to reassure her. Fear not, there are so many of us here. What ghost? A starving specter appeared at the entrance of the community. Everyone instinctively took a step back. Goodness, it's truly a ghost. Just then, a figure charged forward with a blade in hand, cleaving the specter in two. The onlookers beheld 3 youths, all clad in the uniforms of the Ghost Suppression Army. Behind them, a military vehicle unloaded a substantial supply of resources, approximately 1 cubic meter, marked with the label Jiangpan Community. The vehicle then proceeded to another location. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Isn't that Chen Qing?" and "Isn't that Hong Jian's daughter, Hongya?" Ji Luo stepped forward and proclaimed, "I am Ji Luo, and from this day forth, I shall serve as the defense officer of Jiangpan Community, tasked with overseeing its security." The 2 individuals beside me, I presume you are familiar with. This is Hongya, and he is Chen Qing. Among the crowd was Chen Qing, who looked at Ji Luo and smiled sweetly. Ji Luo felt a wave of relief wash over him. As the second-ranked newcomer, he could have chosen a more favorable placement, yet he came here, primarily for Chen Qing and also for Chen Qing. This is our deployment order. We will select 20 individuals from the community to form a defense team against the specters. Ghosts? Haven't we always spoken of ghosts? Why is the commotion so immense this time? This is different. To date, 447 individuals have fallen victim. What? 400? That must be a wild exaggeration. Amid the clamor, someone in the crowd trembled and raised their phone. It's true. Number 1 Nanquan. There are fatalities. Many have died. I can't handle this anymore. I'm going back. In an instant, nearly half the crowd dispersed. Officer G, perhaps we should establish a group. It would facilitate communication. Yi Luo nodded. He had learned much about leading a team, yet today he discovered the challenges of such a task. It was not as he had envisioned. His phone buzzed slightly, and Chen Qing found himself added to a group, Jiangpan Community Defense Group. The group leader was Ji Luo, and the announcement read, "Spectre Outbreak. The death toll in Shiming City has reached 600. Let us unite to overcome this crisis." Announcement. The establishment of a community defense team is mandated by the government and the Ghost Suppression Army, aligning with current realities. A total of 20 individuals are required, with each receiving a daily subsidy of 1,000 yuan. Upon seeing such a generous subsidy, excitement surged through the group. Count me in. I once practiced martial arts and possess a solid foundation. I can still perform a backflip. I have also signed up, engaging in daily fitness routines and running 5 kilometers. My physical fitness is undoubtedly commendable. Subsequently, a multitude of others enrolled. Someone immediately inquired, "Commander, surely there are women capable of this task as well?" Indeed, why should only men be permitted in the defense team? Humanity has wielded firearms for nearly 2 centuries, has it not? Women are equally capable of taking to the battlefield. Soon, a cacophony of voices erupted, each expressing their thoughts. Ji Luo found his attempts to speak repeatedly drowned out by the swiftly escalating messages. Infuriated, Ji Luo imposed a ban on speaking. The entire city had already ceased operations. During this period, if you wish to earn some money, gather at the community center. Formal members of the defense team receive a daily subsidy of 1,000 yuan, while reserve members earn 200 yuan daily. For the moment, a few must come forth. The entrance to the community must be sealed. Although the group chat was silenced, it was not long before someone emerged to protest. You could just seal it without reason? Why? Based on a few outdated death photographs? I need to earn a living. Sealing it would create inconvenience. Though it seemed rather bizarre at present, normalcy should soon return. What a hassle. Are you all mad? Look at the documents in the group. He is an official defense officer, and his word is final. Exactly. A death indeed occurred in the neighboring community. Merely the simplest act of sealing the community has caused quite an uproar. Ji Luo gritted his teeth, steeling himself, as a charred specter materialized before him. Its body was blackened, sporadically igniting in flames. My goodness, a ghost! The disputing parties recoiled in fear, stepping back in unison. Ji Luo coldly laughed. I am executing official duties. Those who dare obstruct me shall not be treated kindly. This apparition indeed quelled the crowd. Yet, someone suddenly sneered. A ghost master, huh? Don't think I'm ignorant. Come on, if you dare, kill me. This individual seemed to have concluded that Ji Luo would not dare harm him, advancing to the entrance and defiantly challenging. Come on, pile bricks upon me. Ji Luo's expression darkened. The scene he envisioned, where everyone rallied to his call, did not materialize. He was here to assist these foolish beings. Yet they chose to impede him. Lock him in the warehouse. 5,000 yuan. However, no one moved. Well, Commander Ji, you've often spoken of money. Yet we have not truly seen any. Ji Luo seethed with rage. At that moment, Chen Qing appeared opportunely, retrieving a bundle of cash from a thick box. One person instantly rejoiced, snatching it up, exclaiming, Who will lend a hand? Let us together apprehend this traitor. Immediately, someone responded, and the two approached. The man on the ground fumed. They're hitting people. The government is attacking. Ah, they're killing. This individual, somewhat lean, was no match for the other two, yet his voice was notably loud, resonating throughout half the community. Thus, accompanied by the wails reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. This man was ultimately confined within the garage. This garage was erected during the community's defense, originally intended for the storage of construction materials and now temporarily serving as a makeshift prison for the recently dispatched wartime supplies. With a thunderous clang, the roll-up door slammed shut, sealing the occupants within. Ji Luo's face turned a deep shade of anger, fully aware that this beginning was utterly disastrous. With a grim expression, he declared, Let the work commence. Bang! Crash! Suddenly, the roll-up door of the warehouse was pounded relentlessly. There were countless bricks and hammers within. The individual was merely confined, not bound. Help! The mafia is holding me illegally. Help! The sound of the door being struck was deafening. Those who have heard it would undoubtedly understand its intensity. Ji Luo's face was nearly dripping with frustration. He felt an overwhelming urge to silence the commotion, yet he found himself paralyzed, unsure of how to proceed. Chapter 67. The first day of the apocalypse. The arrival of the demon sea city, Chen Qing, could not suppress a smile. Ji Luo's attempts to assert his authority had fallen flat, and it was hard to imagine how he would manage his subsequent tasks. After a brief visit to the rooftop to observe the ancient artifacts, he noted that most had already awakened and were safely secured. Upon returning to the second floor, he dressed Xiao Man in the paper armor and handed another set to the monkey. What is this? The armor was designed to defend against spirits and was impervious to blades and bullets. Impervious? The monkey was taken aback. He casually picked up a fork and scraped it vigorously, finding it truly unscathed. He then wielded the Kunwu sword and struck down heavily several times, yet it remained intact. This seemingly fragile paper armor was indeed impervious to weapons. Wear it close to your body and never take it off, not even while bathing. With 2 tomb guardians and a Zhong Kui painting at home, Chen Qing recalled the bloody lessons of his past life and knew that even a hint of carelessness could be fatal. Both of them nodded in agreement. Without revealing the Zhong Kui painting to the others, he hung it in the medical room and gradually infused it with spiritual energy. Suddenly, the figure of Zhong Kui in the painting sprang to life. The image transformed as if it were a television, with Zhong Kui wielding his long sword. Slowly stepping out of the frame, he grew larger and larger until he towered over the room. Stop! Halt! As his form enveloped the 3 floors. Chen Qing promptly commanded him to cease growing. With these tasks completed, he finally felt a sense of relief. Li Qi prepared a simple meal, and the group dined together. Some engaged in conversation while others watched television. Li Qi glanced at her phone and exclaimed, Look, they started arguing again. Chen Qing looked over to see that a new group chat had been formed, and chaos had ensued. In this relatively small community, the speed at which new messages appeared rivaled that of a live broadcast as barrage of comments. It was overwhelming. This Ji Luo feels somewhat off. Does anyone have a way to investigate his background? Don't worry, my son is his adjutant. He is genuinely a commander of the Ghost Army. One of the most outstanding talents in recent decades. Someone else chimed in with a voice message. We need to address this issue. This matter should be viewed from two perspectives. There are certainly pros and cons. We must approach it dialectically. Chen Qing. Halfway through, abruptly turn it off. The endless rambling was tedious and irritating. At that moment, they still had the leisure to scroll through their phones, but soon, their circumstances would change drastically. Shaking his head, he turned to the monkey. How about a game of Civilization 8? Let us go. This game was time-consuming, yet at present, time was the one resource they possessed in abundance. By 11 a.m., the sky remained shrouded in darkness. The blood moon hung ominously, streaked with blood-red veins that sent chills down one's spine. Meanwhile, the group's initial doubts began to dissipate gradually. Negative information spread rapidly, with friends and colleagues sharing. Gruesome images quickly infiltrated their devices. Panic was spreading. It seemed that at some point, whispers filled every corner of the city. The streets had long emptied, occasionally disturbed by shadows darting swiftly past. Unbeknownst to anyone, a chilling scream suddenly pierced the air within the community. Ah! In the midst of his frantic endeavors, Ji Luo swiftly drew his kunwo blade from his back and hurried towards the source of the sound. Room 202 on the 4th floor stood ajar, revealing a family of 4 sprawled across the floor in disarray. Their bodies bore no visible wounds, yet their eyes remained wide open, lifeless. A woman, shrieking in terror, cowered in a corner, her dress soaked through, having lost control of herself. What has transpired? The woman pointed at the bodies, gasping, overwhelmed by terror. She struggled to articulate her thoughts. Ji Luo, growing impatient after repeated inquiries, was on the verge of taking action when the woman finally stammered, "The light. The child. Light? Child?" Maintaining his composure, he reassured her once more. She swallowed hard, her throat dry, and recounted how a child had entered. And then it happened. The area had already drawn a crowd, and news swiftly spread through the group chat, instilling panic in everyone. Whether from the northern or southern parts of the city, they had always perceived such deaths as distant tragedies. Yet this was within their own community. Just half an hour prior, the deceased had been discussing strategies in the chat. How could this be? How could one die? Help! Help! Namo amaba. Namo wanin bodhisattva. The group chat erupted. Is this the work of a ghost? Can one perish even while sheltered at home? Officer G. Where is Officer G? Wasn't he supposed to protect us? How could there still be deaths? As messages continued to flood the chat, another scream shattered the air. Ah. Ji Luo furrowed his brow, glancing around in search of the source of the sound. Yet, the noise soon ceased abruptly. Moments later, yet another family was discovered lifeless. What on earth is happening? What could it be? I can hardly breathe. Is there any medicine? Help! Ji Luo gritted his teeth, looking towards Chen Qing and Hongya. We must guard 3 locations and uncover the nature of this entity. The 3 summoned their respective spectral companions. Many others instinctively gathered in the center of the community. Clearly, remaining at home offered no assurance of safety. It was better to stay together, if only for a sense of security. Suddenly, someone in the crowd, visibly terrified, distorted their voice. What is that? At this moment, the onlookers were all on edge, startled as they turned to the direction he indicated. He was pointing toward his own home, but there was nothing there. Nothing at all. Lao, can you please refrain from joking at such a time? Yet, Lao's face was ashen, his voice laced with sobs. A child is knocking at my door. Can't you see? My wife is still inside. He wept, yearning to rush home, but paralyzed by fear. Officer G, there is something foul in my house. A chilling scream erupted from Old O's residence. Chen Qing was the first to rush forward, only to find the door locked and bolted. He kicked it open with all his might, revealing a woman staring blankly, lifeless within. Tien kunis kaunten unstarakenet. Ji Luo and Hanya arrived swiftly. Ji Luo's expression grim. Did you see what it was? The woman had screamed before I could ascend, but I saw nothing. Chen Qing replied. Ji Luo's face darkened as he approached old O. Tell me what you just witnessed. I, my wife. The despair in Ji Luo's expression conveyed the outcome. Overcome by grief, old O collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. My wife. Oh, how can I live without you? The already frazzled Ji Luo was on the verge of eruption, gripping him by the collar. Tell me, what did you see? Suddenly, a figure in the crowd was grotesquely splattered with blood, eliciting gasps of horror. What? Blood! Blood! The terrified crowd recoiled. The man, with a rigid smile and wide eyes, stared blankly at them, his severed arm dropping to the ground, blood gushing from his shoulder. Yet, he appeared utterly oblivious. In the next moment, his other arm inexplicably severed as well, blood cascading to the floor. The man continued to smile. Then, with a sickening crack, his neck twisted unnaturally, turning 1.5 times. Everything within must have been severed, leaving only a thin layer of skin, limply hanging behind. Several voices screamed in unison. Yet, the bizarre occurrences did not cease. In fact, this was merely the beginning. On August 14th, amidst the height of summer, a sudden, bone-chilling wind swept through, and to the astonishment of all, snow began to fall from the sky. Flake after flake. What? What is that? The crowd tensed, as if electrified. A woman suddenly covered her ears and shut her eyes, screaming incessantly. Ah! Ah! The bolder among them looked in the direction she pointed. On the rooftop of Building 5, a small boy, clad entirely in white, sat there, idly swinging his feet, too far away to discern clearly. Yet the boy seemed to gaze back at them, his form fracturing into snowflakes, vanishing into thin air. A wave of helplessness surged within Ji Luo. What kind of malevolence is this? Ji Luo, you should come see Building 2, a voice beckoned. Ji Luo, now devoid of direction, approached Building 2, Room 102. Inside, a woman was lost in some trance, moaning in a forgotten ecstasy. A succubus, perhaps? It was likely. Hanya's face flushed. No matter how I call her, she remains unresponsive. I even slapped her twice, yet she remains in this state. Suddenly, another scream pierced the air. Damn it! Ji Luo seethed with rage, rushing out to witness a bloodied woman staggering from the building. Behind her stood a figure, a paper man. Its movements were rigid, yet it darted swiftly, wielding a paper knife that flopped about as it ran. A haunting specter, Ji Luo bellowed, summoning the spirit of the haunted residents to his side. The apparition reached out toward the paper man, and suddenly, a flower pot shifted slightly. The paper man stumbled over the pot, losing its balance. In the next moment, a fire spirit appeared, poised to incinerate the paper figure. Yet, it dashed away with remarkable speed, as if propelled by an unseen gust, wafting past the 6th floor and vanishing into the increasingly fierce snowstorm. Officer G, in the north corner, there's a group of spirits. Spirits? What kind of spirits? Ji Luo instinctively inquired, but then realized that ordinary citizens could hardly distinguish between different types of spirits. As expected, the anxious individual exclaimed, I don't know, but they came from over there, rummaging through the trash. The three of them exhaled in relief. Rummaging through trash likely meant they were either starving spirits or toilet spirits. Easier to handle. Ji Luo, having pent up his frustration, drew his kunwa knife and glared fiercely at Chen Qing and Hanya. You two guard elsewhere. I shall dispatch these fiends. Upon arriving at the indicated location, he discovered, indeed, it was a horde of toilet spirits. Ironically, they were devouring the very bag of food that Chen Qing had delivered to Uncle Xia. A surge of spiritual energy erupted. Blood patterns manifested on the kunwa knife. Ji Luo plunged into the throng of toilet spirits, unleashing a chaotic slaughter. Limbs flew skyward, and heads tumbled at his feet. Before he could tally their number, 5 toilet spirits had already perished beneath his blade. The remaining spirits scattered in terror. Fueled by rage, Ji Luo strung together 3 heads like candied hawthorns, clutching another as he turned to return. He intended to demonstrate to onlookers that he was capable of dealing with spirits. However, the person who had led him there stared wide-eyed in horror, pointing at something behind Ji Luo. A chill ran down Ji Luo's spine. He swung his kunwa knife backward. The 3 heads skewered upon his blade were flung aside. Yet, the knife had struck nothing. Why you? Hug your head. Ji Luo gasped in shock. He swiftly swung the knife again, narrowly grazing a tuft of hair. But still there was nothing. Suddenly, he comprehended. It was a shadowy parasite. This entity attached itself to anyone, rendering them invisible to all. Look to the east, and it would appear in the west. Glance downward, and it would manifest above. In short, it would always occupy a blind spot. Realizing this, he quickly took out his phone, pressed the selfie button, and positioned the knife as a mirror, one in front and another behind his head. Indeed, he immediately caught a glimpse of a peculiar creature reflected on the blade, a bit like a koala. Yet, the moment he spotted it, the creature vanished without a trace. Is it still there? No, it's gone. The individual shook his head, casting a glance at Ji Luo that brimmed with newfound respect. Officer Ji, you're incredible. You've slain so many spirits in an instant. Ji Luo nodded, a sense of pride swelling within him. It's on fire. It's on fire. The shrieks erupted once more. Ji Luo had long been aware of the presence of a fiery specter, and immediately deduced that the inferno engulfing the establishment was the work of this malevolent entity. Let us go. Extinguish the flames. With a series of thunderous booms echoing from afar, reminiscent of distant thunder, Ji Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. It was not thunder. It was the unmistakable sound of formidable beings engaged in combat. At such a moment, it was evident that the adversaries were none other than skilled humans clashing with powerful spirits. The snowstorm intensified, and Ji Luo suddenly paused, transfixed. In the sky, a colossal silhouette, overwhelming to the senses, drifted by. Despite the heavy snowfall, its immense form was discernible, shimmering with radiant golden light, its edges sharp and defined, resembling not a living creature. As it sped past, it sent a flurry of snowflakes swirling chaotically. Clang! Clang! The streets reverberated with sounds. 2 faceless palaces made scattered petals to form a bridge, while a resplendent carriage glided slowly towards the heart of the city. A faceless attendant held a placard, calling out in a piercing voice, "The Phoenix carriage approaches. All beings must take heed. The Phoenix carriage approaches. All beings must take heed." Unbeknownst to the observers, the blood in the sky had become tainted and murky, some parts darkened, others stained with crimson. Yet, the fierce winds and snow could not obscure the blood-red full moon hanging overhead. He, ha 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 ha, he, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a shadow as imposing as a mountain manifested between heaven and earth. This entity, characterized by a deer's head and serpent's body, was the candle serpent that Chen Qing had encountered during the gathering of the 12 earthly branches. The laughter of the candle serpent resonated throughout the cosmos. Dear bipedal sheep, welcome to the city of Rakshasa Sea. Chapter 68. Not opening the door is equivalent to murder. Upon hearing the term two-legged sheep, a chill surged through Chen Qing's heart, solidifying his resolve to remain at home. In a mere few hours, the once bustling community had transformed into a realm of eerie silence, punctuated only by the occasional cries emanating from within certain residences, amplifying the already haunting atmosphere. Ji Luo was overwhelmed with a sense of urgency. He truly wished to effect some change and had absorbed much knowledge regarding leadership and management. Yet, he suddenly realized that the military strategies he had studied were utterly impotent in the face of death. Lives were ceaselessly being extinguished. Unfathomable horrors had manifested within the community, with anguished screams and sobs rising and falling like a mournful tide, driving him to the brink of despair. At Chen Qing's home, Li Qi scrolled through WeChat, her complexion pale and her eyelids twitching incessantly. Uncle Xia remained silent. Though his sight was compromised, his hearing was keen. Once familiar faces of friends were vanishing at an alarming rate. They're dead. So many have perished, Brother Gang. Li Qi's voice trembled as she looked at Ho Gang, her expression betraying her terror. Ho Gang, an ordinary man himself, appeared no better. Yet he offered some reassurance. Do not worry. Both Chen Qing and Tian have transcended ordinary limits. Moreover, Chen Qing has been preparing for this for an eternity, ensuring there is no room for error. Regardless of anything else, this place is undoubtedly the safest in the community. Meanwhile, Chen Man sat alone in the gym, practicing meditation. The path of physical cultivation bore no shortcuts. Having reached the bone-quenching realm, he was diligently reinforcing each and every bone in his body. In another room, Chen Qing and the monkey were engrossed in a game of Civilization VIII. While it may not be the most time-consuming game, it certainly ranked among the top 3 in that regard, with hours slipping away after just a few rounds. As Chen Qing played, he occasionally glanced at the massive monitor mounted on the wall. The building was equipped with surveillance cameras, leaving no blind spots. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. On the second floor, a lantern flickered into existence, its flame dancing and casting erratic shadows. It approached the door of room 204. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of knocking reverberated through the air. Those inside, gripped by terror, dared not open the door, their piercing screams echoing in the silence. The commotion was so intense that it could be heard even without the aid of surveillance. Bang! The fourth knock resounded. The screams abruptly ceased. Silence reigned once more. Chen Qing furrowed his brow. Hua Pai, do you recognize this entity? Perhaps it is the lantern boy, Hua Pai replied, uncertainty lacing her tone. The lantern boy often accompanies the bell ringer. There's an air of mystery surrounding him. However, this is merely a lantern. I have no recollection of it. In the image displayed, the lantern vanished. Chen Qing scanned the screen, only to suddenly spot it reappearing on the 6th floor. Without hesitation, he sprang to his feet. This entity was peculiar. It must not be allowed to knock on doors. It needed to be dispatched swiftly or driven away. He hurried to the door, peering through the specially designed peephole. There, he beheld a child holding a lantern, the very same lantern seen on the monitor. Chen Qing froze, quickly returning to check the surveillance footage. Indeed, the monitor displayed only a solitary, hovering lantern. It became apparent that certain things can only be perceived by the human eye. Chen Qing understood. The lantern child would suffice. The painted mask chuckled, stating that the lantern child was but a wandering spirit, albeit a peculiar one. In ancient times, lantern children collaborated with the night watchman. One would announce the hour while the other would offer greetings. Due to the frequent presence of thieves, they would knock on the doors of suspicious households to inquire. As neighbors, they had long established a code. A single knock indicated a thief, 2 knocks implied bandits, and 3 knocks signified normalcy, often referred to as the human knock. If by the 4th knock there was no response, it signified that all within had perished. Thus, the 4th knock was known as the death knock or the knock of doom. One must never knock 4 times in succession, for it would signal their arrival. Should it come to our door, when it reached the 3rd knock, we would simply report, all is well. The painted mask continued with a smile, adding a notable advantage. The lantern child could confirm that it was a safe dwelling, preventing other spirits from entering. A profound insight indeed. Chen Qing nodded in agreement. In a certain sense, could the lantern child be considered a guardian spirit? The lantern child approached Chen Qing's home. Yet, its figure suddenly halted. In the next instant, it vanished. Merely a wandering spirit. It likely feared the illusory presence of the great Zhong Kui. This was entirely understandable. After all, in a previous life, the portrait of Zhong Kui and the Demon Suppression Tower were renowned as the 2 great artifacts of Ximing City. Not to mention a mere wandering spirit, even malevolent entities would hesitate to provoke such power. The portrait of Zhong Kui could expand to envelop the entire neighborhood, but Chen Qing was reluctant to do so. He still harbored a grudge against the past, and furthermore, he dared not attract the attention of the candle serpent. The candle serpent's might had undoubtedly surpassed his comprehension, and he might have brushed against the boundaries of the formless. Whether the portrait of Zhong Kui could shield him was uncertain. Thus, safeguarding his own abode was paramount. The fates of others in the neighborhood were of no concern to him, as he possessed no capacity to assist. And those grotesque faces. Chen Qing would never show them mercy. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the door. Chen Qing jumped, having just reached the entrance. The knocking grew more insistent. The sound intensified, a relentless barrage. It was only after hearing about the death knock from the painted mask that Chen Qing felt a sense of aversion at such a racket. Glancing at the monitor, he saw a woman around 60 years of age, accompanied by her son, daughter-in-law, and grandson. The knocking continued with fervor. The woman's name was Hui, seemingly well-educated, and her relationship with Chen Qing was neither friendly nor antagonistic. However, her daughter-in-law, Gao Fei, was a fiery character, capable of hurling insults for hours over a mere bottle. Had fate not intervened prematurely, Chen Qing was certain that she would have stormed into his home. Gao Fei's son had inherited her temperament, often bullying Chen Man. At this moment, it was Gao Fei who knocked frantically at the door. Chen Qing furrowed his brow and, addressing the monitor, inquired, "What is it?" "Chen Qing, open the door. I know you are home. In the entire neighborhood, your home is the safest. You cannot stand idly by in the face of peril." Bang, bang, bang. Gao Fei pounded on the door, urging, "Chen Qing, hurry up. There are ghosts everywhere." "Xiao Fei, please do not panic," Lu Hui advised. "We're seeking help. We must remain courteous. What are you arguing with me about at a time like this? So many lives have been lost. If this continues, we too shall perish." Bang, bang, bang. "Chen Qing, you are turning a blind eye to the dying. No, you're indirectly causing deaths. Chen Qing, open the door quickly. The ghosts are coming." Chen Qing felt utterly bewildered. Why did it seem as though he owed her something? What was the basis for such a sentiment? There was no animosity or camaraderie between them. Indifferent, Chen Qing replied, "It seems something else is approaching. If you wish to perish, then stay as you are." Chapter 69. The Heart's Retribution. "Do you believe I will dismantle your door?" Jiang Shaohai exclaimed in anger, kicking the door with fervor. However, this door, forged from chromium molybdenum steel, was impervious to his efforts. Not even a drill would leave a mark. Gao Fei, feeling a twinge of guilt, glanced back and implored, "Chen Qing, you cannot abandon us in our time of need. This could lead to legal consequences." Meanwhile, Jiang Shaohai had already removed his trousers, aiming his little bird at the door. The chill of the air sent shivers down his spine, yet he stubbornly proclaimed, "If you don't open the door, I will urinate." Chen Qing smiled and pressed a button. 3, 2, 1, 0.5, 0.4. "I'm really going to urinate." A stream of urine burst forth. In the next moment, Jiang Shaohai stiffened suddenly, collapsing backward. Gao Fei, startled, instinctively caught him, bewildered by the turn of events. "Shaohai! Shaohai!" Unfortunately, the electric shock mechanism activated, shutting off the flow, depriving Gao Fei of the opportunity to learn a lesson. Chen Qing, unfamiliar with the nuances of electricity, was unsure whether such a brief exposure could inflict harm. But he recognized that the affected area was one of the most vulnerable on the human body, and suffering seemed inevitable. Xiao Fei, I believe something is coming." Jiang Yuan pushed the furious Gao Fei aside. All right, Chen Qing, just wait." The four of them rushed down the stairs. Li Qi lingered behind, hesitating to speak. Chen Qing nodded to the group and retreated to the entertainment room. The door, constructed of thick chromium molybdenum steel, was fireproof, waterproof, and electric shock resistant, with the sounds of their knocking transmitted via surveillance. While Chen Qing had anticipated various possibilities, he had never considered the prospect of urine as a tactic. The physical damage was negligible, but the psychological impact was undeniable. Upon reaching the door, he released a plume of steam from the water pipe, finally returning home. "Chen Qing, you should take a look at this," Li Qi said, handing over her phone. Chen Qing took it and smirked. In their group chat, a person with Gao Fei's selfie commented, "Chen Qing's safe house is ghost-proof. If he lets us all in, nothing bad will happen." Those drowning in fear would grasp at any semblance of hope. Many had already succumbed to panic. Immediately, someone tagged Chen Qing. "Chen Qing, we are all neighbors. We hope you will open the door for us. This favor will be remembered by the entire community." Chen Qing felt a chuckle bubbling within. Remember a favor? In a past life, he had fought tooth and nail to protect the community, only to receive a blade through the chest in return. He and Chen Man's mother had been intertwined in that very knife. The obligation to aid those in peril could render one guilty of intentional homicide. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd, belonging to a woman named El Shengnan, her profile resembling that of a professional in a tailored suit. Oh, it's her? Chen Qing thought. This woman bore no grudge against him, yet he found her profoundly irksome. In a previous life, due to a scarcity of food, instant noodles had soared to an exorbitant price of 50,000 per bag, and El Shengnan had splurged 100,000 to purchase 2 bags. Once the blood moon had passed for the first time, she promptly filed a lawsuit against the man who sold her instant noodles, reclaiming the sum of 100,000 yuan, and nearly succeeded in sending him to prison for extortion. Subsequently, she met her demise during the second blood moon, not as a ghost, but as a human. Yet, no one cared for her fate. Wu Yiming exclaimed, "Indeed, Chen Qing, you are guilty of inaction. This is a matter of accountability." Chen Qing retorted with a cold smile, "Am I obligated to intervene? What do you think I am, your savior? Why should I rescue you? Is it because you, Wu Yiming, bear a tumor atop your head? Or is it due to your impressive boxing skills? LV Shengnan? Such behavior will surely invite retribution." Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared, Ji Luo. "Chen Qing, as the community's defense officer, I possess the authority to command all affairs within this vicinity. Surely, you are aware of this. Open the door and allow everyone to enter. Thank you for your cooperation." "Who do you think you are, Ji Luo? What gives you the right to exert your authority? Just who do you think you are? A defense officer? What have you defended? Are you even aware of how many lives have been lost? This position was one I had no desire for, and it fell to you by chance. Keep your arrogance to yourself." Though Ji Luo and Chen Qing had never clashed openly, the tension between them was palpable, primarily due to Ji Luo's high self-regard stemming from his noble lineage. In Chen Qing's eyes, Ji Luo had never been a worthy adversary. 10 Ji Luos, no, 100, would not stand a chance against her. Ji Luo, accustomed to a privileged upbringing and being lauded as a prodigy, had never suffered such indignity. His hands trembled slightly. "Chen Qing, do not be foolish. My family holds influence, and I am merely extending an invitation. An invitation? What transpires next is uncertain." A familiar face emerged. It was Chen Qi. Are these two entangled with one another? Chen Qing paused momentarily, then realization dawned upon her. Surprised? Not in the slightest. A smirk crept upon her lips, and just as she was about to speak, the monkey interjected, "No, no, no. Allow me to seize this opportunity. Chen Qi, have you truly become involved with Ji Luo so swiftly? This is rather excessive. You spent so many days with Chen Qing in the presidential suite at the Araya Hotel, professing your undying love for him." Chen Qing was momentarily taken aback. "You speak nonsense. You are spreading rumors. May you meet a dreadful fate." Chen Qi seethed with frustration. Had she not been concerned about tarnishing Ji Luo's image, a torrent of scathing remarks would have erupted. At that moment, the monkey shared an image in the group chat. Chen Qi, clad in a revealing cropped sweater, holding fruit outside the presidential suite, standing across from none other than Chen Qing himself. Chen Qi was momentarily stunned. Just then, the monkey's phone rang. It was a call from Chen Qi. The monkey chuckled. Look, she's flustered. Chen Qing could not help but laugh, messaging in a group chat, though it was merely 3 days. "They were the most splendid days of my life. Thank you. I adore your butterfly tattoo." In that instant, Chen Qi was left speechless. For a while, she had indulged in wild escapades, and had indeed gotten a butterfly tattoo in a certain indescribable locale. But how could Chen Qing possibly know about it? Though he had longed to advance his relationship with Chen Qing, he had yet to even touch her hand. Ji Luo's expression shifted dramatically. Just the night before, Dawn had finally allowed him to claim his first victory, albeit with a hint of reluctance. He was acutely aware of the butterfly's location. In that moment, Ji Luo trembled uncontrollably. His kunwa blade erupted in a crimson glow, tinged with green. Damn it! Ji Luo's shaking fingers typed furiously in the group chat. "Move. Chen Qing is obstructing official duties, disturbing the peace. Immediately surrender your residence for the defense officer's arrangements. Any resistance will be met with severe punishment." Ji Luo had faced numerous challenges in the community, But this time, his call to arms resonated powerfully. In mere moments, dozens of individuals had gathered downstairs, brandishing weapons and marching toward Chen Qing's home with fierce determination. Chapter 70. The Buffet of Infant Ghosts. In a fleeting moment, a throng of people surged forth. Chen Qing remained unfazed, for he held a multitude of powerful cards, each one a king. However, the monkey had already risen. "Damn it, Xiao Qingzi, let us deal with them." With that, he brandished a knife. Li Qi, in a state of panic, exclaimed, Chen, let us talk this over calmly." The monkey retorted, "What are you dawdling for at a time like this? It's all right. Annie, you just stay seated," Chen Qing reassured her. His first course of action was to head to the gym, summoning Chen Man, who was diligently working out. Pointing at the surveillance monitor, he instructed Xiao Man, "Observe closely and remember, these individuals intend to seize our belongings and invade our home. What shall we do?" "I can eliminate them," Chen Man replied earnestly. Chen Qing felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thank goodness. Despite having followed Han Yuan for so long, he had not adopted his pure-hearted philosophy. He admired Han Yuan's selflessness and sincerity, but in this apocalypse, he could not allow Chen Man to become such a person. The cost of 2 lives had already proven exorbitantly steep. Bang! A sledgehammer struck the door with tremendous force, but it yielded no results. Chen Qing glanced and saw the entrance was already packed with people. A burly man swung the hammer with relentless vigor. Bang! Bang! With an abundance of hidden cards, 15 ghostly companions, and aside from the mad ghost, none were easy to deal with, along with an arsenal of firearms scattered throughout the room. A well-aimed barrage of bullets could surely take out half the crowd. Yet the aftermath of bloodshed would be a troublesome affair. He arrived at the medical room and stowed away the picture of Zhong Kui. Instantly, the atmosphere in the room grew noticeably colder. Approaching the door, he opened a peephole. With a mere thought, a golden pot materialized at the threshold. This was the pot transformed by Jin Buhuan during their stay at the hotel. Chen Qing had inquired about it with Hualyan. This item could also accelerate the cultivation of the ghost clan, albeit far less effectively than the golden body. Chen Qing. The warehouse is not devoid of firearms or explosives, so be sensible. Ji Luo's expression darkened. Don't blame me for disregarding our camaraderie when the time comes. Luo Ge, don't waste your breath on scum like him. Just tear it down. Once captured, we can bind him in the warehouse and feed him to those ghosts. Tian Kun cursed vehemently. Hanyu was absent from the crowd, likely darting about elsewhere. Commander Ji, stop wasting time with him. With so many of us, I refuse to believe we cannot dismantle this place. A man named Wang sneered, but the next moment he suddenly froze, his eyes fixated on the rooftop. There, a withered, ghostly visage peered down at them. Ghost! Ghost! Someone screamed out suddenly. On the rooftop, there's a ghost. Chaos erupted among the masses. Another voice cried out, a female ghost. A female ghost. There's another female ghost behind. A paper figure rushed up. Mama, love Mua, the crowd shrieked. And in the following instant, a child's infantile voice resonated in everyone's ears, abruptly silencing their cries. All faces transformed into expressions of relaxation and comfort. In this moment, although everyone was in different environments, most were enveloped in warm and gentle memories. The paper figure surged forward, its paper blade swaying in the wind, effortlessly severing a person's head. It gnawed at its prey as if devouring a watermelon, simultaneously striking at the next victim. Hey! Ji Luo suddenly shouted, the first to awaken from the illusion. 2 ghostly companions materialized. Upon seeing the burning ghost, the paper figure was instantly struck with terror and fled for its life, drifting away with the wind and snow. Ghost! Female ghost! It's a ghost! The crowd shrieked. Huddling together at Chen Qing's door, a faint yet distant laugh echoed, reminiscent of a child's voice in a tunnel. The laughter reverberated, growing in number, as if it were coming from above and beside them. Panic ensued, and everyone desperately squeezed toward the door. Get out of the way! Let me out! Yilua shouted. Though his physical prowess surpassed that of ordinary people, as a spirit master, he could not withstand the throng surrounding him. A ghost! A ghost! Among us, one unfortunate soul, trapped in the crowd, found himself clutching a rosy-cheeked infant in his arms. The baby, with large eyes and a small mouth, was exceedingly adorable, yet its skin was unnaturally pale, reminiscent of a corpse that had been submerged in water for days. Giggling innocently, the infant seemed eager to play, extending a chubby little hand toward the man's face. It exerted no force, but that tiny hand, like cradling cream, effortlessly peeled away a piece of flesh from the man's visage. Help! The man's jaw hung open, blood oozing forth, rendering his words incoherent. Yet amidst the chaos, everyone was screaming, and they were all pushing against one another. He could not even lift his hand. The chubby hand reached out again, this time targeting his nose. The man's face appeared as if made of cream, and that small hand easily plunged into his countenance. An eye and nose vanished. The man convulsed violently, then fell silent. Yet the crowd continued to throng, pressing against him. Ha, hee hee, the laughter multiplied, as these chubby children appeared in every corner. Some clung to thighs, others rode atop heads. They seemed to feast upon the living, like animated cream figures. Gradually, a woman adorned in opulent, dignified attire emerged. With each step, her intricate headdress quivered slightly. In her arms, she cradled a child indistinguishable from an ordinary infant, plump and porcelain-like. Chen Qing, observing through the monitor, felt a chill creep up his spine. In the next instant, a light, giggling laugh resonated within the room. Li Qi's scream pierced the air. Kun Wu instinctively drew his blade. Turning around, bang! With a single punch, Chen Man had already pierced through the infant. His formidable vitality blazed like a fire-consuming paper, reducing the child to mere ashes in an instant. This was a grave miscalculation. Chen Qing dared not proceed further. He swiftly made his way to the medical room, hung up the portrait of Zhong Kui, and infused it with spiritual energy to envelop the upper and lower tiers of the safe house. A portion of the ethereal image protruded into the room, making contact with several infants. Their anguished cries immediately transformed them into dust. The exceedingly dignified woman displayed terror on her face and hastily fled.